Chapter 506. A convenient theft. The more one despises, the deeper the love. Although Li Kunyu launched his ferocious attacks with every ounce of his strength, the longsword in his hand bore no intent to kill. It merely constrained the beautiful woman, leaving her struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. The figure in the black robe, evidently the tallest among the four, wielded a dagger that shimmered with green light, deftly dancing in the air. With his peculiar movements, he persistently sought an opening to deliver a fatal blow to Li Linrong. At this moment, Li Linrong bore numerous wounds. The dagger of the black-robed man was clearly coated with a potent poison. Despite Li Linrong's profound abilities, he found himself increasingly unable to withstand the effects, his movements gradually slowing. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as the toxin coursed through him. Just as Li Linrong was on the verge of succumbing, the disheveled old man had already dealt with the remaining black-clad figures in the hall. Most of them had perished beneath the wrath of his lightning fire, reduced to mere ashes. Only one robust black-clad individual remained, standing defiantly against the old man. Houchen recognized this formidable figure to be the coachman. Frustrated by the prolonged struggle, the old man once again summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down the robust black-clad man. In truth, after unleashing another surge of lightning, the old man found his own life force dwindling perilously low. The once mighty coachman, who had sat proudly in his carriage earlier that day, now lay as a soul consumed by lightning fire. Witnessing the coachman's grim fate, Houchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Noticing Li Linrong's peril, the disheveled old man gestured, summoning several azure wind blades that swiftly coalesced before him, spinning rapidly as they surged toward the black-robed man. Upon seeing the old man's intervention, the black-robed man's expression changed dramatically. He cursed inwardly for failing to eliminate the beleaguered city lord before him. He rolled backward, the green light on his dagger flaring intensely, releasing a barrage of blade strikes to intercept the wind blades that had already approached him. The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, scattering the treasures strewn across the ground in all directions. Nevertheless, this maneuver allowed the black-robed man to narrowly evade the old man's attack. However, he was left panting heavily, his hair disheveled and his countenance grave. It was evident that the old man's formidable strength had far exceeded their expectations, and the situation had turned decidedly unfavorable. At this moment, the beautiful woman, seizing the opportunity presented by the earlier explosion, used her whip to push back Li Kunyu, retreating to the side of the black-robed man. "You cannot escape. Surrender willingly and disclose your intentions, and I shall spare your lives." With the situation now under control, the old man's voice resonated with calm authority. Beside him, Li Kunyu gripped his sword tightly, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the beautiful woman, as if he wished to consume her whole. It was clear that this young lord, who had been held in high esteem since childhood, was struggling to cope with the deception he had encountered, his heart brimming with indignation. Meanwhile, Houchen supported the now incapacitated Li Linrong, retreating to a corner near the exit. The figure cloaked in black remained silent, his gaze wandering restlessly throughout the treasure chamber, as if seeking an escape route. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He fixed his eyes intently on the center of the hall before dashing forward with urgency. This unusual action captured the attention of Houchen. In the heart of the chamber, where the scruffy old man had dispatched the coachman, the scattered treasures were now flung about, revealing a spherical jade stone beneath the chaos. Observing the imbalance of numbers, the cloaked figure conferred briefly with the enchanting woman beside him. They seemed to devise a plan, regaining their composure. After once more surveying the disordered trove, the cloaked figure approached the scruffy old man, signaling his willingness to surrender and negotiate. The beautiful woman followed closely behind him, her head bowed. As the woman stepped forward to confront the scruffy old man, Li Kunyu was poised to bind her when she suddenly lifted her gaze toward the exit of the treasure chamber. A dramatic shift ensued. In an instant, a blinding green light erupted from the cloaked figure at the center of the chamber. He charged at the scruffy old man with a furious roar, a force so formidable that even the powerful old man dared not confront him directly. In close combat, the old man found no opportunity to cast spells. He was forced to retreat swiftly toward the wall. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman surged forward like an arrow, heading straight for the chamber's exit. "Retreat!" the cloaked figure shouted as he consumed an explosive body pill, forcibly elevating his power. As he withdrew, the old man cautioned, "After this attack, your meridians will shatter." Indeed, after his strike missed its target, the green aura surrounding the cloaked figure began to dim rapidly. At that moment, the beautiful woman had reached the exit, standing face to face with Houchen. He raised the Qingpa short sword, gathering his strength, prepared to confront the approaching beauty. He understood that if he could thwart her now, once the cloaked figure exhausted his energy, this woman who had nearly cost him his life would be trapped here. Block her, the scruffy old man shouted. As Hao Chen brandished his short sword, he was met with an extraordinarily beautiful face, yet despair and pleading filled her eyes. Hao Chen's heart trembled, and he faltered, unable to strike. With a silent sigh, he feigned an injury, stumbling past the enchanting woman. Thank you, I am Dylan. Her voice, imbued with enchanting charm, reached his ears in an ephemeral moment. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his back as Dylan used him as a springboard, propelling herself forward with a kick. At that moment, Hao Chen could only pretend to be injured again, spitting blood. Intentionally leveraging this, he collapsed toward the densely scattered treasures. Dylan, propelled by her kick, swiftly darted out of the treasure chamber's opening. Simultaneously, a cry of anguish echoed from the cloaked figure, the green light now extinguished. As he lay on the ground, his breath shallow and labored, the disheveled elder and Li Kunyu stood awkwardly beside the figure cloaked in black, staring at him in bewilderment. What could possibly be the purpose behind such a skilled individual risking life and limb to infiltrate the treasure vault? Both were perplexed, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Suddenly, with a swift kick, the beautiful woman named Dylan sent Hao Chen flying, fortuitously landing near the spherical engraved jade stone that had already caught his eye. As he struggled to rise, he instinctively pocketed the jade stone into his jade pendant space. To his astonishment, a wisp of lingering soul also clung to the jade stone. At that moment, his heart raced wildly, akin to a startled deer. Meanwhile, the Li family remained oblivious to these developments, including the disheveled elder who failed to notice any peculiarities. Chapter 517. Eradication of witnesses at this juncture. The guards of the city lord's mansion were engaged in the chaotic task of clearing the disarrayed treasures in the vault. The treasure chamber was in utter disarray, with valuables and exquisite art pieces strewn across the floor, many of which were already damaged. The stone walls of the vault bore the scars of unleashed spells and techniques. Standing in the secret chamber, City Lord Li Linrong wore a grim expression as he watched the family heirlooms accumulated over centuries being destroyed before his eyes, filling him with rage. Those around him dared not speak, maintaining their distance as they awaited the conclusion of the cleanup, while the members of the mysterious organization had long since been carried away. Despite the timely discovery of the adversary's plot, the Li family had not come away unscathed. The young lord's wedding was disrupted, and the treasures had suffered considerable damage. Yet, the Li family remained blissfully unaware of the true intentions behind the breach and the origins of those involved. At this moment, only Hao Chen felt a surge of delight, his thoughts entirely consumed by the spherical engraved jade stone, recalling the map etched upon it. He couldn't help but speculate that the engraving depicted a geographical map, likely indicating a location of great significance. Otherwise, one would not go to such lengths to inscribe this map upon a jade stone. With this thought, Hao Chen's heart raced even more vigorously, perhaps driven by the innate greed of humanity. He found the circumstances of his earlier actions rather peculiar. Dylan's kick had fortuitously propelled him onto the engraved jade stone, and the pain from where he had been struck had faded into oblivion. While Hao Chen was lost in contemplation, he was abruptly interrupted by the chilling voice of the young lord, Li Kunyu. Thank you for your assistance today. Once matters are resolved, I shall reward you handsomely. For now, you two should accompany the city lord and return to the mansion. The young lord's words shattered Hao Chen's reverie. Clearly, there would be no further opportunity for him to be of assistance. Sensing a hint of danger in Li Kunyu's tone, Hao Chen glanced at the guards still busy with their tasks. Complying with the young lord's directive, he signaled to Yu Xiaolan and followed closely behind City Lord Li Linrong as they made their exit from the vault. As Hao Chen and Yu Xiaolan followed the city lord out of the treasure chamber, the disheveled elder trailed closely behind them, entering the passageway just as they reached the entrance of the concealed corridor. Suddenly, the elder struck out, aiming a blow at Hao Chen's neck from behind. As Li Linrong turned and swiftly positioned himself beside Yu Xiaolan, he unleashed a spell aimed directly at her chest. The Li family, known for silencing those who pose a threat to their secrets, could not allow the hidden treasures of their vault to be revealed, nor could they permit their future daughter-in-law to be tainted by an unknown man. The disheveled elder had deliberately summoned both Hao Chen and Yu Xiaolan with the intention of silencing them, subsequently shifting the blame onto a mysterious organization, thus ensuring they bore the repercussions. This strategy ingeniously served three purposes. eliminating those privy to the vault's secrets, assassinating the princess who had been compromised prior to marriage, and uniting with Qian'an City to confront the enigmatic organization. Perceiving the underlying implications in the words of the young lord, Hao Qin remained vigilant against the Li family's treachery, firmly believing they were far from benevolent. At the moment, the elder's palm surged with energy. Hao Qin had already summoned the illusory finger technique at the tip of his right index finger, swiftly redirecting it towards the elder behind him. Just as the elder's palm energy was unleashed, Hao Qin's illusory finger struck first, targeting the elder's brow. In a critical instant, the elder was compelled to retract his palm energy, evading the sudden assault of the illusory finger. As Hao Qin executed the illusory finger technique, he intended to wrap his arm around Yu Xiaolan's waist, only to find her unexpectedly arching backward, narrowly dodging Li Linrong's surprise attack. Startled by this revelation, Hao Qin realized that Yu Xiaolan had been concealing her own prowess as a practitioner. Otherwise, how could she have evaded the lethal strike from the lord? It seemed that the art of feigning weakness was not solely Hao Qin's domain. "Ah, I see your intentions are to silence witnesses." Hao Qin jested at Li Linrong and the disheveled elder. By this time, he and Yu Xiaolan had positioned themselves against the stone wall of the corridor, seemingly unfazed by the encirclement. However, he struck without mercy, unleashing several more illusory fingers from his fingertips. At this juncture, Hao Qin's mastery of the technique was truly remarkable. Even without a sword, he could project a power more formidable than sword energy. The illusory fingers danced with the grace of a serpent, akin to a dragon emerging from its lair, targeting Li Linrong and the disheveled elder indiscriminately from all directions. The elder and Li Linrong, having witnessed Hao Qin's mid-level martial prowess, initially underestimated him. Moreover, their previous encounters in the Lord's council chamber had involved the guards of the Lord's estate. Now, seizing the opportunity within the vault's corridor, Hao Qin did not hold back. He unleashed a barrage of illusory fingers towards both adversaries. The elder and Li Linrong, seasoned veterans of battle, quickly discerned the potential threat posed by Hao Qin's illusory finger technique. Instantly, they employed their vital energy to manifest a protective aura. Under Hao Qin's relentless assault, Li Linrong's martial cultivation allowed his protective aura to withstand the initial onslaught, yet Hao Qin's illusory fingers could strike continuously. The protective aura conjured by Li Linrong began to crack and distort under such fierce attacks. "Ancestor, we need assistance," Li Linrong cried out in desperation. Li Linrong never anticipated that Hao Qin's strength would be so formidable, and the counterattack offered no room for negotiation. To his dismay, he found himself utterly outmatched and could only shout in desperation. At that moment, the elderly man, having slain the burly figure clad in black, found his inner energy completely depleted. In a moment of necessity, he forcefully summoned a black bowl artifact, which expanded in the wind and hurtled toward Hao Qin. Upon witnessing the black bowl approaching, Hao Qin casually summoned the Fei Huang sword to meet it head-on. Simultaneously, he unleashed a mental assault aimed at the old man's sea of consciousness. Li Linrong, under the attack of Hao Qin's condensed finger technique, did not receive the anticipated aid from the elderly man. The illusory armor of true energy was swiftly rendered into a state of disarray, its essence dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Li Kunyu entered the passageway. Seeing his father, Li Linrong, injured and on the ground, he hurried to his side and retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring for his father to consume. The elderly man suddenly felt a piercing pain in his consciousness. Distracted, the black bowl was penetrated by the Fei Huang sword. This black bowl was an artifact he had refined for nearly a century, intimately connected to his spirit, and thus far more powerful than ordinary artifacts. He had never expected to fall victim to such a scheme, leading to its destruction. With the artifact shattered, the Li family's ancestor also suffered a backlash, spitting out blood, his complexion turning a ghastly pale, indicating his severe distress. It turned out that Hao Qin possessed such overwhelming power, having reached a level comparable to that of the elderly man. At this moment, Yu Xiaolan, who had been observing the battle, quietly gasped in astonishment. Hao Qin's mastery of finger techniques was indeed extraordinary, evidently surpassing that of the elderly man. "Quickly, we must leave." At that moment, Hao Qin did not believe he could contend with all three adversaries alone. They were weak, but so was he in his current state. "I do not wish to be your enemy, yet you seek to eliminate me. In that case, I shall extinguish you all." Hao Qin called back the Fei Huang sword, contemplating another lethal strike. "Hao Qin, please spare them for my sake," Yu Xiaolan pleaded as she witnessed him raise the Fei Huang sword. "Alas, let us depart." Hao Qin took Yu Xiaolan's hand, leading her away from the Li family treasure vault. When the two emerged from the concealed passage, they discovered that the vault was situated beneath a fountain and rockery. It was no wonder the members of the mysterious organization had searched for so long without finding this place. Houchen felt a deep admiration for the ancestors of the Li family, who had chosen such a conspicuous location for the entrance, making it the last place anyone would think to look. At that moment, Yu Xiaolan found herself with nowhere to turn. Abducted on her wedding day and subsequently following a stranger into various places, she felt uneasy not only about how others might perceive her, but also within her own heart. Yu Xiaolan could not help but ponder this dilemma. Moreover, within the treasure vault, she realized that the Li family not only eliminated all the black-clad figures, but also spared no one who was privy to the vault's secrets, including both Houchen and Yu Xiaolan, as well as the guards from the city lord's mansion who had entered the vault. Chapter 518. Evading Pursuit Outside Qinya City. As Houchen and Yu Xiaolan escaped from the Li family's treasure vault, they departed from Qinya City. Having uncovered the secret of the mysterious organization's entry into the vault and unexpectedly acquiring a jade stone inscribed with a map, Houchen felt a sense of satisfaction. It was prudent to leave Qinya City before the Li family discovered the theft of the jade stone. With all the accompanying brides being ambushed, can you return to Qinya City alone? Houchen inquired, observing the sorrowful expression on Yu Xiaolan's face. After such a convoluted series of events, can I still return home? I may be ambushed on the way back. Yu Xiaolan expressed her hope for Houchen's assistance. Do you think I can help you? Houchen questioned, taken aback by her words. Indeed, I have no other options left. I can only rely on you for my safety. You won't abandon me, will you? Yu Xiaolan looked at Houchen with tearful eyes. Sighing internally, Houchen lamented, I wish to experience the world in a carefree manner, yet unexpectedly. I have come to understand the nature of slaughter. However, it also allowed him to taste the bitterness of betrayal. He realized that strength and benefit are the true pursuits of life. Without strength, there are no benefits. The two are mutually reinforcing. When benefits come without strength, it becomes difficult to safeguard what is rightfully yours. Since you can't return home, I shall show some compassion and reluctantly offer you temporary refuge. Do cease your sorrowful demeanor. It elicits pity, Houchen teased Yu Xiaolan. Huh. Upon hearing Houchen's playful words, Yu Xiaolan's face lit up with laughter, unable to contain herself. She too began to jest. It seems I must follow you. A married woman is like spilled water, although I could not marry into the Li family's lordly abode. Encountering you must surely be fate, wouldn't you agree? Are you a cultivator? Houchen finally inquired. Yes, I am merely an entry-level chi refinement cultivator. Without a master or sect to guide me, I discovered a cultivation technique in my family's library and have been secretly practicing it, she replied. My father is the lord of Qian'an City, and our family holds a significant position in the Tianwu continent. We are all martial practitioners. However, cultivators are not well regarded, as martial practitioners are considered the true path, while cultivators are deemed opportunistic and insincere. As they walked, Yu Xiaolan spoke more, while Houchen listened intently. Upon leaving Qinya City, they hurried into the dense forest. Houchen once again disguised Yu Xiaolan and taught her a technique to suppress her presence. It was crucial to avoid being detected by the Li family. Their course, however, was directed away from Qian'an City. Houchen departed from Feiyu Island, having made his previous stop at Qinya City. In the depths of the dark night forest, 1,000 miles from Qinya City, Houchen had once slain a beast and claimed its lair from a cliffside. Before leaving this temporary dwelling, he had set up an illusion array to conceal it from prying eyes. Under Houchen's guidance, Yu Xiaolan followed him to this hidden sanctuary. He cautiously inspected the array, finding it unchanged since his departure. Only then did he deactivate the illusion array and enter the temporary dwelling. With a swift and astonishing pace, Moon Xiaolan's heart raced alongside the ever-evolving movements and relentless spells of Houchen. The individual by her side turned out to be a master of disguise, leaving her to ponder their true intentions. Even as they entered the temporary cave abode, doubts lingered in Moon Xiaolan's mind. Upon entering, Houchen activated a soundproof barrier using his vital energy at the cave entrance, signaling to Moon Xiaolan that she could freely explore the surroundings within. He retrieved 2 simple beds from his storage bag and tossed another storage bag to Moon Xiaolan. While cultivators typically use meditation mats, Houchen preferred to practice while seated on the bed. Perhaps he was the only peculiar cultivator in the entire realm who sat cross-legged on a bed during his training. Other cultivators faced limitations with their storage spaces, whereas Hao Chun possessed an infinite expanse within his jade pendant, the demon suppression tower, and the universe furnace. The storage bag contained items he had procured in Qianya City, including clothing, food, and resources suitable for Moon Xiaolan's cultivation, all enclosed within a lightly sealed storage bag. He was aware of her cultivation at the qi refining stage and knew she could easily break the seal with minimal vital energy. Without the seal, the food inside would spoil upon contact with the outside air. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of cultivation, striving to restore his body to its optimal condition. Time slipped away unnoticed as he cultivated, and when he sensed that his vital energy had sufficiently recovered, he felt a sense of relief. He began to slowly execute the Shaoyang Ju technique to mend his damaged meridians and replenish his depleting spiritual consciousness. With a thought, the soul-returning pearl appeared above his head, emanating a soft white light, releasing soul energy that coalesced into fine strands, replenishing his spiritual consciousness. When his cultivation concluded, it was already midnight. Hao Chun lay on the bed, silently reflecting on his experiences over the past few days, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a woman's face flickered before him, gently blowing air and whispering indistinguishable words. The visage shifted between Moon Xiaolan, Dai Lin, Ziyu, and Xiao Chui, who held Qing Er's hand, as the dream morphed into a surreal tapestry. Upon awakening, he found it was still midnight. By then, Moon Xiaolan had plunged deeply into her own cultivation. It seemed he had underestimated her, had she not faced the threat of death within the treasure vault. Her true abilities might have remained concealed. Hao Chun silently praised her, realizing that despite his innate cultivation allowing him to perceive her strength, he had not thoroughly examined the esteemed daughter of the city lord since their encounter in the Spirit Soul Forest. At his level of cultivation, he never pried into the abilities of young women, as doing so would expose their vulnerabilities. Hao Chun's spiritual consciousness was comparable to that of a late-stage divine sense master, capable of uncovering the cultivation of those at the qi refining stage. Should he choose to, under the scrutiny of his divine sense, no one could escape his detection, regardless of the means they employed to conceal themselves. The exploration of one's cultivation level can extend to the opponent's dantian, allowing one to discern the weakness of their true essence and thereby gauge their prowess. However, such an investigation leaves the examined individual feeling as though their body has been laid bare, akin to the guilt of peering upon the form of a maiden. It was only at this moment that Hao Chun recalled the inscribed jade stone. Chapter 519, Traces of Evidence with a Mere Thought. He suddenly retrieved a spherical inscribed jade stone from the storage chamber of the jade pendant. This oval-shaped stone, roughly the size of a fist, was intricately engraved with a plethora of lines. Upon closer inspection, Hao Chun realized it depicted a map, which brought a smile of joy to his face. He mused inwardly. It seems that aiding others also brings benefits to oneself. He allowed the enchanting woman, Dai Lin, to escape. However, she retaliated by delivering a kick to his back, propelling herself into the passageway. This kick inadvertently sent Hao Chun tumbling into the Li family's treasure vault, landing squarely upon the spherical inscribed jade stone. Whether it was the heavens showing favor or Dai Lin's intention, since stepping into the realm of cultivation, good fortune had always accompanied Hao Chun, and this instance was no exception. Comparing the spherical inscribed jade stone's map, Hao Chun took out numerous maps of the Tianwu continent, as well as charts of various regions of the Qianyuan realm and nautical maps. He meticulously examined the maps, cross-referencing them with the positions indicated on the spherical inscribed jade stone. After a considerable time, he finally rose from his bed, cradling the jade stone in his hands and grinning like a fool as he spun around on the ground. "Ah, Dai Lin, I must admit, it's hard not to strike it rich." Hao Chun's jovial laughter startled the meditating Yu Xiaolan. The mischievous laughter sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to rise abruptly, wondering if he harbored ulterior motives. Upon witnessing Hao Chun's foolish grin while holding the spherical inscribed jade stone, she couldn't help but smile. "Come over and take a closer look at this jade stone. I suspect it might very well indicate a treasure location. If that is indeed the case, we could be in for a windfall." Seeing Yu Xiaolan awake, Hao Chun nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Indeed." Yu Xiaolan, blushing slightly, responded, "That fortune belongs to you. When did you acquire this jade stone?" "I had no knowledge of it. I obtained it from the Li family's treasure vault. A little something I pilfered as a reward for my efforts," Hao Chun jested. "Since it bears a map, we should hasten to compare it with the terrain maps of the Tianwu continent. Let us see where the treasure map indicates, Yu Xiaolan smartly suggested. Sighing, Hao Chen shook his head. I have already compared them, but failed to locate a corresponding place. I suspect that the map inscribed on this spherical jade stone points to a treasure location or perhaps a secret realm. However, entering such a place is not as simple as one might think. Areas with treasures are always guarded by ferocious beasts. The more valuable the treasure, the mightier the guardian beasts. Just the two of us may not suffice. It would be prudent to seek assistance in deciphering this jade stone. After stating this, Hao Chun handed the spherical inscribed jade stone to Yu Xiaolan for her examination. Yu Xiaolan accepted the jade stone and approached Hao Chen's bed, scrutinizing the scattered maps of the Tianwu continent to make comparisons. She occasionally furrowed her brow and shook her head, as if she had seen a similar spherical engraved jade stone before, yet could not recall the specifics. Reluctantly, she returned the spherical jade to Hao Yin for further examination. Upon receiving the jade, Hao Yin sensed that Yu Xiaolan was on the verge of a realization. He chose not to disturb her contemplation. It seemed that the only option left was to stealthily investigate the Lord's mansion in hopes of uncovering valuable information. However, he could not leave Yu Xiaolan alone in the temporary cave. Hao Yin doubted that the Lord's mansion would remain indifferent to the loss of such a precious item from their treasury. Thus, he interrupted Yu Xiaolan's thoughts, knowing that she had nowhere else to go for the moment. He decided to bring her into the space of the demon suppression tower. Otherwise, carrying a burden of low cultivation would hinder their movements. I shall take you to a place where my family and friends reside. What do you think? Faced with no other choice, Hao Yin revealed his intentions to Yu Xiaolan. She looked at him in surprise and nodded in agreement. Where is this place? It is a space belonging to a treasure. You will temporarily dwell with my family and friends there until I have completed my tasks and can visit you, Hao Yin explained. This was the only course of action he could take, as his journey of transformation and enlightenment had unexpectedly entangled him with Yu Xiaolan. The journey had to come to a pause. Now, close your eyes and do not resist. In an instant, the temporary cave was devoid of any presence. Both Hao Yin and Yu Xiaolan had entered the second level of the soil space within the demon suppression tower, noticing the unusual activity in the space. Ziyu and Qing'er sensed Hao Yin's arrival and ceased their cultivation to greet him and Yu Xiaolan. It hasn't been long. Yet you've brought back another woman who could bring calamity to the nation, Ziyu remarked, her voice tinged with jealousy upon seeing Hao Yin with a female companion. Caught off guard by Ziyu's envious tone, Hao Yin found himself momentarily speechless. What is this all about? Lung Ziyu inquired. With no alternative, Hao Yin recounted the events of his foray into the mortal realm. However, before he could finish, the three women had already engaged in lively conversation, leaving him with no choice but to hastily conclude his account. Go about your business. I'll take care of this newcomer. Hurry and bring in some delicious food. Ziyu, clearly uninterested in Hao Yin's lengthy explanations, waved him off impatiently. Sighing softly, he muttered, Am I cursed with bad luck? What did you say? Ziyu turned her head and shot a glare at Hao Yin. Without answering, Hao Yin swiftly evaded Lung Ziyu's gaze and exited the demon suppression tower. Departing from the temporary cave, he hurried towards Qinya City. Night enveloped Qinya City, where the Lord's wedding festivities had been disrupted. As darkness fell, a curfew was enforced, leaving the streets nearly deserted. However, the security around the Lord's mansion had noticeably intensified, with many more guards present. Yet, Hao Yin was no longer the same person he had been the day before. He had now regained his mid-stage transformation cultivation. If he did not wish for the guards to notice him, even standing right before them, they would remain oblivious to the fact that a cultivator stood in their midst. Nonetheless, Hao Yin proceeded with utmost caution, for one could never know what formidable beings might dwell within the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the forbidden yuan technique mastered by Hao Chen proved to be of great significance. While the method of concealing one's presence allows for stealthy and swift movement, without the forbidden yuan technique, one would be exposed to the perception of more advanced cultivators, as even the slightest movement of spiritual consciousness would reveal one's location. Upon employing the forbidden yuan technique, however, the cultivator's presence becomes imperceptible, and the fluctuations of their magical energy remain undetectable. The grand estate of the city lord appeared inconsequential in Hao Chen's eyes. Everything within the city lord's residence lay within his sight, with secret guards concealed among the trees, rooftops, and other shadowy corners, all laid bare before him. Like a gust of wind or a wisp of smoke, he drifted towards the council hall of the city lord's estate. There seems to be no one here. It appears that Li Linrong has returned to the inner courtyard. With a swift motion, Haochen arrived at the inner courtyard of the city lord's residence. Finding himself beneath the eaves where a light still glimmered, he refrained from using his spiritual consciousness to scan the area, as such fluctuations would betray his presence. Instead, he delicately poked a hole in the window paper with his finger, instantly revealing the scene within. Inside, two maids dozed off, each holding a piece of clothing to mend. But they had succumbed to sleep. Which room should it be? Haochen discerned that this was merely an ordinary chamber. Following his bearings, he located the room furthest to the east. The flickering candlelight indicated that someone was still awake. Approaching the window once more, he employed his previous tactic, and the interior scene unfolded clearly before him. This was indeed the chamber of City Lord Li Linrong. At this moment, Li Linrong lay prostrate on his bed, struggling to suppress the toxic gas within his body. It appeared that the poison from the blade of the cloaked man was exceptionally potent, even overwhelming for a martial master of Li Linrong's caliber. Within the room stood a maid, ever ready to attend to the needs of City Lord Li Linrong. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted from Li Linrong. The maid, standing nearby, promptly approached the bedside to gently pat his back. Seizing this opportunity, Haochen silently pushed open the door to Li Linrong's bedroom and, upon entering, swiftly incapacitated the maid. Observing Li Linrong's poisoned state, he thought to himself, if assistance is not rendered promptly, he may not survive beyond 3 to 5 days. However, if the poison is not addressed, the secrets of the spherical engraved jade cannot be uncovered. Although the Li family resorts to killing to silence witnesses, Haochen ultimately chose to prioritize the antidote. Thus, he produced an antidote pill and instructed Li Linrong to take it. After a few breaths, Li Linrong awakened. "Who are you?" he inquired, astonished to see a stranger in his chamber. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I have come to alleviate your poison," Haochen replied. "However, I wish to inquire about the recent disturbances within the city lord's residence. You are here to investigate the events at the city lord's estate. A group of mysterious individuals infiltrated the residence, disrupted the wedding, and breached the treasury," Li Linrong casually remarked. "The treasury has been robbed?" Haochen questioned. "Indeed. A band of enigmatic figures entered the treasury and made off with numerous treasures. Furthermore, a treasure map has gone missing. This map was acquired by our ancestors, yet the Li family has never deciphered it. It may lead to a treasure trove, or perhaps to a secret realm." Li Linrong spoke candidly to his savior. "Your injuries are so severe, why has no one come to your aid?" In a state of confusion regarding the whereabouts of the Li family's ancestor, Haochen casually inquired. "The ancestor, along with others, has been pursuing the thieves and has yet to return. The poison on my body was inflicted by a sinister figure in a black robe during the ambush against the thieves. At the time, I paid it no heed, unaware that it would manifest several hours later. Had it not been for the timely intervention of my benefactor, I fear I would not have escaped calamity. Thank you. Thank you." The city lord, Li Linrong, expressed his gratitude towards this unexpectedly encountered middle-aged martial artist. "Rest now. Your injuries should not pose a significant threat. I shall return to the Qinya Hall to report to the elder." Haochen deliberately mentioned the Qinya Hall to alleviate the city lord's suspicions. Having acquired the desired information within the city lord's mansion, there was no need to linger any longer. Chapter 520, Encountering a Dandy, Part 1. Upon leaving the city lord's mansion, Haochen did not hasten to depart from Qinya City. Instead, he sought a secluded inn to rest once more. The sun, adorned with a warm smile, ascended the horizon early, dispelling the night's oppressive darkness. Qinya City buzzed with life once again, as people seized the limited daylight to engage in merriment and trade. If the curfew remained in place, they would be confined to their homes as dusk approached. Haochen summoned the two women, Xiao Chui and Ziyu, from the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower, respectively. He could only summon these two, as Qing Air, Shuang Air, Shan Air, and Yu Xiaolan were all engrossed in their cultivation. He intended for the two women to experience the local customs of Qinya City and to procure some items for their enjoyment. Disguising himself as a late-stage martial artist, he urged the two women to alter their attire to conceal their alluring beauty, transforming them into ordinary faces that would blend in with the crowd. While everyone possesses a desire for beauty, the two women were reluctant to obscure their beautiful faces. However, they could not withstand Haochen's persuasion and subtle threats. Reluctantly, they complied with his wishes, for he had declared that he would not take them shopping otherwise. After partaking in breakfast at the inn's dining hall, they ventured out to explore. Although Chinya City imposed a curfew at night, it thrived with activity during the day. The streets were lined with shops, offering a diverse array of goods that rivaled any town. The trio wandered aimlessly, entering shops at will. As long as they found something appealing, whether it be jewelry or delicious food, the two women indulged in a shopping spree, oblivious to the prices. However, when it came to shops selling medicinal herbs or equipment, the two women hesitated, showing reluctance to enter. Even when they did step inside, they pouted in discontent, trailing behind Hao Chun, indifferent and uncommunicative. Hao Chun paid them no mind, as long as they remained within his sight. He focused on acquiring the items he needed, trading for the remains of demonic beasts or selling some lower-tier magical artifacts and equipment. Despite her disguise, Ziyu's graceful demeanor was impossible to conceal. Her silhouette remained enchanting, capturing the attention of men who yearned to possess her. Although she had grown accustomed to the hungry gazes of others, Ziyu still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Hao Chun accompanied the two ladies into a cosmetics store, while Ziyu was testing some products. An unexpected onlooker caught a glimpse of her true appearance, causing the voyeur to be so overwhelmed that he bled from his nose. The atmosphere in the fitting room shifted, revealing the intruder's presence. "Who is it?" Ziyu exclaimed with a commanding tone, and a dashing young gentleman materialized before her. Dressed in white, with a handsome visage and an air of elegance, he exuded a certain charm, albeit marred by a hint of frivolity that detracted from his overall demeanor. The young man's gaze fixated on Ziyu, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere and disregarding Hao Chun altogether. He stood directly in front of her, his eyes glued to her figure, unyielding in his stance. "Step aside." Ziyu's brows knitted together, a flicker of anger evident in her voice. The man's brazen demeanor repulsed her. In stark contrast, when she was with Hao Chun, his admiration felt genuine and devoid of any lewdness. "I shall not move unless you reveal your name and share a drink with me," the young man replied with a smirk, his expression akin to a fly drawn to blood. "Though this girl may be average in looks, her figure and poise are truly captivating." "How enticing," one of the attendants behind him remarked, drooling in admiration. "Hey, you think you can just walk away after offending my noble friend without an apology? Life isn't that simple." Another attendant chuckled menacingly. Ziyu sensed the disparity in strength between herself and her adversaries, yet she was inherently strong-willed. Just as she prepared to retaliate, she felt a warmth envelop her hand, firmly grasped by a larger one. The familiar aura and warmth were unmistakably Hao Chun's, and she instantly felt a sense of security in his presence. "How about it? I am a scion of a prestigious family. Care to join me for a drink?" The brazen young man leered with a glint of wickedness in his eyes. "I suggest you apologize promptly, or you shall face the consequences." Ziyu retorted coolly, fully composed. "Ah, such a fiery woman. I do enjoy a rose with thorns," the young man began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in his shoulder as a hand locked onto him. "Hey, brother, if you want a drink, I'm more than willing to join you." Hao Chun exerted a slight pressure, producing a series of cracking sounds. It was no jest. With his formidable strength at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, no ordinary cultivator could withstand his might. Qianyi City South, Qianyi Street was particularly vibrant, bustling with members of noble families, young heirs, and disciples of sections. However, not everyone lacked refinement. The raucous youths represented only a fraction of the crowd. Among them, the white-clad young man, Tai Tianqing, was the epitome of a debauched scion. His days were spent indulging in wine and revelry, with a penchant for peeping and pursuing beauty. When confronted with a lovely woman, he could not resist the urge to flirt, prioritizing seduction over the cultivation of his skills, a fact that earned him frequent reprimands from his father, Tai Shixiao. Upon catching sight of Ziyu, Tai Tianqing felt a surge of primal desire, his mind clouded by lust, and his heart ablaze with uncontainable fervor. Upon witnessing a stranger being halted by Tai Tianqing within the cosmetics shop, a multitude of young ladies from esteemed families, along with disciples of various sects, were present, all engaged in the purchase of beauty products. Like mice confronted by a cat, they abandoned their chosen cosmetics in haste, some even leaving their already paid items temporarily stored. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd as they vacated this place of controversy, speculating whether the young Master Tai had undergone a transformation in taste, favoring physique over beauty. Such peculiarities left them perplexed. How could one overlook a beauty in favor of an ordinary individual? Such unique preferences indeed. As the discussions flourished, the gathering outside the modest cosmetic shop grew. The distance between Ziyu and the young man in white was merely a dozen paces, yet none dared to intercede, aware that offending a noble heir over an unfamiliar woman was unwise. The people of Qinya City recognized the Tai family as a clan of reclusive cultivators, with Tai Tianqing being their notorious young scion. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the truth that Tai Shixiang, the patriarch of the Tai family, secretly held the position of the leader of a sinister cult, feared throughout the Tianyuan continent. The citizens of Qinya City were ignorant of the cult's malevolent deeds on the Tianyuan continent, as well as the sordid affairs they conducted covertly on the Tianwu continent. Following the assassination of Tai Tianlong, Tai Shixiang had lavished excessive care upon his son, which contributed to Tai Tianqing's audacious and overbearing demeanor, allowing him to act with impunity in Qinya City. Recently, during the wedding at the city lord's estate, Tai Tianqing was forced into seclusion for cultivation by his father, a strategy devised by Tai Shixiang to protect his son. Coinciding with the grand sacrificial ceremony, Tai Tianqing had no choice but to comply with his father's demands. In preparation, Tai Shixiang arranged provisions and ample resources for cultivation for 49 days, fearing that unforeseen events during the ceremony could leave him unable to care for his children, thus compelling them into isolation. The seclusion chamber was imbued with a sealing formation, ensuring that no one could escape before the 49 days elapsed. However, in the dead of night, the seal unexpectedly unraveled, allowing Tai Tianqing to emerge, with a desire to indulge his whims. He sought to visit the Yihong courtyard but encountered a curfew, which even his audacity could not breach. Left with no other recourse, he resorted to playful antics with a nearby maid to alleviate his boredom. After 49 days in seclusion, his cultivation had not advanced significantly, but his wicked thoughts had simmered to a boiling point. Eagerly seeking pleasures, he utilized his concealment technique to stealthily enter the cosmetic shop, only to stumble upon the transformed and disguised Leng Ziyu. Chapter 521, Encountering the Prodigal, Part 2. Hao Yin, in all his scheming, had not anticipated that Leng Ziyu would enter the fitting room to test the cosmetics, revealing her breathtaking beauty and inadvertently inviting trouble. Tai Tianlong, who had often indulged in such voyeuristic pursuits, found himself outmaneuvered this time. To his astonishment, the young man beside Ziyu dared to strike at him. How audacious! Do you not know who I am? Release me at once. Iron Prince cried out in pain, his voice rising in indignation. You seek death. Let go of your grip. Two attendants immediately lunged forward. One aimed a fist at Haotson's face, while the other aimed a kick at his groin, both attacks wickedly vicious. The two followers of Iron Tianqing were late-stage martial masters, their strikes imbued with tremendous force. A common cultivator would not survive such blows unscathed. Yet, they faced Haotson, a prodigy. Before they could comprehend his movements, it seemed as if he merely shifted his left foot and waved his right hand. Then, two pained cries pierced the air as the attendants were sent flying, blood spraying forth. They crashed to the ground, rolling several feet and leaving long trails of crimson. Their chests caved in and bloodied, struggling to breathe as their eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of death. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, unable to believe their eyes as they beheld Haotson's prowess. To inflict severe injury upon two late-stage martial masters with a mere punch and kick was nothing short of terrifying. Many began to speculate about Haotson's origins. Some conjectured he was a rising star from a certain sect. Others suspected he might be an illegitimate child of a prominent family, while some even linked him to the martial hall or the Huina sect. As Ziyu faced adversity, Haotson had already slipped away to a nearby food stall, indulging in delicious treats. She had no time to linger and watch the spectacle, murmuring to herself as she ate, "If my wife is being taken advantage of, she should handle it herself. I shan't concern myself with your life and death struggles. You dare to lay hands on my servant. Are you tired of living?" Iron Tianqing's face contorted in pain, yet the grip on his shoulder was as unyielding as an iron claw. "Am I indeed tired of living? What of it? Not only will I strike at your servant, but I shall also take aim at you." Haotson nodded seriously, increasing the pressure in his grip. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully. "Ah!" A wretched scream erupted as Iron Tianqing's aura surged to the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, breaking free from Haotson's hold. "Oh, impressive, impressive. You managed to escape my grasp." To Haotson's surprise, Iron Tianqing employed a technique to shrink his bones, freeing himself from the magical binding. The so-called locking magic hand was merely a technique derived from the slaughtering demon hand, a name he had temporarily assigned. Do you have such audacity? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Before he could finish his words, he abruptly launched an attack, his palm slicing towards Haotsun's arm. Facing Iron Tianqing's assault, Haotsun stood unwavering, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Those witnessing the scene felt their hearts leap into their throats. The people of Qinya City were well aware that the Iron family was a reclusive clan of cultivators, their martial arts far from ordinary. Cold Ziyu, however, held no concern for Haotsun. You, a prodigy at the transformation realm, should be more than capable of handling someone at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm. If not, you might as well drown in your own misfortune. Yet, despite her words, she still worried for her man, fearing he might inadvertently sustain an injury. Tianqing Iron was taken aback to find Haoyan seemingly oblivious to the need for evasion, and a triumphant, sinister grin spread across his face. Perhaps he has been rendered speechless by fear? With a surge of power, he unleashed a palm strike, aimed directly at Haoyan's arm, intent on obliterating the hand that had once rested upon his shoulder. Despite knowing full well that Iron's strength could not harm Haoyan in the slightest, Ziyu instinctively shut her eyes. The onlookers averted their gazes, unable to bear witness to the gruesome spectacle of Haoyan's severed limb. A sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of shattering bone instilling dread in the hearts of those present. A horrified cry erupted, accompanied by the sickening crunch, reverberating in the ears of the spectators. Confusion swept through the crowd. How could such a sound arise? As they turned their heads, they were met with a shocking sight. The targeted arm remained intact, while Iron, clutching his own hand, leaped about in agony. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, prompting everyone to glance urgently at the supposed victim's arm. They beheld that the sleeve of Haoyan's garment had been sliced open, yet the flesh within remained unscathed, while Iron's hand was left in tatters. Eyes widened in disbelief, faces reflecting sheer horror. Could this truly be the arm of a mere mortal? Was this flesh and blood? Surely, he must be clad in protective armor. Or perhaps he was a body-refining adept. Otherwise, how could his corporeal form exhibit such extraordinary resilience? Yet, no armor adorned his body, leading to speculation that he might belong to the martial hall or perhaps be a disciple of the Hunyuan sect. One knowledgeable practitioner made the connection to these esteemed factions, and upon hearing their names, a profound silence fell over the crowd. These were indeed the super sects of the Tianwu continent. Could it be that a prodigious talent from the martial hall, or an exceptional disciple from the Hunyuan sect, had come to Qinya City for trials? Iron had executed the locking sky palm, failing to injure his target while shattering his own bones instead, as he stood in astonishment. Hearing the murmurs regarding the martial hall and Hunyuan sect, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Are you from the martial hall or the Hunyuan sect? Iron stammered, his voice quaking. The two great powers were not to be trifled with, even by the divine cult. Rest assured, I am neither a member of the martial hall nor a disciple of the Hunyuan sect, nor am I a practitioner of the divine cult. I am but a solitary cultivator. You may retaliate against me without fear, Haoyan declared, shaking his head in denial. Yet, the more he refuted, the more unsettled Iron became. It was not Haoyan he feared, but the possibility that he might indeed be a disciple of a formidable sect, leading to a personal vendetta that could disrupt the divine cult's plans with these two great factions. The divine cult had retreated from the Tianyuan continent, seeking refuge in the Tianwu continent, biding their time to regain strength and reclaim their former glory. Ziyu, observing Iron's cowardly demeanor, felt a deep sense of disdain for his bullying of the weak. She took a step back, distancing herself from him, fearful that his weakness might taint her attire. In this bustling marketplace, I shall temporarily spare you. I will have someone follow you, and when I catch you, then, unbeknownst to her, Iron was secretly vowing vengeance in his heart. He cast a sinister glance at the beautiful figure before him, imagining the delightful moment to come. Thus, he departed in a dejected and resentful manner. The two subordinates who were kicked away by Hao Chun were naturally attended to by others. Tai Tianqing hurriedly departed, primarily to tend to his injuries. For cultivators, sustaining injuries is not a significant matter. By consuming healing elixirs, they can recover in no time. Secondly, he needed to mobilize troops to track down Hao Chun and his two companions, commanding, capture all males regardless of their fate, and bring back the females, no matter their size. After Tai Tianqing left, Hao Chun and Ziyu turned around only to find that Xiao Chui had vanished, prompting them to search frantically. Suddenly, they spotted Xiao Chui at a snack stall, indulging in food, which brought them relief. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, it was time to rest. Hao Chun, with a resigned glance at the drowsy Xiao Chui, settled the bill, picked her up, and, accompanied by Ziyu, headed toward the inn. As they walked, Hao Chun sensed he was being followed and quickened his pace. Seeking a secluded spot, he swiftly stored the two women in the jade pendant space before entering the inn alone to rest. According to his original plan, Hao Chun had come to Qianya City to investigate the lair of the demon sect, but unexpectedly stumbled upon information regarding a mysterious organization that aimed to assassinate the little princess of Qianan City and plunder the treasure vault. With both the person and treasure within reach, Hao Chun was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Upon revisiting Qianya City to uncover the secrets of the spherical engraved jade stone and procure daily necessities, he encountered the debauched Tai Tianqing. Hao Chun mused, "If you refrain from provoking me further and cease your pursuits, I shall not pursue total annihilation." Instead, his priority lay in deciphering the map inscribed on the spherical jade stone and seeking the hidden ruins. Hao Chun had already exerted considerable effort in thwarting the demon sect's plans, and after repeated disruptions, the sect had sustained significant damage. It would likely take a decade or more for them to regain their former strength. Unfazed by the followers outside the inn, Hao Chun sat on the bed, engrossed in unraveling the map on the spherical jade stone. Chapter 522. Following the map as the moon set and the sun rose. Another bright and sunny day dawned. Sensing unusual activity within the spatial realm of the demon suppression tower, Hao Chun discerned the intent of Yu Xiaolan, who communicated with him telepathically. He promptly entered the spatial realm of the demon suppression tower. Qing'er and Xiaolan were pleasantly surprised to find Hao Chun in this place. The two were quietly cultivating, their skills rapidly advancing. Particularly, Yu Xiaolan had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage within just 2 days of entering the tower. With the aid of medicinal pills, she could soon break through to the next realm. Qing'er, having only just entered the late foundation establishment phase, was but a step away from condensing her Dan and advancing to the Yuan Dan realm. Yu Xiaolan beckoned Hao Chun to come closer. Recalling the geographic location marked on the map inscribed on the spherical jade stone, which should lie within the Seoul Martial Forest, an unclaimed public area. Having listened to Yu Xiaolan's analysis, Hao Chun found her insights to be quite apparent. This time, he did not rush to leave. Cultivators capable of entering the spatial realm of the demon suppression tower were indeed fated individuals. Thus, he conferred with the two women, conducting a thorough examination of their bodies to arrange their cultivation appropriately according to their physical attributes. It was at this moment that Yu Xiaolan realized how formidable this young man, who was of a similar age to her own, truly was. Such youthful mastery at the mid-stage of the transformation realm is something I have only heard of, never witnessed. All previous sentiments of gratitude and concern for this individual were in vain. He is truly the wolf in sheep's clothing, mused Yu Xiaolan. The demon suppression tower is a treasure refined by Hao Chun, and everything within resonates with his spirit. Naturally, every thought is reflected back through the tower's connection. I am merely inspecting your physical attributes. Do not fear. I harbor no ulterior motives, Hao Chun stated, having already discerned the thoughts of the two women. Yu Xiaolan, with an air of boldness, approached Hao Chun, presenting herself for examination. After scanning her physique, Hao Chun seized her left wrist, conducting a meticulous diagnosis. At that moment, as Hao Chun held her wrist, an unexpected sense of comfort washed over Yu Xiaolan. She observed his expression with a sidelong glance, noting the clarity and purity in his gaze, devoid of any suggestive demeanor. His long, dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, his porcelain skin radiated, and his straight nose and defiant eyes exuded an imposing aura. His tall, handsome figure captivated her, leaving Yu Xiaolan in a daze. As Hao Chun focused intently on the pulse, Yu Xiaolan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Do you experience the agony of being plunged into an ice cellar at the onset of each lunar month? Hao Chun inquired, noticing her rosy complexion. Yes. How did you discern that? Yu Xiaolan replied, astonished at his insight. If I am not mistaken, you possess the physique of a hidden pulse mysticine body. The severity of your condition intensifies with each episode, and you may already know that your life is but half a year long, Hao Chun speculated, drawing a parallel to Yi Xiaohan's similar constitution. All I wished was to do something for my father at the end of my life. Yet this is the outcome. Yu Xiaolan lamented, tears welling in her voice. Do not weep, everything will be fine. If you are willing, I shall heal your affliction and expedite your cultivation progress. Rest assured, Hao Chun reassured her, observing her helpless demeanor. "Ah, is that true? Please tell me, what is the method?" Yu Xiaolan's spirits lifted at the prospect of a remedy for her mystic Yin body, her eagerness to learn the treatment evident. However, Hao Chen could not divulge the details just yet. It would be prudent to wait until he encountered Yi Xiaoan, who could explain how to cure the mystic Yin body before making further plans. Regarding the dual cultivation methods, Hao Chen only possessed knowledge of the male practices and was not thoroughly versed in the female techniques. He needed to consult Yi Xiaoan for the specifics, especially since the secrets of dual cultivation were still safeguarded by her. For now, he assured Yu Xiaolan, everything must remain confidential. When the new moon arrives, I will help alleviate your suffering temporarily. Hao Chen, possessing a multi-attribute physique, had cultivated the Shaoyang Sutra, allowing him to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into his own being. One can directly consume the essence of the Xianyin, yet it merely alleviates the symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. To fundamentally cure this Xianyin constitution, one must engage in union with a pure yang body or a man possessing attributes of lightning, thereby achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Qing'er, endowed with her family's heritage, does not require assistance with her cultivation techniques. However, elixirs are invaluable treasures for her lineage. It is well known that the demon race cannot refine pills, not even the divine beasts among them. The essence contained within the demon constitution is composed of demon energy, and demon fire cannot be utilized for alchemical pursuits. In contrast, humans possess true essence, and true essence fire is suitable for pill refinement. Should one generate celestial essence fire within, the alchemical process would be rendered even more exquisite. In light of their differing constitutions, Hao Chen bestowed upon the two women a plethora of elixirs, each meticulously enclosed within separate storage pouches. Upon inspecting the contents of the pouches, the two women were left utterly astounded, particularly Yu Xiaolan, who discovered within one pouch a tome titled Ice-Cold Scripture. Tears streamed down her cheeks, for she had only glimpsed records of this celestial level, unparalleled cultivation technique within books. For practitioners of the Xianyin constitution, such a treasure is a rare and coveted find. While the two women were momentarily transfixed, Hao Chen had already vanished from the earthy confines of the demon suppression tower. Following Yu Xiaolan's assessment and comparing it to the map of the Tianwu continent, he reached a conclusion. Retracing his steps, he returned to the Soul Martial Forest to seek the location marked on the spherical engraved jade stone. Boom. After traversing two great mountains and reaching the summit of another, he paused to rest. Yet, before he could settle in, the sounds of battle erupted in the distance. Following the noise with his gaze, he observed two factions engaged in a fierce struggle at the foot of the mountain. It appeared that the disheveled elder from the Li family and the young city, Lord Li Kunyu, were clashing with a mysterious organization. Hao Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, the followers of the Divine Church, who had been trailing Hao Chen, rushed to the scene. Had it not been for Hao Chen's deliberate actions, the speed of the Iron Heavenly Walkers, possessing the transformation realm, would have rendered them incapable of even catching a glimpse of him. At this moment, through spiritual transmission, Ziyu and Xiao Chui apprised Hao Chen of the pursuit by the Iron Heavenly Walker and suggested that they emerge as decoys. Naturally, the two women acquiesced, particularly Ziyu, who was eager to toy with the followers of Iron Heavenly Walker. The trio frolicked atop the mountain for a while, the two women marveling at the grandeur of the Soul Martial Forest, reluctant to return to the Jade Pendant space. As they observed the approach of the Iron Heavenly Walker and his companions, Hao Chen saw the bait had been taken and conferred with Ziyu and Xiao Chui, instructing them to visit the Demon Suppression Tower to entertain Qing'er and Yu Xiaolan. The two women gladly agreed to this arrangement. After ensuring the two were settled, Hao Chen suddenly vanished, concealing himself. Chapter 523. The Search for the Secret Realm, Part 1. A multitude of dozens led by Iron Heavenly Walker arrived at the place where Hao Chen and the others had hidden. Upon inspection, they found no trace of the trio, leading them to believe that the three had descended to the foot of the mountain to join the fray. However, Iron Heavenly Walker did not hastily descend. Instead, he stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the crowd below, searching for Hao Chen and his companions. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black approached Iron Heavenly Walker and remarked, "Our pursuers may have already descended. Then what are we waiting for? Let us swiftly descend and obliterate them all." Iron Heavenly Walker retorted. "Fool." Tianxing shook his head and said, "No, Look at their numbers. If we go down to provoke them, there's a chance that the conflict between them may cease, turning their wrath upon us instead. In this ambiguous situation, where the alliances of both sides remain unclear, the only viable strategy is to stealthily infiltrate and strike them by surprise. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating them. Indeed, the young master is truly astute, the middle-aged man in black pondered. I will lead the team to infiltrate immediately. Very well. Exercise caution and ensure you remain concealed, Tianxing nodded, giving his orders. Thus, a squad member stayed atop the mountain with Tianxing, while the rest followed the middle-aged man in black, quietly making their way down towards the foot of the mountain. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the group led by the middle-aged man had reached a patch of dense undergrowth. Mere dozens of yards away from the battling factions, the middle-aged man parted the foliage and scrutinized the battlefield. Turning to a somewhat foolish-looking black-clad man beside him, he instructed, "You three from Team 3 remain here. I will lead Team 2 around the other side. Wait for my signal, and we shall launch a simultaneous ambush." With that, the middle-aged man, accompanied by more than 20 others, swiftly maneuvered through the underbrush to the opposite side. Moments later, he signaled for action. Attack! Without any forewarning, the men in black from the cult surged forth from either side of the warring factions. The middle-aged man leaped from the thicket, sending one of the combatants flying with a strike. Li Kunyu exclaimed in alarm. "Old ancestor, we've been ambushed. We must retreat quickly." "Damn it," the disheveled elder scowled. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but this matter is not yet resolved. You will pay for this. We retreat." With that, he took several steps back, waving for Li Kunyu and the others to withdraw hastily. Hao Chun concealed himself in the shadows, observing as the Li family retreated, gradually disappearing from view. However, he was certain that the Li family would not simply let this matter rest. Members of the mysterious organization, including Dailan, as well as Hao Chun and Yu Xiaolan, successively departed from the Li family treasury. The Li family patriarch and Li Linrong began to tally the items in the treasury, only to discover that the spherical engraved jade had vanished without a trace. This spherical engraved jade was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, boasting a history of several centuries. Countless efforts by the Li family over generations had been devoted to deciphering the jade's engravings, yet its whereabouts had remained elusive. The reason it was stored in the treasury was that the ancestors of the Li family had already made imprints and sketches of the jade. To ensure its safety, they had kept the original in the treasury, thus preventing its loss should an unfortunate event befall an individual. With the theft of the spherical engraved jade, the three Li family members unanimously suspected a beautiful woman. This was due to Li Kunyu's previous encounter with her at the Yihong courtyard, where they had indulged in wine and shared intimate moments. While Li Kunyu was indeed familiar with the woman's aura, he was unaware that during their time together, he had succumbed to the effects of an enchanted intoxication. In his inebriated state, he had mistaken the one he had shared those moments with, as it was not the beautiful woman he thought. The mysterious organization had orchestrated a grand scheme to obtain the original drawing of the spherical engraved jade, yet they had failed to extract any information from Li Kunyu. Ultimately, they resorted to the drastic measure of intercepting a bride to glean the location of the treasury. In the serene confines of the Yihong courtyard, they awaited the arrival of a captivating woman, akin to a hunter poised for an unsuspecting prey. Fortune favored the diligent. As the Li family discerned that the enchanting lady, upon acquiring the spherical inscribed jade, would inevitably deliver it to her unseen benefactor, the Li family, with unwavering patience, awaited her departure. Once the members of the enigmatic organization convened, the alluring woman discreetly exited through the back entrance of the courtyard. The revered ancestor of the Li family and Li Kunyu, accompanied by their kin, stealthily trailed her into the valley. Such commotion, with a multitude of individuals, could not escape the watchful eyes of the various factions within Xinya City, who promptly dispatched scouts to follow suit, nor could it elude the attention of certain rogue cultivators. While the beautiful woman, Dailan, and her entourage were taking a respite, they were suddenly ambushed. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tai Tianxing and his companions, Dailan's group might have faced utter annihilation. "Ah, brother, your arrival is remarkably fortuitous. We owe you our gratitude, or else we would have been doomed. We shall forego these spoils. Please accept them as a token of our appreciation," Dailan remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. The middle-aged man in black observed the chaotic battleground, then smiled at Dailan, saying, "Then let us dispense with any pretense. He gestured to his clumsy companion in black to gather the spoils. As the skirmish concluded, Tai Tianxing approached with a questioning expression. Dailin, what brings you to this place? With a playful smile, Dailin replied, would you like to strike it rich? Indeed, Tai Tianxing exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Pray tell, what is this opportunity you speak of? I have discovered a spherical inscribed jade and, relying on my memory, sketched a rough map. Although I have yet to transport the original, I have located the entrance to the secret realm, Dailin said, a smile gracing her lips. What? Tai Tianxing exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man in black. Turning back to Dailin, he declared, Sister, such a splendid opportunity is one we cannot miss. Your trust in me is greatly appreciated. It seems my words ring true. Truly, you are a person of great fortune. Subsequently, Dailin produced the map she had drawn from memory, and the trio, squatting before a relatively flat stone, began to study the layout. After a fragrant incense stick burned down, the three reached a consensus and selected a target. They, along with their subordinates, set forth towards the designated location of the secret realm. Meanwhile, those severely injured from the earlier conflict were tended to by the lightly wounded, remaining behind to guard the area. Proceeding with minimal encumbrance, their pace remained unaffected. However, Tai Tianxing appeared troubled as he remarked to the middle-aged man in black. The three who followed us have gone silent. Could they be pursuing the secret realm as well? Sighing, the middle-aged man from the Divine Church responded, Young Master, I suspect they have already located the entrance to the secret realm. Perhaps they have entered it by now. Tai Tianxing and Dailin collaborated in their search for the entrance to the secret realm. The ancestor of the Li family was not so naive. The loss of the inscribed jade meant the Li family believed the treasure map was no longer a secret. Dailin's presence here indicated that the members of the mysterious organization had unraveled the secrets of the spherical inscribed jade. As predicted, just after the departure of the members of the cult and the mysterious organization, the elder of the Li family, accompanied by his kin, circled back to the site of the recent conflict. They stealthily followed Tai Tianxing and his cohort from the cult, keeping a watchful eye on their collaborators from the enigmatic organization. Chapter 524, The Search for the Secret Realm, Part 2. Haochen's intuition proved correct. The Li family members, filled with reluctance, returned to the battleground. After a brief pause, they quietly trailed behind Dailin and the others. Just as Haochen contemplated leaving the area, an elderly man clad in black emerged from his hiding place, hastily pursuing the Li family. Haochen recognized this figure as Dailin's adoptive father, the black-clad elder. However, he remained unaware of the elder's true identity as the infamous assassin, Fu Qinglin, a top-tier killer from the Tiannan Assassins Guild. The mysterious organization in question was none other than the Tiannan Assassins Guild, renowned for being one of the most enigmatic entities aside from the cult itself. They exclusively accept high-level assassination contracts, with exorbitant fees. Membership in the Tiannan Assassins Guild appears to be limited to those at the Yuandan stage and above, who undergo rigorous selection and brutal training, with only the fittest surviving to become official assassins. Assassins are categorized by their ranks: gold, silver, bronze, and iron badge killers. Iron badge killers are at the Yuandan level, bronze badge killers at the Yuanying level, silver badge killers at the Huashan level, and gold badge killers at the Funshan level. There are also super assassins, such as the Ziyu killers at the Hunyuan level, the Moyu killers at the Jia level, and the supreme killers at the Deshang level. However, it has been a millennium since anyone within the Tiannan Assassins Guild has achieved such a prestigious honor. It is said that all assassins are capable of executing cross-tier assassinations. The members of the guild also require cultivation resources. Thus, the search for secret realm resources presents a significant temptation for them. Successfully infiltrating the Li family treasury and retreating undetected would greatly enhance the guild's power. Yet, all of this has been thwarted by Haochen. Dailin, a gold badge assassin, is associated with the dark schemes of Fu Qinglin, who has been covertly building his own faction in Qinya City. These individuals do not officially belong to the Assassins Guild. Upon seeing the black-clad elder depart, Haochen emerged from his concealed vantage point atop the mountain, brushing off the dust from his attire. With a mere thought, he vanished in a flash of movement. Following closely behind the black-clad elder, the two of them traversed several peaks, leaving them far behind. After an indeterminate passage of time, an enormous, towering mountain loomed ahead, obstructing their path. The peak was barren, and the sheer cliff face appeared as smooth as a mirror, as though it had been cleaved by a colossal blade. Without looking up closely, One might easily mistake this natural formation for a finely crafted work of art. Could it be another mountain? Dylan exclaimed in astonishment, closely trailing Tai Tianqing. Haochen's consciousness swept over the scene, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, as he muttered, "Why is it still a mountain cliff? Damn it! Where is the entrance to the secret realm?" Tai Tianqing, unable to endure the fatigue of their prolonged flight, could no longer contain his frustration and cursed vehemently. Dylan found herself in agreement with Tai Tianqing's crude outburst. However, being a woman, she refrained from uttering any foul language. Yet, she did not despise him for voicing her own sentiments. The middle-aged man clad in black beside Tai Tianqing cast a piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, directly blocking their path at the towering peak. His countenance, already frosty, appeared even more haughty, as if encased in ice. At this moment, however, Tai Tianqing disregarded everyone around him. Feeling vexed, he suddenly soared into the air. With a resounding thud, he leaped high and landed harshly, resembling a dog in an undignified position upon the ground. Dylan watched with keen interest, her lips curling into a smile as she privately mused, "Ah, haste makes waste." How infuriating that such a restriction was set without any prior indication. Covered in dirt with a mouthful of mud, Tai Tianqing clumsily rose, grumbling in frustration. Dylan couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight at his predicament. Could this truly be the secret place? Otherwise, why would there be such a prohibition against flight? Which eminent figure had left behind this hidden realm, clearly showing a deep affection for the precipice? It must be said that sometimes the truth is utterly astonishing. Upon witnessing what was deemed the secret location, Dylan couldn't help but admire the prowess of the ancient masters. At that moment, the middle-aged man in black flashed forward and arrived at the edge of the cliff. He reached out to caress the mirror-like smooth wall, and then, with a flicker of intent, his consciousness surged forth to probe the glistening surface. Yet, after several breaths, he furrowed his brow in disappointment, having discovered nothing. There was not even a hint of a mechanism, nor the slightest imperfection or crack. The entire mountain peak was indeed as smooth as a polished mirror, devoid of any flaws. However, this eerie, barren mountain had obstructed their path. If his conjecture was incorrect, and this was not the mechanism leading to the entrance of the secret realm, then where lay the entrance? If this place offered no passage, how would one enter the hidden domain? Regrettably, during the fierce struggle over the map, no one was willing to relinquish the treasures of the secret realm for themselves, each fiercely pursuing their own interests. In the chaos, they inadvertently destroyed the map, managing only to grasp the general location of the secret place, oblivious to its intricate details, including the very entrance. Now, it was impossible for Dylan to redraw the map, for in the Li family's treasure vault, she had hastily examined the spherical engraved jade, only retaining a vague outline in her memory. Naturally, the middle-aged man in black would not easily concede defeat, while he could not precisely ascertain the entrance's location. He could at least make some educated guesses. This peculiar mountain clearly obstructed the final pathway, suggesting that the entrance to the secret realm must be connected to it. The most likely scenario was that the mechanism to open it resided atop this very peak, though he had yet to uncover it. At that moment, members of the Li family reappeared before them, followed closely by various factions and wandering cultivators, all converging upon this location. "Brother Kunyu, you have also arrived. It seems this place will soon become a battleground for the heroes of the Tianwu continent." As Tai Tianqing observed Li Kunyu from the Li family approaching, he feigned cordiality in his greeting. Both were notorious scions of Qianya City, undoubtedly familiar with one another. However, none were privy to Tai Tianqing's true identity. Despite his lack of scholarly pursuits, he remained tight-lipped about all matters pertaining to the divine sect, resolutely concealing his identity. A middle-aged man in black, intending to expel the Li family and others from the area, hesitated upon witnessing Tai Tianqing's cordial exchange with the Li family, suppressing his initial thoughts. At that moment, the elder in black, Fu Qinglin, had undergone a transformation, disguising himself as a frail elder at the late Yuandan stage, appearing beside Dylan. Now that he had arrived, they would act in unison. The secret realm map was undoubtedly a possession of the Li family, and having an additional ally would surely bolster their strength. Noting the expression of the middle-aged man in black, the elder discreetly communicated with him. The middle-aged man pondered this, and, regaining his composure, unleashed his divine sense once more, meticulously scouring every inch of the area. The others, not to be outdone, followed suit, having gleaned the middle-aged man's intentions. Even Tai Tianxing, grumbling, released his divine sense, determined to find a suitable spot to conduct his search. It was imperative to locate the entrance promptly and unlock the gates of the secret domain to seize the extraordinary treasures within. Should more individuals become aware of their movements and arrive to partake, it would truly be a case of diminishing returns. Chapter 525. The entrance to the secret realm. However, the adventurers were unprepared for the unforeseen occurrence that transpired. The unknown pursuers, employing some form of communication spell, alerted their respective factions, leading to a steady influx of thousands into the area. It is worth noting that Dai had nearly risked her life to obtain the map. Were it not for Hao Chen's deliberate leniency, she would likely be languishing in a dungeon, barely alive or stripped of her powers, reduced to a mere tool for venting frustrations. During the skirmishes within the Li family's treasury, Dai had expended nearly all her valuables. These artifacts and cultivation resources had been painstakingly acquired, and their excessive consumption had nearly caused her great distress. Had she not envisioned the immense opportunities and rewards within the secret realm, she would hardly have been willing to make such a significant investment. However, once inside the Li family treasury, being cornered compelled her to consume vast amounts of medicinal pills and even self-destruct artifacts. In the face of adversaries, she had no choice but to exhaust her resources and fight desperately for survival. Presently, the Li family suspected that the engraved jade had been stolen by Dai, though she had not taken that particular item. With the adversaries temporarily refraining from seeking retribution, Dai naturally chose to provoke the Li family members. For the pursuit of treasure within the secret realm was of utmost importance. At such a critical juncture, internal strife would prove disastrous. Thus, Dai disregarded the Li family members and meticulously sought the entrance to the secret realm. However, after 3 full hours had elapsed, everyone remained empty-handed. They had thoroughly examined every inch of the smooth, mirror-like stone wall. At that moment, a rather simple-minded black-clad individual who had accompanied Tai Tianxing suddenly moved, his toes lightly touching the ground as he attempted to soar into the air, aiming to glimpse the peak of the mountain. Boom! Unexpectedly, akin to a foolhardy dog indulging in excrement, he found himself abruptly toppled to the ground by an invisible barrier. Despite having just risen to a height of over a yard. Damn it, even the low skies harbor restrictions. He could not even take flight. The foolishly naive man in black had never anticipated such a sudden collision with the barrier. Half in pain and half in embarrassment, he began to curse vehemently. The bumbling figure in black, striving to enhance his agility, hastily attempted to leap to the summit of the mountain, only to be once again met with a disorienting impact. Tumbling head over heels, the others could not help but erupt in laughter. Yet, having learned from the previous misfortune, they cast aside their reckless desire to ascend directly and earnestly resumed their search. At this moment, the members of the Li family joined in the quest to uncover the entrance to the secret realm and its mechanisms. Li Kunyu, the young lord of Qinya City, diligently scrutinized the stone wall, inch by inch, with his fingers, much like the others. The bumbling man in black shot an indignant glare at the backs of several individuals, silently cursing under his breath before bracing his waist and returning to the stone wall, reluctantly resuming his search. Meanwhile, Hao Yin remained concealed in the void nearby, analyzing the strength of these individuals. He had yet to discern the true cultivation levels of the Li family's ancestors, the elderly man in black, or the foolishly naive figure. Each employed methods of concealing their strengths that rivaled Hao Yin's own. He observed that the formidable beings here all masked their true capabilities. Growing increasingly restless, Hao Yin crossed his arms, lazily surveying those scouring the stone wall, their bodies nearly pressed against it, searching with fervor as if the wall were a beloved's visage, caressing it repeatedly. Hao Yin deemed their efforts futile. Their peculiar fascination with the precipice was of no concern to him. However, any delay in his quest for treasure within the secret realm was unacceptable. Such a simple ancient formation had stumped these individuals, showcasing that even the so-called elite talents of the Tianwu continent were perhaps mere names without substance. Following the elderly man in black to this location, Hao Yin discreetly retrieved a spherical engraved jade, cross-referencing it with a map to confirm that this was indeed the entrance to the secret realm. With his prior experience in several explorations of secret locations, Hao Yin was not preoccupied with how to enter the realm, but rather with devising a method to exit. After a brief contemplation, he quietly took flight, seeking a solitary peak where he could use his powers to create a smooth, flat expanse of rock approximately a yard in size. Here, he intended to inscribe a bidirectional teleportation array for unforeseen circumstances. Given Hao Yian's current level of cultivation and expertise in formations, he completed the inscription of the teleportation array within an hour. After calibration to meet the teleportation conditions and pinpointing the spatial channel coordinates, Hao Yan speculated that this teleportation array would nearly rival the one set by Yi Huanxiao in the Kunyu secret realm of the Dark Night Forest. With the teleportation array established and the energy stones properly affixed, he ensured it remained in an activated state. If this teleportation array were not subject to human destruction or struck by lightning, Hao Chen would confidently assert that its lifespan could extend for a century. He then set up several lethal formations and illusions to safeguard the array. Upon his return to the entrance of the secret realm, the people were still on the stone wall, searching for traces to unlock the entrance. Hao Chen, unwilling to wait any longer, gently flicked his fingers, and a strand of true essence swiftly merged into a point on the stone wall. Suddenly, the once smooth wall trembled violently. Those few who were nearly climbing up to sniff it felt a jolt in their palms. They then heard the sound of cracking, as if the stone wall were fracturing. The continuous noise was accompanied by the sound of stones and gravel cascading down. The middle-aged man in black from the divine sect was the first to freeze in shock, his figure flashing as he leaped away from the wall, standing at a distance while observing the continuously crumbling stone surface, his gaze wavering. The others, too, felt a shiver run through them as fragments of stone flew, striking them painfully. Could the mountain be on the verge of collapsing? The adventurers simultaneously considered this possibility, promptly retreating, albeit in a state of disarray, covered in dust. Tai Tianqing exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, and in an instant, they arrived beside Dailin. Junior sister Dailin, what on earth is happening? Tai Tianqing inquired. I have no idea, Dailin replied, gazing at the stones tumbling from the wall. She then shifted her tone, saying, however, I suspect that the falling stones could be a good omen, potentially breaking the restrictions on the wall, allowing us to leap over it. Could it be that this mountain is about to collapse, and the entrance to the secret realm lies beyond? Li Kunyu also approached the elder, seeking clarity. If it collapses, that would indeed be fortunate. The restrictions on the wall would naturally dissolve, enabling us to leap to the other side of the mountain in search of the entrance. The elder of the Li family explained to Li Kunyu. Chapter 526. Timely assistance. Hearing the conversation among the Li family elder and others, Hao Chen smiled faintly. Utilizing the art of deception, he disguised himself again, transforming into a youthful cultivator at the early stage of the Yuandan realm, and stealthily approached the stone wall. However, his gaze remained fixed on the stones that continued to fall, and the now uneven surface of the wall, lost in thought. The formation was compromised, and the door to the secret realm was about to be unveiled. At that moment, the incessant cascade of stones ceased. The once smooth stone wall remained unblemished, retaining its original flatness. Yet, at a height of about 10 feet, an oval-shaped depression suddenly appeared on the wall. The elder of the Li family widened his eyes in astonishment at the emergence of this oval cavity, while the beautiful Dailin was equally taken aback. Hao Chen, however, inwardly mused, so this is how it is. It seems the master of this secret realm possesses a fascinating strategy. With illusions set beneath 10 feet, and a dual setup of illusions and restrictions above. No wonder we could only ascend 3 feet at the wall. Thousands of people, including the elder of the Li family, clearly had no understanding of the formation at the cliff's edge. In fact, this is quite normal. The Tianwu continent venerates martial cultivation. The study of formations has long been relegated to the trivial. Typically, those with exceptional talent in martial arts are singularly focused on their training, often neglecting the exploration of other skills. As a result, these individuals fail to grasp the essence of formations, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the recess. This confusion was particularly evident in the elder of the Li family and Dailin, both of whom had encountered spherical engraved jade stones before. Bring it out now. Do not conceal it any longer. The spherical engraved jade stone is the key to unlocking this secret realm, exclaimed the elder of the Li family, his realization dawning first. Dailin, who was already aware of the spherical engraved jade stone, internally compared it to the recess before her. Indeed, the recess resembled the jade stone precisely. Yet she regrettably had not brought it with her. As the elder's words hung in the air, all present turned their gazes toward Dailin, including Hao Chen, who teasingly observed her discomfort. However, instead of stepping forward, Dylan instinctively took a step back, her hand pressed against her chest, her eyes darting nervously at those around her. As if anticipating an imminent assault, adopting a defensive stance characteristic of women. What do you mean, Dylan? Iron Tianxing was the first to lose his composure, his voice low and questioning. Hurry and produce the key to unlock the entrance to the secret realm. The elder of the Li family fixed Dylan with a frigid glare. As if he were regarding a corpse, his voice laced with fury. Dylan paid no heed to Iron Tianxing's demeanor. However, the elder's unabashed murderous intent sent a chill down her spine, causing her to instinctively retreat yet another step. I truly do not possess the key to the secret realm. Dylan suppressed her fear, refusing to acknowledge the existence of the key. Yet, she mused internally, is the Li family deliberately framing me? Indeed. She had entered the Li family's treasury and seen the treasure map, even imprinting it onto the spherical engraved jade stone before escaping the treasury. Dylan and her adoptive father had not stolen the key. Their intention was merely to take an imprint and depart unnoticed. They believed that if they were discovered during the Li family's inventory check, the absence of valuable items would not warrant further investigation. However, all of this was unexpectedly disrupted by Haochen. The Li family had accounted for the treasures in the treasury. Yet the spherical engraved jade stone was the sole item missing, a treasure safeguarded by the Li family for generations, merely awaiting the deciphering of the treasure map. The elder of the Li family harbored an intense hatred for anyone who entered the treasury. Hearing Dylan's denial of stealing the spherical engraved jade stone left him speechless with rage. Dylan and her companions had, under the pretense of being the princess of Qianan City during the wedding of the younger Li Kunyu, extracted the secrets of the Li family's treasury from him and subsequently infiltrated the treasury to steal the spherical engraved jade stone. In the elder's mind, there was no doubt that Dylan had pilfered the spherical engraved jade stone. He planned to eliminate Dylan and all present once the entrance to the secret realm was opened, intending to eradicate any trace of this transgression. In the heart of the Li family's ancestral patriarch, the secret realm is regarded as the Li family's own domain, and the treasures within are deemed the family's rightful possessions. At the foot of the mountain, a feigned defeat was orchestrated by the patriarch. During the confrontation at the mountain's base, he detected the presence of the cult's members and refrained from annihilating them in public view. Over the years, Qianan City has fallen under the control of the cult, which the patriarch knows to be a nefarious sect despised across the Tianyuan continent. However, the Li family's strength is insufficient to contend with such malevolence. Thus the patriarch has endured in silence, biding his time for the right moment. This act of feigned defeat was a strategic move to preserve their strength, intending to deal with the cultists once they entered the secret realm. At this juncture, the others perceive Dylan merely as a key, particularly Tianxing, who shows little regard for his younger sister. After fleeing to the Tianwu continent, the cult leader, Taixing, concealed his identity and built his power, seeking a resurgence. Consequently, he encouraged his offspring to join various sects to cultivate their abilities and discreetly recruit talent. Tianxing was sent to the Hunk sect by Taixing at a young age. Living up to expectations, he was accepted into the sect based on his merit and established the Tianxing society within, receiving covert support from the cult to broaden his network and expand his influence. Dylan, on the other hand, is a genuine disciple of the Hunk sect, known by her true name, Hundalin. Though not part of the same faction, she and Tianxing are nonetheless siblings in the same sect. Unexpectedly, as the gate to the secret realm was about to be opened, Dylan refused to present the key required for entry. At that moment, Tianxing, much like the Li patriarch, unabashedly unleashed a murderous aura. "Do you truly believe we cannot seize the key from you?" sneered the foolishly arrogant figure in black, casting a disdainful glance at Dylan. "I have told you. I possess no key. I merely obtained a map," Dylan retorted with contempt. With a cold glance, Tianxing furrowed his brow and clenched his fist, his murderous intent palpable. "Speak your mind," he demanded icily, fixing Dylan with a chilling stare. Unfazed by the expressions of those around her, Dylan was only wary of the Li patriarch, especially with her adoptive father providing protection. Should she fail to produce the key to the secret realm at this moment, she would indeed become the target of scorn. "I am the one whom you kicked in the Li family's treasury. The spherical engraved jade stone is in my possession." Just as she faced this predicament, a young man clad in black, at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, quietly approached Dylan. Chapter 527. Setting aside past grievances. Thank you. Thank you. Dylan felt as though she had taken a refreshing sip of ice water on a scorching day upon hearing Hao Yan's transmission. Now, you must regard me as your subordinate to resolve this crisis. Hao Yan conveyed through their mental connection, his confidence bolstered, allowing him to speak with conviction. In that case, I shall no longer keep secrets. My thoughts are as follows. Once the secret realm is unveiled, only those who possess the qualifications of martial masters, or cultivators at the foundational level and above, may enter. This restriction is clearly delineated on the spherical engraved jade stone. Hence, various factions must form alliances to gain entry. The Li family has discovered this secret realm, granting them the privilege to be the first to enter. I, as the keyholder, must ensure that our team is the second to step inside. Following us will be the members of the divine sect. As for other factions and wandering cultivators, I wonder if this arrangement is acceptable? Indeed, the crowd responded in unison. Furthermore, it is imperative to limit the number of entrants. The reason for this limitation lies in the fact that only 5,000 teleportation jade talismans were prepared in advance. According to the customary practice of entering the secret realm, these will be distributed to each sect in exchange for spirit stones to sustain the teleportation formation outside the secret realm. At this moment, the elder of the Li family seized the opportunity to speak. In truth, this has been the Li family's meticulous preparation over the years to unlock the secret realm, justifying their extensive efforts to locate its entrance. They are also aware that once the secret realm is opened, the controlling power will be seized by the rulers of the Qinyuan realm. After all, the secret realm does not belong to any individual or sect. It is akin to the shared smaller secret lands between Dark Knight City and Black Magic City. Once the plan was established, various factions began their preparations, forming a temporary alliance led by the elder of the Li family. Each sect designated their members to construct the teleportation formation. The elder of the Li family commissioned a middle-aged nascent soul cultivator from Qinya City to oversee the sale of teleportation jade talismans and the construction of the formation. After several hours of bustling activity, the moment arrived. Junior brother, the door to the secret realm is opening. I shall lead the formation for you. Dalin joyfully addressed Hao Chun as her junior brother. Very well, I shall heed your instructions, Hao Chun replied, and with a sudden burst of energy, he darted towards the groove on the stone wall, retrieving the spherical engraved jade stone. With a decisive motion, he pressed it into the recess of the stone wall. As the spherical jade stone was embedded, the entire mountain began to tremble, resonating with a series of thunderous roars. With each resounding boom, the illusion array on the stone wall was shattered. Below the wall, the stone surface gradually ascended from the ground, lifting as a whole. The rising stone wall revealed not a dark passage but a breathtaking scene of vibrant colors, adorned with extraordinary flowers and herbs. The aura emanating from the secret realm was several times denser than that found in the cultivation valleys of Qinya City. A sense of awe washed over the crowd, marveling at the magnitude of effort required to transform the stone wall into a gateway, showcasing rare herbs and an abundance of spiritual energy. Hao Chun, with his keen perceptive abilities, realized that these enchanting visuals were merely an illusion. The true entrance to the secret realm likely lay beyond the illusion array. As the wall opened, the crowd remained patient, taking a moment to pause, wary of potential traps. When the stone wall ceased its ascent and everything came to a standstill, they proceeded to enter the teleportation array in an orderly fashion. Hao Chun did not immediately follow Dalin into the secret realm. Instead, he swiftly flew to the opening mechanism of the stone wall, retrieved the spherical engraved jade stone, and promptly returned to step into the passage. Once all had crossed through the stone door, the wall began to descend slowly. During this period, some solitary cultivators, along with practitioners from other factions who heard the news, frantically entered the secret realm. These individuals were determined to enter the mysterious domain, leaving any thoughts of how to exit for later. Those affiliated with sects possessed teleportation jade talismans, while outside the secret realm, a receiving array was constructed. This type of teleportation array could only receive but not transmit. Only if a corresponding teleportation array was established within the secret realm could there be two-way transportation. At this moment, in the outside world, Hao Chun was oblivious to the unfolding events. When Hao Chun retrieved the spherical engraved jade, he suddenly noticed a change in the patterns upon it. He understood that it was not only a treasure map, but also a guide within the secret land. Employing the technique of instantaneous movement, he followed closely behind Dylan. Observing her silhouette, Hao Chun smiled knowingly, finding Lin rather intriguing. The members of the Li family, Lin's exploration team, and a mysterious organization had entered the secret realm ahead of others. Other factions followed suit, gradually making their way into the depths of the mysterious land. Upon their arrival, they discovered an abundance of spiritual herbs and rare materials, inciting their greed as they eagerly began to gather the treasures. After a brief moment, the scenery abruptly shifted, and the individuals realized that what they had witnessed was merely an illusion. The place they occupied was, in fact, an expansive valley, illuminated by several moonlight stones, casting the hall in a bright glow. Before them lay sheer cliffs, and on the stone wall ahead, a spherical recess reappeared in their line of sight. The crowd stood in stunned silence, having already embedded the spherical engraved jade key into the stone wall. What were they to do? Without the key, were they to be trapped here? As panic ensued, Hao Qin stepped forward, retrieving the spherical engraved jade from the stone wall. With a swift motion, he reinserted it into the recess. With a grinding sound, a stone door opened within the recess. The crowd exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances toward Hao Qin. As the stone door swung open, a dark passageway emerged, wide enough for only one person to enter. Lin suggested that Hao Qin venture into the passage first, and after some deliberation, the group unanimously agreed with her proposal. They had no choice but to trust Hao Qin, as his actions in unlocking both the sheer stone wall and the passage demonstrated his boldness and meticulousness, marking him as a trustworthy individual. After removing the spherical engraved jade from the stone door, Hao Qin did not hesitate to bid farewell to the group. Before departing, he exchanged a thread of consciousness with Lin, facilitating communication between them. Within 100 miles, one could sense the other's thoughts. As they stepped into the passage, all eyes were fixed upon the inky darkness ahead. The passage was shrouded in obscurity, and the dim light from the moonlight stones offered little clarity regarding the situation within. Hao Qin resorted to employing the spirit eye technique, yet he discerned nothing particularly remarkable. Ahead lay a passage extending for 1,000 lengths, devoid of any complex renovations or divergent paths. However, the master of this secret place has set up at least 100 traps and formations within this passage. Hao Qin estimates that even a practitioner at the Spirit Division realm would require a considerable amount of time to decipher them. After 1 hour, Hao Qin finally arrived at a different location. Unexpectedly, he found himself illuminated by a sudden brightness. An invisible barrier obstructed his path, and under the scrutiny of the spirit eye technique, the barrier revealed its presence. He swiftly identified a weak point, concentrating his energy to pierce through it, and with a momentary shift, he crossed the barrier. Chapter 528. A heartfelt smile. The air was fresh, the environment serene, and the fragrance of flowers invigorated the lungs. What lay before him was not an illusionary array. Hao Qin beheld a genuine paradise beyond the mundane world. His eyes were met with a vibrant realm, devoid of human presence, almost comparable to the space within his jade pendant. He could not help but close his eyes and take a deep breath, only opening them after a considerable moment. Indeed, this was a secret place. The mastery of this formidable being was so profound that they could create such a haven. Remarkable. Without a doubt, this was a celestial paradise, a space crafted by a venerable expert. Hao Qin surmised that this must be an independent realm, a secluded paradise of its own. Surveying his surroundings, Hao Qin noted that this space was not particularly vast, roughly spanning 10 miles in circumference. To avoid arousing suspicion, he conducted a cursory examination and quickly understood that this was a garden of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. He intended to summon the 4 women from the demon suppression tower, but upon discovering that Qing'er and Yu Xiaolan were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, he refrained from disturbing them. This was indeed a garden of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, and he resolved to ensure that the harvesting did not reveal any signs of disturbance. He summoned Ziyu and Xiao Cui from the demon suppression tower and briefly explained the situation. Before he could finish, Xiao Cui, uninterested in Hao Qin's murmurs, took the initiative to act. Ziyu and Hao Qin selectively gathered spiritual herbs and medicinal materials that were over 1,000 years old, while Xiao Cui, unencumbered by reason, simply collected anything that caught her eye and was palatable. In a short time, she had made a chaotic mess of the garden. Ultimately, Hao Qin and Ziyu could only stand by in silence, watching Xiao Cui gleefully gather the herbs and medicinal plants, sharing a knowing smile. This was not merely harvesting. It was a frenzied play. It was not until she was drenched in sweat that she finally ceased her antics. This time, Hao Chen did not return them to the demon suppression tower, but instead took them back to the jade pendant space. With so many spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and treasures, Linger would be overwhelmed alone. After sending the two into the jade pendant space, Hao Chen performed a technique that summoned a gentle rain infused with a trace of spiritual liquid. Only after the garden of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants regained its vitality did he quietly exit the barrier, retreating to the 1,000-foot passage. As he withdrew, he meticulously restored the formations that had been deciphered until he was outside the 1,000-foot passage, at which point he sent a message for Dailin to lead the others into the passage. The group, after enduring numerous hardships to decipher the formations and evade traps, finally reached the last barrier, yet they found themselves at a loss on how to breach this ancient barrier. The venerable ancestor of the Li family unleashed his formidable powers to forcefully assault the barrier. Under his relentless onslaught, the barrier rippled like water, separating and then rejoining, rendering passage impossible. The manifest cultivation of the Li family's ancestor was at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, the highest among those present. Thus he naturally took the lead in breaking the formation. Following him were Dai Lin and Tai Tianxing, both at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm, while the others were primarily at the mid to early stages of the great martial master realm, alongside cultivators of the Yuan Dan realm and practitioners of the Demon Dan realm. However, Hao Chen held a different perspective. He believed that everyone possessed their hidden cards, and to this day, he had yet to fully discern the depths of the Li family's ancestor. At the command of the Li ancestor, dozens of individuals gathered their powers and struck the barrier. With Hao Chen intent on unraveling the barrier, he directed a surge of energy towards its weakest point. United in their efforts, the barrier shattered with a crisp sound. As they entered the barrier, they were enveloped in a tranquil environment, breathing in the fragrant floral scents. Upon seeing the ethereal treasures, the group mistook it for yet another idyllic locale, remaining motionless. This is not an illusion. Act swiftly. Hao Chen instinctively grasped Dai Lin's hand and urged her forward in a whisper. Understood. Dai Lin, though unsure of the rationale, felt an innate trust in Hao Chen. Perhaps from the moment they escaped the Li family's treasury, she had developed a favorable impression of him, even though she still did not comprehend his true identity. The debt of gratitude for saving her life compelled her to reciprocate. The others who had entered the barrier watched in bemusement as the two seemingly foolish individuals eagerly collected spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Their actions drew derisive laughter from the crowd. Earlier, when they had just breached the entrance to the secret realm, Hao Chen had been preoccupied with leaping onto the precipice to retrieve the inscribed jade stone, while Dai Lin had been wholly focused on guarding against a potential ambush from the Li ancestor. Thus, they had not foolishly gathered the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants at the entrance. Meanwhile, the others, having invested considerable effort in gathering the herbs, soon realized their endeavors were in vain. It was all an illusion. They now wished to witness the predicament of the two. Within 100 zhang radius, the garden of spiritual herbs and medicines was swiftly plundered by those of the Yuan Dan realm. And in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the duo made their rounds. Hao Chen navigated the expansive garden with unrestrained enthusiasm, his heart soaring with joy. Previously, this garden had been stripped bare by Hao Chen, Ziyu, and Xiao Chui, but now, with another bountiful harvest, Hao Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Dai Lin's collection of herbs was modest compared to Hao Chen's, yet it marked her first time acquiring exceptional spiritual herbs and medicines. It seems these treasures do not catch the eye of the esteemed onlookers, Hao Chen remarked as they returned to the crowd, presenting their findings. Thank you. Dai Lin, puzzled by Hao Chen's assistance, sent him a grateful thought. Remember, you owe me yet another favor, Hao Chen replied telepathically. Of course, Dai Lin responded with a knowing smile. Favors, indeed, are not the most pleasant of obligations. They can be burdensome. Yet, in this moment, Dai Lin found herself wishing to owe Hao Chen yet another favor each day. Heaven knows what intentions Dai Lin harbors, as she unexpectedly seeks to owe a favor to Hao Chen. What could possibly be on her mind? It is worth noting that during their fierce confrontations in the Soul Martial Forest, the two were sworn enemies. Yet now, Hao Chen wishes to tie the red thread of fate around her. Not to mention, the two converse in hushed tones, their clandestine communication drawing the attention of the onlookers. Could it be that this place is not merely an illusion? Consequently, the crowd descends into a frenzy, raiding the spirit herb garden. After a mere incense stick burns away, The once beautiful garden resembles a plucked bird, left in utter disarray. At this moment, the foolishly naive figure clad in black, who has been hiding in a secluded hillock, takes a moment to relieve himself. In doing so, he inadvertently clears moss and soil from the base of a cliff, uncovering a hidden door beneath the earth. However, despite his foolish determination, he cannot manage to open it. Young master, there's a door here. Come quickly, he calls out, beckoning Tai Tianxing to approach. Naturally, others follow Tai Tianxing to the location of the oblivious figure in black. Allow me, steps forth the elder of the Li family, eager to explore. He advances boldly to the door and, with a sudden surge of strength, pushes it open. A dark, foreboding passage reveals itself to the assembly. Without a hint of concern for potential dangers, the elder of the Li family swiftly slips inside. Such calmness in the face of uncertainty can only stem from undeniable strength. Only a fool would recklessly enter an unknown perilous place without sufficient power. Hao Qin's audacity to be the first to venture forth is backed by his prowess. In this realm, he has undeniably ascended to the ranks of the strong, equipped with spatial treasures that allow him to evade insurmountable calamities. The elder of the Li family, shrewd and cunning, always feels an inscrutable aura surrounding De Lin's young companion. Why was it that, at the moment of opening the secret entrance, only he and De Lin refrained from collecting spirit herbs? Yet upon entering the true spirit herb garden, the two embark on a frenzied spree of plundering treasures. He suspects that De Lin and the young man have unraveled the secrets of the spherical engraved jade, secrets that the Li family could not decipher. Hence, their calmness in revealing the secret realm and discerning the truth of the illusions within. This time, the elder of the Li family intends to be the first to enter the passage, driven by his desire to uncover its mysteries. Let us go. Li Kunyu and Tai Tianxing, witnessing their elder enter the secret passage, follow suit without hesitation, as do De Lin's subordinates. Just as De Lin prepares to step inside, Hao Qin's hand reaches out to halt her. Wait a moment, he insists, allowing her to follow closely behind him. De Lin nods gratefully, obediently trailing after Hao Qin as the two ultimately enter the passage together. Hao Qin cannot fathom the audacity of these individuals. Are they not concerned about the perils that the secret space may harbor? Even in the absence of demonic beasts, the passage could still be fraught with traps and mechanisms. Chapter 529, Adventures in the Secret Realm, Part 1. The instant Hao Qin steps into the passage, a wave of dizziness envelopes him. He senses a certain degree of tugging at his body, though the force is not overwhelmingly strong. Channeling his vital energy, he effortlessly broke free, only to discover that he had entered a teleportation array. Once the oppressive sensation dissipated, he felt an overwhelming lightness in his body. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vast expanse of land. This realm encompassed both forests and rivers, lakes, and basins, though most areas remained desolate. In that moment, Hao Qin employed his spiritual eye technique to survey the terrain and topography, realizing that this was not an illusion, but a tangible world. Glancing back at the nearby passageway, he noticed several others not far from him, confirming that this teleportation array did not facilitate random transfers. Is this place merely an illusion? Should we stick together or split up? Shortly thereafter, De Lin was also transported in, and upon seeing Hao Qin, she promptly approached him to seek his counsel. Before De Lin could finish her query, the elder of the Li family turned and cast a glance in her direction. Let us proceed separately, with a limit of 49 days. Regardless of the circumstances, we must regroup here after 49 days. The teleportation array outside the secret realm also adheres to this 49-day time frame. Agreed. We must return to this location within 49 days, as indicated by the key's engraved illustration. Hao Qin affirmed the elder's proposal. Very well. We shall return in 49 days as my junior suggested. Otherwise, the consequences shall be borne by each individual. De Lin immediately concurred. Everyone, exercise caution. This secret realm has likely not been visited for a long time, and none of us can ascertain the dangers that lie within. Moreover, we all belong to different sects and should not easily trust one another. After De Lin spoke, Hao Qin earnestly reminded each person. Take this, just in case. De Lin handed Hao Qin a jade talisman. He said nothing, simply stowing it in his storage ring, reflecting, consider this a parting gift. Since she has offered a gift, I must not be stingy. He then produced a jade vial and presented it to De Lin, who accepted it with a blush. The two shared a tender moment, while Iron Tianxing, standing nearby, glared at them with burning jealousy. Since when did Dylan have a younger disciple? I have no recollection of this. However, I will not allow you to leave this secret realm. To pursue my woman is to court death. A nameless jealousy ignited within Iron Tianqing. Meanwhile, the elder of the Li family paid no heed to the budding romance between Hao Chun and Dylan, nor to the envious Iron Tianqing. Instead, he took a step forward, eager to charge ahead. However, he found himself unable to soar into the air, hindered by an inexplicable suppression of flight. Is there an anti-flight setting in this secret realm? The elder of the Li family attempted to fly several times, ultimately conceding defeat. Observing the elder's struggles, the others followed suit, discovering that none could ascend. Fortunately, aside from the anti-flight restriction, everything else remained normal. The abundant spiritual energy was highly conducive to cultivation, and they could still wield spells and techniques without hindrance. The elder of the Li family then led his kin away from the group, not just his family, but all factions were eager to embark on their treasure-hunting adventures. Hao Chun quietly spoke to Dylan, "I shall not accompany you in this endeavor." Dylan nodded in understanding, recognizing his intent. After all, they were not of the same faction, and he had his own plans. As Hao Chun concluded his words, he swiftly darted towards the front right, vanishing from Dylan's sight in an instant. Witnessing his departure, a sense of loss inexplicably welled up within Dylan, leaving her puzzled as to the origin of her feelings. She was unaware of Hao Chun's true identity. All she knew was that she owed him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for his deliberate act of allowing her to escape from the Li family, she would have perished in their treasure vault long ago. Furthermore, during the opening of the secret land, had he not appeared just in time with the key, she might have been wrongfully accused and met her demise. In essence, it could be said that her life was bestowed upon her by him. Hao Chun raced forward, his consciousness persistently scanning his surroundings with utmost vigilance. Although he had reached the level of transformation, he adhered to the principle of caution to avoid grave mistakes, meticulously exploring the unknown territory. In a world where there are always greater beings, he understood that he might be but a diminutive entity in this vast expanse. As he stepped into this unfamiliar realm, he dared not be careless, ever mindful of the potential for unforeseen events. As he ventured deeper, the distance between him and the others gradually widened until they were entirely lost to each other's perceptive senses. At this moment, Hao Chun found himself amidst a desolate and barren desert. Walking through the vast and desolate landscape made him feel as insignificant as an ant traversing an endless horizon. A sense of diminutiveness quickly enveloped his heart, instilling in him a profound reverence for the desert. As he journeyed into the heart of the wasteland, he stumbled upon some peculiar objects. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several mummified corpses partially buried in the gravel. These skeletal remains had been there for an indeterminate number of years, their clothing weathered away, leaving only shriveled bodies sprawled across the earth. The artifacts beside them were encrusted with layers of rust and dirt, with some even having fractured and corroded beyond recognition. Witnessing this scene, Hao Chun felt a chill run through him, heightening his sense of caution. In this desolate land, one must remain perpetually vigilant, otherwise, the next moment could see yet another corpse added to the wasteland. Just as he stepped out of the desert, a wave of danger surged through him, prompting Hao Chun to halt abruptly. Gathering his focus, he directed his finger forward towards the raised dunes. An arrow-like energy shot forth, embedding itself into the sand. Now a formidable practitioner at the transformation realm, his technique was immensely powerful. The energy struck the dune, erupting in a spray of crimson, as a gargantuan lizard resembling a crocodile emerged from the sands and landed at his feet. Its massive form was adorned with crocodilian armor, and its gaping maw revealed two sharp fangs, presenting a terrifying sight. Hiss! Hao Chun could not suppress a gasp. Had he recklessly approached the dune moments prior, he would have undoubtedly met his demise in the jaws of this creature. In the wake of his shock, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Caution truly begets safety. Having been greeted with the formidable threat of a giant lizard upon entering the secret land, he could not help but surmise that even more fearsome beasts lurked within. Meanwhile, in other areas of the secret realm, practitioners from various families and sects had encountered dangers of their own, with some tragically losing their lives. One member of the Li family fell victim to a sudden bite from a two-headed venomous snake, meeting an immediate and untimely end. The practitioners of the Huanhe sect encountered an assault from a ferocious beast of the desert, resulting in injuries to 3 of them. 2 sustained minor wounds, while one was gravely hurt and remained in a state of unconsciousness. It was estimated that the severely injured individual had little hope of surviving in such a desolate expanse. Meanwhile, 5 members of the dark cult traversed a sand dune when, unexpectedly, the dune collapsed, plunging them and the entire formation into the depths of the desert. Such incidents began to occur with increasing frequency within the secret realm, subjecting those who entered for the first time to a taste of trepidation with each step. Chapter 530, Adventures in the Secret Realm, Part 2. Along the journey, although some dangers were encountered, these perils were detected in advance. At this moment, Houchen had arrived at a barren basin in the desert. The day was waning, and it was apparent that he would have to rest here for the night. As dusk fell, he could not help but reflect on the impending darkness. The sun set quickly, and the encroaching night cast an even more desolate pall over the already oppressive desert landscape. The night wind wailed, whisking away the heat of the day, and the temperature in the desert dropped significantly. The chill made it difficult for Houchen to find restful repose. Although he could retreat to the space within his jade pendant or the demon suppression tower for comfort, relying on such luxuries without enduring trials would gradually dull his resolve. He glanced skyward. Despite the clear skies, a thin mist began to envelop the desert, thickening as it descended. It was an opportune moment to experience the beauty of the desert night while staying overnight in the secret realm. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from over 100 feet away, dense and chaotic, as if a multitude of beasts were advancing simultaneously. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Houchen's expression shifted. Beasts are afoot. He immediately rose, drawing forth the Fei Huang's sword and adopting a defensive posture. He was not particularly afraid of the beasts. If he could not defeat them, he could always evade. Nevertheless, Houchen wished to keep his possession of extraordinary treasures a secret and did not intend to resort to the wing of wind technique to flee. Instead, he aimed to use the beasts as sparring partners, enhancing his martial and physical training, rehearsing spells and techniques to solidify his mid-stage transformation and strengthen his martial prowess. To practice the reincarnation seal and the reincarnation sword, Houchen had once dedicated himself to intense training in the depths of the Qingxian Mountains' dense forest on the Tianyuan continent. Since then, he had not devoted serious time to refining his techniques. At this moment, he focused his thoughts and retrieved the magic dragon spear, which he had acquired from the Blue Shadow auction house in Dark Knight City for a staggering 180,000 spirit stones. Since placing it in the jade pendant space, it had not been put to notable use. Now, Houchen intended to draw upon the blood of the desert beasts to restore the spear's former glory. The location he occupied was a barren basin, now surrounded by numerous beasts with emerald green eyes. Upon witnessing this, Houchen involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Despite having attained the level of transformation, he was uncertain whether he could prevail over so many beasts with the artifact in hand. A few hundred desert gray wolves could be managed, but dealing with 1,000 or more would require considerable time. Yet, entering this secret land is a quest for treasure and opportunity. Time must not be squandered here. The desert wolves, known for their cruelty and cunning, will attack in packs once provoked. If one finds themselves ensnared in their midst, a protracted battle would be detrimental, and one must avoid becoming entangled in their encirclement. Although Hao Yan was somewhat taken aback by the sheer number of desert wolves, he displayed no sign of panic. After a brief observation of his surroundings, he sought an escape route. At that moment, the wolf pack was merely observing, eager to witness the human's frantic demeanor before launching a coordinated assault, aiming to make him their prey. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed, for the human not only remained unafraid but boldly charged towards them, undeterred by the impending danger. The wolves, known for their cunning intellect, also possessed a fierce spirit. Upon seeing Hao Yan approach the pack, the lead wolf let out a long howl, commanding its subordinates to attack. Just as the alpha wolf howled, Hao Yan smirked, murmuring, "Ah, you are precisely the one I seek." Before his words could fully resonate, he unleashed his long-prepared illusory finger, sending a transparent arcane projectile hurtling towards the alpha wolf. Covering 100 paces in the blink of an eye, the lead wolf emitted a muffled grunt as a bloodied hole materialized on its head, causing it to stagger and collapse onto the barren hill, blood gushing from its wound. These desert wolves were formidable beasts, each possessing a level of cultivation comparable to that of human warriors. The alpha wolf, slightly stronger, was merely a second-tier beast, akin to a mid-level martial artist among humans. How could it possibly withstand Hao Yan's illusory finger? Howls of rage erupted from the pack as they witnessed their leader fall inexplicably. Driven by fury, the desert wolves charged recklessly towards Haotian. Observing the oncoming horde, Haotian abruptly activated the blue dragon magic, channeling dark energy into the dragon spear, making its form agile and dynamic. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a dark spear beam from the tip of the weapon, hurtling towards the throng of approaching wolves. In an instant, the fierce energy of the spear collided violently with the foremost 3 desert wolves. A resounding sonic boom echoed as the spear beam struck, leaving deep gashes on the wolves' bodies, causing blood to spill forth. With a thunderous crash, the 3 wolves emitted chilling cries as they were propelled backward by the residual force of the strike, crashing into the pack behind them. The unfortunate wolves that followed were met with the same fate, howling in agony as they fell, unmoving. The brutal scene instilled fear in the surrounding pack, causing them to halt their advance. Though the initial wave of attack had been effortlessly repelled by Haotian, it was insufficient to instill lasting apprehension in all of the desert wolves. Their momentary pause was fleeting. The remaining wolves surged forward with renewed ferocity. Haotian continued to wield the dragon spear, carving impenetrable arcs of energy before him. As each glimmer of cold light swept through, a savage desert wolf was instantaneously severed from its spirit. Those that had yet to meet their demise bore ghastly wounds, retreating with anguished howls. In that moment, a rift tore through the wolf pack, and Haotian ceased to linger, swiftly advancing towards the breach. Simultaneously, the pursuing wolves closed in from behind. Haotian fought while retreating, his dragon slayer spear sweeping through the air, mercilessly dispatching those desert wolves that dared to approach him. Despite Haotian's rapid withdrawal, the frenzied wolves were even swifter. Just as he burst forth from the basin, the pack quickly surrounded him in a fan-like formation. Haotian, witnessing the encroaching threat, let out a cold snort, and with a series of sweeping motions of his spear, unleashed a chilling radiance that surged towards the wolves encircling him. After a cacophony of wails, a portion of the pursuing beasts fell victim to his might. The spear's brilliance, emanating unparalleled power in the night, acted like a harvester, leaving the desert wolves sprawled lifeless upon the ground. At that moment, the air was thick with the stench of blood, igniting a ferocious frenzy within the remaining wolves. Their eyes ablaze with a thirst for battle, knowing neither retreat nor surrender. The recently opened breach was once again filled by the relentless tide of desert wolves. A new wave of encirclement commenced. The sight of the frenzied human, steeped in bloodshed, instilled a flicker of fear within the hearts of the desert wolves, their gazes betraying a hint of terror as they began to slowly withdraw. These desert wolves were sentient beasts. Haotian's overwhelming presence finally roused them from their madness. Glancing at the corpses of their fallen comrades, the surviving pack recognized that this human was an unparalleled master, an invincible force. With a series of mournful whines, the desert wolves began their retreat towards the periphery of the basin. Chapter 531, Adventures in the Secret Realm, 3. As night faded and the dawn arose, Haotian commenced the task of collecting the bodies of the desert wolves he had slain the previous night. However, he had no time to painstakingly extract their demon cores one by one. Instead, he hastily gathered them all into the space of the demon suppression tower. The sanguine scent of blood from the desert basin had drawn a swarm of vultures. While these vultures posed no threat to Haotian, confronting their overwhelming numbers would require a considerable expenditure of his energy. Wishing to avoid trouble, he swiftly departed the desert basin before the vultures arrived, making his way deeper into the secret domain. After enduring great hardships, he finally emerged from the desolate sands. Yet, upon reaching the forest's edge, Haotian did not immediately enter. Instead, he cautiously employed his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings. He discovered that this forest possessed a complex terrain, featuring dense woods, marshes, towering mountains, and flowing rivers. Essentially, all forms of natural topography found in the outside world could be encountered here. Moreover, he stumbled upon a place shrouded in storm clouds, a land of thunder. A land of thunder? Haotian's heart surged with joy as he mused. I must make good use of this land to refine my body. At this moment, his focus narrowed, and he rushed towards the land of thunder. This was an exceedingly oppressive and perilous place. Amidst the tempestuous flashes of lightning and the resounding roars of thunder, the atmosphere resembled that of an impending apocalypse. To tread carelessly into the realm of the Thunder Marsh, even for a fleeting moment, could result in one's demise within its depths. Haotian discerned that, apart from the naturally occurring lightning. This locale was home to numerous lightning beasts capable of harnessing and expelling electrical energy. While most of the beasts in the Thunder Marsh possessed strength below the 4th tier, there existed formidable entities of the 10th tier, and it was not inconceivable that some shape-shifting beasts lay hidden within. A 10th tier lightning beast rivaled the prowess of individuals in the later stages of the nascent soul realm, while those of the first stage of transformation surpassed even the most terrifying practitioners of the divine transformation stage. Each lightning beast was exceedingly formidable. In pursuit of the Thunder Marsh, Hao Yin meticulously perused an extensive array of texts. From his research, he gleaned that the Thunder Marsh was typically formed during the distant epochs of antiquity, primarily as a consequence of cataclysmic battles among ancient powers. The lightning fields and storm clouds that characterized this place were remnants of fierce confrontations waged by those adept in lightning attributes. The residual lightning energy persisted through the ages, intensifying over time, rendering it a veritable desolation. Despite its inherent dangers, the Thunder Marsh was a coveted sanctuary for practitioners of lightning arts. Within its confines, one could discover rare spiritual herbs imbued with lightning properties, the cores of lightning-infused beasts, lightning essence stones, materials for crafting, and even fragments of ancient treasures. Consequently, many practitioners of the lightning attribute were relentless in their quest to locate a place within the Thunder Marsh for cultivation. Fortune smiled upon Hao Yin, for he unexpectedly stumbled upon a section of the Thunder Marsh. He yearned to test his luck, hoping not only to cultivate, but also to uncover one or two extraordinary treasures of lightning. To date, he had yet to possess a single lightning artifact. However, he was acutely aware of the rarity and immense value of such treasures in the external world. The notion of unearthing a lightning artifact in this secretive locale seemed but a distant dream. For the average practitioner, venturing deep into the Thunder Marsh was fraught with peril, as one could only navigate the periphery unless equipped with lightning-warding artifacts. Nevertheless, after cultivating the Shaoyang technique, Hao Yin's capacity to withstand the onslaught of lightning had significantly increased. Provided the lightning was not excessively powerful, he could divert it underground and absorb the residual energy for refinement. Even so, he remained cautious, navigating the marsh with utmost care. The sky above the Thunder Marsh was laden with storm clouds, and to utilize the wings of wind for flight would render one an easy target for thunderous strikes. Thus, upon entering the Thunder Marsh, he employed the swift crane steps to traverse the marshland, occasionally teleporting to evade direct lightning strikes. As he had yet to identify a suitable locale for cultivation, he needed to remain vigilant against the lightning assaults. Although he had not practiced his martial arts movements for some time, these techniques had long since become ingrained in his very blood, flowing effortlessly and without hindrance. Furthermore, as his cultivation advanced into the divine transformation realm, his movements became increasingly swift and enigmatic. With the wind attribute magic coursing beneath his feet, he glided forward, his pace rivaling that of flight. At this juncture, Hao Yin's trajectory was directed toward a solitary island nestled within the heart of the Thunder Marsh. Using his spiritual sense, he scanned the vicinity and discovered a slightly elevated patch of land. Surveying the entirety of the Thunder Marsh, Hao Yin concluded that this land would provide a solid foundation for his endeavors. As one ventures deeper into the marsh, a thunder crocodile suddenly leaps from the mire, its enormous jaws lined with sharp teeth snapping towards Hao Yin's leg. He can even perceive the dancing arcs of electricity shimmering upon the creature's fangs. The denizens of the Thunder Marsh are predominantly beings of the thunder attribute, endowed with formidable immunity to lightning. Some thunder spirits can even exhale and absorb electricity as a means of combat. Although this thunder crocodile is merely a 5th-level thunder beast, Hao Yin remains vigilant. With a swift motion, he thrusts his dragon spear downward, piercing the creature's mouth and pinning it to the marshy ground. However, the thunder crocodile, possessing remarkable vitality, does not succumb easily. It writhes violently, its massive tail thrashing about and sending mud flying in all directions. Hao Yin lets out an exasperated roar, stamping down forcefully on the crocodile's head, pushing it deep into the earth. His magical energy surges into the creature's brain, swiftly dismantling its neural functions. In mere moments, the thunder crocodile falls silent. Hao Yin, with a final determined stomp, ensures the beast lies still. It is evident that the creature has perished under his might. Observing the colossal carcass before him, Hao Yin's thoughts coalesce. He sweeps the dragon spear across the crocodile's head, cleaving it open, and a pulsating, black demon core, crackling with arcs of electricity, rolls out. He promptly grasps the core, feeling the immense thunder attribute energy contained within, and begins to refine it using the Shaoyang technique. Since he commenced training with this method, Haochen has seldom resorted to consuming demon cores, particularly those infused with volatile energies. Instead, he employs an external refinement approach. Enveloping the core with his consciousness, he releases flames to refine it, extracting the essence of the demon energy while preserving its purest form, which he then absorbs into his dantian, transforming it into vital energy. After refining the Thunder Crocodile's demon core, the pure thunder attribute energy swiftly integrates into his dantian, enhancing his internal thunder magic. The core itself disintegrates into dust, carried away by the breeze. Haochen muses to himself that the thunder attribute energy from the demon core indeed aids in cultivating thunder attribute power. Casting a glance at the crocodile's remains, he gestures to store the body within his jade pendant space. Every part of the thunder crocodile is valuable, and Haochen cannot afford to discard it. Even its hide is a rare material for crafting armor. Gazing towards the center of the marsh, where a larger expanse of land lies further ahead, he notes that aside from the muddy pools, there are patches of dry land of varying sizes scattered throughout the marsh. These patches are merely slightly elevated above the surrounding wetland, adorned with charred grasses. Due to the sporadic bursts of lightning, a persistent scent of charred earth lingers in the air. As he progresses towards the land, he finds that the thunder beasts he encounters grow increasingly formidable. All creatures residing within the Thunder Marsh are collectively known as Thunder Beasts. Chapter 532. Fierce battle with the Thunder Beast. Several hours later, Haochen finally set foot on the solitary island located at the heart of the Thunder Marsh, only to be besieged by the thunderous beasts inhabiting it. At this moment, he found himself under attack from a flock of thunder eagles, creatures that possessed the innate ability to control lightning and were immune to electrical assaults. Haochen could only wield the dragon spear and employ the stunning step technique to fend off the relentless onslaught. In desperation, he occasionally resorted to teleportation, but the energy consumption was exceedingly high. Amidst the brutal melee, an unexpected strike from the heavens caused a bolt of lightning to descend upon him, directly striking the dragon spear. Although he continuously circulated the lesser yang technique to refine the foreign lightning energy and merge it with his own lightning attribute essence, he could not fully withstand the sudden onslaught of such potent electricity. He staggered back several steps, hastily embedding the dragon's spear into the ground to steady himself, though his body bore the harsh repercussions of the powerful lightning, leaving him wounded. At that moment, the thunder eagles lunged at him once more, unleashing slender bolts of electricity like serpents. Concerned about using metal-based weapons against these creatures, Haochen resorted to the might of his fists, channeling the flame of elixirs to confront the charging thunder eagles. Their feathers ignited, and the eagles plummeted to the island below. Gathering his magical techniques, demon slaughtering hand, dragon transformation palm, thunderclap palm, and reincarnation seal, he unleashed them in quick succession, indiscriminately striking down the thunder eagles, whether they soared in the sky or remained grounded. Observing the ferocity of this formidable human who dared to encroach upon their territory, the remaining thunder eagles, despite their reluctance, dared not launch further attacks, retreating to the periphery of the island to watch from a distance. Witnessing this, Haochen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, reflecting that even demonic beasts fear the ruthless and those who are unyieldingly powerful. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly collected the fallen thunder eagles, stowing them in a spare storage pouch for preservation, not merely for the sake of acquiring demon cores, but rather to indulge in a hearty feast. Choosing a collapsed area to rest, he leaned against the fractured earth, gasping for breath. It had cost him dearly to temporarily repel the flock of thunder eagles, and now that they had been sufficiently intimidated, he found a moment to recuperate. After catching his breath, he inspected his injuries, noting the damage inflicted by the lightning strike. However, thanks to his extraordinary physique, the wounds were healing rapidly. Yet, his skin retained a dark, glossy sheen, reminiscent of ebony. To his delight, the earlier lightning strike, while inflicting minor injuries, had fortified his body through its tempering effect. The thunderous energy within his dantian had become even more refined and potent, transforming into a vibrant purple hue. However, his joy was short-lived as a thunder python suddenly launched an assault. With a fearsome roar, the serpent unleashed a wave of azure lightning that, before touching the ground, hurtled towards Haochen with a deafening rush. With a low growl, Haochen brandished the dragon spear, instantly channeling the violet lightning energy within his dantian into the weapon's shaft. The crackling currents immediately attracted all nearby elements of lightning, drawing a multitude of radiant bolts that coalesced into a pulsating sphere of purple luminescence at the spear's tip. Thunderous explosion. Once the energy had fully accumulated, Haochen unleashed a concentrated force of lightning, propelling it forward with tremendous ferocity. Swoosh! The violet lightning surged forth at an astonishing velocity, striking directly at the thunder python. The immense energy cleaved through the air, leaving a long, trailing violet flame in its wake, causing the entire Thunder Marsh Island to tremble. The power of the lightning explosion, wielded through the violet energy, surpassed that of conventional magical techniques. Boom! Sensing the grave threat, the thunder python coiled its massive body, bracing itself for defense. At this moment, two colossal forces converged upon one another. The lightning erupted, bathing the island in a brilliant glow, and the aura of the thunder python diminished to a point where it was nearly imperceptible. Haochen, gripping his spear, fixated intently on the location of the thunder python. And after a tense moment of silence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully catch his breath, a cacophony of crackling electricity erupted around him. One bolt became two, and two became four. Four identical auras of lightning emerged from four different directions. As Haochen focused his gaze, he discovered that there was indeed a thunder python to his front, back, left, and right. Their bizarre appearances and formidable presences left him momentarily disoriented. Nonetheless, Haochen steadied his mind, concentrating on each thunder python with meticulous scrutiny. Each displayed the same demeanor and movements, their bodies surging with lightning, rendering them indistinguishable at first glance. After a thorough examination, beads of sweat began to form on Haochen's forehead. He stood there quietly, seemingly stunned, yet in reality, his mind raced with analysis. Shadow clones. Suddenly employing his spiritual sight, he realized the truth. Yet amidst this revelation, he noticed that one of the thunder pythons, at the juncture of its body, exhibited a subtle difference in its lightning glow. That must be the heart. It is the key. With a flourish of his spear, Haochen unleashed a surge of lightning energy, sending forth a thunderous explosion. Roar! The dragon's spear, imbued with colossal energy, surged towards one of the illusory thunder pythons. At that moment, the python with the flickering glow on its chest seemed to smirk, its eyes gleaming with a sense of pride. As the dragon's spear hurtled toward it, the phantom python charged forward, and just as they were on the verge of collision, it suddenly swelled with lightning energy, inflating like a balloon, its form brimming with chaotic power. At this instant, Haochen retreated, and with a mental command, he maneuvered the dragon spear to ensnare the phantom python, hurling it toward the true thunder python before the illusion could detonate. Boom! The phantom python erupted, creating a deep pit where the island once stood, foreshadowing the emergence of a new lightning pool in the near future. Finally, as everything settled, Haochen approached the newly formed chasm. There, the remnants of the thunder python lay shattered, a pulsating sphere of lightning the size of a fist flickering incessantly within the depths. Lei Yuanzhu and Haochen were indeed not merely fortunate. Not all thunder beasts possessed the Lei Yuanzhu. This gem, a treasure of the thunder element, was formed from the essence of countless bolts of lightning. Haochen could not help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Hurry back and deal with that hideous thunder crocodile. If you fail to do so, I shall turn it into fertilizer. However, just as Haochen reveled in his good fortune, the spirit of the jade pendant, Linger, expressed her discontent. Had he forgotten about this matter? With a thought, Haochen stored the Lei Yuanzhu and swiftly entered the jade pendant space. He promptly moved the thunder crocodile to the storage chamber for demon beasts, sealing it away before restoring the vacuum barrier. Xiao Chui and Ziyu arrived upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing Haochen's disheveled appearance, they could not help but double over in laughter, noting that he looked more like a street beggar with his tattered clothing and soot-blackened skin. Were it not for their familiarity with his aura, they might have assumed that the jade pendant had changed owners. Once he caught his breath, Ziyu pointed at Haochen and inquired, "What on earth happened to leave you in such a state?" Haochen recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm of the Soul Martial Forest in Xianya City. Both Xiao Chui and Ziyu expressed a desire to venture out and witness the splendor of the Thunder Marshes. "You may go out, but you must obey me and remain by my side," Haochen replied, observing their eager expressions. Naturally, the two girls agreed, willing to comply with any condition that allowed them to enjoy an outing. Unable to withstand their pleas, Houchin finally relented and exited the jade pendant space. The swampland extended for several dozen miles, yet the landmass at its center measured less than 1,000 feet, more akin to an isolated island. Houchin referred to it as a lonely isle, though its proper name, Thunder Marsh Island, was far more fitting. It was a treacherous place, surrounded by thunderous marshes, with storm clouds looming ominously above. The crack of thunder and flash of lightning created an apocalyptic atmosphere. Only then did the two girls comprehend Houchin's reluctance to allow them to leave the jade pendant space. In this oppressive and perilous environment, movement was nearly impossible. They had anticipated a change of scenery and a chance to appreciate the beauty of the thunder marshes, particularly for Xiao Chui. The sight of birds with snow-white feathers scattered across the ground and the terrifying lightning above filled her with dread, prompting her to cling to Houchin's clothing, unwilling to venture even a step away. Seeing the grim conditions of the isle, Ziyu lost her enthusiasm as well. So, does this scenery meet your expectations? Houchin teased the two girls. It is far too oppressive and devoid of entertainment. Sister Ziyu, let us return, Xiao Chui implored. Ziyu hesitated to voice her desire to retreat, having previously insisted with great fervor that Houchin take them out to play. Yet, upon arriving at the lonely isle, they were deterred by the harsh environment before even embarking on a tour around the island. I shall accompany you back if Xiao Chui wishes to return, Ziyu agreed. Finding a reason to leave, the two girls, recognizing the dangers of the thunder marshes, chose to return to the jade pendant space to enjoy its comforts. Chapter 533. The Tempering of Thunder and Lightning. Thus, Houchin was left alone to brave the perils of the isle. At that moment, the sky above the lonely isle was filled with flashes of lightning, and sporadic weak bolts struck down, accompanied by gusty winds. As Houchin leaped to evade a lightning strike, he felt a refreshing chill envelop his body. It was only then that I realized, amidst the bustling activities in the jade pendant space, I had neglected to change my tattered clothing, which could scarcely shield me from the biting wind. With a resolute gesture, I tore away the ragged garments, revealing my darkened form. Though it may lack decorum, I took a moment to admire the exquisite craftsmanship of the lightning. Upon scrutinizing my physique, I discovered that it had improved significantly compared to before the lightning tempering. Accompanied by the lightning infusion, my martial cultivation had advanced considerably, now reaching the mid-level of martial sovereign, a transformation that filled me with elation. My body, inherently robust, had undergone remarkable enhancements. The manifestation of thoughts into reality granted me numerous astonishing instincts. I could teleport in an instant, alter my physical form at will, and even manipulate my body's dimensions and recovery abilities, which were nothing short of extraordinary. The lightning tempering inevitably left me with some injuries. Yet with such an exceptional ability to heal, I was confident these wounds would mend in no time. After changing into fresh attire, I leaped once more, bounding away from the fractured earth. My movements resembled those of a rabbit, for the secret realm imposed restrictions on flight. I needed to survey this solitary island, constantly adjusting my walking techniques. The stunning swan step and teleportation could not be sustained for long. Only the wings of wind were available to me. Yet I remained wary of aerial beasts lurking in the skies. My quest was to find a secure location where I could thoroughly temper my body with lightning. As I explored the island, I stumbled upon a central area where a pond was frequently struck by lightning. I surmised this was a thunder pond, brimming with electrical energy. Utilizing my spiritual sense to probe, I found no lightning beasts residing within. Referring to the records of the Thunder Marsh, I had perused the information regarding the legacy of Xiaohao, which enlightened me on the nature of the pond. Over the years, relentless thunderstorms had contributed to the formation of this pond, infused with the power of lightning. From my readings, I discerned that tempering my body with the lightning from this pond would be relatively safe, as the lightning within was subject to certain limitations. When the electrical charge exceeded its capacity, the pond would autonomously release excess energy to maintain its natural equilibrium. In contrast, utilizing the lightning from the skies was fraught with uncertainty. Sometimes, a single bolt could possess the destructive force akin to that encountered during tribulation, which would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Arriving at the Thunder Pond, which spanned merely a few yards, I observed the azure waters pulsating with subtle currents of lightning. Cautiously, I crouched down and extended my right hand toward the surface, testing the electrical energy contained within the pond to ascertain its suitability for tempering my body. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through me as numerous delicate bolts surged from the pond, causing my entire being to shudder. However, this level of electricity was trivial for me. I swiftly activated the Shaoyang technique, efficiently refining the electrical energy within. Nodding to myself, I found the electrical force in the pond to be relatively gentle. Thus, I discarded my garments, shedding all modesty, and stepped into the pond. As my feet touched the water, an overwhelming influx of lightning energy rushed into my body, accompanied by a prickling sensation that erupted within me. The electrical currents began to wreak havoc inside, causing my entire form to tremble violently. Yet, this discomfort remained within manageable limits, prompting me to immediately engage the Shaoyang technique, striving to refine the lightning energy surging into my being. The power of lightning coursed through every cell of his body, and under the stimulation and tempering of this electric force, his physique began to grow increasingly formidable. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and when the waters of the thunder pool transformed into mere ordinary water, Hao Chen finally leapt from its depths. Upon inspecting his body, it was no longer shrouded in darkness. The pale golden hue had faded, revealing a porcelain white, delicate yet resilient form, brimming with explosive strength. With a single punch, an arc of electricity erupted from his fist, crashing into the pond and generating a towering column of water. Despite the remarkable progress he had made, it was still insufficient. He required more thunder pools to further refine his body, he mused. The thunder pool proved to be an exceptional medium for bodily refinement. A single day spent within its embrace equated to a year of arduous training outside. He traversed the myriad islands of the Thunder Marsh, seeking out thunder pools to hone his physique. Whenever he encountered a thunder pool, regardless of its size, he would pause to harness its power for his enhancement. After absorbing and refining the electric force within the pool, he would continue his stealthy search. 3 days later, having undergone this process, his body rivaled that of a martial king. With every punch and palm strike, an electric force accompanied his blows. Along his journey, the lightning beasts he encountered became his sparring partners. Having achieved his goal through the utilization of the Thunder Marsh's pools, he reluctantly departed from the realm of thunder. The edge of the Thunder Marsh opened up to an endless expanse of forest. Brother, at the periphery of the Thunder Marsh, there's an oblivious lad gathering rare resources, remarked a young man clad in black to a middle-aged companion. Unbeknownst to the young man, the individual at the edge of the Thunder Marsh had traversed from the other side. This audacious boy dares to venture here alone, seemingly possessing modest cultivation. Should we eliminate him and seize his belongings? Questioned the middle-aged man. Given that he has made it this far alone, he must have some form of backing. Let us approach cautiously, ascertain the situation, and then decide whether to act. Just as Hao Chun was gathering spiritual herbs and grasses within the Thunder Marsh, 3 powerful figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the boundary between the forest and the marsh. Their formidable auras suggested they were at least mid to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Their dark garments appeared to possess some form of lightning resistance, indicating they were cultivators emerging from the jungle. Upon spotting Hao Chun, they seized the opportunity to eliminate him and claim his treasures. Hold on, fellow cultivator. A stout man in the early nascent soul stage called out, as he noticed Hao Chun departing from the Thunder Marsh towards the forest. What brings you to halt, my friends? Hao Chun regarded the trio with indifference, continuing on his path until he turned to face them, his expression devoid of emotion. And nothing at all. We merely wish to inquire if this path leads out of the marsh, stammered another early nascent soul cultivator, his face betraying his unease. At that moment, the trio's hearts were in turmoil. From the moment Hao Yin stepped into the edge of the jungle, the trio discerned an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from him, far exceeding their comprehension. In the land of thunder, Hao Yin made no effort to conceal the presence of his divine prowess. At that instant, they dared not harbor any murderous intent towards him. Instead, their hearts were filled with trepidation, fearing that he might turn his lethal gaze upon them. Yet, they stood rooted to the spot, having already inquired for directions, and thus felt compelled to await the response from the young man before them. Should they flee before receiving his reply, it would likely incite his wrath. However, Hao Yin showed little interest in the trio. He merely nodded impassively and gestured in a direction. The 3, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily expressed their gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator. We take our leave. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed into the marsh, fearful of any change in Hao Yian's disposition that might lead him to pursue them. Upon leaving the marsh and entering the jungle, they found themselves beneath swirling storm clouds. Hao Yian noted that the power of the lightning contained within these clouds seemed more formidable than that of the thunder marsh. As he contemplated whether to delve deeper, bolts of lightning struck down, some of which were far beyond the threshold of his current strength to withstand. This was no ordinary jungle. It was a thunder forest. Only upon reaching its periphery did Hao Yian realize its true nature. Within the thunder forest, there thrived certain trees impervious to lightning, known as thunderwood, which could be utilized in the crafting of lightning attribute artifacts and protective talismans. However, only those trees that had grown for over a millennium could be fashioned into weapons and wards. Beyond the thunderwood, the forest also harbored various spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and fruits, all of which were precious treasures of the lightning attribute. In contrast to the thunder marsh, the thunder forest posed even greater dangers. The open expanse of the marsh allowed for long-range visibility, whereas within the forest, one's perception was hampered by the lightning's power, limiting sight to merely a few dozen feet. Moreover, the sky sporadically unleashed bolts of lightning, their energy far more potent than that found beyond the forest's confines. Some strikes descended directly, while others erupted midair, transforming into torrential rain. Should one happen to be caught in an open area during such a downpour, evasion would prove nearly impossible. The droplets from this rain would explode upon contact, becoming deadly projectiles. The thunder forest also concealed formidable lightning beasts, terrifying entities that few would dare to confront. Hao Yian surmised that very few would venture into this perilous domain in search of adventure. Chapter 534. A perilous journey. Despite the inherent dangers of the thunder forest, those coveting its treasures would still brave the risks to seek their fortune. The three individuals clad in cloaks and hats had evidently just emerged from their own expedition within the forest. Inside the thunder forest, one would encounter numerous lightning zones. The devouring demon fly was ineffective, weapons of the metal element could not be utilized, and even the demon-suppressing tower was rendered powerless within these confines. With metallic puppets also rendered useless, Hao Yian found it necessary to consult with Xiaocui, seeking to borrow her pet, the winged tiger, as both a means of aerial transport and combat support. Ever since he had tamed the winged tiger on Qingqian Mountain, Xiaocui and the creature had forged a deep friendship. Even if Hao Chen wished to summon the winged tiger, he would first need to obtain Xiaocui's consent. Xiaocui, however, was quite generous, handing over the beast-taming pouch to Hao Chen while stipulating, "But I have conditions. The daily rental fee is 2 peiyuan pills." Hao Chen could only respond with a resigned tone. "All right. You drive a hard bargain." The landscape of Leilin was predominantly shrouded in dark hues, with even the trees mostly exhibiting shades of black. Hao Chen cautiously navigated through a modestly sized thicket, the ground carpeted with black leaves, which could potentially conceal hidden dark lightning. Thus, he refrained from stepping directly on the ground, opting instead for techniques such as the swift step, allowing him to traverse above the branches. A sudden gust of wind stirred the black leaves beneath him, triggering an explosion of dark lightning, which caused Hao Chen to stagger as he was struck by several massive arcs of lightning, sending a shiver through his body. Swiftly, he activated the Lesser Yang technique to absorb and refine these lightning arcs, finally stabilizing himself and avoiding a fall to the ground. Glancing downward, Hao Chen noted that the site of the dark lightning explosion had created a large crater, revealing the terrifying potency of the dark lightning. A moment's inattention could lead to devastating consequences. Just as he intended to turn and continue his journey, a black stone radiating electric light within the crater caught his eye. He used his hand to levitate the stone towards him, and, upon inspection, his eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Thunder Explosion Stone. This is a premium lightning attribute material for crafting spiritual artifacts. It seems fortune favors me." He joyfully stowed the precious Thunder Explosion Stone within his storage ring before resuming his path. As he proceeded, 2 thunderous roars from ahead reverberated through the air, causing Hao Chen to nearly lose his balance from the sonic waves. Transforming beasts, he thought, his face paling in shock. An 8th-tier beast was equivalent to a human in the early stages of the nascent soul, potentially transforming under suitable conditions. A 9th-tier beast represented a mid-stage nascent soul, while a 10th-tier beast denoted the late stage, with the infant beast fully formed. However, the process of beast transformation differs from human transformation, as the essence core in beasts remains vital to their power and serves as their innate magical artifact. After transformation, they still retain their essence core. While the existence of the infant beast merely adds an additional means of survival, beasts are classified from the 11th tier into 5 levels. The first stage of transformation is akin to the human-god transformation stage, the second to the spirit division stage, the third to the body integration stage, the fourth to the tribulation stage, and the fifth to the great ascension stage, with each stage further divided into initial, mid, late, and peak levels. Starting from the initial phase of transformation, a beast's inherent strength surpasses that of a human. At equivalent cultivation levels, a human cannot match a beast. However, beasts, despite their innate abilities, possess less diverse spells and techniques than humans. Although the Thunder Beast was a first-stage transforming beast, its innate abilities could likely pose a challenge even to formidable spirit division cultivators. Reluctant to advance further, Hao Qian chose to conceal himself within a large tree, suppressing his aura while attentively observing the unfolding scene ahead. Before him, not only echoed the terrifying roars of beasts, but also the violent tremors and the occasional thunderous crashes. Hao Qian surmised that 2 formidable thunder beasts were locked in a fierce battle ahead. He dared not move recklessly, lest he attract the attention of the fearsome creatures. Given his current strength, he could barely contend with a thunder beast in its nascent form. Encountering 2 of them at the first stage of transformation would necessitate a hasty retreat. Yet oftentimes, the very events one wishes to avoid are precisely those that come to pass. After a brief wait, the sounds of combat grew louder and closer. Hao Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly activated his agility and began to retreat. However, while his speed was commendable, the 2 thunder beasts were even swifter. A gust of wind swept past, revealing the colossal forms of the beasts tumbling and clashing towards him. In their chaotic motion, they unleashed countless dark thunders, each detonating in succession, transforming the surroundings into a tempest of lightning. As Hao Qian fled, he found himself ensnared by these explosive dark thunders. Countless bolts of lightning surged into his body, rendering him momentarily bereft of control, and he plummeted from the treetops. Internally lamenting his misfortune, he could only channel the Shaoyang Ju technique to gradually refine the invading lightning energy. At that moment, Hao Qian appeared charred and disheveled, his hair standing on end, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet, due to his earlier trials in the thunder pool, he had developed a heightened resistance to lightning. Thus, despite his disheveled appearance, his body sustained minimal damage. Furthermore, even any injuries incurred would quickly mend, thanks to his remarkable regenerative capabilities, leaving him scarcely affected. As he refined the lightning energy, he remained vigilant of the tumultuous battle ahead. The 3-meter-long forest thunder tiger clashed with a 2-meter-long forest thunder leopard, their struggle resembling 2 small mountains rolling into one another. More terrifyingly, each clash between these thunder beasts unleashed tremendous destructive force. Their tails lashed out, reducing the surrounding thunder trees to splinters, while they expelled thunder orbs that created varying-sized craters in the ground. The ferocious battle flattened the nearby thunder forest. The confrontation was brutally savage, characterized primarily by raw physical assaults, resulting in horrific wounds on both beasts. The forest thunder tiger bore a deep, gaping wound in its abdomen, its intestines spilling forth. The forest thunder leopard fared little better, with a gash on its neck nearly severing its trachea, revealing the precarious state of its airway. Blood saturated the earth around them. Fortunately, both beasts were first-stage transformed creatures, known for their astonishing vitality. Even in the face of such grievous injuries, they remained vibrant and showed no signs of succumbing to death. It was as if the 2 thunder beasts harbored a deep-seated enmity, for despite their grievous wounds, they continued to fight with unyielding fervor. Amidst the swirling shadows of claws and the resounding roars of beasts, the heart of Hao Qian was stirred. Chapter 535, Astonishment Unveiled. The clash resembled a final duel, as the 2 monstrous beasts revealed their ultimate trump cards, unleashing demonic cores in a fateful confrontation. The collision of the 2 cores led to cataclysmic tremors, shattering the earth and scattering the stones, reducing the cores to mere dust. As the smoke dissipated, both beasts were drained of their magical prowess, yet they continued to fight valiantly with their formidable physiques. Damn it, what a waste of 2 demonic cores. Hao Qian lamented from his concealed position behind a tree, muttering in frustration. Suddenly, the jungle thunder leopard transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging at the jungle thunder tiger. With a single strike, it tore out the heart of the tiger, crushing it in its claws, sending fragments flying in all directions. The jungle thunder tiger collapsed with a thunderous crash. At that moment, a miniature jungle thunder tiger emerged from the lifeless body of its predecessor. This was the tiger's nascent soul. When a practitioner or a demon reaches the nascent soul stage, even after their physical form has perished, the nascent soul can escape the confines of the body, ensuring that the spirit endures. Moreover, this soul has the potential to seize a new body and be reborn, akin to possessing an additional life. However, the nascent soul, devoid of a physical vessel, is inherently fragile and vulnerable to destruction. Generally, it is rare for demon beasts to cultivate a nascent soul. The probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly low. Thus, the sight of the jungle thunder tiger achieving this milestone left Hao Chen astounded. As soon as the tiger's nascent soul fled its body, it attempted to escape, only to find itself ensnared by the gaping maw of the jungle thunder leopard, which unleashed a powerful suction, drawing the soul towards it. The tiger's nascent soul struggled desperately, yet it was no match for the leopard, which swallowed it whole after a mere breath of resistance. Following the consumption of the nascent soul, the previously waning energy of the jungle thunder leopard surged, its weary gaze sparked with newfound vitality. However, this revival was but a fleeting illusion. Its trachea had been severed, and without the sustenance of demonic energy, its head would have surely fallen. Blood gushed forth profusely, and with such grievous wounds, any hope of stemming the flow was futile. Concealed behind a tree, Hao Chen fervently wished for the jungle thunder leopard to depart swiftly or to meet its end without delay. Yet the leopard was not to be so easily dissuaded. It merely sniffed the air, and in an instant, let out a furious roar, pouncing towards Hao Chen, raising a colossal claw to strike. Startled, Hao Chen's heart raced as he realized the creature's speed was overwhelming. He had no time to prepare and could only roll away, narrowly evading the leopard's lethal strike. This fortunate escape was only possible due to the leopard's waning strength. Had it been at its peak, Hao Chen would have surely perished beneath its claws. Just as he evaded the leopard's attack, the feathered-winged tiger seemed to sense the presence of its kin and instinctively emerged from its beast-taming pouch, positioning itself protectively before Hao Chen. With a resounding roar, the feathered-winged tiger issued a warning to the advancing leopard. At this moment, it had transformed into a first-class demon beast. Although its aura did not rival that of the thunder leopard, the power emanating from it was even more formidable. The feathered-winged tiger would not allow this thunder leopard to harm its master, should it dare to make a move. The feathered-winged tiger would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. Upon the sudden appearance of the feathered-winged tiger, the thunder leopard's eyes gleamed with intensity. With a sudden opening of its mouth, a miniature thunder leopard was launched forth, targeting the vigilant feathered-winged tiger. The speed of the mini thunder leopard was astonishing, catching the feathered-winged tiger off guard, and before it could react, it burrowed into its forehead. The feathered-winged tiger stood frozen in place, seemingly dazed. Once again, shock coursed through Hao Chen. Encountering two demon beasts that had both cultivated to the nascent soul stage was an event of a century. Realizing that this was not the time for fear, he understood that the feathered-winged tiger was in dire peril. If he did not act swiftly, it risked being possessed by the thunder leopard. How audacious to attempt possession and devour. Without further hesitation, Hao Chen focused his mind and invoked the devouring technique, sending forth a dark shadow that penetrated the feathered-winged tiger's forehead, vanishing from sight. Having mastered the soul cultivation technique and the devouring method, his dark attribute allowed him to absorb souls. Hao Chen's devouring technique was the nemesis of all souls and nascent souls. He did not intend to consume entirely, but aimed merely to weaken the thunder leopard's nascent soul, enabling the feathered-winged tiger to gradually resist the possession. After a short interval, the feathered-winged tiger's head suddenly moved, prompting Hao Chen to become vigilant. If the feathered-winged tiger could not withstand the thunder leopard, he would immediately intervene, fully employing his devouring technique to consume the thunder leopard's nascent soul. Just as he concentrated, the feathered-winged tiger finally opened its eyes and conveyed a thought to Hao Chen. It had successfully devoured the thunder leopard's nascent soul. However, the energy within was immense, requiring time for proper assimilation. Upon receiving this news, Hao Chen's face lit up with joy, for the nascent soul was the essence of the thunder leopard. Moreover, the thunder leopard had previously consumed the nascent soul of the jungle thunder tiger, effectively allowing the feathered winged tiger to assimilate the nascent souls of two thunder beasts. The feathered winged tiger had not perished from overexertion largely due to Haotzin's partial consumption. It was fortunate that Haotzin possessed the devouring technique, which played a pivotal role in the feathered winged tiger's successful devouring of the nascent soul. At this juncture, the feathered winged tiger displayed signs of fatigue, blinking its eyes before suddenly returning to the beast-taming pouch. Originally, it had been summoned to assist in transport, but unexpectedly, it had gained tremendous benefits and succumbed to slumber. Once it refined the nascent souls of the two thunder beasts, its strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Subsequently, Haotzin turned his gaze to the corpses of the two thunder beasts on the ground and, with a wave of his hand, stored them within his jade pendant space. It is worth noting that these were the remains of nascent soul-level thunder beasts. Although devoid of their essence and nascent souls, their value remained immeasurable. The body of the primordial infant beast is replete with treasures. Its flesh, blood, and fur all hold significant value. If sold outside, they would fetch exorbitant prices in spirit stones. Haotzin swiftly entered the space of the jade pendant, storing the corpses of the two thunder beasts in a vacuum repository. After recounting the serendipitous encounter with the feathered winged tiger to Xiao Chui, he returned the beast-taming pouch to her. Upon receiving the pouch, Xiao Chui extended her hand and inquired, "What about the rental fee? You did nothing while in the jade space, yet you gained such immense benefits. Surely, the fee should be waived?" Haotzin began to playfully haggle with Xiao Chui. "The rental is mine, while the benefits belong to the feathered winged tiger. You must pay the rental." Xiao Chui insisted stubbornly. Sighing, Haotzin lamented his misfortune and encounters and retrieved a vial of elixirs from his storage pouch, tossing it to Xiao Chui. "If you continue this way, I might have to reconsider the rental fee if you wish to use my feathered winged tiger again," she remarked with a sly smile after inspecting the elixir. Waving her hand at Haotzin, Xiao Chui soared back to the crystal spirit pavilion, ready to relish the delightful elixir, leaving Haotzin to his solitude. With no one to engage with, Haotzin exited the jade space. Chapter 536, Fortuity Abounds, Part 1. Upon leaving the jade space, Haotzin promptly departed the area. The pungent scent of blood would likely attract other thunder beasts seeking a meal. He treaded cautiously until he was 100 feet away, when the enticing aroma of wild fruits captured his attention. Following the fragrant trail, he hurried toward its source. Before him stood a fruit tree, approximately 10 feet tall, adorned with several glossy black fruits. Without the allure of their fragrance, one might easily overlook them. The tree's dark leaves and fruits, shrouded in obscurity, would have gone unnoticed by Haotzin had they not been ripe. Thunderfruit. It is indeed a treasure of the heavens and earth. No wonder the two thunder beasts fought fiercely. They must have clashed over this prized fruit, Haotzin conjectured. The thunderfruit is a rare treasure containing a trace of thunderous energy, distinct from the lightning in the sky, originating from the primordial chaos of creation. A mere hint of this energy can enhance one's comprehension of the celestial path, making it exceedingly precious. However, thunderfruit is difficult to preserve. It only remains ripe for a single day. If unharvested within that time frame, it will fall from the tree and dissipate back into the ether as pure thunder energy. Even once picked, it must be consumed immediately, otherwise, it will vanish as well. Classical texts have spoken of thunderfruit as an ancient relic. Yet to encounter a thunderfruit tree here, with its fruit freshly ripened, was unexpected. Aware of its rarity, Haotzin did not hesitate. He plucked a fruit from the tree and consumed it. Upon swallowing the fruit, he found it slightly sweeter than other spiritual fruits, yet felt no extraordinary effects. After savoring the fruit, he smacked his lips and shook his head, saying, "It seems the tales were exaggerated. This thunderfruit is not as wondrous as I had imagined." At that moment, the long-dormant foreign energy within suddenly stirred, drawing in a trace of lightning energy from the fruit, which seemed to expand its essence. This foreign energy was none other than chaotic energy, which began to awaken under the impetus of the primordial lightning. Consequently, the true essence within Haoyin began its transformation into celestial essence. Unbeknownst to him, Haoyin was lamenting the apparent ineffectiveness of the lightning fruit. Despite its lack of discernible effect, he could not overlook the fantastical tree that bore such treasures. Thus, he summoned Ziyu and Xiaozue, allowing them to savor the lightning fruit's flavor while assisting in the excavation of the lightning fruit tree. The remaining few lightning fruits were allocated. One was given to the spirit Linger, who could at least enjoy its aroma. To his surprise, Linger fell into a slumber after absorbing the essence of the lightning fruit. Meanwhile, the same fate did not escape the four individuals, Shuang'er, Shan'er, Qing'er, and Xiaolan, who were cultivating in the demon suppression tower, nor did it neglect the contracted beast, Xiaohong. The wafting energy of lightning permeated the spaces of the jade pendant and the demon suppression tower, imbuing both treasures with newfound vitality. Hao Yan's actions resulted in a trace of lightning energy enriching the environments of the jade pendant and the tower, rendering these artifacts even more exquisite. He established a lightning-infused environment within the jade pendant to safeguard the growth of the lightning fruit tree. However, he realized that the tree would require periodic releases of lightning energy to ensure its normal development. He contemplated whether to venture into the lightning space of the demon suppression tower to procure a piece of lightning jade to place within the barrier of the lightning fruit tree. Just as he was pondering, Xiao Cui and Ziyu insisted on accompanying him to the space of the tower to play with Qing'er and Xiaolan. Thus, the three departed the jade pendant space and entered the tower's realm. Upon arriving, Xiaolan informed Hao Yan of the changes she experienced after consuming the lightning fruit, noting an alteration in her constitution. The pure lightning energy seemed to neutralize the chilling essence of her hidden veins, alleviating the pervasive coldness within her body. The transformation in Xiaolan captured Hao Yan's attention, leading him to ponder. Could the lightning fruit possess such remarkable effects? He subsequently entrusted the remaining sealed lightning fruits to Ziyu for safekeeping, instructing her to document and observe their potential healing properties for Xiaolan's hidden vein condition. Furthermore, he handed over the collected fallen leaves from the excavated lightning fruit tree to Ziyu for study, curious if these leaves could improve the condition of the hidden body. As the three women engaged in their lively interactions, Hao Yan found himself sidelined upon their meeting with Qing'er and Xiaolan in the earth barrier space of the demon suppression tower. He could only shake his head and depart, leaving the four women to continue his quest for treasures. The sky grew heavy with storm clouds, and soon a black thunderstorm began to pour down. The rain, dark as ink, would explode upon contact, lacking a hat or raincoat to shield against the tempest. Hao Yan had no choice but to endure the fierce downpour. Fortunately, while the storm was intense, it was less concentrated than the hidden thunder, making it more manageable. Unable to evade the elements, he resolved to temper his body in the midst of the storm. Thus, he traversed the rain-soaked terrain, honing his physique while practicing stealth, blending both disciplines seamlessly. As his consciousness swept through the storm, it was evident that few demonic beasts dared to emerge. Even they seemed to evade the onslaught of the tempest. During the tumult of the thunderstorm, he encountered no formidable thunder beasts. However, he found himself enveloped in a jungle shrouded in mist. Upon entering this fog-laden forest, he felt naught but a fleeting sensation. Yet, after traversing several paces, the mist engulfed Hao Yan entirely. The fog, thick with the essence of thunder, intensified, leaving him battered and inexplicably hurled back to his original position. Hao Yan surmised that such an occurrence could only arise from encountering a formation's restrictions. He promptly employed the spirit eye technique to scrutinize the array, discovering it to be an unfamiliar ancient formation. Only by daring to venture further into the array could he uncover the means to dismantle it. At that moment, Hao Yan stepped once more into the thunderous mist. Moments later, he was once again unceremoniously expelled by the array within the storm, looking somewhat disheveled. I refuse to be deterred by this, he muttered, wiping the soot from his face, gritting his teeth, and resolutely re-entering the tempestuous fog. Each attempt typically lasted no longer than 15 minutes before he was forcibly ejected by the thunder. However, with each foray into the formation, he gradually discerned a pathway that would allow him to avoid the strikes of lightning. Following this route, Hao Yan finally stood before a black barrier. This barrier, dark and formidable, was evidently forged from the very power of thunder. With mere eyesight and mental perception, he could not penetrate its depths to discern what lay beyond. Resorting to the spirit eye technique, he surveyed the barrier for an extended period. To his astonishment, he discovered a black stone door within the barrier. Yet no weak points could be detected. As he reached out to caress the barrier, a surge of terrifying thunder erupted, leaving him battered and bruised. The unleashed thunder was akin to a strike from a being of formidable cultivation. Once more, he ventured into the thunderous mist, only to be struck by several bolts of lightning. Fortunately, Hao Yan's physique was robust. Over time, he had developed a certain resilience against the electrical forces within the formation. Subsequently, He endeavored to employ various spells and techniques in an attempt to dismantle the barrier. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he could not even budge it, narrowly avoiding the lethal discharge of thunder emanating from the barrier on several occasions. This barrier was remarkably resilient and flawless, indicative of a formidable ancient master's adeptness in formation crafting. Hao Qian pondered, "Even if you are an unyielding fortress, I shall find a way to breach you." Suddenly, he produced a thunderous explosion and a blood poison spell. "Let us corrode and then obliterate and surprise this ancient master," he murmured to himself. Chapter 537, Fortuitous Encounters, Part 2. The power of the thunderous explosion was immense. At the moment of detonation, its force equated to a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator, rendering it an exceedingly fearsome one-time treasure. When combined with the blood poison spell, even a formation designed by a tribulation-level cultivator could potentially be shattered. Hao Qian was well aware of the corrosive power contained within the blood poison spell, making it an ideal tool to forcibly erode the formation barrier. Understanding the potency of both the blood poison spell and the thunderous explosion, he swiftly activated them and leaped from the mist, taking cover at a distance to await the impending explosion of the blood poison spell and the thunderous explosion. Moments later, two resounding explosions echoed through the tempestuous thunderclouds as a fierce wind scattered the mist in disarray. The blood-toxic projectiles obliterated the surrounding trees, leaving nothing but corrosion in their wake. The might of the heavenly thunder shattered the protective barrier. As the stormy haze dissipated, a gaping tear appeared in the barrier. Hao Qian's consciousness probed within and discovered that beyond the barrier lay a dark, stony precipice, with a black stone door firmly closed. He contemplated how to breach this stone barrier and delve deeper within. However, as his hand made contact with the door, it slowly creaked open, revealing an inner passageway. It seemed the master of this cave was quite astute, understanding that anyone capable of dismantling the outer formation would surely possess the means to open the cave's entrance. Rather than allowing others to forcibly breach the stone door, it was wiser to graciously grant access. This would preserve the integrity of the cave, preventing it from complete destruction. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Hao Qian remained vigilant. He drew forth his Qingpa short sword and cautiously stepped into the passage. After a brief journey, he arrived in a secret chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a platform, upon which rested a humanoid wooden sculpture. Despite the ravages of time, this wooden effigy remained a flawless work of art. Were it a living being, it would have long since decayed into a mere skeleton. This wooden figure was carved from an exceedingly rare, millennia-old spiritual peach wood, which was typically used for crafting magical artifacts, yet here it was transformed into a human likeness. In addition to the sculpture, atop its head lay a jade slip and an inscribed jade tablet. The tablet bore the inscription, "Entering the secret chamber signifies a fateful encounter." Beneath these 8 grand characters was a line of smaller text, gifted with the secret method for crafting avatars. "Do not disturb my wooden avatar." The signature at the bottom was engraved with the 3 seal characters, Chun Xingzi. At that moment, Hao Qian, devoid of greed, chose to stow away the inscribed jade tablet and slip. Accepting the jade slip left by Chun Xingzi signified that no matter how precious the materials of this incomplete wooden figure may be, he would not disturb this so-called avatar. Such was the ethical boundary of humanity. Moreover, he could not guarantee whether the chamber's master, Chun Xingzi, had left any hidden traps within this wooden figure. Should he interfere with the master's avatar, he risked falling victim to its hidden perils. Hao Qian wisely opted to exit the chamber and retrace his steps down the passage. At the very moment he withdrew from the chamber, the passage's entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud. The ground within the protective barrier began to sink slowly. With a swift teleportation, Hao Qian escaped the barrier's confines and stood at a distance, gazing in astonishment at this eerie scene. It was not until the space had sunk into the earth, vanishing from sight, that he regained his senses. Now, within the barrier, the dark precipice had disappeared along with the ominous stone door. All that remained were fragments of stone, as if struck by lightning, with nothing else in sight. Indeed, the secret chamber had concealed its own traps. Hao Qian mused inwardly, relieved that he had not succumbed to greed. Otherwise, should the wooden sculpture be disturbed, the secret chamber would inevitably descend, entombing oneself within its confines. Subsequently, Hao Qian executed a series of instantaneous movements and graceful strides, skillfully departing from this enigmatic locale. Seeking a secluded refuge, He abruptly entered the first level of the demon suppression tower, where he promptly settled into meditation to restore his spiritual energy. In solitude, he contemplated the nature of the chamber's master, pondering the formidable existence that designed such a terrifyingly perfect array. If not for the exceedingly corrosive blood poison magic bullet, the thunderous strike would likely fail to breach the array's defenses. The concealed traps and intricate mechanisms left behind defied the imagination of an ordinary person, suggesting the hand of a formidable being at the tribulation stage. He then retrieved the jade slip acquired from the secret chamber and began to examine its contents. As his consciousness penetrated the slip, a torrent of information flooded his mind. After organizing the influx of knowledge, a look of unrestrained joy illuminated his face. The master of the chamber, Chen Xingzi, had indeed not deceived him. The jade slip contained a secret technique for crafting puppet avatars, a method distinct from the ones Hao Chen had previously encountered, which relied on metals or human bodies. This technique employed the essence of celestial and earthly materials to forge the avatars. The higher the quality of the materials, the more formidable the resulting avatar would be. The jade slip detailed several materials suitable for crafting avatars, each one an extraordinarily rare treasure of heaven and earth. To utilize such exquisite materials in the creation of avatars was bound to yield powerful results. Regrettably, Hao Chen possessed none of these materials, leaving him to ponder their potential in silence. Drawing upon his prior knowledge of crafting humanoid puppets, he had successfully created an avatar and had mastered the technique. However, the method he previously employed involved usurping another's body through the spirit of a trained individual, a practice nearly deemed demonic and rejected by the righteous path. Yet, Hao Chen was unperturbed. He had crafted an avatar using the body of the demonic practitioner Ouyang Lai, although his thoughts remained his own, requiring some cosmetic refinement. In Hao Chen's view, employing demonic means to combat evil was justifiable, especially if it served a righteous cause. It was merely a case of repurposing waste. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of discretion in public. Although he had successfully created one avatar, he had no immediate plans to employ the usurpation method to forge another. With the acquisition of this new technique, his curiosity was piqued, and he developed a keen interest in utilizing spiritual wood to create an untainted avatar. He resolved to seek suitable celestial and earthly materials for this endeavor. As he advanced to the transformation stage, Hao Chen's spiritual awareness became exceptionally potent, capable of dividing itself into multiple strands without affecting his true self. Moreover, with 3 nascent souls within him, he could seamlessly enter the avatar's body, exerting control and becoming another version of himself. The jade slip left by Chen Xingzi served as a manual for crafting avatars, containing a method for splitting the nascent soul as well. However, this technique was exceedingly painful and difficult to master, requiring a forceful and brutal dissection of the nascent soul within. The process is exceedingly torturous, one that only a select few can endure. Moreover, each individual may only utilize this method to dissect their spirit once in their lifetime, meaning that one can forge but a singular doppelganger. However, with 3 nascent souls, Hao Chen can cultivate a doppelganger without resorting to the method of division. His mind began to flourish with possibilities. In the future, he could cultivate numerous life forms, thereby creating more avatars. Having once again acquired the method for doppelganger cultivation, he could seamlessly integrate it with his previous knowledge of puppet creation, enhancing his capability to produce even more avatars for his own use. In that moment, Hao Chen found himself engulfed in reverie, envisioning a formidable array of avatars charging forth in unison, a thrilling spectacle indeed. Yet, he felt a pang of regret. He currently lacked the appropriate spiritual materials required for doppelganger cultivation. Otherwise, he could have embarked upon experimental endeavors. Chapter 538. Treasure hunting in the abyss. Departing from the cave of Chen Xingzi, he continued traversing the Thunder Forest. Suddenly, a chasm of vast proportions appeared before him, a pit of unfathomable depth. Standing at the edge of this precipice, he sensed a force attempting to draw him into the abyss. After careful contemplation, Hao Chen resolved to employ the wings of wind to glide downward. However, even in descent, he had to remain vigilant against the lightning above and the aerial beasts lurking within the chasm. Thus, he cautiously navigated downward, striving to evade any strikes of lightning. Should he find himself unable to escape, he would have to endure the impact. As for any sudden assaults by powerful avian creatures, he could only seek refuge within the demon suppression tower. Fortunately, through his journey, he had developed a formidable resistance to lightning due to its tempering influence. Aside from the onslaught of dark storm clouds, he could withstand ordinary bolts of lightning within a tolerable range. While the lightning inflicted some discomfort, it primarily served to refine his physique. Had he been an ordinary cultivator at the transformation stage without any protective artifacts, he would have perished countless times by now. Fortunately, he navigated the path without significant peril and safely descended to the bottom of the chasm. The depths, shrouded by ancient trees, were dark and profound. He gathered spiritual herbs along the way, searching for sources of water, for only near such sources could he discover more treasures of heaven and earth. Following the sound, he arrived at a stream at the chasm's base, finally granting him a view of the sky. Gazing upward from the pit's depths, he saw tumultuous clouds and flickering lightning. Yet he felt a sense of wonder akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, relishing the view of the heavens. From the cliff of the chasm, he could see a stream flowing from a cave. At that moment, he recalled his extraordinary encounter in the Tuo Mountain secret realm and without hesitation made his way toward the cave. Upon entering, he discovered that this cavern was an unfathomable sinkhole. Thus, he extended his consciousness outward, remaining vigilant. Not only that, but he also left traces of his spiritual essence along the way. He periodically set up formations and devised explosive traps such as thunderbolts, blood poison bombs, and other devices, fearing that within the cave lurked powerful and insurmountable beasts. Only through such precautions could he ensure his safety and delay any potential pursuit during his escape. As he ventured deeper into the cave, Hao Qian discovered that, aside from the abundant vitality permeating the air, the surroundings were eerily quiet and devoid of any ominous presence. He proceeded cautiously further into the cavern. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the end of the main passageway. There, he found a spacious hollow within the mountain, the remnants of which indicated that it had once been inhabited by people. Given that it had been a dwelling, there should be remnants of belongings, prompting Hao Qian to search the cave diligently. Unfortunately, after scouring every corner, he found no treasures to speak of. Sighing in disappointment, he realized that despite the peril he faced, he had descended into the depths of the sinkhole. Aside from gathering a few spiritual herbs, he had not encountered any high-quality treasures. In his pursuit, Hao Qian grew frustrated and drew forth the dragon spear, thrusting it against what appeared to be an unremarkable wall of the cave. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, revealing another tunnel. His countenance brightened, and he promptly entered this newly uncovered passage. Although the space within this cave was narrower than the previous one, the vitality here was exponentially more concentrated. Hao Qian was astounded, unable to fathom the sheer density of the energy surrounding him. The richness of this vitality surpassed even that of the cultivation chambers in Qinya City. Regrettably, he lamented his inability to break through to the spirit-severing stage. Had he been able to cultivate here, his progress would have undoubtedly accelerated. Undeterred, he pressed on into the depths of the cave. After some time, he arrived at a chamber within the cavern. The space was modest, roughly the size of a room, surrounded by several other tunnels leading to unknown destinations. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar sweet fragrance, the energy within the cave having coalesced into a liquid state, permeating the air and significantly affecting Hao Qian's senses. He had no choice but to activate his spiritual sight, as the potency of the aroma jolted him awake. To his astonishment, he spotted a pool of water on one side of the cave, from which a milky white spiritual liquid dripped slowly. The source of the sweet scent emanated from this very liquid, a millennium of stone stalactite essence. How could there be so much here? Hao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. However, when he reached into the pool, he realized it was, in fact, 10,000 years of stone stalactite essence. The discovery of such a treasure within the cave left him momentarily speechless. After retrieving the millennium essence from the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, he had not encountered any high-grade treasures since. The few millennium stone stalactites he had acquired were already scarce, with most reserved for his sect and grandfather, and he had been reluctant to use them for the Mo and Yi families. This unexpected fortune, granting him such an abundance of stone stalactite essence, could only be deemed a stroke of incredible luck. Hao Qian gazed at the 10,000 years of stone stalactite essence, lost in contemplation for a while. After much contemplation, I was unable to devise a method to create a designated space within the jade pendant for storing the essence of the ancient stone stalagmites. Initially, I contemplated summoning the ladies. However, I was concerned that Xiao Cui would be uncontrollable. Upon encountering the essence, she might recklessly consume it, risking her own well-being. Previously, in the cave of the Qingyun forest, I discovered a pool of liquid vitality. Following the ecological arrangement of that pool, I constructed a similar one within the earthen dimension of the demon suppression tower. Since the establishment of the liquid vitality pool in the earthen space, I have continued to store the abundant spirit stones obtained from the Qingyun cave in the same manner, within the confines of the vitality pool's barrier. Upon entering the liquid vitality pool multiple times to inspect it, I found it to be even more concentrated than before, though it had not undergone significant changes. I pondered the possibility of creating a cave-like terrain, but the demon suppression tower proved inadequate for this endeavor, compelling me to seek guidance from Linger, the spirit of the jade pendant. Regrettably, the jade pendant lacked any cave-like formations. Thus, I had no choice but to abandon that idea. However, the myriad of jars and containers within the jade pendant, numbering not less than 8,000, all crafted from jade, would serve perfectly for storing the millennia-old essence of the stalagmites. After 3 incense sticks had burned, I managed to collect 2/3 of the essence from the stalagmite pool into the jade pendant. Intentionally, I left 1/3 of the essence at the bottom of the pool. It was only at this moment that I summoned the ladies. When they appeared in the cavernous space and beheld the pool of millennia-old essence, their eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaozue, however, wasted no time. She lunged towards the pool, inhaling the essence eagerly. Xiaozue, be careful not to overindulge. Too much could be perilous, I exclaimed, trying to intervene as she continued to drink. Ultimately, with no other recourse, I swiftly approached Xiaozue and forcibly pulled her away from the pool. At the moment she was dragged from the edge of the essence pool, Xiaozue let out a contented burp and collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Her antics elicited laughter from the other ladies. At this juncture, Shaner, Shuanger, Qing'er, and Xiaolan were fervently anticipating their turn to absorb the essence for their cultivation. Unlike Xiaozue, they were far more restrained. Even Shaner dared not proceed without my explicit permission to absorb the essence. They could only glance at me, seeking my approval. Chapter 539, The Treasure Hunt in the Pit, Part 2. The girls remained astonished. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and absorb some of the essence. Then commence your cultivation, I urged. Although I remained silent, Ziyu pressed them on. Do not absorb too much at once. Moderation is key. Upon hearing Ziyu's instructions, I echoed her sentiments. The girls, heeding our words, positioned themselves by the pool to absorb the essence before selecting their own spots to cultivate. Ziyu cast a glance in my direction, inwardly resolving, I shall not cultivate here. From the traces around the pool, she discerned that I had collected the majority of the essence, and what remained in the pool might merely be a gesture of goodwill, allowing them to share in the bounty. You have absorbed the remnants of the spirit milk. I shall provide you with protection. Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at Haochen as she spoke. How did you know? Haochen replied playfully. TCH, with your little schemes, do you think I wouldn't notice? Ziyu pointed towards the stone bamboo spirit milk pool and addressed Haochen. Very well, I shall absorb some of the spirit milk and engage in my cultivation, Haochen declared. And with that, he took a generous gulp of the millennium-old stone bamboo spirit milk, akin to a cow drawing water. Upon entering his mouth, it transformed into immense energy, rapidly refining and augmenting Haochen's body. His magical prowess surged instantaneously. What a marvelous treasure! Not only does it enhance one's physical aptitude, but it also restores magical energy in an instant. It is infinitely superior to the Millennium Stone Bamboo Milk, he exclaimed in awe. Such a divine resource, if utilized in combat, serves as an instantaneous restorative for magical energy, far more effective than the recovery pills. Haochen mused. In battle, cultivators dread the depletion of magical power. But with Millennium Stone Bamboo Spirit Milk on hand, a single sip can replenish their energy immediately. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare in this world. As several hours passed, the cultivators gradually awoke, leaving only Xiaozue in deep slumber, necessitating her storage within the jade pendant space. Since you all have completed your cultivation, I shall no longer conceal the truth. The place you visited earlier was merely a space created by my treasures. As for my cultivation level, only Xiaolan remains unaware. Haochen began to explain, but was interrupted by Ziyu. Stop boasting. I have already informed Xiaolan. You are merely a prodigy at the transformation realm, aren't you? Ziyu retorted, casting a displeased look at Haochen. While she mocked him verbally, she inwardly scorned. You fall for every beauty you encounter. eager to win the hearts of all. Simply a fickle-hearted rogue. Hao Chen remained speechless at Ziyu's derision. Yu Xiaolan gazed at Hao Chen in astonishment. For a young man in his 20s turned out to be a dual cultivator of both martial and mystical arts. Previously, she had perceived him merely as a martial cultivator, unaware that he was also a practitioner of the mystical path. Observing that only a thin layer of the Millennium Stone Bamboo spirit milk remained in the pool, Hao Chen refrained from depleting it entirely. He searched the cave for a stone bamboo of considerable girth, about chest height. With the Levection sword, he flattened 3 surfaces of the bamboo. Channeling his true essence into his fingertips, he inscribed upon it the essence of the world's energy, akin to the inscriptions in the water curtain cave of the Tuo Mountain secret realm. The essence of the heavens and earth transforms into stone bamboo spirit milk. This pool of spirit milk has surpassed a millennium. For mortals, it strengthens muscles and bones, purges marrow, and facilitates a rebirth. For cultivators, it enhances true essence and elevates their cultivation. To those fortunate enough to discover this place, do not exhaust this pool of stone bamboo spirit milk entirely. Leave a portion for future generations. Next, he sought another piece of bamboo and fashioned it into a monument. Heaven grants treasures, the earth nurtures spirits. Those who are fated to obtain it must treat it with caution, lest they drain it entirely. Excess often leads to one's detriment. He inscribed at the bottom, erected by Hao Chen in the year of Qianyuan, Xinqiu. As his cultivation advanced, so too did his understanding and perspective. And with each elevation and realm, his inner peace flourished, gradually leading him to various epiphanies. These insights may not enhance one's cultivation or strength, yet they afford a clearer understanding of oneself and the world, touching upon one's realm and personal path. Throughout different stages of life, various realizations emerge. The act of inscribing these thoughts is the notion of Hao Yin, who believes there is merit in this perspective and thus leaves another message here for future generations to ponder. The women stand by, watching in awe as Hao Yin engraves the tablet. Suddenly, as he is about to place the engraved stone, a foreboding sensation arises within Hao Yin, compelling him to shield the women within the confines of his jade pendant space without a moment's hesitation. With a swift movement, he teleports away from the space of the spirit milk and returns to the expansive cavern from whence he came. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black slowly approaches from the cavern's passage. Who are you? The figure moves with a deceptive slowness, but in the blink of an eye, arrives at the open hall where Hao Yin stands. Hao Yin squints, sensing the terrifying aura of dark magic emanating from beneath the figure's robe. Strangely, this individual evokes a sense of familiarity within Hao Yin, as if he has encountered this person before, yet he cannot recall where. His mind races as he contemplates an escape strategy. It matters not who I am, for shortly you shall become a corpse. However, I am quite curious about how you discovered this place. Even I had not realized there was a hidden chamber within this cavern. Moreover, what treasures did you acquire here? Hand them over swiftly, and I may consider granting you a quick end. The cloaked figure chuckles, his sharp gaze fixed upon Hao Yin. Should Hao Yin make any sudden move, he would undoubtedly be the first to strike. You seem to resemble someone I know. I must have seen you somewhere before. Let me ponder. You are that foolish black-clad figure, Hao Yin declares, his tone infused with astonishment. You could say that. I am indeed that foolish black-clad figure. However, that persona is merely an avatar of mine. Upon hearing Hao Yin recognize the foolish black-clad figure, the individual lets out a chilling laugh and tears off his mask, revealing a face identical to that of the foolish black-clad figure. Yet, unlike the lewd demeanor of the previous incarnation, this figure exudes a more formidable aura of dark magic. Suddenly, the figure flickers, and before Hao Yin stands an elderly man with youthful features and white hair, possessing an impressive cultivation that obscures his true realm. Hao Yin's heart races in terror. The aura emanating from this person suggests he possesses at least late-stage dividing spirit cultivation, if not the formidable strength of a harmonization realm expert. He cannot help but contemplate the grim reality that, with his current power, he could not hope to match this individual. You are the Grand Elder of the Elder Council? Hao Yin exclaims, a chill running through him as his complexion pales. The figure cloaked in black was none other than the Grand Elder of the Elder Council of Qianya City, also the foremost elder of the demonic sect. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's terrifying cultivation, the ancestral patriarch of the Li family would never have allowed another to slumber so soundly beside him. Indeed, he possessed a cunning mind, sending a doppelganger adorned with spatial treasures to mingle among the throngs of adventurers, while his true self remained concealed within the spatial artifact, waiting to seize the celestial treasures of the earth. Haotzin mused silently. In truth, the Grand Elder of Qianya City frequently employed such tactics, blending among ordinary explorers to extract benefits. Utilizing such despicable means to seize the wealth of others, he had never once failed. The number of cultivators who had met their demise at his hands could easily be counted in the thousands, if not more. Yet, those who engage in such underhanded dealings are bound to face retribution in due time. Are you not afraid that your doppelganger may be annihilated, losing its spatial treasures? Haotzin cautiously inquired of the Grand Elder. This was merely a ruse to buy time, seeking an opportunity to escape. Though trapped within the cave, he could not resign himself to despair with even the faintest glimmer of hope. Rest assured, my doppelganger has blended into Qianya City for many years without revealing a single flaw. No one would ever suspect that it is merely a manifestation of my essence. Enough of this idle chatter. Swiftly hand over the treasures you acquired earlier, and I shall grant you a swift end. The Grand Elder of the demonic sect declared arrogantly, fixing his gaze on Haotzin. I have indeed discovered remarkable celestial treasures here. Have you not noticed the distinct aroma that permeates this cave during your prolonged stay? Haotzin's eyes shimmered as he cast a knowing glance toward the cavern from which the ethereal essence of the millennia-old stone stalagmite dripped. The Grand Elder of the demonic sect sniffed the air, turning his attention to a corner of the cave, where he beheld a droplet of the millennia-old stone stalagmite essence cascading from a stalactite above. It fell into a pool below, which remained damp, albeit with only a thin layer of the essence upon its surface. Millennia-old stone stalagmite essence. You have obtained an abundant supply of it? The Grand Elder of the demonic sect shouted in a frenzy. Seizing the moment, Haotzin swiftly darted past the Grand Elder's side and into the passage, fleeing with great speed. Boy, leave that behind for me. At this moment, the Grand Elder did not recognize Haotzin. Previously, while residing in Qianya City as an elder of the Qianya Hall, he had merely donned a disguise. The Grand Elder, realizing the one who had obtained the treasure was escaping, suddenly condensed his magical energy, conjuring a black demonic hand that effortlessly reached out toward Haotzin's back. In the Grand Elder's mind, he regarded Haotzin merely as a lowly cultivator at the Yuan Dan level, beyond the secret realm. However, Haotzin was prepared. He immediately formed a protective barrier around himself, just in time to deflect the incoming demonic hand. Bang! The seemingly effortless strike of the demonic hand collided with the barrier, producing a resounding crack as it shattered, causing the hand to vanish. Haotzin, leveraging the force of the blow, propelled himself at an even greater speed toward the cave's exit. Seeking death, the Grand Elder had initially believed that dealing with a mere Yuan Dan level ant would be child's play. To his astonishment, his strike yielded no result. Anger creased the Grand Elder's features as he swiftly followed Haotzin into the passage. The Grand Elder was in pursuit. I must hasten further. As the Great Elder pursued, a surge of determination coursed through Haotzin, prompting him to activate the swift shadow step, his speed doubling compared to before. Within the confines of the passage, even with the innate talent for teleportation, one could not utilize it. Though the Great Elder possessed early-stage integration cultivation, he was compelled to race like any ordinary person. Haotzin, having tempered his body with lightning, exhibited strength far beyond the ordinary. Thus, while fleeing, he was unperturbed by minor obstacles, as his velocity surged accordingly. This was indeed a remarkable technique for evading foes within the passage. In the face of the Great Elder's integration-level prowess, Haotzin's foremost thought was solely survival. Other methods might prove effective against practitioners below the divine separation stage, yet they paled in comparison when confronted with a master of integration. Nonetheless, at this moment, Haotzin refrained from showcasing his abilities, unless he could summon the flame of alchemical devastation, which might afford him the possibility of stalling the Great Elder. Fortunately, Haotzin had the foresight to set up explosives in advance. He intermittently detonated these devices to hinder his pursuer. However, the thunderbolt and heaven-rumbling explosives could scarcely inflict harm upon the Great Elder. What caught the Elder off guard was the sudden explosion of several blood-poisoned demon orbs as he neared the cave entrance, leaving him ragged and on the brink of death. The corrosive nature of the blood-poisoned demon orbs not only tattered his garments, but also seeped into his wounds, gnawing at his flesh. In agony, the Great Elder gritted his teeth and cursed, "You little rascal, should I catch you, I shall reduce you to ashes." Hao Yin still possessed one final card, the Abyssal Devourer Fly, which he had hesitated to deploy against foes since its acquisition. The depths of the chasm were not only shrouded in darkness, but also abundant in vital energy, making it the perfect realm for the Abyssal Devourer Fly to unleash its capabilities. The moment Hao Yin exited the cave, he summoned the Abyssal Devourer Fly to confront his adversary, while he himself swiftly entered the Demon Suppression Tower, arriving at the spatial barrier where the flies were nurtured, commanding them to engage. When the Great Elder emerged from the cave, the cavern behind him had already collapsed. Confronted by the overwhelming swarm of Abyssal Devourer flies, he found no refuge. Initially, the Great Elder believed it to be merely a common pest control technique and casually cast a few spells to eradicate the bothersome flies, only to discover that these creatures were not only bloodthirsty, but could also emit tiny flames. Waves upon waves of Abyssal Devourer flies relentlessly attacked him. The already battered Great Elder, having not had the chance to recover his strength upon exiting the cave, faced millions of these frenzied flies. In less than an hour, he was devoid of life, even his primordial spirit consumed by the swarm. Upon leaving the Demon Suppression Tower, Hao Yin beheld a mass resembling a humanoid Abyssal Devourer fly. When he recalled the flies, the ground beneath was utterly barren. At that moment, Hao Yin felt a pang of regret. After all, the Great Elder was a cultivator of the integration stage, possessing spatial treasures that now lay wasted. Not only had he lost the treasures, but everything contained within them, including his avatars, had vanished without a trace. Henceforth, in battles, Hao Yin vowed never to employ the Abyssal Devourer fly unless absolutely necessary, for these creatures wreaked havoc without an ounce of regard for the value of their spoils. In the heart of Hao Chen, resentment brewed fiercely. Yet, despite leaving nothing behind, he returned to the Demon Suppression Tower with a buoyant spirit. Upon arriving in the space designated for nurturing the devouring magic fly, he generously dispensed a multitude of elixirs and feed before departing from the tower's confines. Chapter 541. The Abyssal Trial. As he exited the tower, a sudden surge of true essence roiled within him, causing his magical energy to spiral out of control. Above, the thunderclouds began to churn violently, converging ominously over the abyss. It seemed as though all the thunder and lightning from the surrounding forest were being drawn towards this chasm, enveloping it in a suffocating darkness, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. At that moment, the explorers within the secret realm were struck dumb by the apocalyptic scene, halting in their tracks to seek refuge, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even the formidable beings who had ventured into the secret land felt a shiver of trepidation, gazing skyward with expressions filled with uncertainty. Damn it! To advance in the abyss. At this juncture, Hao Chen sensed the joyous stirrings of his nascent soul within, his magical power surging tumultuously. It was evident that this ascension would entail a tribulation of extraordinary magnitude. Heavenly tribulations were inherently terrifying, and to face such a trial within the abyss was sheer folly. The area was saturated with the power of lightning, creating a dreadfully electrified realm. Hao Chen cursed under his breath, steeling his resolve as he prepared to confront the impending tribulation. His entire being brimmed with abundant magical energy, having transcended previous limitations and entered a new realm of strength. Unbeknownst to him, the mighty thunder beasts lurking near the abyss were fleeing in droves, retreating far from the vicinity. Such a potent heavenly tribulation was beyond even the most formidable 10th-level beasts, or those in their first transformation. They had no choice but to escape the terror of this cataclysmic trial. After a prolonged period of brewing, the formidable lightning tribulation finally erupted, unleashing the first wave with a deafening roar. 3 bolts of terrifying lightning, each as thick as an arm, descended upon the chasm. "Come forth!" Hao Chen bellowed, his form suddenly towering as he raised his fist skyward, determined to withstand the initial onslaught of the 3 bolts with his bare hands. Boom! One bolt collided with Hao Chen's fist, dissipating upon impact, while the remaining 2 struck his body, scorching him blackened. However, such damage was trivial in his eyes. With his extraordinary physique, he would recover swiftly from these minor injuries. At that moment, his 5-elemental nascent soul radiated pure water and with attributes of magical energy, aiding him in rapidly mending his wounds. Not only that, but the dark nascent soul opened its mouth, absorbing one of the residual bolts that had entered his body, while the other was drawn into the space of his jade pendant, dissipating into the void beyond. Thus, the first wave of the heavenly tribulation was effortlessly navigated by Hao Chen. bolstering his confidence immensely. He had not anticipated that his strength could ascend to such terrifying heights. It is essential to recognize that the tribulation of heaven surpasses the might of both the Li Zhe and the Li Lin, an immeasurable force of thunder. Even cultivators at the spirit separation stage face demise during such trials. Yet, astonishingly, I have managed to withstand them with remarkable ease. Soon, the second wave of tribulation descends, heralded by 3 bolts of thunder, each as thick as a calf, hurtling towards Hao Chun. Drawing upon the strength gained from overcoming the initial wave, he boldly thrusts his fists forward to confront the oncoming bolts. Unarmed and barehanded against such terrifying tribulations, he finds himself at a disadvantage. His treasures, aside from the demon suppression tower, lack any affinity for thunder and lightning. Consequently, these formidable bolts render his artifacts insufficient for defense. Thus, he is compelled to face the tribulation with his bare hands. As he channels his energy, he intercepts 2 bolts of lightning, while the remaining 1 crashes directly into him. The intensity of this bolt surpasses that of the initial wave by more than double. Hao Chun, transformed by his divine ability, finds his robust form brought to its knees by the onslaught of lightning. His body charred and blackened, a trickle of blood escapes from the corner of his mouth. This marks the first time he has sustained significant injury under the tribulation's wrath. Although the bolts are ultimately absorbed by the dark primordial infant and the jade pendant's space, the experience of being struck is far from pleasant. The tribulation offers him little respite. Scarcely has he caught his breath after resisting the second wave, when he senses the storm clouds lingering, brewing an even greater challenge. What have I done to deserve this? Why does the heavens conspire against me? Hao Chun feels a deep frustration rising within him. Was it merely a step towards ascension that warranted such adversity? In a moment of defiance, he unleashes a furious roar towards the sky. At this juncture, he finds himself in a celestial pit, akin to a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. The pit now a seemingly insurmountable chasm. The third wave of tribulation gathers in the wake of his anguished cry. With a terrifying crack of thunder, the third wave arrives. Comprised of 3 bolts, each as thick as a thigh, their power exceeding that of the second wave by more than double. The third wave descends swiftly, enveloping the pit with an oppressive force that leaves Hao Chun gasping for air. Filled with indignation, he stands resolutely, his eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on the impending bolts. Suddenly, he retrieves the demon suppression tower, raising it above him, while his hands begin to form a mysterious seal, the reincarnation seal. At last, the third wave crashes down. 1 bolt is dissipated mid-air by the reincarnation seal, another is absorbed by the thunder and lightning space of the demon suppression tower. However, the final bolt strikes him with ferocious intensity. Hao Chun vomits a mouthful of blood as he is sent sprawling to the ground, his body a canvas of lacerations. The gaping wounds emit wisps of black smoke, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Despite some of the lightning energy being absorbed by the dark primordial infant and the jade pendant's space, remnants of its chaotic power surge through his body. The excruciating pain caused Hao Chun's body to tremble uncontrollably. With multiple injuries afflicting him, he felt an overwhelming weakness, a desire to succumb to a deep slumber. As this thought emerged, Hao Chun immediately bit his tongue, forcing himself to awaken. He could not afford to drift into unconsciousness at this moment. Doing so would signify his eternal rest. His existence was not solely for himself. There remained countless significant matters to attend to. The demon suppression tower, the space within the jade pendant, and my beloved awaited. Heaven, you cannot extinguish my spirit. As long as my obsession endures, even if you annihilate my corporeal form, I shall be reborn. In the midst of his struggle, 3 waves of thunder and 9 bolts of tribulation lightning surged forth, and suddenly the sky above the pit cleared. Chapter 542, Ascending to the Spirit Separation Realm. Hao Chun ascended to the Spirit Separation Realm, causing an unusual ripple in the world's vital energy. Auspicious clouds gathered en masse, converging upon the rainforest pit, swiftly forming a vibrant, multicolored aura above Hao Chun's head. A cascade of 7 colored rays, like a rain of blossoms, scattered within the depths of the pit. With a melodious cry emanating from within the pit, Xiao Chui transformed into a bluebird, spiraling in the air above Hao Chun, acting as his protective guardian. Simultaneously, 3 ying of varying hues emerged from Hao Chun's body, soaring into the space above. Within the pit, the vital energy of heaven and earth gradually coalesced around Hao Chun, surrounding the 3 ying, and forming 3 radiant halos of diverse colors. The 3 ying swiftly absorbed the vital energy within the halos, and the effulgent 7-colored light gradually permeated Hao Qin's body. As Hao Qin's cultivation advanced, the radiant light began to thin and eventually vanished. The bodies of the 3 ying suddenly glimmered with golden light, transforming into 3 identical replicas of Hao Qin. At this moment, Hao Qin's 3 ying also transitioned from the transformation stage to the spirit separation realm, acquiring the innate supernatural abilities of this new stage and manifesting a higher-level soul from within their being. This was the Unshun, the object of envy among practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Cultivators could project their spiritual consciousness outward, achieving extraordinary effects. At this juncture, the intangible soul evolved into a tangible soul being, albeit still fragile, requiring nurturing within the Dantian. As the cultivator continued their practice, upon reaching the transformation stage, the One Ying would gradually solidify and strengthen. When the cultivator attained the spirit separation realm, the One Ying within would generate a higher-level soul, evolving into the Unsun. The Bunsun could solidify into a form or remain formless. As long as the Unsun exists, it is immortal. The Unsun represents a higher form of existence in a cultivator's life, generally. The soul, spiritual consciousness, Yandan, Yanying, and Benshun are all manifestations of life. Only the Unshun is eternal. Should the Bunying detach from the cultivator's majority of memories and fail to find a suitable vessel in time, it would swiftly perish. In contrast, the Unsin could reside within any entity infused with vital energy, carrying the entirety of the cultivator's memories. At an opportune moment, it could seize a new body or reconstitute itself. At this moment, Hao Qin's primordial spirit soared freely within the void of the heavenly pit. Before long, he sensed the suppression of the yang energy and the vital force in the universe. With a flash of golden light, 3 primordial spirits fused with 3 nascent souls. Re-entering Hao Qin's body, seated cross-legged in the heavenly pit, Hao Qin slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he did not feel an overwhelming strength due to his advancement, but rather a sense of transcendence. With a mere thought, he could perceive the fluctuations of the surrounding cosmic energy. Perhaps this was what was meant by returning to simplicity. The total amount of magical power within his 3 Dantians had multiplied many times over compared to the past. Unbeknownst to him, at the instant the sweet dew descended, the sky of the entire secret realm was filled with celestial music and rare 7-colored radiance. However, before the radiance could settle, a fireball suddenly fell into the misty jungle not far from the heavenly pit. This was what people often referred to as thunder jade, a gem formed from condensed lightning. Born from the thunder clouds beyond the 9 heavens, embodying the purest lightning energy in existence. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Hao Qin's consciousness became further refined. His previously stagnant awareness now surged in strength. Each of the 3 nascent souls within him unexpectedly manifested a strand of consciousness, meaning each nascent soul possessed its own awareness, resulting in 6 strands of consciousness from the 3 nascent souls, along with Hao Qin's original consciousness, culminating in a total of 7 strands. His cultivation naturally ascended into the realm of spirit division. The bodies of the 3 nascent souls appeared even more solidified, and his cultivation abruptly differentiated into the mid-stage of spirit division, nearing the pinnacle of the late stage. The descending sweet dew elevated his cultivation directly from the early to the mid-stage of spirit division, ultimately resting at the late stage, just a fraction away from the peak. It was unheard of for anyone to cultivate 7 strands of spirit division consciousness. However, how to utilize and cultivate this remained a mystery to Hao Qin. He surmised that in this world, no method for cultivating 7 strands of spirit division consciousness existed, and he would have to explore and develop his own path in the future. Hao Qin shook his head with a wry smile, lacking any reference experience. He could only rely on himself to forge a unique path. Fortunately, having advanced to the mid-late stage of spirit division, he had gleaned some insights through his formidable consciousness. At the very least, Hao Qin understood that future cultivation must involve balanced development of the 3 nascent souls to have a chance at advancing to the integration stage. He was immensely grateful that he practiced the rare Shao Yang Ju technique, a high-grade method suitable for cultivators of all attributes. This technique not only allowed the absorption of various magical powers, but also enabled the devouring of other attributes for personal use. Any attribute that existed in the world could be cultivated. Having contemplated this, he rose from the ground, stretched his limbs, and felt his body brimming with strength. as if he could slay dragons. With a shout, he exerted a slight effort, delivering a punch that sent a terrifying shockwave forward. The shockwave struck the collapsed cavern, turning debris into fine sand. The power was astonishing. Hao Chen gasped, startled by the might of his own strike. In the recent strike, he merely harnessed the strength of an ordinary martial artist, refraining from employing any magical power. Remarkably, he leveraged only the prowess of a martial master to achieve such an effect. Could this truly be the might of the Spirit Division realm? Hao Yin was engulfed in astonishment. Previously, through rigorous training amidst the Thunder Marsh and Thunder Forest, he had undergone a profound refinement, ultimately undergoing a metamorphosis through the heavenly tribulation. His physical fortitude had long surpassed that of a martial king. If his conjecture was correct, his current strength was akin to that of those formidable beings in the tribulation realm. The dual cultivation of both martial and magical arts, with a primary focus on the latter, was unheard of, as no cultivator had ascended to the Spirit Division while simultaneously advancing in martial prowess. Moreover, there were no accounts within the Qianyuan realm of anyone achieving the Spirit Division at the tender age of 22. Thus, Hao Yin found himself unable to draw comparisons between the superiority of the Spirit Division spells and the might of the martial sage techniques. At this juncture, after the cave had been struck, a passage had been cleared. However, since the precious materials within had already been extracted, the pathway held little significance. It would be more prudent to seal the cave for millennia, awaiting a fated individual to unseal it anew. Contemplating this, Hao Yin began to cast arrays of confinement, slaughter, illusions, and barriers to seal the cave. He then manifested the wings of the wind, soaring into the air, descending beyond the heavenly pit. Chapter 543, Encountering an Ambush. I never imagined you would hide here. You've made it quite a challenge for me to find you. Just as Hao Yin emerged from the heavenly pit, a familiar voice of an elderly man thundered from above. Suddenly, Hao Yin realized his body had been ensnared by an overwhelming spatial force, rendering him incapable of progress. You, young man, were behind that recent tribulation, were you not? Hao Yin felt a surge of terror. Having just ascended to the Spirit Division, his magical essence was even comparable to that of a late-stage Spirit Division expert. Under this binding force, he felt insignificantly small, unwilling to fall into another's grasp. Despite this, Hao Yin retained some discretion, having surmised the identity of the familiar voice's owner. Utilizing the technique of stealing the heavens and changing the sun, he transformed into a mid-level great martial master and unleashed a realm of lightning, intent on breaking free from this spatial entrapment. After enduring the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Hao Yin's strength had increased manifold. Moreover, having undergone the refining of thunder, he had comprehended the realm of lightning, allowing its power to emanate within the domain. Although his mastery was not yet proficient, it was at least a beginning. With diligent practice, he believed he would eventually achieve effortless control. Hao Yin remained ever vigilant. Should his assailant strike, he would seize the opportunity to test once more if he could unlock the secrets within and unleash the full potential of his lightning power to escape the spatial confines. After all, the approaching individual clearly surpassed Hao Yin's expectations. Through his divine sense, he detected an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging towards him, as if it were poised to obliterate him in an instant. Seeking death, with a cold snort, Hao Chun unleashed a bolt of lightning, shattering the constraints of space. And in an instant, he vanished from his original position. The one who had cast the spatial binding was taken aback, unable to fathom that the person before him had successfully escaped the confines of space. Have you truly comprehended the secrets of the lightning domain? Just as Hao Chun activated the lightning domain to flee the spatial binding, a faint aura of lightning emanated from him, instantly perceived by the caster of the binding, who exclaimed in astonishment, "You have undergone the lightning refinement and grasped the essence of the lightning domain." At that very moment, as Hao Chun rejoiced in his escape from the clutches of danger, the individual reappeared before him in a flash. Hao Chun, too, swiftly teleported, creating distance between himself and the newcomer. In the fleeting moment of Hao Chun's disappearance, over a dozen figures lunged toward the edge of a chasm. A young man, observing Hao Chun's retreating silhouette, displayed a slight change in expression. "Elder, are you certain that individual was the one who stole the spherical engraving key and abducted the princess of Qianan City?" he inquired, his tone tinged with indignation. Hao Chun had already recognized the young man as Li Kunyu, the young lord of Qianya City, and the familiar voice belonged to the elder of the Li family. Do you not realize that once we capture this person, we can reclaim the key and exit the secret realm? We could seal the exit of the realm and trap these individuals within, the elder asserted. It is imperative to note that those who entered the secret realm are elites from various sects, especially the dozens who accompanied Tai Tianqing. I suspect they are all members of the demonic sect hidden within Xinya City. Only by eliminating them can we diminish the influence of the demonic sect in Xinya City. As the two engaged in dialogue, Hao Chun had already fled several dozen meters away, utilizing his spiritual sense to eavesdrop on their conversation with clarity. At this moment, he realized the formidable power of the Li family's influence in Xinya City. It seemed that the Li family had not abandoned their pursuit of him in Yuxiaolan. The moment they detected his whereabouts, relentless pursuers would undoubtedly follow in their wake. Humph, these incompetent fools dare to hunt me? A mere dream, Hao Chun muttered dismissively. Despite these cultivators possessing strengths above the Yuandan realm, they appeared exceedingly weak in his eyes. Even a handful of spirit separation experts would not warrant his concern. You are the one who abducted the princess and plundered the treasures of the Li family? Li Kunyu accused, pointing at Hao Chun. Indeed. I am the one who took the princess of Qianan City. What business do you have with me? Hao Chun replied, regarding the members of the Li family with a sardonic smile. Stepping forward, Li Kunyu coldly declared, very well, since you are the thief who abducted the princess. Do not blame me. Brothers, attack. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swung his sword, aiming to strike at Hao Chun. These individuals were truly dim-witted, failing to consider why Hao Chun was able to break free from the elder's bindings, mindlessly charging forward to encircle him. They likely still believed Hao Chun to be merely a mid-level martial artist, eagerly seeking to capture the one who had taken the lady of the city lord's residence. Li Kunyu was foolish, and the others were not much stronger. In an instant, the blades clashed as a torrent of attacks surged towards Hao Yin. Little did they know, their efforts were akin to a child's play in the face of his prowess. Hao Yin shook his head, his mind stirring, and suddenly, the air trembled as a colossal dragon-like hand materialized, gently descending upon the group of over 10 individuals. Without the slightest hesitation, with a single motion, chaos erupted among them. Particularly, Li Kunyu transformed into a fleeting shadow, attempting to flee. Thinking of escape, Hao Yin couldn't help but chuckle coldly, swiftly locking onto Li Kunyu's aura. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Li Kunyu, still in frantic flight, felt a tremor throughout his body, crashing to the ground in despair. Regret flooded his heart. How could someone, merely a mid-level martial artist, suddenly become so formidable? You, Li Kunyu stammered. Hao Yin, suddenly disinterested, ignored him. For the ancestral figure of the Li family had yet to intervene. He merely stood at a distance, observing the clash between Hao Yin and Li Kunyu. Furthermore, Hao Yin had clearly overheard the previous conversation between the ancestral figure and Li Kunyu. The ancestral figure sought to retrieve the key to the secret realm, aiming to ensnare the elite within. Had it been when Hao Yin first arrived in the Tianwu continent, he would have unreservedly supported the ancestral figure. However, after spending some time on the Tianwu continent, he realized that ordinary cultivators had no intention of crossing the sea to invade the Tianyuan continent. The invasion was merely a smokescreen set by the demonic sect. Have you had your fun yet? The ancestral figure, Li Linrong, had already locked onto Hao Yin's aura. Although Li Kunyu had been injured by Hao Yin, Li Linrong remained unconcerned. As long as he could confirm that this individual was the one who aided the princess of Qianan City in entering the treasury, that was sufficient. It was not that escape was impossible, but rather that it was futile unless one chose not to pursue. Hao Yin's pupils constricted as he jested. You think I would flee from you? Facing such a formidable figure as Li Linrong, one would expect a mid-level martial artist to be trembling with fear. Yet, Hao Yin not only remained unafraid, but found the situation amusing. What audacity! Chapter 544, Encountering an Ambush, Part 2. Is it so brazen to possess a mere fragment of magic and escape from my domain's constraints? Li Linrong laughed coldly, his smile concealing a lethal edge. You truly believe that breaking free from my confinement grants you the audacity to be arrogant? Do you wish to spar with me again? Though Li Linrong was absolutely confident in his ability to capture Hao Yin, he could not forget the earlier humiliation. Since I have already escaped your clutches, only a fool would dare to engage you in battle, Hao Yin retorted, casting a derisive glance at Li Linrong. At this moment, Li Linrong still appeared quite cautious, attempting to extract information from Hao Yan's words to gauge his true capabilities. A true expert possesses immeasurable combat experience. It was only due to underestimating Hao Yan that he had fallen into a trap. Now, Li Linrong was fully prepared, and it would not be so simple for Hao Yan to ward him off. The true strength of the ancestral figure of the Li family has always eluded comprehension, as Li Linrong has consistently presented himself to the world as a martial sovereign. Hao Chun recognizes that he has encountered an adversary possessing a cunning akin to his own. The lord of Qianya City, Li Linrong, is of martial sovereign cultivation, and the ancestral figure of the Li family is his grandfather. Thus, he must possess at least the cultivation of a martial venerable, if not that of a martial saint. The martial saint realm is indeed formidable. Surpassing even the divine sense realm, this individual has remained concealed, exhibiting remarkable restraint, which is truly terrifying. Contemplating this, Hao Chun cannot help but draw a sharp breath. Although Hao Chun himself has attained dual mastery in both martial and magical arts, and has entered the martial saint realm, he is still inexperienced and has yet to fully acclimatize to the power and experience requisite at this level. The Li family patriarch has undoubtedly immersed himself in martial arts and magical techniques for countless years within the martial saint realm. In matters of magical prowess and technique, Hao Chun is certainly no match for the Li family patriarch's adeptness. At this very moment, the Li family patriarch resembles a true powerhouse. As his presence locks onto Hao Chun, the spatial positioning of his opponent has already been entirely ensnared by his domain's magical power. In this instant, Hao Chun feigns immobility. Yet Li Linrong is acutely aware that Hao Chun possesses a certain method to extricate himself from the spatial confinement. However, Li Linrong is convinced that even if the opponent manages to break free, it does not imply that he can navigate the restricted space with impunity. He will still remain bound by the domain's constraints. Spatial confinement is merely a manifestation of an understanding of spatial attributes. On the day Hao Chun practiced the falling feather sword technique in Xia Town, he grasped the essence of the sword domain, which allowed him to reverse and master the principles of the domain. Subsequently, within the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower's spatial barrier, he comprehended spatial magical techniques, enabling him to deploy spatial restrictions and thus move freely. Spatial restrictions are akin to domains. In simpler terms, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one comprehends domains akin to barriers. Within such a domain, one becomes akin to a deity, while others are largely overlooked. Hao Chun has ingeniously applied his insights, enabling him to maneuver freely even within the confines of the spatial restriction. The comprehension of domains is indeed challenging, and Hao Chun finds himself somewhat unaccustomed. Hence, after understanding the sword domain, he did not diligently extrapolate it into his other magical techniques. It was only after mastering spatial attributes that he gradually began to grasp certain profound truths related to them. Yet now, in a moment of urgency, he has suddenly comprehended the thunder domain, allowing him to navigate freely within the space restricted by the Li family patriarch's magic. This secret location embodies a formidable spatial restriction, permitting Hao Chun to disregard the confinement and fly with ease. The Li family patriarch, deploying spatial restrictions within this secret realm, is akin to wielding a hammer in a glass shop. Hao Chun is a practitioner well-versed in spatial attributes. To those of lesser cultivation, the application of spatial confinement spells serves as an absolute means of suppression, a hidden ace of the Li family patriarch. Now, with spatial confinement proving ineffective against Hao Chun, the disparity in strength between practitioners of the same realm diminishes significantly. Though Hao Chun is but a novice in the martial saint realm, he is a practitioner skilled in both martial and magical arts. The advantage the Li family patriarch holds over Hao Chun lies in the quality of the true qi within his body, which is undoubtedly purer than that found within Hao Chun. At this moment, if one were to compare the martial saint magical power stored within the Li family patriarch's dantian to that contained in Hao Chun's dantian, it would be akin to comparing 2 cups of wine of equal size. The ancestral elder of the Li family possessed a martial saint's power of 70 degrees, while Hao Yan's was merely 50 degrees, or perhaps even less. Yet, one must not overlook the fact that Hao Yan also harbored vital energy within him. Alongside the martial saint's power from 3 dantians, the energies of 3 nascent souls, and various divine abilities, these factors could indeed compensate for the stark disparity in strength. Thus, at this moment, it was not that Hao Yan was incapable of action. Rather, he was deliberately refraining from it. He had quietly mobilized the power from his 3 dantians, as well as his assorted divine abilities. You are a senior of the Li family, and I have always kept our dealings at a respectful distance. You should be aware that I inadvertently uncovered the secrets of a mysterious organization and, in a serendipitous turn of fate, aided the princess of Qianan City. Yet, your Li family has repaid my kindness with enmity, accusing me of having an illicit relationship with the princess after rescuing her. Within the Li family treasury, there were attempts on my life to eliminate both me and the princess. Now, you relentlessly pursue me. Do you not fear the repercussions from Qianan City? Hao Yan's demeanor shifted, suddenly turning serious. His mention of the opposition between Qianan City and Qianya City caused the elder of the Li family to change his expression ever so slightly. Do you dare assert that there is no scandal between you and the princess of Qianan City? Do you dare claim that you did not covet a single treasure upon entering the Li family treasury? The elder was acutely aware that Hao Yan had seen through the Li family's intentions to reclaim their treasures and eliminate witnesses. Oh, so you still recognize me? Hao Yan smiled, a hint of mockery playing upon his lips. Upon hearing Hao Yan's words, the elder seemed to come to a realization, furrowing his brow in response. You young rascal are stalling for time? There is nothing more to discuss with someone of your generation. As long as I remain here, I will capture you, reclaim the key, and eliminate the princess of Qianan City. No one will know it was the Li family behind it. The elder believed he had discerned Hao Yan's intentions. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent, square-shaped treasure seal appeared before him, vibrant and alive, clearly a life-bound treasure. With a pointed finger, the treasure seal plummeted downward with incredible speed, leaving behind a blur, its formidable force tearing a hole in the void. This was a powerful strike from a martial saint. Wielding their life-bound treasure, Hao Yan sensed that even summoning the power of the demon-suppressing tower might not withstand it. Hao Yan's true essence coalesced to its pinnacle. As he grasped the Gungjin sword in his left hand and the Gungjin essence sword in his right, suddenly merging them into one. The two sword energies converged, forming a brilliant flying sword. With a thought, the golden sword energy shot forth, piercing towards the descending treasure seal. Remarkable sword energy, reminiscent of the techniques from the Baiming family. The elder of the Li family remained unfazed. With a flick of his finger, the radiant treasure seal surged with even greater energy, and with a single strike, it dispelled Hao Yan's golden sword energy with ease. The treasure seal, having only encountered slight resistance, accelerated once more towards its target. In a moment of dire urgency, Hao Yan had already gathered the demon-slaying hand, ready to meet the crashing treasure seal head-on. With a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry, the demon-slaying hand collided with the treasure seal. Chapter 545, Encountering an Ambush, Part 3. The elder of the Li family narrowed his eyes, astonished that his life-bound treasure had been halted by Hao Yan's palm imprint. What on earth was happening? The palm seal unleashed by Hao Chen was evidently not a formidable spell, so how could it possibly withstand his own life-bound treasure? Upon closer investigation, an anomaly was detected. Hao Chen had actually employed a doubled, enigmatic essence of true qi to condense the palm print, significantly amplifying the power of the Demon Slayer hand. Rather than merely using the Demon Slayer hand for defense, it was more accurate to say that Hao Chen was utilizing an inexhaustible flow of peculiar true qi for protection. Young one, let us see how much of this strange true qi you possess to withstand my assault. The elder of the Li family, Li Linrong, sneered coldly. At that moment, the elder infused additional true qi into his life-bound treasure. A tremendous force surged forth from the resplendent golden seal, pressing the Demon Slayer hand that Hao Chen had conjured down towards his own head. With a sudden rush of wind, Hao Chen's wings of wind unfurled behind him, propelling him backward just in time to evade the strike of the treasure as the Demon Slayer hand dissipated. You shall not escape. The sight of Hao Chen utilizing his wings of wind ignited a fierce determination in Li Linrong to eliminate him. He immediately pointed, causing his life-bound treasure to whirl in the air and transform into a flying dragon, lunging towards Hao Chen. Hao Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly summoned a flame of alchemical fire in response. The collision between Li Linrong's life-bound treasure and Hao Chen's alchemical fire erupted in a tremendous explosion, unleashing a torrent of energy that spiraled chaotically. The elder felt a jolt through his body, realizing that his life-bound treasure had sustained some damage from this clash. How could a mere mid-stage martial artist unleash such a terrifying attack? For a moment, Li Linrong was taken aback. The young man he had underestimated had managed to injure his life-bound treasure, an occurrence that felt utterly extraordinary. The aura has vanished? As Li Linrong was struck with astonishment, the presence he had been tracking suddenly dissipated. Within his line of sight, Houchen had vanished entirely, his aura extinguished. After encountering his second brother, Qian Shenyu, in the City of Night, Houchen had cultivated the heavenly steel and day swap technique, allowing him to instantaneously alter his aura, rendering even more powerful adversaries unable to discern him. As Li Linrong pondered this perplexity, a brilliant radiance flickered behind him. Houchen, wielding the flying radiance sword, was now less than 3 feet from the elder's body. Not good, Li Linrong exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to evade. Houchen unleashed the energy of the flying radiance sword, which detonated. The sword split into 2, hurtling towards either side of Li Linrong's body. Simultaneously, Houchen unleashed a blast of alchemical fire from his left hand. With no means of evasive action, and the alchemical fire advancing towards him, Li Linrong had no choice but to endure the onslaught of the violent flames. In an instant, the inferno consumed him. Houchen activated his wings of wind, executing several rapid movements and vanishing into the void. Despite the spatial restrictions in place, they proved ineffective against the wings of wind, which allowed him to soar freely like a bird. When Li Linrong finally emerged from the sea of flames, he found that Houchen had once again eluded him. Summoning his life-bound treasure back, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but found no trace of Houchen. It was as if the young man had melded seamlessly into the void, rendering him nearly undetectable. The elder of the Li family sensed, albeit vaguely, that Houchen was lurking nearby. Danger was concealed in this place. If he were to let his guard down, Houchen would undoubtedly launch an attack. Despite being a martial sage, he found himself ensnared in a peril crafted by a grand martial master. At this moment, the elder did not perceive Houchen as having attained the level of a grand martial master. Rather, he merely regarded him as a step above his current cultivation. In the elder's understanding, the ability to wield the wing of wind technique necessitated a robust reservoir of true energy, which was incompatible with a cultivation level below that of a grand martial master. Nonetheless, the audacity of a young man of such a level to challenge a martial sage was difficult for the elder to accept. If word were to spread, Li Linrong would surely become the subject of ridicule in the realm of cultivators. Leaning against a massive stone, the elder cautiously extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings. He had entered the highest state of vigilance, and astonishingly, it was he who found himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. This young man possessed numerous treasures. Should he eliminate him and seize those treasures, the elder's power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, mobilizing the family's forces to intercept him would complicate matters due to the multitude of voices and actions involved. If the situation were not resolved swiftly, it was possible that the treasures on this young man might slip away. The elder's thoughts raced. His continued pursuit was driven by the desire to acquire those treasures. Young one, continue to hide like a turtle. I shall seek your companion, Dailan. With a swift motion of his eyes, the elder abruptly departed from the location, intending to pursue Dailan and the others. He believed that Houchen was merely stalling for time, and once he chased after Dailan, Houchen would inevitably reveal himself. As expected, at the moment the elder activated his escape light, a fierce cold wave surged through the void. Suddenly, countless ice arrows shot forth, obscuring the elder's line of sight. Humph! The elder snorted coldly. With a mere flick of his hand, all the ice arrows shattered before him. Simultaneously, a towering pillar of fire erupted from the ground, roaring forth like a bloodthirsty dragon, crashing towards the elder. The tactic of feigning an attack in one direction while striking in another is a commonly employed strategy in battle, and Houchen's ambush was both sudden and rapid. Had the elder not been thoroughly prepared beforehand, he might have suffered a significant setback. Damn it! This young man wields an extraordinary array of spells. The elder cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, he summoned his innate treasure, the heaven-defying seal, which hovered above him. As he conjured a yellow barrier around himself to thwart the advancing fire pillar. In that fleeting moment of Houchen's assault, the elder indeed caught a glimpse of his figure. Yet in the blink of an eye, his presence vanished once more. This young man moved like a gust of wind, evading with remarkable speed, seemingly resolved to engage the elder in protracted combat. For a time, the elder found himself at a loss in dealing with Houchen. Houchen, acting wisely, possessed the capability to confront formidable foes directly, yet the energy expended in such encounters was exorbitant. Even with ample energy within him, He could not endure such a drain indefinitely. When challenging opponents of a higher tier, merely achieving a stalemate would be considered a victory. Should he manage to triumph over his adversary, regardless of the means employed, it would indeed be a matter of pride. Houchen has been rigorously testing his own capabilities, and he has nearly calculated his potential. With his strength, confronting a foe of a higher tier yields a meager probability of victory, while the chances of a stalemate are significantly greater. However, should he consume the restoration pill and the 10,000-year stone bamboo spirit milk and employ ambush tactics, the likelihood of triumph would substantially increase. Chapter 546, Encountering an Ambush, Part 4. At this moment, the patriarch of the Li family has become akin to a mere whetstone. The unfortunate patriarch still harbors the desire to defeat Houchen and seize the treasures he possesses, oblivious to the fact that he has become the prey for others' amusement. Li Linrong continues to await the moment Houchen exhausts his energy. Yet he remains unaware that Houchen practices both martial and magical arts, possessing 3 dantians within him, supported by 3 nascent souls. Upon entering the spirit separation realm, he has effectively become a whetstone himself, with his current prowess in the spirit separation realm having reached a considerable level of refinement. At this juncture, his cultivation in the spirit separation stage is firmly established, and his strength far exceeds what the Li family patriarch could ever fathom. With his cultivation stabilized and his power refined, Houchen is unwilling to remain entangled with the patriarch any longer. Having achieved the martial saint realm, he understands that in a battle among equals, if he desires to escape, no one could impede his departure. Therefore, Houchen recognizes that further entanglement would only squander precious time. Seizing the opportunity to depart is the most rational choice. Scoundrel! The Li family patriarch gasped, his breath tinged with the acrid scent of singed flesh, and several charred patches marred his exterior. In the heat of the moment, were it not for the patriarch's profound vital energy, which he expended in vast quantities to withstand the assault, that sudden strike could have very well cost him his life. Houchen, employing the art of stealth known as the stealing daylight technique, masked his presence, an ability that many formidable practitioners could never hope to master. Moreover, at the moment of launching his ambush, a trace of energy is typically revealed, yet the Li family patriarch remains utterly oblivious to it. How has this young man achieved such mastery? Is there perhaps a treasure upon him that conceals his aura? The patriarch's greed for Houchen's possessions only intensifies, yet he cannot help but become increasingly cautious. With Houchen concealed and his attacking power formidable, a moment's carelessness could indeed lead to his demise. The patriarch completely confined the surrounding space in an attempt to utilize this confinement to detect Houchen's presence. Unfortunately, Houchen has vanished without a trace, eluding all detection. 5 days have elapsed, and Houchen has no time to linger, entangled with the Li family patriarch. According to their agreement, they must return to the entrance after 49 days. Unbeknownst to Houchen, a shocking transformation has occurred within the secret realm over the past 40 days, turning it into a veritable hell on earth. Days prior, Li, accompanied by disciples of the Hunchi sect, encountered the demonic sect led by Tai Tianxing, along with individuals from various other sects. Arriving at the mist-laden forest shrouded in thick fog, when they discovered that this fog-laden forest was home to countless spirit herbs, medicinal plants, and other rare treasures over a millennium old, the martial hall, Hunchi sect, the demonic sect, and various other factions steadily infiltrated the secret realm. Thus, the mist-laden forest has become a frenzied hunting ground for cultivators, as the spirit herbs and medicinal plants found here are rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world. Conflicts are inevitable between individuals and sections. Moreover, certain rare treasures are fiercely guarded by demonic beasts, necessitating their expulsion for acquisition. Thus unfolds a dramatic tableau of battles for wealth among humans, beasts, and even among beasts themselves. 6 days prior, an unknown entity underwent tribulation, causing heavenly thunderous jade to descend upon the mist-laden forest. This divine treasure incited madness among many, yet it was the astute Li who seized the opportunity first. As individuals attempted to claim it, demonic beasts lurked nearby, drawn by the scent of blood, and when the gathering of beasts became apparent, escape was no longer an option. Li acted decisively, leading her enigmatic organization to break through their path of return. Upon exiting the misty forest, they found themselves in a shallow marshland. Li was already aware of a barrier surrounding this area, Previously, she had discovered a weak point in the barrier while searching for treasures and gathering spiritual herbs within. This time, she intended to utilize the barrier to evade the onslaught of demonic beasts. To her astonishment, she found that the followers of the dark sect were equally familiar with this barrier, entering with their remnants. Once settled, these individuals turned against Li Lin and her companions, coercing them to surrender the thunderous jade. At that moment, Li Lin recalled the impostor posing as her junior disciple. With no one to assist her, she bravely faced off against 3 sect members. Meanwhile, the dark sect had ulterior motives. They envisioned controlling this secret realm as an ideal stronghold for their operations. Thus, they sought to eliminate all intruders. The situation in the secret realm grew increasingly dire, as Li Lin managed to momentarily evade the dark sect's pursuit. She entrusted the thunderous jade to her younger sister, Xiaowen, instructing her to safeguard it while leading the remaining followers to escape. With Li Lin's assistance, Xiaowen and her companions exited the barrier. Li Lin advised them to return to the entrance of the secret realm, seek refuge with the impostor, and await reunion. Subsequently, Li Lin stood resolutely at the barrier's entrance, engaging in a skirmish with the dark sect to buy time and prevent them from intercepting Xiaowen and the others. Li Lin unleashed her full cultivation, leading the dark sect members in a convoluted dance within the barrier. Unexpectedly, at the moment of restoration at the barrier's nexus, she successfully traversed it, evading the dark-clad assailants. Once free from the barrier, Li Lin quickly located Xiaowen and the others. However, midway through their escape, they unexpectedly encountered members of the Li family. Ever since entering the secret realm, the Li family had relentlessly pursued Li Lin and Haoyan, seeking to reclaim the spherical engraved jade key. After much difficulty in tracing Haoyan's whereabouts, they had managed to corner him, only to subsequently lose him amidst their ambush. Within the secret realm, the Li family frantically searched for the enigmatic organization, eventually locating Li Lin and Haoyan. However, instead of finding them, they stumbled upon a horde of demonic beasts, which relentlessly pursued them. Upon spotting Li Lin and her subordinates, Li Kunyu's anger surged. Had it not been for Li Lin opening the treasure vault, the Li family would not have lost the spherical engraved jade key. Thus, he resolved to eliminate these members of the enigmatic organization. Li Lin had no choice but to shield Xiaowen and facilitate her escape, while she remained behind to hold off the enemy. However, the disparity in cultivation levels between the two parties was insurmountable. A few guards fought valiantly to fend off the enemy, managing to escape with serious injuries, with foes blocking their front and pursuing them from behind, and monstrous beasts wreaking havoc all around. Li Lin's movements were severely hindered. At that moment, using the teleportation jade talisman would likely result in it being destroyed the instant it was activated by either man or beast. Despite their grave wounds, the guards steadfastly shielded Xiaowen as they dashed toward the jungle, but ultimately, they could only find refuge in a dense forest at the foot of a mountain when they were on the brink of exhaustion. The dark-clad individuals from the demonic sect, having lost track of Li Lin and the others, were consumed with rage. Accompanied by a throng of fellow dark-cloaked followers, they unleashed a wave of carnage throughout the secret realm. Whether they encountered disciples from the Martial Temple, the Huanhe sect, or the people of Qinya City, or even the beasts, they showed no mercy, slaughtering all in sight, seizing the storage bags of the cultivators and slaughtering the beasts for their cores. The beasts, unwilling to be victims of human violence, retaliated fiercely. In that moment, amidst the mist-laden jungle of the secret realm, a colossal black toad, resembling a small mountain, and a brown crocodile suddenly emerged. Together, the toad and the crocodile rampaged through the secret realm, devouring both cultivators and beasts alike, their brutality rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome. Their roars echoed through the air, filled with unbridled fury, instilling terror far and wide. Blood flowed freely, and corpses littered the ground, causing the number of disciples from the various sects to dwindle rapidly. With everyone gripped by fear, even the weaker beasts were too frightened to reveal themselves. Yet, amidst all this chaos, Haoyan remained blissfully unaware, as he was just entering the misty jungle. Chapter 547. Unintentional eavesdropping. The misty jungle exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. Scattered along the path were numerous corpses of slain beasts. The scene bore witness to a ferocious battle, with the remnants of destruction suggesting a fierce conflict had taken place. Haoyan counted a total of 7 beast carcasses and 3 human remains, based on the lingering aura of the beasts. It was clear they were all of 5th tier or higher, their cores having been extracted. Observing the bloodstains left on the nearby trees, Hao Chen deduced that someone had entered this misty jungle to plunder its heavenly materials and treasures, engaging in combat with the guarding beasts. Unable to finish them off in one blow, the prolonged skirmish had attracted a multitude of beasts to the scene. However, the whereabouts of those who had managed to escape the beasts' onslaught remained unknown. In truth, the only person Hao Chen truly cared about was Dylan. The fate of others mattered little to him, for reasons he could not fathom. He found it difficult to let go of his thoughts regarding the one who had pursued him in the Soul Martial Forest. Was he seeking to delve deeper into the mysteries of the organization, or were there more complex feelings at play? Regardless, he remained concerned for her safety. Within the misty jungle, battles raged on incessantly. Hao Chen chose not to intervene, adopting an attitude of detachment. At that moment, his sole focus was to seek out Dylan's presence. Before long, he furrowed his brows, heightened vigilance washing over him. As he traversed the misty jungle, he noted the extraordinary clamor that had accompanied his journey thus far. However, nearing the edge of the jungle, not only did the presence of both humans and beasts vanish, but the sounds of human shouts and beast roars also fell eerily silent. The atmosphere was strangely tranquil, an unsettling stillness enveloping the surroundings. Strange occurrences often herald hidden dangers. Hao Chen employed the technique of breath concealment, rendering himself invisible. He did not depart from the mist-laden forest. Instead, he extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings beyond the thicket. At the periphery of the foggy woods, scattered bodies lay, some belonging to cultivators, others to ferocious beasts. Some had met their demise in a single strike, their corpses intact, while others exhibited horrific, mangled remains. Even within the secret realm, numerous formations had been forcibly dismantled, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. At that moment, Hao Chen stood before a shattered formation, near a vast pond adorned with numerous millennium-old spiritual herbs, exuding an enticing, rich fragrance. However, the surface of the pond was marred by the presence of over a dozen corpses, both cultivators and beasts alike. Hao Chen channeled his magical energy, transforming it into a hand to swiftly grasp one of the ancient herbs. Yet, the moment his fingers made contact, the herb vanished, morphing into a vortex that promptly drew in his ethereal hand. Hao Chen's countenance shifted as he realized that his essence was being rapidly siphoned into the whirlpool. In an instant, the majority of his energy had been consumed, and his body was involuntarily being pulled toward the pond. With a loud shout, he forcefully dispelled his magic. And at last, his essence ceased to dissipate. He retreated a few steps, watching as the vortex completely engulfed his ethereal hand, only for another millennium herb to reappear in its place. How fortunate! Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he might have become yet another casualty in the depths of the pond. Once his shock subsided, Hao Chen resolved not to linger in this peculiar location and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to cast a spell to conceal his presence, 3 figures raced toward him. Within mere moments, they had reached the edge of the eerie pond, 3 individuals clad in black, the very same he had encountered at the periphery of the Thunder Marsh. Strange. I distinctly sensed a fluctuation of primordial energy here moments ago. How could it vanish so completely in such a short span? Pondered the stout, black-clad man in the early stage of the nascent soul, surveying the area before turning to his companions. Brother Yangyu, do not be so paranoid. It must be some reckless soul who stumbled upon this place, enchanted by the pond's mystery, mistaking an illusion for a millennium herb. That person might very well be among the dead, replied Li Jian, the self-assured black-clad man of early nascent soul cultivation, gesturing toward the skeletal remains in the pond. Before the two could finish their exchange, the younger black-clad figure, Lu Li, burst into laughter. Since we parted ways, we have dispatched numerous cultivators from various sects, seizing no less than 30 storage bags and an abundance of beast cores. Our harvest has been quite plentiful. If only we hadn't been preoccupied with tracking the disciples of the Huhua sect in search of Thunder Jade, we wouldn't have missed so many opportunities. Lu Li expressed both excitement and regret. Indeed, in this secret realm, there are indeed numerous celestial materials and earthly treasures. Yet the abundance of formations and fierce beasts is overwhelming. At this moment, 2 more formidable beasts have surprisingly emerged from an unknown source. The black-clad individual, Li Jian, who was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, remarked with great seriousness. These 2 beasts are wreaking havoc throughout the secret realm, causing destruction wherever they tread. Fortunately, the three of us managed to escape in time, sensing their presence from a distance. Otherwise, our lives would surely have been in peril, said the stout black-clad man. Yang Yu, with a hint of trepidation. This is a secluded secret realm sealed for millennia, so the presence of powerful beasts is not entirely unexpected. It is a pity that we were just about to capture that beautiful girl from the Huina sect, only to be thwarted by a horde of beasts that scattered our plans. Now, it is uncertain where she has fled, lamented the young black-clad man, Lu Li, with a touch of regret. Where could she possibly run to? This secret realm is not vast. We shall encounter her sooner or later, Yang Yu. The stout man in the early nascent soul stage replied with a dismissive snort. Brother Yang Yu, did you not notice the aura of lightning emanating from that beautiful girl? Lu Li inquired thoughtfully. I did not, but I have no interest in such matters. Moreover, even if we were to seize it, what would it matter? We would merely be crafting garments for others, Yang Yu said, grinning. Indeed, let us adhere to the young master's instructions and meticulously search the misty forest. We could make a return sweep to see if any fish slip through the net, while simultaneously looking for clues about the beautiful girl and the lightning jade. Lu Li insisted, unwilling to abandon his pursuit of the maiden. Do not dwell on the girl too much. She may have already been teleported away, Yang Yu remarked, noticing Lu Li's persistent yearning. Very well, let us proceed as planned, and ultimately rendezvous with the young master at the exit to depart this secret realm. I hope we do not encounter the Li family patriarch or those two powerful beasts, Li Jian, the black-clad man at the early nascent soul stage, agreed with a nod. The trio once again employed their divine senses to scan their surroundings, yet found nothing suspicious before departing from the pond at a swift pace. Chapter 548. Merely crafting garments for others. After a short incense stick's worth of time had passed, Hao Chun, who had been hiding motionless within the demon suppression tower, finally exhaled a breath of relief. Just moments ago, the tower had transformed into a mere stone, concealed beneath the willows by the shore, evading the detection of the three who had swept their divine senses over the area multiple times without discovering him. Hao Chun entered the state of separation of spirit, not out of fear of the trio, but rather to test the concealment capabilities of the demon suppression tower. As his cultivation advanced, the tower's abilities became increasingly enigmatic. Remarkably, it had managed to evade the divine senses of three nascent soul cultivators at such a close range. Yet, had they been more vigilant, he might have been discovered. From the conversation of the three black-clad individuals, Hao Chun gleaned a wealth of information. It seems that the members of the demon sect are currently searching for the lightning jade. Could it be that they have discovered it here? Hao Chun's heart surged with excitement, for the lightning jade is precisely what he seeks. He had recently acquired a lightning fruit tree to create a space imbued with lightning energy, and this item is essential for his purposes. A sudden upheaval has transpired within the secret realm, igniting a fierce slaughter between humans and beasts. Even the formidable mythical creatures, long secluded in their sanctuaries, have emerged, perhaps also in pursuit of the coveted thunder jade. Furthermore, it is of utmost significance that the major sects have preemptively activated their teleportation arrays. The disciples remaining within the secret realm have likely already been transported beyond its confines. However, throughout this turmoil, Hao Chun has shown little regard for the teleportation talisman. Yet, nestled within his storage ring, a jade talisman gleams brightly, a parting gift from Dai Lin as he departed the entrance of the secret realm. Fortuitously, Hao Chun had chosen to stow this jade talisman in his storage ring. Had it been placed within the jade pendant space, he might not have noticed the incessantly flashing talisman. This talisman, bestowed by Dai Lin, is indeed a teleportation talisman. One wonders whether Dai Lin has safely exited the secret realm at this moment. Clutching the talisman, Hao Chun resolves to search the secret realm further. Concealing his presence and altering his form, he swiftly vacates the eerie pond, employing the swift shadow step to vanish from sight. Following the path taken by three cloaked figures, had it not been for the arrogant boastfulness of Lu Li, the young man in black, Hao Chun would have had little time to concern himself with them. From their words, he gleaned that these three had committed numerous heinous acts. Allowing them to continue their malevolence would be an affront to justice. Given Hao Chun's prowess, it was evident that these three black-clad miscreants were merely pawns in his hands. With ease, he dispatched the three nefarious cultists. As he searched for Dai Lin, two powerful beastly auras enveloped him, locking onto his very being. With a roar, two monstrous entities emerged before him, an unsightly giant toad, and a grotesque crocodile. A wave of dread washed over Houchen as he unleashed his formidable magical power, breaking free from the terrifying aura of the beasts, and hastily employed the wings of wind to escape the vicinity. The proximity of these beasts astonished him. Their strength surpassed that of the thunder tiger and thunder leopard he had encountered in the thunder forest. He surmised that these two beasts were at least late-stage shapeshifters, possibly even second-tier shapeshifters. Their repulsive forms and the noxious scents they emitted incited revulsion, extinguishing any thoughts of engaging them in combat, prompting Houchen to flee swiftly. As he fled, the two beasts were equally startled. They surged into the misty forest, having never encountered such a formidable human. Observing the retreating figure above, they could do nothing but abandon the chase and seek new prey. Just as Li Lin and her companions, shaken and still reeling from their narrow escape, delved deeper into the dense forest, they too found themselves ensnared by the formidable auras of the two beasts. Thus began a new round of flight for Li Lin and her companions, as they desperately sought an opportunity to activate their teleportation talisman. Houchen, having soared a mere arrow's distance, soon realized that the two hideous beasts had found a new target. At this moment, the pursuers, the intercepted, and those being hunted converged, but all were now ensnared by the beasts. It was not only the individuals encircled by these two beasts. Other creatures within the secret realm gradually drew closer, forming a tight net around the humans who had entered. In this dire situation, these individuals ceased their internal strife and united as one to combat the encroaching beasts. As Houchen possessed himself to observe, he found Dailin and Xiaowen among those engulfed in the chaos. The relentless slaughter unfolded as humanity fell in droves, while spells incessantly bombarded the feral beasts. The brutal combat stirred Houchen's heart. The essence of human existence lay in the struggle for survival. Witnessing the dire predicament, he realized that without intervention, this group would be mercilessly besieged to their demise by two formidable beasts, and Dailin herself would be in peril. Initially contemplating a strategy of profit amidst mutual destruction, Houchen cast aside his animosity towards the followers of the demonic cult and the estrangement from the denizens of Tianwu continent. He resolved that waiting any longer was untenable. Seeing these humans trapped in jeopardy, he extended a helping hand, albeit under a different guise. At that moment, all attention was fixed on the beasts, and none perceived the presence of a human in the void. Houchen sought a location away from the gaze of the crowd and descended quietly. The battle was intense. Whenever an opportunity for escape arose, someone would seize it. Suddenly, the onlookers were astonished to witness a figure clad in black, wielding a sword, charging into the fray between man and beast from the periphery of the encirclement. The newcomer carved a path through the chaos. Yet the space soon filled with beasts once more. "I have arrived. Are you unscathed? Can you endure?" The newcomer telepathically communicated to Dailin. In this moment of life and death, the arrival of a brave soul amidst the beast's siege brought forth words of genuine concern, precious and poignant, rendering Dailin's eyes misty with tears. Upon hearing Houchen's voice, Dailin realized that this person, once a pursuer of her life, bore no grudge and had repeatedly rescued her from perilous situations. At that moment, Dailin vowed to repay him, even if it meant perishing together. "Thank you. Thank you for still thinking of me," Dailin choked out telepathically. This realm had been sealed by the innate powers of the beasts, rendering the teleportation talismans dim and devoid of their effectiveness, leaving the people to fight for their lives to escape this space before they could utilize the talismans. "Stay close behind me. Do not stray," Houchen instructed telepathically. "All right, I will follow your lead," Dailin replied, retrieving the thunder jade from Xiaowen and quietly handing it to Houchen. "This trinket has brought us misfortune. Take it, for it serves me no purpose now. I once thought to use it to procure some medicinal pills and essence stones, but now it seems we may not escape at all. Why have you returned?" Dailin lamented softly, her concern for Houchen evident. As long as he remained safe, she felt that she could face death without regret. The echoes of past wounds were unspoken yet palpable in that moment. Chapter 549. Unwavering Loyalty, Everyone. "I am the one who just charged in from the outskirts. If you trust me, I possess a way to carve a path of blood, allowing us to break free from this encirclement." Houchen addressed the beleaguered humans. They had witnessed the ferocity of his onslaught and, upon hearing of a chance to escape the beast's wrath, unanimously agreed to heed Houchen's counsel. "Very well, I shall establish a formation here. Once you enter the illusion array, restrain your auras. After I lure away the two formidable beasts, the space sealed by their innate powers shall naturally be unraveled. The method employed by Hao Yin is akin to setting oneself ablaze. Are you certain of this course of action? Dylan inquired telepathically. Indeed, for the sake of humanity's survival. It is worth a try, Hao Yin replied nonchalantly. I shall not leave your side. We shall perish together, Dylan vowed resolutely to Hao Yin. Hao Yin disregarded Dylan, instead retrieving several thunderbolt bombs from his storage ring. Everyone, heed my command, gather around me. 3, 2, 1, retreat. With a sudden flourish of his hand, Hao Yin hurled several thunderbolt bombs before a toad demon and a crocodile demon, as well as into the surrounding throng of beasts. The violent explosions caused both the toad and the crocodile to stagger backward, while the surrounding beasts, witnessing their retreat, scattered in disarray. As the blasts erupted, debris flew, and smoke enveloped the entire area. With the smoke still lingering, Hao Yin once again targeted the toad and crocodile with his divine sense, casting out more thunderbolt bombs. The subsequent explosion cleared a space of over 10 yards, though it inflicted no harm upon the beasts. Hao Yin merely sought to confound them, intending to weave the illusion array amidst the brief respite provided by the smoke. Seizing the moment, Hao Yin swiftly placed a pre-prepared array plate, array flags, and several mid-grade elemental stones into the ground at various points. The formation he laid was but a minor illusion, a mere trick to temporarily deceive the beast's vision. He refrained from employing devastating treasures like the thunderclap or blood poison bomb, for in such a scenario, those artifacts could harm both friend and foe alike. Even if deployed, they would not vanquish the formidable toad and crocodile, and inflicting severe injuries could provoke their frenzied retaliation, rendering the endeavor futile. As the group found themselves enveloped within the illusion array, Hao Yin suddenly dashed out and took flight. However, he did not anticipate that Dylan and Xiaowen would follow closely behind him. At that moment, the expansive space lay barren, with dozens of people having vanished, leaving only 3 figures hastily fleeing towards the gaps beside the toad and crocodile. The 2 beasts, having attained a semblance of intelligence, detected the 3 figures escaping through the smoke and, in their fury, swiftly pursued. Hao Yin, Dylan, and Xiaowen had only managed to flee a short distance before being encircled once more. The 2 beasts, employing their innate powers, instantaneously sealed the space anew, causing the previously unsealed area to once again be bound. With the seal restored, those within the illusion array suddenly noticed the teleportation jade talismans flickering to life. Without hesitation, they activated their talismans to escape the secret realm. As the others fled, only Hao Yin, Dylan, and Xiaowen remained encircled by the beasts. Sighing, Hao Yin looked at the 2 foolish women beside him and lamented, "Why have you 2 followed me? I am not at ease." Dylan replied tersely, "I cannot leave my senior sister. We shall live and die together." Xiaowen echoed resolutely behind Dylan. The monstrous beasts grant no respite for tender moments. As the words left his lips, the demon toad and demon crocodile launched their assault, realizing they had been deceived amidst the previous battleground. The shimmering talismans of teleportation ascended into the sky, and only then did they comprehend the ruse. The trio had successfully executed the strategy of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair, rescuing all those in peril. These individuals, now possessing the treasures acquired from the secret realm, departed without leaving the plunderers behind. The 2 demon beasts seethed with fury, especially as they could no longer detect the aura of the thunderous jade, intensifying the enmity of the demon toad and demon crocodile. Little did the beasts know that Hao Chun had long since secured the thunderous jade within the space of his jade pendant, nestled safely within the confines of a barrier designed for cultivating thunder fruits. Previously, he had worried about nurturing the thunder bamboo and the thunderous source. How fortunate that Dylan had proven to be a timely boon. The pendant's space constituted a realm of its own, impervious to the detection of the 2 demon beasts. As the trio engaged in conversation, the demon crocodile was unwilling to grant them any further time for tender exchanges. Suddenly, a chilling force surged toward them, prompting Hao Chun to swiftly embrace the 2 women and evade the impending attack. A beam of icy light streaked past them, narrowly avoided thanks to his formidable mental acuity. Nevertheless, he still felt the frigid edge of that light graze him, sending a shiver down his spine. Gazing in the direction from which the icy light had emanated, he discerned that it had been expelled from the mouth of the demon toad. Earlier, in the void, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of it, but had remained uncertain of its rank. Now, It was evident that the demon toad was at least a late-stage transformation beast. Before he could ascertain the true cultivation of the demon toad, the lurking demon crocodile suddenly unleashed a fireball toward the trio. Hao Chun raised his hand, employing the dragon transformation palm to confront the fiery projectile. The might of the dragon transformation palm dissipated the fireball upon impact, significantly reducing its ferocity. With a thunderous boom, the fireball struck a massive boulder, shattering it into dust. Seizing the opportunity, the trio darted aside. The demon toad emitted a soft croak, propelling itself with astonishing speed toward Hao Chun and the others. With a swift motion, it unleashed another icy beam, determined not to let the trio escape unscathed. The three adeptly dodged the assault, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. However, the impact of the icy light drastically lowered the surrounding temperature. Hao Chun shivered involuntarily, while the two women turned pale with fright. In haste, they conjured the fire of the Dan flame technique, generating a wave of warmth to counteract the chilling aura enveloping them. In this precarious moment, Hao Chun resolved to reveal his true strength, ready to engage the two demon beasts in fierce combat, knowing that if overwhelmed, he could still make an escape. However, he was acutely aware of Dai Lin and Xiaowen's presence by his side. Sighing, he pondered. Perhaps it would be prudent to first secure the two of them within the demon suppression tower. I cannot afford to be distracted while battling these formidable beasts. As he battled the two creatures, he contemplated his next move. Suddenly, Hao Chun concentrated his energy into the demon's slaughtering hand and struck out at the two demon beasts. Seizing the moment, he addressed the two women. If you do not mind, I would like to temporarily place you both within the space of one of my artifacts for safety. Would that be acceptable? At this critical juncture between life and death, the two women naturally heeded Hao Chun's command. They understood that remaining by his side at this moment would not only be of no assistance, but would also hinder his movements. Chapter 550. A fierce battle with demonic beasts. Very well. I shall follow your lead, Dai Lin replied in a whisper. Do not resist, relax. Before her words could fully settle, the two women were enveloped within the confines of the demon suppression tower's space. Indeed, they were merely placed within a barrier, where Hao Chun had crafted a desolate and confined space on the first floor of the tower, characterized by a scarcity of air and a ground covered in yellow earth. This design led the two women to believe that this spatial artifact was merely a temporary refuge, unsuitable for prolonged habitation. As time progressed, the air within would gradually diminish, leading to suffocation if they did not exit in due course. At that moment, the two women speculated that Hao Chun's so-called space was nothing more than a slightly larger storage ring. They discovered that this space was not solely theirs. It resembled a storage room filled with various miscellaneous items, none of which held any interest for them. It was the sort of detritus that even a foundational cultivator would disdain to keep. In truth, these items were remnants of Hao Chun's early days in the cultivation realm. Objects he had acquired and used but could not bring himself to discard, thus preserving them as mementos. Today, fate had aligned such that Dai Lin and her companion had nowhere else to go, leading to their temporary accommodation in this repository, where the air was supplied by Hao Chun to enable their survival. The act of sequestering the two women took but a moment. Meanwhile, the two demonic beasts, enraged by Hao Chun's earlier assault, were further provoked by their humiliation at the hands of such a seemingly insignificant human. Hao Chun had maintained a concealed presence, outwardly masquerading as a practitioner of the great martial master realm. Since entering the secret realm, he had consistently presented himself in this guise. Given his current prowess, the two demonic beasts were oblivious to his true strength, unable to perceive the facade he had so skillfully adopted. The two shape-shifting demonic beasts, having been struck down by a mere great martial master, were indeed engulfed in shame. With a thunderous roar, the demon crocodile unleashed a cry that resonated through the skies, its mutated carapace undergoing a subtle transformation. Its eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth as its limbs pressed against the ground in a low growl. In the span of a fleeting moment, it tapped into its latent potential and ascended to become a formidable first-tier shape-shifting demon. It emitted a low, rumbling roar, infused with rage, awakening its primal instincts. Suddenly, it exhaled a massive fireball that hurtled directly toward Hao Chun. In an instant, Hao Chun formed a frigid hand seal, and a beam of icy light collided with the fireball in midair, the two energies clashing with a hissing sound. Moments later, the fire was extinguished, dissipating into a pale mist, although the icy hand seal dissipated alongside it. As Hao Chun engaged in fierce combat with the demon crocodile, the demon toad was not idle. Its two bulging eyes remained fixed on Hao Chun, seemingly contemplating how to effortlessly eliminate this wretched human before devouring him whole. Upon this realization, the demonic toad, unwilling to be outdone by the demonic crocodile, swiftly coalesced its frenzied demonic essence into a multitude of ice blades, which shot forth towards Hao Chun with ferocious intensity. Observing the toad's audacity, the demonic crocodile retaliated with a barrage of fiery projectiles, launching them from an alternate direction to strike Hao Chun's form. The surroundings were sealed off, leaving no avenue for retreat. Yet, Hao Chun's countenance remained unchanged. Since ascending to the mid-stage of the spirit separation realm, he had refined his mastery over lightning, acquiring a new spell, Thunder Armor. At this moment, his entire being was enveloped in a profound radiance of lightning, rendering him impervious to the slicing ice blades that struck him. The wilderness was ravaged, with desiccated trees splintered and debris flying in all directions, creating a scene of utter devastation within 100 feet. Wood shavings, scattered stones, and earth were hurled into the sky, obscuring Hao Chun's figure in a cloud of chaos. Witnessing Hao Chun emerge unscathed, the demonic toad was filled with fury and unleashed its innate supernatural ability. With a resounding croak, it emitted concentric waves of sound that surged towards Hao Chun. The demonic crocodile, not to be outdone, stirred its consciousness, unleashing ripples that surged towards Hao Chun's mind. The atmosphere trembled, and the scene was terrifying as colossal boulders and ancient trees shattered into dust. Hao Chun did not evade. Instead, he engaged with his consciousness, sweeping forth a tempest of mental power to collide with the oncoming sound waves. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing trees to splinter and rocks to crumble, a truly fearsome sight. Hao Chun's feet sank into the ground, his figure unwavering amidst the chaos. The demonic toad, undeterred, extended its long tongue in a desperate lunge towards Hao Chun. In response, Hao Chun transformed his demonic slayer's hand into a blade, slicing through the toad's tongue with a resounding crack as it fell to the ground. Before the toad could retract its severed tongue, Hao Chun was quicker, securing the trophy for himself. This was a prized possession. If fashioned into a whip, it might delight his sister Ing. In agony, the demonic toad rolled about until it collided with a cliff, halting its tumultuous motions, yet causing a cascade of debris to rain down. Soon after, a disheveled figure emerged from the rubble, peering timidly at Hao Chun, no longer inclined to attack. Hao Chun, however, chose to disregard the vanquished toad, focusing instead on his battle with the demonic crocodile. With a roar, the crocodile, feeling the sting of an unprecedented failure in its psychic onslaught, unleashed a deafening bellow that echoed through the wilderness, baring its massive jaws as it lunged once more at Hao Chun. Reincarnation seal. Hao Chun bellowed, determined to test the might of his new technique. Channeling his mana, he struck down with immense force, sending the demonic crocodile crashing into a deep pit, dust and debris erupting as it was buried within. Coughing up blood and losing a forepaw, the demonic crocodile struggled to escape the pit, but soon turned to flee. The earlier clash had made it painfully aware of its inability to contend with this formidable human. Even though it coveted the vitality that surged within Hao Chun, it recognized the necessity of survival. Even the allure of the Thunder Jade was not worth the risk. Hao Chun, resolute in denying it an escape, unleashed the long-dormant demonic blast fist, striking the crocodile's back with a devastating blow. The sound of breaking bones echoed from the creature's body as it let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, with its spine shattered. The demonic crocodile was not long for this world. Hao Chun promptly retrieved the extermination sword, preparing to skin the beast and extract its demon core. Before Hao Chun could make a move, a tiny crocodile flew out from the mouth of the demon crocodile. This was the demon crocodile's demon offspring, indicating that this demon crocodile had already entered the second tier of beast transformation. Only at this stage can the demon offspring solidify into a form that allows it to roam freely outside its parentess body. In the bodies of 8th tier demon beasts, the demon offspring remains in a rudimentary form. In 9th tier beasts, its shape can be discerned, while in 10th tier beasts, the essence has solidified but cannot leave the body. 1st tier transformed demon beasts can have their offspring leave the body, but only for a brief period. It is only the 2nd tier that allows for prolonged separation. As the demon offspring emerged, Hao Chun naturally could not let the opportunity slip away. With an invisible hand of slaughter, he seized it. The struggling demon offspring emitted sounds of defiance. However, Hao Chun was not one to show mercy. He swiftly confined it within the first layer of the demon suppression tower. Yet he would not abandon the body of the demon crocodile, as it still contained the demon core and transformed demon beasts. The demon core is what gives rise to the demon offspring, unlike humans where the essence dissipates upon birth. The demon core is the source of all magical power and serves as the demon beast's innate treasure. Even after transformation, the demon core remains intact, with the offspring merely providing an additional means of survival. Upon witnessing Hao Chun capture the demon offspring, the surrounding creatures, including the demon toad, were filled with astonishment, causing the toad to abandon its thoughts of hunting Hao Chun alone. At this moment, Hao Chun regarded these formidable beasts with indifference. He departed from the area, soaring through the desolate wilderness in search of humans lost within the secret realm. Chapter 551. The weight of words having slain a powerful demon beast. Hao Chun no longer felt concerned about the remaining demon toads. The secret realm was now secure, and he promptly summoned the two women, Dailin and Xiaowen. As the two emerged from the demon suppression tower into the real world, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally out. I thought I was going to suffocate, they exclaimed in unison. Now, they began to take in their surroundings. They noticed that, in the distance, there were no fewer than 100 flying and terrestrial creatures, all of which were 8th tier or above transformed demon beasts, gazing at the three with trepidation. What is going on? Why are all these demon beasts keeping their distance? They seem terrified of you, Dailin questioned, puzzled as she looked at Hao Chun. Well, I killed that demon crocodile, so the remaining beasts dare not approach. Yet they are unwilling to leave, so let them stay, Hao Chun replied calmly. Hiss. The two women gasped at his response. I was foolishly pursuing Hao Chun in the spirit soul forest, unaware of the danger. He merely deemed it beneath him to engage with someone like me. Dailin understood the power of the demon crocodile and realized it was at least late-stage transformation, which made her ponder Hao Chun's cultivation level. She dared not think further. Now that the spatial restrictions had been lifted and the innate spatial ceiling of the demon beasts had dissipated, you two should depart first. I will check if there are any stragglers, Hao Chun instructed. Dailin and Xiaowen complied with his command, retrieving their teleportation jade talismans, infusing them with magical energy to activate the teleportation, and thus left the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the cultivators guarding the teleportation array spared no effort or resources to maintain its operation. They had stipulated that the array would remain active for 49 days, with noon being the limit, and now that time had passed. Dear friends, it is likely that all the disciples remaining in the secret realm have returned. Please cease your incantations. Beside the transportation array, an elderly man of the nascent soul stage, hailing from the Li family of the Qianya City Lord's Manor and one of the highest cultivators responsible for the array's operation, solicited the opinions of the assembly. Upon hearing the suggestion from the Li family's elder, everyone convened and unanimously agreed to shut down the transportation array. Consequently, the cultivators safeguarding the formation joined hands, forming seals to halt the array's operation. The luminous gate of the array gradually diminished, on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, two silhouettes flickered through the portal just as it disappeared. The last to emerge were Dailin and Xiaowen. Before the two could acclimate, the personnel from the Qianya City Lord's Manor began dismantling the transportation equipment. Wait, there are still individuals yet to emerge from the secret realm. Seeing the Qianya City personnel disassembling the array, Dailin and Xiaowen hurriedly attempted to stop them, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Dailin's heart ached. Hao Chun had single-handedly saved the lives of hundreds, striving to locate those lost within the secret realm. Yet, to her dismay, those who had been transported out first failed to report the unforeseen events that transpired within the realm to the guardians outside, instead reveling in their own escape. Those who were transported out first, listen. The one who rescued us from the encirclement of the demonic beasts bravely charged into the fray, leaving us with life. At this very moment, he remains within the secret realm, fighting desperately to rescue the cultivators besieged by the beasts. Why do you, who have been saved and escaped, not disclose the circumstances within the realm? You selfishly rejoice in your survival. Do you possess no conscience? No sense of shame? Are you truly human? Realizing she could no longer prevent the dismantling of the transportation array, Dailin summoned her energy and shouted vehemently. Her voice echoed throughout the expanse beyond the secret realm. Words were spoken, reproaches cast, yet the array was ultimately dismantled. The individuals who had emerged from the secret realm paid no heed to Dailin's outcry, departing contentedly to their respective sections. Outside the desolate secret realm, only Refuse remained, alongside two frail figures shivering in the cold wind, Dailin and Xiaowen, who had not left the entrance of the secret realm. As the sun dipped lower and the mournful evening breeze howled, yearning to turn time back to midday, Dailin and Xiaowen stood forlornly before the stone wall of the secret realm, reminiscing about that person, that event, and the tale of life and death intertwined. Their choked sobs lingered, reverberating within the stone confines. Dailin and Xiaowen activated a teleportation talisman to leave the secret realm, yet Haotzen had no intention of departing. The demonic toad, aware that he was no match for Haotzen, refused to retreat, and other beasts, unwilling to concede, trailed behind him. These creatures harbored hopes that a mightier beast would emerge to vanquish this detestable human, allowing them to partake in the spoils. The number of flying and terrestrial creatures amassed, exceeding 1,000. The abundant vitality coursing through Haotzen was an unparalleled temptation for these demonic beasts. The demonic beasts did not initiate any attacks, and thus, Haotzen was disinclined to hunt them. However, some foolish creatures attempted to ambush him during his moment of vulnerability. Without exception, they all met their demise at his hands. Currently, Haotzen was engaged in the intricate practice of the thunderstorm seal. Since mastering the demon-slaughtering hand and subsequently developing the ice hand, he had also devised several related spells. This time, through the Thunder Marsh and Thunder Forest, he refined his body, especially while advancing through the divine transformation stage, which deepened his comprehension of the mysteries of the lightning attribute. He intended to utilize these readily available demonic beasts for practice, perfecting the thunderstorm seal. After acquiring the Thunder Jade, Haotzen had no intention of using the teleportation array to exit the secret realm. Bearing the Thunder Jade was akin to carrying a target on his back. Should his identity be revealed, he would undoubtedly become a target of pursuit. Moreover, having entered the secret realm, he had been refining his body in the Thunder Marsh, with numerous areas yet to explore, making it more advantageous to seize the opportunity for some exploration. Li Linrong, alone and gripping a sword, traversed the depths of the secret realm with trepidation. At that moment, not even a shadow could be seen within the enigmatic domain. The tall and graceful Li Linrong, with raven black hair and skin as smooth as jade, exuded an indescribable melancholy. Her exquisite beauty, alluring yet not vulgar, remained unappreciated in her solitude. At the tender age of 17, her youth was on the brink of withering away within the confines of the secret realm. 3 days prior, Li Linrong had been pursued by a young man clad in black. Severely wounded, she had sought refuge in a cave, employing a concealment technique to hide herself. The black-clad pursuer had gradually searched to within a hair's breadth of her hiding place. In a moment of desperation, Li Linrong had abruptly produced the drunken immortal powder, directing it towards the black-clad figure. Anyone who came into contact with the powder would lose all their cultivation within 7 breaths, rendering them incapable of summoning even the slightest trace of energy. The drunken immortal powder was a drug Li Linrong had prepared to thwart potential assailants. She merely hoped to gain a fleeting moment to escape. As she mentally counted down the time until the powder took effect, she failed to notice any abnormal reaction from the black-clad man before her. He remained seemingly unaffected, eyeing her hiding place with a predatory gaze. Doubt began to creep into Li Linrong's heart. Could it be that the infallible drunken immortal powder had failed this time? Was it ineffective against this individual? Her thoughts began to race, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Yet, she could not afford to hesitate for long. The window for the powder to immobilize a cultivator's energy lasted merely 7 breaths. After that, she would have no further opportunities. Once the opponent's energy resumed its flow, her mid-stage essence core cultivation would be utterly incapable of countering him, especially given that this young man possessed initial stage nascent soul strength. As her thoughts raced, for breaths had passed, Li Linrong gritted her teeth, resolute in her decision. She could not afford to waste any more time. In 3 breaths, her chance would vanish entirely. With a swift motion, she emerged from her concealed position, launching her flying sword at the motionless figure of the young man in black. The drunken immortal powder only temporarily halted energy flow, leaving the consciousness unaffected. The black-clad man instinctively dodged, evading the thrust of her sword. Seizing the opportunity, Li Linrong swiftly escaped from his proximity. However, the black-clad man sought to reach out and capture her. Li Runren broke free. However, the storage pouch at her waist was snatched away by the cloaked figure. After escaping the clutches of her pursuer, she sought refuge in a secluded spot, preparing to activate the teleportation talisman to leave the secret realm. To her dismay, she discovered that the storage pouch was missing. With the arrival of the fateful 49 days, devoid of the talisman, she could only resign herself to being trapped within the confines of the secret realm. Beneath her feet lay withered branches and fallen leaves, remnants of yesterday's perilous ordeal vivid in her memory, revealing that last night had indeed been a reality and not a dream. As she wandered aimlessly, she found herself before the lotus pond from the previous day, peering cautiously into its depths. All that remained along the pond's edge were a pile of bones, the grinning skulls strikingly terrifying. A cold sweat broke out upon her, and she dared not look again, turning to flee. After shedding tears alone for a while, hunger began to gnaw at her. Instinctively, she reached to her waist. Was it truly her fate, Li Runren, to be so ill-fated? She cried out helplessly. Chapter 552. The howling moon silver wolf. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the full moon ascended to claim the sky. Hao Chen journeyed several dozen miles further, and at last, the moonlight enveloped the secret realm. The birds reluctantly returned to their nests, while the beasts trailed behind Hao Chen. Their greedy gazes rendered all the more ominous in the moonlight. A series of howls echoed, and following the sound, he beheld a desolate hillside where a luminous white wolf howled at the heavens. The howling moon silver wolf, practicing its cultivation beneath the initial moon's glow, was in the midst of absorbing the essence of the moonlight to refine its demon core. This creature, a late-stage metamorphic beast, possessed a level of intelligence that set it apart from other beasts. Though it had transitioned into its metamorphic phase, the howling moon silver wolf still harnessed the light of the new moon to distill its essence. The demon core bore magical power akin to that of a demon infant, and in many respects, it was even more practical. While a demon infant merely provided a means of survival, the demon core served as a creature's innate magical artifact. When a human's infant core is lost, they can condense their magical power anew and refine artifacts for self-defense. In contrast, beasts, apart from their innate talents, cannot refine artifacts for their own use. The Creator allowed them to transform their cores into infants, thus regenerating their demon cores, which are the innate artifacts of the beasts. A fully condensed demon core can self-detonate or be used in an attack. Even if their cultivation diminishes, they can still regenerate. This distinction marks the difference between beasts and humans. The howling moon silver wolf, interrupted in its cultivation by these unwelcome visitors, was instantly filled with rage and leaped down the hillside, charging directly toward Hao Chen. The wolf's howls, born of its cultivation, served as both a fierce roar of practice and a warning to nearby creatures to keep their distance. Yet, Hao Chen remained unfazed, proceeding on his path undisturbed. However, the wolf, unaware of his intentions, sprang before him, merely an arrow's flight away, its green eyes gleaming with avarice. "Human, you should not be here." Suddenly, a mental voice resonated within Hao Chen's consciousness, proclaiming, "A mere human possesses such noble blood. How delightful it would be to consume your flesh and blood, perhaps aiding my transformation into human form." The howling moon silver wolf had indeed awakened its intelligence, standing on the precipice of metamorphosis into a human, thereby gaining entry into the ranks of the demonic race, and was already a skilled practitioner. The demon clan, upon transforming into human form, engages in matrimonial unions among themselves, with their progeny inheriting their innate talents and supernatural abilities. In contrast, demon beasts, distinct from the demon clan, undergo a lengthy period of cultivation before entering their transformation phase. By fortunate happenstance, they may consume transformation herbs or elixirs to assume human guise. Killing you and seizing your demon core should facilitate my ascension. In response to the telepathic threat from the howling moon silver wolf, Hao Chen did not falter, retaliating with his own telepathic declaration. Enraged, the howling moon silver wolf dug deep trenches into the ground with its sharp claws. With a sudden leap, it lunged at Hao Chen, and should it strike, even granite would be shattered. Hao Chen, taken aback by the wolf's formidable presence, realized he had underestimated its strength, as its figure flickered, creating numerous afterimages. The wolf lunged forth, its keen claws obliterating the phantoms. At that moment, Hao Chen's figure appeared above the howling moon silver wolf like a specter, delivering a powerful kick. The wolf reacted swiftly, sweeping its tail towards Hao Chen's legs just as he struck. Sensing this, Hao Chun abruptly leapt higher, evading the wolf's attack. He then descended with astonishing speed, but the wolf, attempting to evade, was unable to escape the force of Hao Chun's single-footed stomp. The overwhelming strength struck the wolf's rear, burying much of its form into the earth, leaving only its forelimbs and head exposed. In truth, Hao Chun had not exerted his full strength. He merely sought to teach the arrogant Howling Moon Silver Wolf a lesson. Perched upon a nearby rock, he mockingly transmitted, "How does it feel to be buried alive?" Infuriated, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf let out a furious roar, extricating its massive form from the soil, blood streaming from its hind leg, evidently broken. Shaking off the dirt, its fierce eyes fixated intently on Hao Chun. It had not anticipated that this human possessed such terrifying power. Despite its robust physique, it had sustained significant injury, having dominated the secret realm for a millennium without experiencing such humiliation. Subsequently, a mark on the wolf's forehead began to unfurl, revealing an inverted eye that emitted a disquieting aura. Hao Chun's expression shifted to one of gravity. "Oh, are you a wolf or a dog? With 3 legs and 3 eyes? Truly unparalleled." Hao Chun's words seemed to resonate with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, which could not articulate its thoughts. Infuriated by Hao Chun's taunts, the wolf's newly opened eye involuntarily shut once more, as it momentarily forgot its intentions. Observing the wolf's demeanor brought Hao Chun to the brink of laughter. Seething with rage, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf pondered, "What manner of person is this? Not utilizing magical powers in combat, yet engaging in frivolity with me. Human, perish." Unable to contain its fury any longer, the wolf roared telepathically. Suddenly, the eye on its forehead reopened, radiating a terrifying energy, and with a resounding hum, it unleashed a beam of chilling light. As the countenance of Hao Chun shifted dramatically, a chill enveloped him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The eye on the forehead of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf emitted a piercing light, instilling in him a profound sense of danger. This was its divine ability, the Howling Moonlight. Startled, Hao Chun's figure flickered, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he narrowly evaded the wolf's ferocious strike. The rock beneath his feet, however, was shattered into fragments by the onslaught of the Howling Moonlight. "Let's see how many times you can evade," echoed the disdainful telepathic taunt of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The terrifying Howling Moonlight surged forth once more, grazing past Hao Chun and leaving his left shoulder a gruesome mess. "Accept your fate, human. Having ventured here, you ought to know what awaits you," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf stated, slowly advancing towards him. Yet, it hesitated to obliterate Hao Chun's body, for it desired to consume him whole. A single drop of blood would cause it anguish. It craved a complete, blood-filled vessel. "How intriguing," Hao Chun scoffed, gathering dark thunderbolts into his right hand, a technique he had recently practiced in the secret realm. "Thunderstorm strike," he bellowed, as his hand, charged with overwhelming lightning power, struck towards the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The wolf's eyes widened in shock as the Howling Moon light was dissipated by the thunderstorm strike, the handprint continuing its relentless assault. "Die," Hao Chun declared coldly. In the next instant, the thunderstorm strike collided with the wolf's massive form, yet no thunderous power erupted upon impact. "It's over." The Howling Moon Silver Wolf closed its 3 eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. However, the next moment, Hao Chun's voice rang out, "Arrogant creature, do you yield?" At that moment, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf comprehended the true extent of this human's power. It silently rejoiced at having avoided a direct confrontation. Otherwise, even self-detonating its demon core would likely fail to inflict any harm upon him. "What do you want?" At this juncture, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf found itself at a loss, resigned to its ill fate. "I desire nothing. I see you have cultivated to such a level, which is no small feat. How about this? You become a pet for my little sister." Upon hearing Hao Chun's words, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf felt a tumult of emotions. A proud member of its lineage, reduced to being a pet for a mere human? Was this not a disgrace to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan? Resentment brewed within it, feeling humiliated for being outmatched. Little sister, come out quickly. Look, I've found you a delightful pet," Hao Chun called out, eliciting a disheartened sigh from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, which then collapsed onto the ground, fainting. "Ah, quite the temper you have," Hao Chun remarked teasingly upon noticing the wolf's unconscious state. Brother, what amusing pet do you have? Where is it?" Little Chui, summoned by Hao Chun, bounced over to him, her curiosity piqued. "Is it this creature?" Hao Chun gestured towards the Howling Moon Silver Wolf lying nearby. "What? You're deceiving me again. This big, foolish dog is nothing special. I don't want it. As little Chui spoke, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf began to regain consciousness. Upon catching a whiff of Xiao Cui's scent, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was taken aback, trembling with unease. The bloodline of a divine beast suppressed that of a demon beast. Although the Howling Moon Silver Wolf belonged to a noble clan among demon beasts, it was nothing compared to a divine beast. It was one thing to have its illustrious life tarnished, but to be regarded as a mere pet was lamentable. Upon hearing Xiao Cui refer to it as a big silly dog and express her unwillingness to accept it as a pet, the wolf sighed in despair. What kind of look is that? Behold, this is a Howling Moon Silver Wolf in its transformation phase. Take a closer look before deciding whether to accept it. Upon hearing Xiao Cui's words, Hao Yan cast a glance and quickly explained. What? A Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Let me see if it can be my companion. Understanding Hao Yan's intent to tease the demon wolf, Xiao Cui approached it. Reluctantly, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf rose from the ground, puffing out its chest and putting on a docile demeanor. However, its broken hind leg betrayed it, moving awkwardly and swaying. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Hao Yan inquired, glancing at the wolf. It's passable, but why is it limping? Xiao Cui asked, eyeing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf before turning to Hao Yan. Oh dear brother, could you refrain from being so brutal when acquiring a pet? You might find it hard to get a wife in the future. Seeing the injured wolf, Xiao Cui felt a pang of sympathy and began to scold Hao Yan. You're right. From now on, we shall discuss everything together. Hao Yan nodded, sincerely accepting Xiao Cui's criticism. How about this? Since I find you quite pitiful, you may follow me. Whatever I eat, you shall have as well. Sound good? Xiao Cui said to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Given the circumstances, the wolf had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, angering this divine beast could lead to its demise. Observing Xiao Cui accept the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Hao Yan mused. In the future, I could borrow your pet in emergencies. After all, you cannot possibly claim that both pets are needed to entertain you. Just as he pondered how to handle Xiao Cui, he was abruptly interrupted by her commanding voice. Hand it over. Xiao Cui extended her hand before Hao Yan, demanding. What? Hao Yan was bewildered by her sudden outburst. What are you pretending for? Healing potions? Transformation pills? Xiao Cui unabashedly requested the elixirs from Hao Yan. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Cui ask for transformation pills from Hao Yan. Its eyes widened. After a millennium of cultivation solely for transformation and longevity, it understood that only by becoming human could it better cultivate and acquire more knowledge. Oh, here are a few bottles of pills, Hao Yan said casually. As for the transformation pills, I'm currently lacking the necessary herbs for refining them. I shall let you know once I find the transformation herbs. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf thought to itself, we have plenty of transformation herbs, after searching for a millennium. My cave has stored quite a few. Thus, Xiao Cui began conversing with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, leaving Hao Yan aside. While chatting with the wolf, Xiao Cui tended to its injuries, applying healing elixirs and ointments, while assigning Hao Yan the task of administering the medicine. As one tends to wounds, it is imperative to be mindful of one's actions, particularly when in the presence of a young lady. One ought not to let their gaze wander indiscriminately. With a single remark, Xiao Cui managed to infuriate Hao Chun, who found it perplexing that such an innocent little girl could exhibit a tone so reminiscent of Ziyu. The injury sustained by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was located on its hind leg. At that moment, Hao Chun was unable to attend to its wounds. He had no choice but to summon Ziyu, who was engrossed in her training and was caught off guard, assuming there was some impending battle, readying herself with her magical artifact. However, once she steadied herself, she realized her purpose was to heal the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Ziyu shot a glance of annoyance at Hao Chun before joining Xiao Cui in administering treatment to the wolf. Before long, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had remarkably regained its strength. The atmosphere was tranquil, and Xiao Cui's aura had caused the surrounding beasts to lay low, unable to rise. Begone, Xiao Cui commanded, retracting her overwhelming presence. At this juncture, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf would not leave, even if urged. Who is this human? The divine beast at his side is his sister, and she has taken human form at such a tender age. It is said she possesses the ability to concoct transformation elixirs. It seems following this human will lead to a promising future. Xiao Cui perched atop the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, while Hao Chun and Ziyu followed closely behind, arriving at the entrance of the lair situated at the valley's base. Guided by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, they ventured deep into its den. The lair was a natural cavern, spacious enough to accommodate the immense form of the wolf. In a corner of the lair, two piles of materials caught the attention of both Hao Chun and Ziyu. So many bones and beast essence pills of various magical creatures. What a treasure! Ziyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as her breath quickened with excitement. Hao Chun, however, was not focused on the bones and essence pills. His gaze was drawn to the pile of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, blood essence grass, transformation grass, and mysterious deer antlers. Nearby, there was also a substantial collection of materials for forging, numbering in the hundreds, comprising an array of natural minerals. Among them were celestial scar gold, wind spirit jade, ice marrow stone, void silver, and tiger spirit copper, supreme materials for crafting treasures from the celestial realm. These were precisely the materials Hao Chun had been fervently seeking for his own creations. To discover them all in one place filled him with exhilaration. Hao Chun, we are about to strike it rich. Before he could finish his sentence, Ziyu began to gather the beast bones and essence pills. Simultaneously, Hao Chun commenced collecting the ores and spiritual herbs, humming an unknown tune. However, his off-key melody resembled the quacking of a duck, prompting Ziyu to shake her head in disapproval. Yet, Hao Chun reveled in his own joy, lost in his own world. After quite some time, they had thoroughly collected every item from the corner. Any superfluous materials were stored away in their respective storage rings, and once again, Hao Chun and Ziyu assumed the role of scavengers. While they busily gathered their loot, Xiao Chui scoured the cavern. Noting that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf showed no interest in the ores, essence pills, or spiritual herbs, leading Xiao Chui deep into the cave. They came upon a large grass nest containing 3 eggs, each resembling small pomelos. Brother, sister, come quickly. There is something delicious here. Upon hearing Xiao Chui's call, Hao Chun and Ziyu hurried over. The eggs of the Chongming bird. What a treasure! Hao Chun exclaimed as he gazed at the eggs. The Chongming bird, resembling a chicken in stature, possesses a voice as melodious as a phoenix's call. It has the ability to drive away fierce beasts such as tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves, ensuring that various malevolent creatures dare not approach. Should they manage to incubate these eggs, it could potentially yield a formidable ally in the future. With great care, Hao Chun stored the eggs within the space of his jade pendant. After securing the eggs, Xiao Chui inquired about the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, and only then did she inform Hao Chun and Ziyu that there was nothing else to be found. Neither Ziyu nor Xiao Chui wished to linger in the wolf's den. Ziyu busied herself with plans to incubate the bird eggs, while Xiao Chui, having just acquired a pet, longed to return and nurture it. Big silly dog, we are heading back to the base. Can you shrink down a bit? Our living space is too small to accommodate your large frame, Xiao Chui asked, glancing at the imposing figure of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Upon hearing her words, the Howling Moon Wolf swiftly transformed into a small, affectionate white wolf no larger than a kitten. Its tender demeanor resembled that of a fluffy puppy, and Xiao Chui joyfully embraced it. Only Xiao Chui knew that the true name of this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was, in fact, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. This creature, an inferior divine beast, had somehow become lost in the secret realm. Had it not encountered Hao Chun and been subdued by him, it would have remained trapped in the secret realm, its spirit dissipating. After returning Ziyu, Xiao Chui, and the little puppy in Xiao Chui's arms to the jade pendant space, Hao Chun did not rush to cultivate in the wolf's cave, but chose to remain nearby. He intended to seize the opportunity of the beautiful scenery to enter the space of the Demon Suppression Tower and meet with Qing Er and Yu Xiaolan. Meanwhile, Shuang Er and her sister Shan Er were each in seclusion within the jade pendant space, diligently cultivating. Yu Xiaolan's ice-cold body would flare up every new moon. Currently, with the initial moon phase upon them, she would not experience symptoms for another 15 days. Now was an opportune time to observe the cyclical changes and research remedies for the mysterious Yin body. Lost in thought, Hao Chun vanished from the cave in a flash. Chapter 554. The mysterious Yin body. Hao Chun arrived at the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the space of the tower had undergone remarkable transformation. In an effort to create a comfortable living environment, the barriers of the earth, water, and wood spaces had long been dismantled, forming a small world. However, the barriers of the devouring source demon fly in the wood space and the vitality pool barrier in the earth space remained sealed. The soul refining barriers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, were untouched. Moreover, The area of these spaces had expanded by more than double. Although the number of devouring source demon flies had diminished by nearly half due to a battle with the Grand Elder of the demon sect, their quality had not waned. Currently, 7 high-level demon flies had advanced to become beasts of level 5 or higher, particularly after being fed the leaves of the heavenly thunder bamboo. The king of the devouring source demon flies had risen to the rank of an 8th-level beast. In the present realm of the demon tower's 2nd level, the flora flourishes vibrantly, with lush greenery enveloping the surroundings. The lakes are crystal clear, and the woods teem with verdant life. The flowers and grasses have transformed into spiritual herbs, while the waters of the lakes are sweet and palatable. The trees, rare and precious, exude the enticing fragrance of spiritual fruits. This enchanting paradise has been crafted by Haochen, resembling an earthly utopia. Within the woods, he discovers Qing'er in deep meditation, fully immersed in her practice. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaolan appears to have just emerged from a refreshing bath in the lake, seated on the bank, lost in contemplation. Upon noticing Haochen's approach, she instinctively rises to greet him. Haochen is taken aback by Yu Xiaolan's cultivation level, gazing at her in disbelief. Although she possesses the Xian constitution, which inherently offers her a significant advantage over ordinary cultivators, the extent of her progress astounds him. Could it be that her mastery of the ice-cold art, combined with the thunder fruit, has propelled her to such heights? Haochen dares not ponder further. Feeling his unwavering gaze, Yu Xiaolan grows somewhat uneasy, curious about the reason behind his scrutiny. Is it possible that I appear particularly beautiful at this moment? As she observes Haochen's expression, a sense of delight blooms within her. Have I truly become more attractive than before? She surveys her appearance and ponders Haochen's dazed demeanor. Haochen, what is it? Is there something amiss with me? She inquires, a blush rising to her cheeks. Have you truly reached the foundation establishment stage? Haochen can scarcely believe that a cultivator of the qi refining stage could ascend to the foundation establishment realm in such a brief span of time. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary potential he has. While breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is not impossible, it represents a significant leap forward. According to martial cultivation theories, it is akin to leaping into the innate realm, thereby becoming a true cultivator. Some individuals spend their entire lives striving for this breakthrough, only to fail. Yet the quickest among them would require at least a year or so to attain such progress. Yet here is Yu Xiaolan, having only practiced for a few days, transitioning from a qi refining practitioner straight into the foundation establishment realm. Haochen suspects he must be imagining things, but after several careful examinations, he confirms that Yu Xiaolan has indeed reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Given the aura emanating from her newfound cultivation, as a being of the spirit-severing stage, he is not easily deceived by those of lesser realms. Wait, did you say I have reached foundation establishment? Is that truly the case? Yu Xiaolan, aware of the distinctions among cultivation levels, finds it hard to accept Haochen's assertion. She had not intentionally pursued rigorous training. Rather, her body had simply warmed after consuming the thunder fruit. After practicing the ice-cold art for a while, she had drifted into a dreamlike state. Now, to hear that she has attained the foundation establishment stage is almost beyond belief, even for herself. Yu Xiaolan understands that being at the initial stage of foundation establishment merely places her slightly above those who have just begun their cultivation journey. Yet, Yu Xiaolan was filled with joy, for she had accomplished nothing more than a brief slumber, only to find herself advancing to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Was this not akin to the cultivation of a monstrous beast? Indeed, one might say it was comparable to that of a prodigy. In her heart, she felt an immense gratitude toward Haochen. Without the medicinal pills, the thunder fruit, and the cold ice technique, she would never have attained such a level of cultivation, regardless of her inherent talents. However, by chance, the cultivation of the Xian physique could be deemed extraordinary, and Yu Xiaolan had fortuitously encountered this opportunity. Upon hearing Yu Xiaolan's words, Haochen nodded. Yet, he gazed at her cheerful demeanor with a furrowed brow. What troubles you? Are you not happy? Yu Xiaolan inquired. Noticing Haochen's melancholic expression, have you been feeling unusually cold every evening, more so than before? Haochen questioned. How did you know? Yu Xiaolan was taken aback by Haochen's inquiry. How could he possibly be aware of her situation? Indeed, every night she felt a chilling sensation enveloping her, sometimes to the point of numbness, rendering her immobile. What is happening? Please tell me, she urged, her brow knitted in concern. Do you understand why your realm is progressing so rapidly? Haochen asked, looking intently into Yu Xiaolan's eyes. Why? She replied, her expression one of confusion. It is due to your Xian physique that your cultivation advances swiftly. However, after practicing the cold ice technique, it has accelerated the manifestation of your Xian abilities. Haochen's explanation trailed off. The Xian physique is a rare gift. If a cultivator were to pair with it, their progress would be exponential. If one were fortunate enough to experience its first awakening, their cultivation could soar to astounding heights. Observing the troubled expression on Haochen's face, Yu Xiaolan sensed that he was concealing something from her, something pertinent to her own circumstances, which he preferred she remain unaware of. Yet, Yu Xiaolan was unafraid. As long as she could be with Haochen, she feared nothing. Even if peril awaited her, the worst outcome would be death. She would not cower. But her only concern lay with Haochen. Haochen clasped Yu Xiaolan's hands, gazing tenderly into her eyes, and she returned his gaze with warmth and affection. Please tell me, she implored softly. Haochen had initially intended to remain silent, wishing to wait until he encountered Yi Xiaohan, who could elucidate the treatment for the Xian physique. Yi Xiaohan shared a similar constitution with Yu Xiaolan, yet she had succumbed to a sudden ailment during the full moon. Now, with uncertainty looming over when Yu Xiaolan's Xian physique might manifest its own crisis, time was of the essence, and he decided it would be best to confide in her. In truth, the Xian physique was not beyond remedy. Haochen could assist Yu Xiaolan in completely curing it. However, the method of treatment was difficult for him to articulate. Would she even believe him if he revealed it? Would she perceive his words as deceit? Xiaolan, do you trust me? Haochen asked, looking deeply into her eyes. Feeling the warmth emanating from Haochen's hands, Yu Xiaolan experienced a profound sense of happiness and comfort. Thus, she nodded, convinced that at this moment, no one believed in Haochen more than Yu Xiaolan did. You are cultivating the ice attribute technique too rapidly. Every advantage carries a disadvantage, do you not realize? The higher your realm, the shorter your lifespan becomes, and that terrifies me. Haochen's words unveiled the hidden truth. Upon hearing his statement, Yu Xiaolan was genuinely taken aback. She did not make a conscious effort to conceal her emotions, for she could no longer suppress her feelings. Why? Why is fate so unjust? Just as I have found someone to whom I can entrust my life, must we be torn apart? The dam of Yu Xiaolan's emotions burst forth as Haochen revealed the flaws of her mysterious body. Chapter 555. The optimal choice. Haochen quietly embraced Yu Xiaolan, holding her close. In that moment, she resembled a delicate woman, unable to withstand the tempests of life, leaning against Haochen in her anguish. Did I not promise to find a cure? I will not allow you to leave me. Haochen reassured her, gently patting her back. Upon hearing his words, Yu Xiaolan, who had been weeping in his embrace, suddenly broke free. She looked at Haochen and smiled, a mysterious mirth in her eyes. Haochen, promise me that when I leave this world, you will forget me. Yu Xiaolan had come to a realization. What did death matter? It was merely her inability to let go of Haochen that troubled her. No, what are you saying? Silly girl. Who said that the mysterious body must lead to death? Do not worry. Leave it to me. You will be just fine. Upon hearing Yu Xiaolan's words, Haochen understood how deeply she cared for him. Consequently, he quietly shared the methods to treat her body, along with the technique of the ice and fire harmonization. He elucidated the similarities and differences between the mysterious body and the pure body. Yu Xiaolan was aware that Haochen cultivated the lesser yang technique, with a particularly vigorous fire attribute, coupled with a lightning affinity. Following the treatment methods for the pure body, he would surely be able to cure her mysterious constitution. After listening to Haochen's explanation, Yu Xiaolan nodded, placing her faith in his ability to heal her. Shyly, she nestled once more into Haochen's warm embrace. To completely cure the mysterious body, it had to be done during the new moon. However, should a sudden onset occur, one must be prepared to act swiftly. Thus, Haochen aimed to maintain his vitality for a span of 15 days. It was only during the new moon that they would have the energy to cultivate together. In the space of the demon suppression tower, the two indulged in sweet moments for a while, yet they refrained from crossing any boundaries. Haochen had already explained the treatment methods for the mysterious body to Yu Xiaolan, who had accepted his proposed plan. They would only implement the ice and fire harmonization technique when the symptoms of her condition manifested. The harmonious cultivation of yin and yang was indeed the best approach to remedy the mysterious body. However, at present, Haochen lacked the female cultivation methods. He could only rely on his memory to meticulously organize the contents of the secret manuals he had perused. Hao Qian mentally revisited his experiences of cultivating with Yi Shaohan, reflecting on the insights gained during their sessions. He then conveyed this knowledge to Yu Xiaolan, allowing her to familiarize herself with the techniques within the method. As Yu Xiaolan listened, she gradually succumbed to her fantasies and fell into a gentle slumber in Hao Qian's embrace. Carefully laying her down, Hao Qian quietly departed from the confines of the demon suppression tower. He aimed to concoct the transformation pill, leveraging the advantageous conditions of the Xiaoye Silver Wolf's lair. With all the requisite materials gathered, he was poised to commence the alchemical process. Particularly concerning was the transformation herb, whose effective components had significantly diminished due to improper storage. The optimal choice was to forge the transformation pill without delay. For safety's sake, Hao Qian established a lethal trapping formation at the cave's entrance, along with a phantasmal array, and fortified the interior with layers of protective barriers. Though the transformation pill was merely a sixth-tier elixir, its successful creation would unleash a potent aura, inciting a frenzy among the beasts. For these creatures, such a pill was akin to a treasure. Preparations for its creation had begun long ago, and now the moment felt ripe for action. He retrieved 3 alchemical furnaces, inspecting the Qinghuan furnace, polishing the Wuyin furnace, and admiring the Qingquan furnace, circling around all 3. After a meticulous examination of the furnace bodies, he felt assured that they were in good condition. Next, he arranged the gathering essence array, placing the Wuyin furnace within it. The final condensation of the elixir would require this particular furnace. He stacked hundreds of low-grade spirit stones around the array. Given Hao Qian's cultivation, these low-grade stones could only serve to replenish the essence needed for alchemy. The preparations for this transformation pill were exceedingly thorough. With his current cultivation and alchemical skills, he estimated that the success rate for creating the transformation pill met the necessary criteria, and the materials were nearly complete. Ultimately, it would depend on his luck. If one attempt failed, he would simply try again until success was achieved. The formula for the transformation pill centered on the transformation herb, comprising 81 types of spiritual medicines, symbolizing the trials and tribulations faced by the beasts as they advanced to the transformation stage. Although these spiritual herbs and medicines were not particularly rare, they demanded a high age requirement, typically exceeding a millennium. Yet, these demands posed no issue for Hao Qian. The formula and precautions for the transformation pill were etched in his memory. After a thorough mental rehearsal, he pondered deeply to ensure nothing was overlooked. Once he had reviewed all the auxiliary materials, he began to prepare the raw ingredients for the elixir. This pre-treatment of spiritual herbs and medicines was a straightforward task for an alchemist. Many would hire assistants to handle the herbs. But Hao Qian had always preferred to craft his elixirs personally, arranging the materials in the order required for the alchemical process. Finally, he retrieved the transformation herb from his storage ring to commence the initial preparation. This step could not be performed in advance, as prolonged inaction would lead to the loss of the herb's medicinal properties. With all preparations complete, he ignited the alchemical flames and began to preheat the furnace. Utilizing the Qinghuan and Wuyin furnaces for the concoction, he reserved the Qingquan furnace as a backup. After channeling his true essence into the flames, their intensity surged, prompting him to adjust the temperature. When the heat reached the appropriate level, he commenced the alchemical process. A series of incantations were cast, and the meticulously brewed spiritual elixirs seemed to be lifted by invisible hands, floating gracefully above the alchemical furnace. Once again, Hao Qian's consciousness swept over these elixirs before they were sent into the furnace for refinement. After successfully refining 80 types of elixirs, he finally turned his attention to the transformation herb. As the essence of the transformation herb coalesced into pure drops of spiritual liquid, Hao Qian enveloped this essence in his consciousness and swiftly infused it into the Wuyin furnace, merging it with the various colored elixirs already purified within. At this moment, Hao Qian was wholly focused on the Wuyin furnace, continuously adjusting the internal temperature as the elixirs gradually fused and solidified. He controlled the flames with precision to accelerate the merging process, vigilantly monitoring the transformations occurring within. The presence of top-tier spiritual herbs did not guarantee the creation of premium elixirs. Mastery over flame control, the manipulation of incantations, and the strategic addition of auxiliary herbs and catalysts were all imperative for achieving the highest quality. After tirelessly refining for 3 days, the elixirs finally began to merge, transforming into a jade-green liquid even more smoothly than anticipated. This crystal-like liquid shimmered within the furnace, undulating gently as if it possessed a life of its own. Houchen commenced the 5 elements alchemy technique, reorganizing and aligning the pure essence of the transformation herb to ensure complete integration. Condense. He unleashed a series of incantations, and the furnace resonated with the sound of thunder. The crystal-like liquid abruptly accelerated its rotation as surrounding spiritual energy surged fervently into the furnace. Houchen exercised even greater caution in controlling the furnace to avoid any failure at this critical juncture. A series of faint thunderclaps echoed, and Houchen unleashed dozens of incantations into the furnace as the blade of his consciousness began to split apart the solidified jade essence. After 3 incense sticks of time, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and the furnace lid emitted a crisp sound before opening on its own. 8 jade elixirs soared from the furnace. With a swift incantation, Houchen captured them with a flick of his hand, successfully securing the 8 transformation elixirs. At last success. The sight of the 8 elixirs, each the size of a pistachio, prompted Houchen's maniacal laughter, causing the cave to resonate with echoes. Seizing the moment, he promptly refined 2 more batches of elixirs. The toll on his stamina was immense. Even with the support of the soul returning pearl, the recovery elixir, and the 10,000-year spiritual liquid and stone pine milk, he found it insufficient. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame him, prompting Houchen to cease his alchemical endeavors. He casually summoned a bed and collapsed into slumber. The beastly creatures, drawn by the scent of the elixirs, approached, their sensitivity to the allure of transformation elixirs profound. However, despite their formidable abilities, they could not breach the array set by Houchen. Outside the array, the sounds of their attempts to break through did not disturb Houchen's dreams. Chapter 556. Seizing the moment after a full day and night of deep slumber, he awoke refreshed. He retrieved 18 high-quality transformation elixirs for inspection. The perfectly round jade elixirs made Houchen salivate with desire. Indeed, after refining 3 batches, he had produced only 18 high-quality transformation elixirs for the beasts. Aside from the successful creation of 8 transformation pills in the first furnace, the second furnace yielded only 6 high-quality transformation pills, while 2 others were deemed inferior due to their slightly inferior color in the eyes of Houchen. The third furnace produced merely 4 high-quality transformation pills, accompanied by 4 pills of lesser hue. Nevertheless, even these inferior transformation pills, in Houchen's perspective, far surpassed those crafted by an ordinary alchemist. At that moment, Houchen had successfully refined the transformation pills for magical beasts, yet his thoughts wandered to the creation of pills for the transformation of the devouring yuan fly. Without the formidable trump card of the devouring yuan fly, it would have been inconceivable for Houchen to vanquish the grand elder of the demonic sect in the abyss. Transformation of spiritual insects exists in the world, yet instances of spiritual insects attaining immortality are exceedingly rare. Houchen had merely encountered descriptions in texts, never having witnessed it firsthand. To discern how to facilitate the transformation of spiritual insects, he would need to invest considerable effort in organizing the information from the Xiaohao inheritance and seek out any clues. After successfully crafting the transformation pills for magical beasts, he found himself utterly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity to rest and recuperate, he delved into the knowledge of the Xiaohao inheritance, hoping to uncover records pertaining to the transformation of spiritual insects. As he meticulously organized the inheritance information in his mind and perused the tomes within the Jade Pendant's library, fortune favored the diligent. After several hours, Houchen synthesized a compendium of information regarding the crafting of transformation pills for spiritual insects. Spiritual insects are inherently born, predominantly as Yin-type royal insects, which are capable of advancing in cultivation. Any royal insect experiences a significant surge in power, reaching at least the level of a first-tier spiritual insect, and can similarly cultivate through the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Spiritual insects cultivate at a much slower rate than magical beasts, and some possess lifespans extending into the thousands of years, which is not uncommon. Moreover, prior to transformation, they can only cultivate instinctively, lacking any auxiliary techniques, and most possess little to no intelligence. However, upon undergoing transformation and transcending tribulations, they can assume human forms. Once endowed with intelligence, their circumstances change dramatically. Spiritual insects can not only cultivate techniques suitable for demonic practitioners, but also experience a substantial increase in their cultivation speed compared to before. As spiritual insects are social creatures, their strength grows more rapidly when in groups. Generally speaking, a spiritual insect that attains the 8th level of transformation possesses strength vastly superior to that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul practitioner. Their formidable physique and the advantages of social living render them incomparable to ordinary cultivators. The difficulty of advancement in cultivation varies significantly based on the differences in species and lineage. Even if two insects reach the same level, disparities in innate abilities and natural constraints can lead to considerable variations in strength. Overall, both spiritual insects and human practitioners have their unique advantages. While spiritual insects enjoy long lifespans, their cultivation efficiency is relatively low. In contrast, human practitioners begin at a significantly weaker state but benefit from high intelligence and a markedly shorter cultivation time. The challenges associated with the transformation of spiritual insects can be said to be far greater than those faced by magical beasts or spiritual birds. If a spiritual insect inherits a lineage of average quality, it may take tens of thousands of years without achieving the threshold for transformation. However, those endowed with a formidable lineage, upon reaching the 8th level or higher, may find themselves fortuitously able to undergo transformation. However, the task proved exceedingly challenging. Yet, with the assistance of the transformation elixir, much of the difficulty could be alleviated. This necessitated the spirit insect transformation pill to compensate for the transformation of spirit insects. In comparison to spirit birds and demonic beasts, spirit insects possess an inherent deficiency in intelligence, making their metamorphosis and cultivation a formidable endeavor. The process of transformation into a more advanced form requires the concoction of the spirit insect transformation pill. The preparation of this pill is somewhat more intricate than that of the beast transformation elixir. Rare herbs, medicinal plants, and spiritual fruits, each requiring materials that are over 10,000 years old and of aeon nature, are essential, as the successfully cultivated spirit insects are invariably royal insects. And all royal insects are, without exception, female. As for the raw materials of these millennia-old spiritual materials, Houchin is not lacking. He possesses ample reserves of 10,000-year-old stone milk and spiritual essence. The devouring magic fly has indeed found itself a fortunate master in Houchin. Seizing the opportunity of abundant luck in brewing transformation pills, Houchin resolved to forge ahead and concoct the spirit insect transformation pill. His mood was fraught with tension since this time. He had only 3 portions of materials for the preparation. A careless mistake could result in the destruction of these precious materials, leading to a loss amounting to countless essence stones, all of which are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the selection of materials and their infusion require a careful choice of aeon nature, generally spirit herbs, medicinal plants. And spiritual fruits of the same variety also possess distinctions of yin and yang. It should be about right, Houchin murmured to himself, stretching his neck. He then sat on the bed, calming his mind and quietly recalling the teachings of Xiaohao regarding the preparation of the spirit insect transformation pill. The ancestral records of Xiaohao detailed the methods of preparation and the precise control of fire, greatly enlightening Houchin, who mentally rehearsed the procedure multiple times. When Houchin, during his examination at the Pill Master Guild in the central city of the Tianyuan continent, acquired the qualifications of a 6th-level alchemist, he was already a practitioner at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Although he has not undergone formal assessment for his alchemist rank, based on his cultivation level and alchemical prowess, he undoubtedly ranks no lower than an 8th-level alchemist. With confidence in his understanding of the medicinal formula, he confirmed the method and approach for the preparation. He then leaped from the bed, meticulously cleaned the alchemical furnace, and ignited the alchemical flames to preheat both the Qinghuan and Wuyin furnaces. The flames roared to life within the furnaces, and soon, both began to glow red from the heat. After gauging the temperature with his spiritual perception, Houchin shook his head. It was still lacking. Suddenly, he concentrated 2 streams of true essence and directly infused them into the furnace, causing the flames to surge dramatically. The heat released from the combustion of true essence is, in fact, several dozen times more intense than that of an equal volume of oxygen. Thus, each time Houchin employs it to stoke the flames, it stands as the optimal choice. Following the recorded formula, he adopted a method of tackling the more challenging materials first, The Tianyuan fruit extends lifespan. The Tianling fruit expands meridians. And the Diyuan fruit can transform ordinary birds, beasts, and plants into demonic entities. Particularly, the Diyuan fruit is of the Yin category, containing a substantial amount of Yin energy, which is one of the primary materials for crafting the spirit insect transformation pill. When the furnace temperature reached the appropriate level for pill concoction, Haochen sequentially cast 3 spiritual fruits into the furnace. Using the power of divine consciousness, a barrier was established along the walls of the alchemical furnace, creating a shield to prevent the essence of the fruit from adhering to the furnace's interior. Amidst the roaring flames, the fruit began to gradually wither, and droplets of liquid started to seep out. After a stick of incense had burned, the 3 fruits had completely shriveled, transforming into ashes that scattered to the bottom of the furnace. Only 3 droplets of green liquid, akin to the size of pistachios, remained within. The divine consciousness enveloped these 3 droplets of liquid essence and transferred them from the Qingyuan alchemical furnace to the Wuyin alchemical furnace for constant storage. Chapter 557. A seamless process. The crafting of the spirit insect transformation pill requires time, elemental energy, and meticulousness. Hao Yin had already consumed several soul-returning pills to endure the complete refining of the remaining spirit herbs and medicines before he began to refine the transformation grass. The transformation grass. Hao Yin diligently controlled the flames, beads of sweat now adorning his forehead. The process of refining pills is exceedingly taxing on both divine consciousness and energy. Even though Hao Yin had entered the spirit separation realm, the strain of concocting high-grade pills still proved somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in refining and purifying the transformation grass, transferring it into the Wuyin alchemical furnace. What was now required was to amalgamate the essences of the purified spirit herbs, medicines, and fruits to form the prototype of the beast transformation pill. Drawing upon his extensive experience in pill refinement and methods of condensation, Hao Yin commenced the fusion of the raw materials for the transformation pill. Whether he would succeed depended entirely on fate and the fortune of the devouring elemental fly. Though the crafting of the spirit insect transformation pill was arduous, Hao Yin had already simulated the process numerous times within his sea of consciousness, allowing him to maintain a steady grasp on the required temperature. He firmly believed that he would succeed in concocting the spirit insect transformation pill. The condensation of the pill necessitates both skill and luck. In terms of technique, Hao Yin had devised the 5 elements pill refining method, and in terms of fortune, his path in cultivation had been remarkably favorable since its inception. Beyond that, it was up to destiny. Next, Hao Yin needed to continuously regulate the alchemical furnace's temperature, stabilizing it at the required level for pill condensation, patiently awaiting the fusion of the ingredients. However, despite appearances suggesting ease, as it merely involved controlling with divine consciousness, the reality was that this particular phase of the process demanded the greatest expenditure of divine consciousness throughout the entire pill refining endeavor. During this time, Hao Yin had to maintain vigilant attention on the fluctuations of the flames within the furnace, leaving no room for negligence. This intense concentration of divine consciousness is the most exhausting, and at such moments, Hao Yin would always consume a soul-returning pill for sustenance, and this instance of crafting the spirit insect transformation pill was no exception. What set this occasion apart was the pivotal role of the soul-returning pearl acquired during his escape from the soul martial forest and subsequent fall into the abyss. With the support of the soul-returning pearl during the crafting of the beast transformation pill, Hao Yin could continuously refine 3 batches of the transformation pill. Previously, refining a single batch of 5th grade or higher pills had required the consumption of 3 soul-returning pills. However, with the soul-returning pearl's aid, he only needed to ingest 1 soul-returning pill to persevere through this process. At this moment, his eyes were fixed intently, unwaveringly, upon the subtle transformations of the materials within the alchemical furnace. Hao Chun had pushed his mental acuity to its utmost limits. Every minute fluctuation in the furnace's fiery temperature was meticulously perceived by him. This state of intense concentration persisted for an entire hour. Just as exhaustion began to engulf him, a delicate shift occurred within the furnace, invigorating Hao Chen's spirit in that instant. He observed with rapt attention as the pure materials began to merge slowly. Though the process was gradual, he understood that he had once again triumphed against the heavens. If this pace continued, within merely another hour, the Ling Chong transformation pill would be fully formed. Without hesitation, Hao Chun consumed another soul-returning pill and wielded his mental blade to separate the 3 newly merged pills within the furnace. After several applications of the mental blade, he successfully divided each pill into 8 Ling Chong transformation pills. Unlike beasts, the Ling Chong could not consume the entire transformation pill at once. The completed pills could not be sliced or divided for consumption, for these extraordinary concoctions had already acquired sentience. Recklessly separating a completed pill would extinguish its vitality, diminishing its efficacy or rendering it utterly useless. Upon successfully isolating the Ling Chong transformation pills, he abruptly activated the Gathering Essence Array, allowing a vast amount of vital energy to be fervently absorbed by the pills within the furnace. In that moment, Hao Chun was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He knew he had succeeded. His desire to concoct the Ling Chong transformation pill had been realized. He opened the furnace and carefully sealed the pills into 4 prepared jade vials. However, just then, a low hum emanated from within the demon suppression tower. As the master of the devouring essence fly, Hao Chun instinctively understood the emotions conveyed by the sound. It was the excited fluttering of his bonded creature. The devouring essence fly. He had no choice but to enter the tower to tend to the fly's sanctuary. Upon arriving at the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower, he stepped into the enclosure where the devouring essence flies were cultivated. The devouring essence fly king awaited him, while the other 6 subordinate flies gathered to greet their master. At this moment, the fly king had evolved into a level 5 spirit insect, while the other 6 had reached level 4. When he last visited, he had not dismantled the protective barrier, but had instead preserved it as a buffer space. This area now served as a lounge for Hao Chun and the fly king, allowing only the monarch to enter freely. The 7 devouring essence flies encircled Hao Chun in the buffer space. During my recent expedition in the secret realm, I discovered the transformation grass and prepared Ling Chong transformation pills for each of you. For now, I shall safeguard them. Once you have mastered your cultivation, I will protect you through the tribulations of transformation. Focus on your training, and may you achieve your transformation swiftly. Hao Chun communicated telepathically to the spirit insects. Thank you, Master, for your thoughtful consideration. We will not disappoint your expectations. The Fly King responded eagerly upon hearing the Master's promise. At this moment, Hao Chun retrieved a vial and poured out 3 spirit insect transformation pills, allowing the 7 spirit insects to behold their appearance. If they had the capacity to shed tears, they would undoubtedly be in a state of overwhelming emotion. With such a master by their side, devoid of any worries. Having just reached the 4th and 5th levels of cultivation, their master had already prepared transformation pills for them. Anyone would be exceedingly thrilled, and the spirit insects were no exception. After putting away the transformation pills, Hao Chun produced 7 more pills and threw some heavenly thunder bamboo leaves for them to devour. Subsequently, he scattered a substantial amount of beast-attracting powder into the space inhabited by the devourer flies, feeding the ordinary devourer flies. After engaging in playful antics for a while, Hao Chun left numerous pills in what could be considered a parlor and instructed the spirit insect king, through his spiritual sense, to manage the usage of these pills independently. Following the battle in the pit, the devourer flies had undergone further evolution, manifesting into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level spirit insects, which required pills for their cultivation. Through this encounter, Hao Chun had developed an even greater fondness for the devourer flies. He resolved to select a separate resting place for the devourer flies within the jade pendant space. Anticipating future needs, after communicating with the devourer flies and soothing their restless hearts, Hao Chun departed from the demon suppression tower. Chapter 558, Little Auntie, Part 1. The den of the howling moon demon wolf remained unchanged. The beasts outside lacked the ability to breach the formation. It was a secure and secluded location, so why not establish a teleportation array here? Contemplating this, Hao Chun began to choose a location for inscribing the formation. Not every type of stone could serve this purpose. Only stones that were hard and resistant to weathering could be inscribed with a teleportation array. After searching the cave, he discovered black star iron ore deep within. This ore was reminiscent of what he had seen in the Wang family treasury in Xia Town, where the grand entrance was crafted from this very material. He had long sought after star iron ore to repair the damaged door. When he dismantled the treasury door, he had already planned to use this sturdy door as the entrance to the cave in his backyard in Dongxing Town. Since he had found star iron ore here, Hao Chun decided to store away the Qingluan alchemy furnace and the Wuyin alchemy furnace, leaving only the Qiankuan furnace to reforge the door that had been damaged. Mining for stones was arduous work. It could not be done alone. With so many people in the space, one could not simply eat without contributing. Transporting the ore required manpower, and a single person laboring tirelessly would not be pitted. Xiao Chui, Ziyu, Qing Er, Xiaolon, Shan Er, and Shuang Er were all summoned by Hao Chen. When he gathered the 4 girls in the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's den, they were uncertain of the reason for their summons. "Brother, did you call us here for a barbecue?" The gluttonous Xiao Chui inquired eagerly. "I knew it would be about food." "Yes. I want to refine some stones for you to eat. Is that all right?" Hao Chen teased. "This is a star iron mine, and I wish to refine some products here. I need your assistance." "Mining? What do you expect us to do?" Ziyu asked, upon hearing about mining. "Transport the ore," Hao Chen replied. "Well, what? You want me to do manual labor for you?" Xiao Chui had heard about the transportation of ore and tentatively sought to confirm its authenticity. "Indeed. Consider it a form of body refinement," Hao Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. The other women remained silent, merely speculating about what treasure Hao Chen intended to forge, given the considerable effort he had mobilized. Without further ado, Hao Chen commenced the excavation of star iron ore. Meanwhile, the 3 women engaged in lively banter, encircling the Qiankuan furnace, debating the capabilities of such a humble object. "What treasure can be forged from this trivial contraption?" they quipped, each expressing skepticism about the unassuming Qiankuan furnace. As Hao Chen diligently mined the ore, he wielded the Levection sword to slice through the rocks. Upon extracting the first sizable block of ore, he beckoned the 4 women to assist in transporting and refining the remnants. "Xiao Chui, what do you think? Is this ample enough for you?" he inquired while laboriously polishing the stone. "Oh, not to my taste. You may keep it for yourself," Xiao Chui jested innocently. "You are tasked with placing these remnants into the Qiankuan furnace. Once filled, you may rest," Hao Chen remarked playfully, casting a mischievous glance at the 4 women. Could this humble Qiankuan furnace be the legendary artifact of the immortals? Yu Xiaolan pondered, her heart brimming with curiosity. She had heard of the Qiankuan furnace's illustrious reputation. A tale from the Tianwu continent. Yet, with so many artifacts sharing the same name, how could the ancestral treasures of the Yi family be in Hao Chen's possession? "Please, it will be filled in the blink of an eye," Xiao Chui scoffed dismissively. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Now, go and fill the furnace." Hao Chen teased with an amused expression. "What on earth are you crafting with that stone?" Yu Xiaolan inquired, intrigued by Hao Chen's meticulous polishing of the ore. "I am fashioning a teleportation array disc," he replied nonchalantly. Aside from Ziyu and Xiao Chui, the other women's mouths hung agape in astonishment, unable to close for an extended moment. "No way, this is too extraordinary. If true, how can anyone compete with him? Mastering both martial and mystical arts at such a rapid pace. What else can he accomplish if not something supernatural?" Despite their astonishment, the work must continue. As Hao Chen crafted the teleportation array disc, the 6 women busied themselves with transporting the ore. During their breaks, upon learning that Hao Chen was proficient in refining equipment, concocting potions, crafting talismans, and inscribing formations, Yu Xiaolan realized his remarkable talents. Her admiration for him rekindled. Meanwhile, Qing Er's heart slowly began to change as well. Time passed, with day giving way to night, and under the collective effort of Hao Chen and the women, several expansive chambers had been excavated. Yet, even at this point, the Qiankuan furnace remained unfilled. "I'm done. This wretched furnace cannot be filled," Xiao Chui complained, her face covered in dust. "My dear, just a little more effort, and you will have it filled," Hao Chen teased, his head down as he worked on a sizable depression in the ground. "Humph, I want tea fall for that," Xiao Chui retorted, watching him engrossed in his task. At that moment, Hao Chen was busy preparing the depression to embed the teleportation array disc, readying it for inscription. Previously, the reason Hao Chen cut the ore into circular shapes was for the sake of convenience in processing, intending to refine it further during his leisure time. Upon discovering Hao Chen inscribing the teleportation array, the 6 maidens ceased their labor and conversation, standing aside to admire his craftsmanship. Hao Chen then retrieved numerous engraving pens and inscription paper, arranging them meticulously before entering a meditative state to cultivate his essence. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, he did not spring up, but instead leaned over the polished array plate, commencing the engraving of the array patterns. Completed. Several hours later, when the 6 maidens began to feel discomfort in their necks and numbness in their limbs, Hao Chen finally stood up with a long sigh of relief. After a brief respite, He proceeded to install mid-grade elemental stones in the energy chamber of the hexagram array for debugging and operation. As he placed the last concealed driving groove's elemental stone, the hexagram plate began to spin rapidly. Satisfied that everything was functioning properly, Houghton called upon the 6 maidens for assistance, utilizing the inscription paper to document and preserve the teleportation array. One final task remained, to construct a large bath within the first floor of the demon suppression tower. This was to serve as Houghton's exclusive bathing area, as the second floor's water barrier had already been claimed by the maidens, who restricted his access to that space. Often, after finishing his tasks on the first floor, he would desire to wash in the water barrier, but found it occupied. While bathing in front of his own women was acceptable, it was rather inconvenient to do so in front of those who had yet to become his. Thus, Houghton had resolutely decided to build a private bathing pool. With fine materials at hand, he began to carve out the resources needed for its construction. "Hey, brother, what are you up to now? I must tell you, I shall no longer assist you," Xiao Chui exclaimed upon witnessing Houghton's tireless efforts, unwilling to continue. Yet inwardly, she mused, "You must allow someone to catch their breath." Hee, I intend to construct a swimming pool exclusively for men on the first floor of the demon suppression tower. If you refuse to help, then when you go to the water space to bathe, I shall join you there, Houghton teased, looking at Xiao Chui with a playful smirk. Absolutely not, Xiao Chui retorted hastily. Will you lend a hand? Houghton inquired. Fine, I suppose I will assist you, but I fear you, all right? You annoying brother. Xiao Chui grumbled as she resumed her work, allowing a moment of reprieve through her teasing. With the help of the 6 maidens, a pool measuring 6 zhang long, 3 zhang wide, and 6 feet deep was constructed upon the ground of the barrier within the first floor of the demon suppression tower. Brother, is this truly a pool? To me, it resembles a grand coffin, Xiao Chui remarked, her tone laced with playful mockery. She continued to chastise Houghton. Moreover, proper pools lie below ground, easily accessible for entry. Yours, however, is displayed here as if it were some sort of exhibit. Must one use magic to bathe, simply to enter? Brother. Your bathing preferences are quite peculiar compared to others. You've hit the nail on the head. I indeed relish this kind of bathing ambience. What do you think? Houghton replied with a cheeky demeanor, inciting Xiao Chui's irritation to the point of gritting her teeth. Very well, if you persist in your stubbornness. I shall seek a multitude of ants to keep as pets, placing them here to accompany you while you bathe. Humph. With that, she ignored Houghton, pouting in silence. Dear little miss, I shall heed your words. Is that not sufficient? I shall comply with your wishes immediately, Houghton said, bowing and scraping to appease Xiao Cui's spirits. The other 5 maidens observed the playful banter between Xiao Cui and Houghton, unable to suppress their giggles. Chapter 559, The Little Miss, Part 2, Xiao Cui commanded. While Houghton toiled, lowering and raising the height repeatedly, they laid stone flooring around the pool. Only when Xiao Cui was satisfied enough to step into the pool did she relent toward Houghton. This pool was clearly meant for my exclusive use, yet after Xiao Cui's commotion, it appeared to be constructed for her benefit. Houghton mused silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Once the pool was completed, they took a brief respite. Here are the transformation pills for the beast spirits. Take these for the feathered tiger and the howling moon silver wolf during their transformation tribulations. I shall protect them then, Houghton stated as he presented Xiao Cui with a jade vial containing 3 transformation pills. Having successfully concocted both beast transformation and spirit insect transformation pills, he now handed one vial to Xiao Cui to lift her spirits further. And what of my transformation pill? Xiao Cui inquired, her expression shifting to one of discontent after receiving the jade vial. As for your transformation pill, dear little miss, you have already transformed. What need have you for another? Houghton evasively replied. No, you promised me you would concoct a transformation pill. This time you must fulfill your promise. Xiao Cui insisted, unwavering. Did I not purchase a transformation pill for you? Houghton explained, seeing Xiao Cui's stubborn demeanor. That one does not count. She continued, extending her hand for the pill. Alas, I concede. I fear you. Is that not enough? Houghton resignedly produced a fragrant, jade-like transformation pill and handed it to Xiao Cui. The 5 maidens nearby watched in envy as Houghton revealed the aromatic, jade-like pill, their mouths watering. Yet, despite their longing, the transformation pill was solely for beast use. Qinger, belonging to a divine beast lineage, had no need for it, but that did not imply her friends were exempt. Having successfully crafted 24 beast transformation pills yesterday, Xiao Zui had cunningly claimed one, leaving only 20 remaining. The painstakingly prepared pills had been swiftly pilfered by Xiao Zui. Have I not encountered ill-fated company? Hao Yan lamented within. Observing the other 5 maidens in a dreamy daze, bearing expressions of sorrow, he said, "Oh, do not dwell in despair, my 5 lovely companions. Each of you shall receive a detoxifying beauty pill, ensuring 50 years of youthful radiance." Hao Yan, unable to resist their plight, continued. This was, in fact, a plan he had devised long before. After all, work should be rewarded with compensation. With that, he produced 5 detoxifying beauty pills and offered them to the maidens, whose eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing the words beauty pill. The desire for beauty is universal, and women often cherish it more than men. Upon receiving the detoxifying beauty elixir, the eyes of the 5 maidens shimmered like crescent moons. No celestial treasures or miraculous potions could rival its efficacy. Eternal youth was indeed the most invaluable gift for women. "Each of us shall have a detoxifying beauty elixir. Where's mine?" exclaimed Xiao Zui, her indignation palpable as she beheld her 5 sisters receiving theirs. "Wasn't the transformation elixir meant for you?" "The detoxifying beauty elixir is designated for the 5 sisters," Hao Chen stated, realizing Xiao Zui was attempting to extort him. "You mentioned each one receives a share. Am I not a person? Am I not a girl?" Xiao Zui persisted, her obstinacy evident. "I implore you 5 maidens to cease your hesitance. Each of you shall indeed have a detoxifying beauty elixir, correct?" Hao Chen inquired, casting a glance at the trio. He sought their confirmation, but the 5 lowered their heads, feigning disinterest as if the matter did not concern them at all. "Oh, I was preoccupied with sealing the transformation elixir and did not catch your prior words. I only heard the last part, that each person receives a beauty elixir," Xiao Zui proclaimed, as if enlightenment had struck her. "If each one receives a share, then I must have mine." Realizing he could not resist this relentless rogue, Hao Chen reluctantly retrieved another jade vial, intending to pour out the detoxifying beauty elixir to appease Xiao Zui. Unexpectedly, she darted over, snatching the vial from him. "How dare you rob me so brazenly?" Hao Chen exclaimed, caught off guard as Xiao Zui absconded with both the vial and its contents. "What do you mean by how dare you? Everyone deserves a share of good fortune. I am merely preparing this for my friends. Is that so wrong?" Xiao Zui retorted confidently. The 5 maidens and 1 young man stood in silence, witnessing the epitome of shamelessness and audacity as Xiao Zui demonstrated it all too vividly. "Look at how incensed your brother is," whispered Ziyu, stifling laughter as the 5 girls hid nearby, amused. With a playful twist, Xiao Zui turned towards Hao Chen, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face, prompting laughter from the 5 maidens. Look at how pleased you are with yourself," she teased, her antics managing to amuse Hao Chen despite his irritation. Hao Chen recognized that once Xiao Zui encountered Ziyu and the others, not a single detoxifying beauty elixir would remain. "Having completed the task of transporting the ore, you must be weary. Would you prefer to observe my forging of star iron, or return to freshen up?" he inquired, aware that he could not retain them any longer. Excluding Xiao Zui and Ziyu, Qing'er and Xiaolan were eager to depart and consume their detoxifying beauty elixirs. "We have no desire to endure your smoky trials," Ziyu remarked dismissively. As Hao Chen pondered where to send them for rest, Ziyu pointed at Xiaolan and Qing'er, declaring, "I suggest you cease concealing your intentions. Let them both accompany us to Cooling Tower for rest." Ziyu noted the rosy hue on the faces of the 2 girls, who nodded slightly, though her heart brimmed with jealousy. Throughout their journey, she had sought to keep Hao Chen away from frivolities, yet her efforts had proven inadequate. Upon arriving in the Tianwu continent, he had attracted the attention of 4 women, and now, with the addition of the 2 before him, it seemed they would not escape his grasp either. As Ziyu contemplated in her heart, the scene before her abruptly transformed. By the pond in the jade pendant space, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air. The golden yuan fruits had ripened. Xiao Zui suddenly leaped into the tree, plucking 2 fruits and presenting them to Qing'er and Xiaolan, exclaiming, "Guests are always welcome. This is a gift to commemorate our meeting. They are sweet and absolutely delicious." Qing'er and Xiaolan, upon witnessing the vibrant blossoms and the abundance of precious spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits surrounding them, felt their hearts race. Had they been transported to the legendary celestial realm by Hao Yan? After sending the 6 women into the jade pendant space, Only the solitary figure of Hao Yin remained in the cave. Upon establishing a barrier around the teleportation array, Hao Yin began to activate the Qingquan furnace, casting several spells. Once the furnace had expanded to shoulder height, he infused it with the fire of alchemy to refine the star iron ore. As the star iron ore transformed into molten metal, Hao Yin retrieved the door from the Wang family's treasury and crafted a mold on the rocky ground according to the dimensions of the door. After refining the star iron ore, he had cast hundreds of star iron doors. The process of refining these half-foot thick, door-like pieces of star iron consumed a full 3 days before reaching completion. There remained one matter unfinished in this secret realm that lingered in his mind, the desire to uncover its mysteries. The pond, abundant with millennia-old spiritual herbs and exuding a rich, enticing aroma, had weighed heavily on his thoughts, for he had passed by in a hurried rush only to save someone. Hao Yin resolved to return to that pond to investigate further. Chapter 560. The fragrant grass at the ends of the earth. Returning to the enigmatic pond, Hao Yin departed from the Xia Wolf Cave and suddenly summoned the wings of wind. Before long, he arrived at the peculiar pond. As he approached, a sorrowful wailing filled the air. Curiously, he followed the sound and discovered a solitary woman, forlorn and weeping beneath a tree, abandoned in this secret realm. "Hello," Hao Yin called out, intending to greet the weeping figure. To his astonishment, the woman, clutching a sword and with disheveled hair, swung her weapon at him. Realizing from her cry that she was indeed a living person, Hao Yin swiftly dodged her strike and knocked the sword from her grasp. He then employed a spatial confinement spell to immobilize her in place. It was only then that the woman, now able to see clearly, recognized him as a dashing young man. "Are you human or ghost?" she inquired timidly. "I am human, yet you appear to be a ghost," Hao Yin quipped in response. At this moment, Li Linrong realized that the newcomer was not a spirit, but rather a fellow cultivator lost in the secret realm, which brought her a measure of relief. Yet upon seeing Hao Yin, she began to weep once more. Alone and abandoned in this mystical realm, she felt utterly lost. Observing that the woman had not succumbed to madness, Hao Yin waved his hand to lift the confinement spell from Li Linrong. When she beheld Hao Yin standing before her, a wave of relief washed over her, and she felt her strength drain away, collapsing into unconsciousness. Seeing her faint, Hao Yin quickly stepped forward and cradled her in his arms. Hao Chun could only embrace the woman, seated beneath a tree, patiently awaiting her awakening. In a state of hazy consciousness, she sensed someone continuously channeling their inner strength into her. Li Linrong struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing the young man before her, she felt a sudden sweetness in her mouth. Instinctively, she opened her lips and expelled a spray towards Hao Chun's face, staining him with dark blood. In an instant, her vision blurred, and she fainted once more. Seeing her expel the stagnant blood brought him a modicum of relief, and disregarding the blood on his face, he took her in his arms and suddenly vanished into the demon suppression tower. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a bed, treating it as a rare treasure, and gently laid her down. Tenderly, he covered her with a silk quilt, meticulously using his fingertip to wipe away the blood at the corners of her mouth. His heart swelled with compassion as he gazed at her, pondering who could have inflicted such harm upon her, leaving her alone in this secret realm, like a solitary flower in a desolate land. Once they exited the secret realm, he vowed to ascertain the circumstances and ensure that anyone who had harmed her would face dire consequences. At this thought, his once clear eyes flickered with a glint of cold resolve. After ensuring Li Linrong was settled, Hao Chun swiftly departed the demon suppression tower. His divine sense swept across the area, and in the center of the pond, dozens of spiritual herbs emanated a rich, alluring fragrance. Standing at the pond's edge, he suddenly unleashed a magic hand to grasp a ghostly lotus. This time, he did not employ his true essence to collect the herbs. Instead, he condensed the magic hand to strike down the spiritual herb. However, the swift motion of the magic hand could not escape the force of the pond's whirlpool. Interesting, Hao Chun mused. Is it controlled by a formation, or is there a water creature? Or perhaps the water itself is toxic. Yet, if it were toxic, the spiritual herbs could not thrive. With a swift motion, he once again conjured the magic hand, reaching for the water's surface where no herbs grew, causing only a ripple. Understanding dawned upon him as he scooped a handful of the pond water, which was crystal clear and devoid of any toxins or suction, indicating that the water was either a formation or home to a water spirit. Suddenly struck by an idea, Hao Chun swiftly departed from the peculiar pond. After the passage of an incense stick, he returned to the pond's location. This time, he remained concealed, controlling the demon suppression tower to approach the pond silently. Hidden within the tower, he observed the surface of the water with keen attention. The vast pond lay still, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Resembling a mirror adorned with dozens of enchanting flowers, some in bud, others half open, and some fully blossomed, exuding a fragrant allure. As the moments passed, the water remained tranquil. And after 3 incense sticks, the spiritual herbs began to shift slightly, causing ripples to dance across the surface. Hao Chun, hidden within the demon suppression tower, focused intently on the movements of the spiritual herbs. Suddenly, the most captivating flower in the center of the pond began to float up and down, bathing in the water, swirling and leaping, alternately rising to the surface and diving beneath the waves. As 3 incense sticks burned away, Hao Chun remained unmoved, entranced by the unfolding spectacle upon the pond's surface. Intrigued, he activated his spiritual vision, gazing intently at the water. He discerned that the ethereal herbs were manifestations of the blue lotus, their leaves mirroring the azure hue of the water. Thus, the spiraling flower bathing in the pond must be a flower spirit, he surmised internally, confirming the presence of a blue lotus flower spirit within the pond. Hao Chun refrained from acting impulsively and instead sought knowledge about flower spirits in his mind. Historically, flower spirits had existed, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over countless years, or perhaps experiencing extraordinary encounters that led to their cultivation into flower spirits. These entities possessed innate abilities to conjure illusions. Just as Hao Chun intended to depart from the demon suppression tower, he suddenly noticed the largest flower spirit in the pond gradually rising, slowly transforming into a humanoid form and beginning to dance alluringly. This was not the extent of the marvel. Aside from this grand flower, the other spiritual herbs were also undergoing transformation. He observed as the herbs first manifested enchanting faces from their blossoms, and then the lotus roots began to mutate. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the spirits of the herbs had all morphed into human figures. However, apart from their heads, the rest of their bodies were mere phantoms. The moment these ethereal forms draped themselves in the azure lotus leaves, each spirit of the herbs transformed into youthful and beautiful women, each exuding grace and charm, radiating elegance. Beneath the attire of lotus leaves, only their porcelain-white arms and delicate legs were visible. With melodious voices, they swayed their slender waists and commenced to dance within the pond. As they danced, under the lead of the grand spirit, dozens of flower spirits leapt ashore, moving with elegant steps, showcasing their alluring figures and captivating gazes, embodying the beauty of nature as they frolicked on the bank. Regrettably, Hao Chun was not ensnared by the charm of the flower spirits, remaining impervious to their enchantments. Chapter 561, Subjugating the Flower Spirits, Part 1. What beauty had Hao Chun not encountered? Yu Wan, Yi Mei, and Wang Shui. Each was a paragon of beauty. Zi Wan, Zi Yu, and Zi Yin. Each could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. Shuang Er, Ying Er, and Qing Er. Each was a calamity to nations. Xiao Han, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Lan. Each possessed celestial grace and beauty. Even his sister Shan Er and the little bird Qing Chui were breathtakingly beautiful. His purpose for visiting the pond was to collect the spiritual herbs within. With the flower spirits having left the water's surface, their powers were significantly diminished. If Hao Chun's assumptions were correct, these waterborne flower spirits could only exert half of their abilities on land. At this moment, if he did not act, when would he? Suddenly, he leaped from the demon suppression tower, his body tracing a semicircular arc. The dozen or so lotus flower spirits close to him sensed something amiss and promptly turned to flee toward the pond. Capture. How could Hao Chun let this opportunity slip away? Under the immense pull of his power, those dozen lotus flower spirits were swiftly drawn into the confines of the demon suppression tower. Meanwhile, with a swift movement, she intercepted the retreating flower spirits, blocking their path back to the pond. The flower spirits, faced with this predicament, were filled with terror. Who are you? Why do you bring us such misfortune? Why are you so cruel as to render my sisters utterly vanished? If I do not take your life today, how can I face my sisters? The speaker was the most resplendent and vibrant blossom amongst them, the eldest of the flower spirits. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, possessing an alluring beauty that could captivate and devastate in equal measure. It was evident from her expression that she was consumed by rage. The younger flower spirits, who looked only slightly older than the diminutive girl named Xiao Chui, stood behind their leader in silence. What are you all doing? Do you not see that this human has slain our sisters? Why do you hesitate? Seize this human at once. The elder flower spirit, hands on her hips, turned to scold the flower spirits who were bowing their heads. Her demeanor resembled that of a fierce matron berating the unruly. Yet, such a beautiful figure of ire was a rare sight for Hao Chun. Despite her loud and harsh command, the other flower spirits remained utterly motionless. This only served to infuriate the elder further, prompting her to slowly approach one of the flower spirits. Lift your head, she commanded coldly. The flower spirit complied, hesitantly raising her gaze. From her trembling form, it was clear how deeply she feared the elder. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, not a natural beauty. Yet her figure was gracefully alluring. Did you not hear what I said? Are you deaf? The elder flower spirit reprimanded with a fierce tone, her gaze pinning the younger flower spirit as if she intended to devour her. I heard, the young flower spirit stammered, her eyes darting away in panic, avoiding the elder's terrifying stare. If you heard, then why do you not move? Does what I say have no effect? Do you dare defy me, you wretches? The elder's tone grew increasingly belligerent, seemingly disregarding the presence of the human entirely. Hao Chun could have seized this opportunity to confine the flower spirits within the demon suppression tower. However, he refrained, intrigued to observe the elder flower spirit's performance, curious as to whether her display of wrath was truly convincing. It was not out of mere curiosity. Rather, the fearful gaze of the young flower spirit, filled with vulnerability, stirred something within Hao Chun's heart. He found himself scrutinizing the little sprite again, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Yet, as her pleading eyes met his, he felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, perhaps Hao Chun was merely overwhelmed by an abundance of compassion today, or perhaps he had been bewitched, suddenly. He felt an urge to protect this delicate flower spirit. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light materialized, and a small girl appeared beside him, none other than Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, dear sister, I have brought you some companions. What do you think? Hao Chun inquired, looking down at her. They are acceptable, I suppose. After Xiao Chui's calm declaration, her words left the flower demons opposite her in a state of bewilderment, particularly the leader among them. With a gaze filled with concern, she looked at Xiao Chui, suddenly feeling a tremor in her bloodline. With her centuries of cultivation, she could sense something peculiar. The little girl before her was a demon, yet she exuded no trace of demonic energy. Instead, she radiated an aura of divinity. It became clear to her that this little girl was the embodiment of a divine beast. Most beasts, upon transforming, were often captured by powerful cultivators to serve as mounts. The human before her had effortlessly summoned a divine beast, revealing the profound depths of his abilities. Witnessing Hao Chun's sudden summoning of such a formidable entity sent a wave of shock through the flower demon leader. Xiao Chui asserted her bloodline power, while Hao Chun swiftly conjured the demon suppression tower, directly imprisoning the flower demon leader within its first layer. I know none of you wish to remain as malicious flower demons who merely consume human lives. It appears you have been forced into this predicament. Today, I shall not take your lives. Henceforth, you shall follow my sister, Hao Chun declared with an air of authority. Yet, the remaining flower demons exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves for quite some time before finally kneeling in unison. Dear brother, to be honest, even if we wish to leave, we find ourselves unable to do so. The flower demons lamented. What do you mean by that? Hao Chun inquired, perplexed. Finally, the truth unraveled before Hao Chun. It turned out that these flower demons had not been cultivating for long. They had only practiced for a mere 10 or 8 years, making transformation impossible. The leader, however, had cultivated for centuries, and behind her stood a flower demon who had honed her skills for at least 2 millennia. The millennial flower demon did not reside here unless she was ensnaring high-level demonic beasts or formidable humans to absorb their essence. She had set up a formation that would alert her to any disturbances, and given the commotion, it was likely that the millennial flower demon was already aware. The reason these less experienced flower demons could take human form was due to the effects of a treasure belonging to the millennial flower demon. With her profound cultivation and an unknown artifact she had purportedly nurtured herself, she granted protection to these smaller flower demons once they had accepted her mark of allegiance, allowing them to transform. Although their cultivation had not significantly progressed, their outward appearance could still instill fear in their adversaries. Having accepted the mark, any betrayal would result in the master shattering the mark, leading to their utter obliteration, with no chance of rebirth, even within spatial treasures. However, if they entered a self-contained realm, they could survive, but leaving would result in death. Chapter 562, Subduing the Flower Demons, Part 2. Brother, please save them, Xiao Chui implored, gazing at the pitiful flower demons. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to lose these little friends, Hao Chun resolved, determined to seek out the millennial flower demon to negotiate freedom for the flower demons, thus fulfilling his promise to Xiao Chui. Indeed, such actions are entirely reasonable. Had he not acted thus, the delicate flower spirit would not have accompanied him. Even if forcibly confined within the jade pendant space, her existence would be fleeting. To disregard her plight would render him culpable. Hao Chun slowly approached the exquisitely beautiful flower spirit and inquired, "What is your name?" "I lack a name," the little flower spirit replied in a soft voice. "No name? How can that be?" Hao Chun pondered briefly, pacing thoughtfully. After a considerable time, an idea struck him, and he smiled at the flower spirit, saying, "How about I give you a name? Let us call you Green Lotus. What do you think? Do you like it?" "I like it. I truly do," the little spirit responded, "but without my master's permission, I cannot bear a name." Her voice fell, tinged with melancholy. "Fear not. I shall rescue you. When that time comes, you can accompany me, and then we shall use this name. How does that sound?" "Yes, thank you, benefactor." "Oh no, you should not concern yourself with me. You and this little sister must flee swiftly. If my master appears, you will find no escape." The flower spirit urged Hao Chun to escape, her joy overshadowed by worry. She feared for his safety against the millennial flower spirit, preferring to endure her own suffering rather than see him lose his life for her sake. This selflessness only endeared her to Hao Chun further, witnessing her virtuous heart. He could not bear the thought of her being coerced into actions she abhorred. Thus, he resolved to save her. Yet, upon voicing his intentions, the flower spirit hesitated to agree, persistently urging him and Xiao Chui to depart before the millennial flower spirit arrived. Although Hao Chun did not wish to impose upon her, he was unwilling to witness these flower spirits suffer any longer. Her goodness inspired him, instilling courage and resolve within him. Had she not been so kind, he might have simply gathered the medicinal herbs and left, as that was the purpose of his visit. At that moment, however, a chilling voice drifted through the air. "Who dares to act upon my territory, you insolent wretch? Do you wish to court death?" Upon hearing this voice, the little flower spirit was struck with terror, hastily kneeling with her forehead pressed to the ground, trembling in fear. It was evident that this voice belonged to the millennial flower spirit they had spoken of. Seeing this, Green Lotus urged urgently, "Benefactor, you must flee. My master will surely kill you upon sight. Hurry." Hao Chun remained silent, for he had realized that the millennial flower spirit now stood before him. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful. Her vacant gaze fixed intently on him and then on Xiao Chui. The little flower spirit beside him, upon witnessing her, quickly bowed her head, silencing her voice in fear. "Humph, you think you can leave after killing my kin without a word? What will become of my dignity? If this were to spread, I would be the laughingstock of the millennial flower spirits." The millennial flower spirit's voice was deep and oppressive, as if it bore the weight of a looming threat. "Oh, you old hag, you are rather arrogant," Xiao Chui retorted, her impatience flaring at the audacity of a mere flower spirit to disdain her, a divine beast. Hao Chun, however, remained unfazed, calmly assessing the millennial flower spirit before him. The young woman appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age, exuding elegance and extraordinary beauty. Her skin was as fair as freshly fallen snow, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders. "A 1,000-year flower spirit? I have never heard of such a thing, have you?" Hao Chun did not engage with the flower spirit, but turned to the petite girl beside him, Xiao Chui, who responded with a knowing smile and a slight shake of her head, indicating her ignorance. The 1,000-year flower spirit, noticing their indifference, merely smiled softly. "Of course, you two little ones have never heard of me. Do you even know where you were when I transformed into human form?" She spoke to Xiao Chui in a teasing tone. At that moment, Xiao Chui suddenly interjected, "Is that so? You don't even know where you were when I was born." With that, Xiao Chui transformed into a divine bird, the Qing Wan. Although she had only recently taken on this form, she had lived countless years prior to her transformation into human shape. In terms of avian age, Xiao Chui had existed for an immeasurable time before becoming human. The 1,000-year flower spirit was well aware of the Qing Wan's reputation and recognized that its age far surpassed her own, causing her expression to darken with anger. She glared at the two who mocked her, feeling utterly disregarded. No longer able to tolerate their insolence, she declared, "You shall pay the price for your words and actions." Having lived for over 2 millennia, it infuriated her to be ridiculed by 2 mere children. Unfortunately, as a flower spirit, she had received no formal teachings or guidance in magic or martial arts. Her cultivation relied solely on absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth, as well as the sun and moon, which resulted in a painstakingly slow advancement in her powers. As the flower spirit's demeanor shifted, Hao Chen swiftly turned his body, leaving behind a perfect arc in his wake. With a flash of brilliance, he grasped his sword. "Brother, let me challenge this old hag," Xiao Chui exclaimed, eager to test her skills against the flower spirit. She now had 2 companions, a feathered tiger and a howling moon wolf. "Very well, but do not push yourself. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat swiftly from the battlefield." Hao Chen contemplated and agreed, believing it a good opportunity for her to demonstrate her newfound strength. After all, her powers had surged dramatically since her transformation, and with her 2 beast companions, he was curious to see just how formidable Xiao Chui had become. After consenting, he stepped aside. "You dare to confront me, having just taken on your form? You shall not leave this place alive," the 1,000-year flower spirit bellowed, suddenly extending her arms wide. Lotus bomb. In an instant, she unleashed a barrage of lotus seeds from her hands, raining down like explosive projectiles. The sky was filled with dazzling fireworks, seemingly beautiful, yet harboring the perilous force of detonation. Hao Chen sensed the volatility of the lotus seeds, akin to hundreds of miniature grenades primed to explode. Xiao Chui, too, felt the formidable power radiating from the jewel-like seeds above her, though she had never encountered such an attack and was uncertain how to respond. Hao Chen abruptly positioned himself in front of Xiao Chui, urging her to take cover. But she shook her head defiantly, refusing to retreat. At that moment, the pearl-like lotus seeds unexpectedly surrounded the 2 of them. Hao Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition, and he leaped back, while simultaneously pulling Xiao Chui into the demon suppression tower. Although he managed to leap a considerable distance before the myriad lotus seeds detonated, the instant his feet touched the ground, an explosion ensued, creating small craters in the very spot where he and Xiao Chui had just stood. The power of the explosion was not formidable, as evidenced by the minor damage. Chapter 563, Subduing the Flower Demon, Part 3. Hao Chen did not perceive this as a lack of danger. After all, the lotus seeds did not explode simultaneously. Had they clustered together, the destructive force would have been unimaginable. Indeed, as Hao Chen had surmised, the Millennium Flower Demon had merely released the lotus seeds as a trial. Once she successfully bewildered her opponent, she would unleash her true power, for the lotus seed explosion was her innate divine ability. Countless beads rained down from the sky, falling around Hao Chen, with some even splashing into the pond. The Millennium Flower Demon's intention was to intimidate the few present, urging them to retreat early. She had no desire to resort to lethal force. However, Hao Chen was resolute in his determination to capture these ethereal herbal beings, including all the flower demons, the Millennium Flower Demon among them. With a swift motion, Hao Chen soared into the air, wielding the Feihuang sword and executing the Featherfall sword technique. The sword energy swept through the air, causing the lotus seeds to explode mid-flight. Remarkably, this action did not alter the environment nor inflict any damage, as Hao Chen decisively dispelled the rain of beads with his powerful technique. Soon, hundreds of lotus seeds were cleanly sliced by the sword energy, prompting the Millennium Flower Demon to cease her incantations. "You insolent brat, do you insist on opposing me? You still have time to leave, otherwise beware." The Millennium Flower Demon glared at Hao Chen, her voice laced with indignation. Yet, Hao Chen was undeterred. He discerned that her actions were not born of fear, but rather a desire to avoid trouble. Thus, he resolved to exploit this psychological insight. "Do you wish for me to leave? Very well. Then grant them their freedom." Hao Chen unabashedly pointed at the little flower demons while addressing the Millennium Flower Demon. Upon hearing this, the Millennium Flower Demon furrowed her brows, her piercing gaze sweeping across the scene. She noticed that the little flower demons, for reasons unknown, had all lowered their heads, seemingly yearning for freedom, almost as if they despised her. "You shameless wretches, I have shown you kindness, helping you in your arduous cultivation, and now you dare to turn against me? Let me be clear, there is no way to break your bonds. You have taken my possessions, and you shall return them." The Millennium Flower Demon's voice grew increasingly agitated, her fury palpable. How could she not be enraged when not only outsiders disdained her, but even her own kin? Suddenly, the Millennium Flower Demon spread her arms wide, tilting her head upwards and closing her eyes. At that moment, she floated in the air, caressed by an unknown breeze, her lustrous black hair billowing gracefully, exuding an air of imperiousness. Within a brief span of time, her expression transformed into one of serenity, as if she were reveling in the moment. She slowly parted her lips, and from her mouth floated a luminous pearl, radiating a resplendent, kaleidoscopic glow. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the little flower spirits hastily prostrated themselves on the ground. Hao Yin sensed that this pearl was imbued with a mysterious power. Could this orb, the size of a lychee, be an inner elixir? Hao Yin pondered silently. Do you understand what this is? The voice of the Millennium Flower Spirit bore a weighty tone. After much discourse, what exactly is it? In truth, it is a seed from the water lily pod. However, it is a mutated water lily seed. This rare variant accumulates the essence of pond lotus, ripening only a single phantom lotus seed. Ordinary water lilies, no matter how long they cultivate, cannot bear a phantom lotus seed, whereas this unique mutated water lily requires merely 500 years to produce one. This entity possesses regenerative power and harmonizes with nature, capable of storing immense vital energy, all of which belongs to its master. Moreover, the phantom lotus seed has the ability to induce mutations in creatures, enabling them to instantly transform into human form. This is the phantom lotus seed, Hao Yin exclaimed, recalling his knowledge from the teachings of Xiaohao. You are indeed correct. This is the phantom lotus seed, the very essence nurtured by this flower spirit. The Millennium Flower Spirit replied gently. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin fell into a daze, realizing the gravity of the situation. If this were the case, he might truly be at a loss. The rarity of mutated water lilies is astonishing, and the phantom lotus seed they bear is a treasure of unparalleled value, highly revered in the realm of cultivation. One crucial point is that if the mutated water lily perishes, the phantom lotus seed will dissipate its spiritual essence, rendering it a mere ordinary seed. Should Hao Yin kill the Millennium Flower Spirit today, this priceless treasure would instantaneously become worthless. If this news were to spread, not only would the demon realm harbor resentment, but even the realm of cultivation would lament the loss. If the mutated water lily were to die, the phantom lotus seed would lose its nurturing body, becoming utterly useless. Understanding this, Hao Yin could not help but furrow his brow, finding himself in a difficult predicament. To slay the Millennium Flower Spirit would equate to destroying a celestial treasure. Yet he was reluctant to witness these unfortunate little flower spirits suffer under the whims of others. What should he do? If all else fails, he would take a desperate gamble and confine her within the demon suppression tower. If the Millennium Flower Spirit's powers surpassed his own, he would have to wait until her energy was depleted or injure her while she was defenseless to subdue her. No matter what, he must ensure these little flower spirits gain their freedom today, or he could never face Xiaozui. Hao Yin contemplated inwardly. You foolish boy, do not act rashly. It is not worth making an enemy of me for a few unfamiliar flower spirits. Besides, while they may appear pleasant, remember that they are not human, merely humanoid lotus spirits. The Millennium Flower Spirit spoke in a peculiar tone. It seemed to mock, yet her intent was to psychologically sway Hao Yin's thoughts. However, Hao Yin was an unwavering individual. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to provide an explanation. His decisions were resolute and unyielding. Such was Hao Yin's character. My resolution remains steadfast. Moreover, I have already promised my sister to find her some companions, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. Hao Yin declared with unwavering determination. Very well, but do not come to regret your choice. The Millennium Flower Demon retorted vehemently. The Millennium Flower Demon activated the illusory lotus seed in her grasp, unleashing a peculiar array of runes. These runes represented the souls of the diminutive flower spirits who had pledged their allegiance. Countless souls, under the impetus of the Millennium Flower Demon's magic, coalesced around the illusory lotus seed, which radiated a brilliant luminescence between her hands. In the next moment, the illusory lotus seed suddenly shot forth, unleashing a formidable wave of magical energy, enveloping the Millennium Flower Demon in a shimmering barrier that gradually dissipated after a span of time equivalent to a fragrant incense stick. At this juncture, the illusory lotus seed continued to gleam resplendently, while the Millennium Flower Demon underwent a profound transformation. It appeared as though she had awakened, her form exuding a terrifying aura, her hair turning green, and even her once emerald attire morphing into a deep shade of jade. I warned you that you would come to regret your decision. The Millennium Flower Demon exclaimed, resembling a specter from a dream, her voice laced with indignation. Chapter 564, Illusory Lotus Seed. At this moment, Hao Yin sensed that the Millennium Flower Demon before him had ascended to an unfathomable level of cultivation, her power having surged exponentially since his arrival. The illusory lotus seed in her hand, however, continued to radiate its dazzling light, symbolizing not only life, but also illumination. It seemed that the transformation of the flower demon had not altered the essence of the illusory lotus seed. Yet, at this instant, the flower demon found herself temporarily severed from the spiritual connection she once shared with it. The illusory lotus seed represented the essence of life, while the Millennium Flower Demon, now ensnared by dark intentions, was steeped in murderous intent. Thus, the illusory lotus seed temporarily eluded her grasp. If Hao Yin could seize the illusory lotus seed, he could liberate the small flower spirits. However, obtaining the illusory lotus seed appeared to be no simple feat. The Millennium Flower Demon's eyes flared with fury as countless dark green blossoms erupted from her hands into the void. These seemingly beautiful blossoms harbored a lethal toxicity. Possessing immense power, Hao Yin was unacquainted with such spells and was uncertain how to respond. As the dark green flowers swirled around the flower demon's form, they formed a massive vortex in the air. At that moment, the vortex created by the dark green flowers suddenly descended. One alluring dark green blossom after another floated gracefully toward Hao Yin. Sensing the impending danger, he instinctively leaped backward. Indeed, just as he leaped a distance of 10 feet, one of the dark green flowers fortuitously fell upon the very ground where he had stood moments before. Upon contact with the earth, although it did not explode, it corroded a shallow pit into the surface, revealing that its venom was not overwhelmingly potent. Nevertheless, Hao Yin did not consider this a trivial matter. After all, above him, countless dark green flowers still hovered ominously in the air. Should they all detonate simultaneously, the cumulative destructive force would be beyond imagination. Consequently, Hao Yin activated his magic explosive fist, channeling an unmatched blend of strength and finesse as he unleashed a punch directly at the vortex of dark green flowers. The magic explosive fist emitted a multitude of explosive sparks. With a resounding blast, the whirlpool formed by the emerald flower was utterly obliterated by Hao Chen's explosive punch. The Millennium Flower Spirit suddenly sensed an ominous shift, for she realized that the shattered emerald flower could not be reborn, a devastating blow to her. Though the emerald flower had grown significantly stronger than before, it still paled in comparison to a formidable weapon, akin to tofu against stone. Initially, she could rely on the power of regeneration to deplete Hao Chun's magical energy, but now she recognized that such tactics were futile. Little did she know that Hao Chun possessed not only a dual mastery of martial and magical arts, but also 3 dantians, each sustaining a nascent soul. To be frank, the flower spirit felt a twinge of regret. She was not skilled in combat. Despite having cultivated for 2,000 years, this battle marked her first encounter with intense conflict. Since her mutation allowed her to cultivate, she had nurtured the phantom lotus seed and taken in the little flower spirits from the secret realm. She had secluded herself in a cave, focusing solely on her training, instructing the little flower spirits to gather the resources she needed. Rarely did she venture out, and to her astonishment, this time she emerged to such a ruckus, confronting a formidable opponent, leaving her to lament in silence. Hao Chen observed her immobility, recognizing from her expression that she was out of options. Release those little flower spirits at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You must understand, at this moment, the phantom lotus seed is beyond your control, likely severed from your connection. Even in your demise, the phantom lotus seed shall remain unaffected. Previously, he had refrained from attacking her for fear of damaging the artifact, but the situation had shifted. She had no more trump cards. Humph, do you think I have been idle all this time? Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. Suddenly, the Millennium Flower Spirit swallowed the phantom lotus seed. What are you doing? Hao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The act of consuming the phantom lotus seed could lead to her own demise, resulting in the obliteration of everything, including the lives of the little flower spirits. Do not presume that I am the only one willing to embrace death. Let me inform you. The magical energy within me and the life essence of the phantom lotus seed will counteract each other. Though I may perish, the energy of the phantom lotus seed will be exhausted as well, and thus, all the little flower spirits shall accompany me into oblivion. The Millennium Flower Spirit gazed at Hao Chun with sorrowful eyes, her voice a haunting melody imbued with a poignant attachment to life. Faced with the prospect of her death, Hao Chun made a startling decision in a moment of desperation. Without a second thought, he abruptly drew his sword. In a flash of light, the flower spirit remained unmoved. However, the next instant, her body was cleaved in two from shoulder to waist. Hao Chun swiftly gathered her severed halves and quickly sealed them away. At that moment, both halves of the flower spirit were sealed, leaving the phantom lotus seed to float quietly between her divided form. Hao Chun intended to envelop it with his spiritual force to seal it away. Yet, as he initiated the sealing spell, the phantom lotus seed began to revolve around his body. A surge of energy instantaneously surged into Hao Chun's mind, and to his astonishment, the phantom lotus seed had recognized him as its master. At the moment the phantom lotus recognized its master, it transformed into a beam of light and penetrated into Hao Chun's body, entering the chaotic dantian. After acknowledging its master, the phantom lotus autonomously ventured into Hao Chun's being, displaying a remarkable discernment. Through the transmission of information, Hao Chun learned that this extraordinary object not only enabled the transformation of Ao Wu into human form, but also possessed remarkable regenerative healing properties. Additionally, it could, when necessary, convert its power for his own use, thereby augmenting his combat prowess. In essence, he had acquired a precious treasure while simultaneously rescuing numerous flower spirits. Thus, he summoned Xiao Chui to accompany the flower spirits in their playful endeavors. With a swift command, they vanished, including the physical forms of the flower spirits. The reason Hao Chun opted to cleave the Millennium Flower Spirit's shoulder rather than deliver a fatal blow was that he perceived the sorrowful beauty in her eyes. He harbored no intention of killing her. As long as her head and heart remained intact, Hao Chun possessed the capability to heal her. Upon entering the water chamber of the Demon Suppression Tower, he first conjured a waist-high platform, an item he had collected from the underground base of the magic cult on Flying Fish Island. He placed the severed segments of the flower spirit's body upon the platform, then swiftly retrieved a regeneration pill and blood spirit bone ointment to seal the wounds between the two halves. Utilizing his spiritual consciousness, he meticulously connected them, releasing a faint aura of the greenwood technique to mend her injuries. Throughout the process, the Millennium Flower Spirit remained conscious, pondering, "Why would you seek to harm me? Only to save me." As Hao Chun executed the surgical procedure, she contemplated this conundrum. Rest assured and recuperate. The Resurgence Purple Pill will mend the deep-seated ailments caused by your previous missteps in cultivation. After completing the operation, Hao Chun instructed the Millennium Flower Spirit to ingest a Resurgence Purple Pill. "Alas, you are quite perplexing. I had no intention of killing you. I merely sought to compel you to grant freedom to the flower spirits. Yet, you chose a path of no return. Had you encountered any other human cultivators, your life would certainly have been forfeit. I understand that the path of a flower spirit is fraught with difficulties. You may have believed that your defeat would bring you misfortune," Hao Chun lamented, engaging in conversation with the flower spirit. Chapter 565. This is not a dream. After the passage of 3 incense sticks worth of time, Hao Chun returned to the surgical platform to once again employ his magic for the flower spirit's healing. Suddenly, he unleashed a wave of the greenwood technique, enveloping the Millennium Flower Spirit in a surging essence of wood energy. At that moment, the flower spirit realized that this human was, in fact, a mid-stage spirit separation realm cultivator. She, being merely a nascent spirit transformation flower cultivator, knew that should he unleash his full power, she would likely stand no chance against him. It was only then that the Millennium Flower Spirit truly recognized Hao Chun's formidable strength, silently reflecting upon it. The application of the greenwood technique will expedite your recovery. Once you are healed, devise a method to nurture another phantom lotus. The one you originally possessed shall not be returned to you. Should you encounter any difficulties, confide in me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Hao Chun reassured her as he observed the gradual restoration of her form. "Thank you. I shall find another way." Regarding the phantom lotus, the flower spirit expressed her gratitude. "I never anticipated I would survive, let alone continue my cultivation. The lingering ailments of my body have also been mended. It seems that misfortune has indeed brought about unforeseen blessings." "Ah, Indeed, this is the water space of the magical artifact, where you can recuperate. Once your injuries have healed, you may proceed to the soul space for cultivation, where the methods of refining souls and enhancing the spirit are inscribed upon the stone tablet. Now rest well. With those words, Hao Chen swiftly departed from the demon suppression tower and returned to the edge of the secret pond. At this moment, Xiao Zui was joyfully playing with a group of little flower spirits, their pristine white dresses now quite soiled. Their cherubic faces were adorned with theatrical makeup, filled with shouts and laughter. This truly epitomized Xiao Zui's joyful childhood. Observing Xiao Zui's exuberance, Hao Chen could not help but reflect. Hey, you all come here. I have an announcement to make. At Hao Chen's call, Xiao Zui and the little flower spirits ceased their play. As they gathered around, Hao Chen suddenly waved his hand, and in a flash of light, all the little flower spirits previously taken into the demon suppression tower were returned to the bank of the pond. Unharmed despite their brief separation, which had felt like a lifetime apart, the little flower spirits were now exuberantly huddled together, filled with excitement. With a mere thought, Hao Chen erased the souls collected within the illusory lotus seed. Luhua, you are now free as well. However, I would like for you to accompany me from now on. What say you? After the souls returned to the little flower spirits, Hao Chen approached the girl and inquired. Thank you. I am willing, Luhua replied hurriedly, kneeling before Hao Chen and bowing repeatedly in gratitude. She had intended to pledge her loyalty once more, but was met with Hao Chen's refusal. We are friends. You may call me brother, just like Xiao Zui. The simplicity of Hao Chen's reasoning was clear. Upon consulting the flower spirits, most expressed a desire to remain, having grown accustomed to this place, which they now regarded as home. Thus, Hao Chen reluctantly abandoned his intention to take them away. However, this did not equate to a complete relinquishment of his plans. These flower spirits were rare treasures, transformed into ethereal beings. He aimed to create a safe living environment for them here. While clearing the pond of debris, he endeavored to establish a more powerful formation. Among the remaining flower spirits, he selected a leader to act as steward and entrusted her with the tokens for entering and exiting the formation. He also provided 3 sets of long-distance communication talismans for the steward's use in case of emergencies. Simultaneously, he left behind a plethora of resources suitable for the flower spirit's cultivation, allowing them to practice at their leisure. Hao Chen had his own designs. Within the secret realm, he had established a teleportation array, enabling swift access within the span of a single incense stick's burning. Once he had organized the flower spirits, Hao Chen activated the wings of wind and swiftly soared into the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's cave, using the teleportation array to exit the secret realm. Upon nearing the entrance of the secret realm, he unexpectedly discovered 2 figures standing at the desolate threshold. Hao Chen approached cautiously. Sigh, the secret realm has been sealed. I wonder if he still lives? Dylan lamented. Do not worry, sister. He will be fine. Perhaps he has already left the secret realm, came the reassuring reply. Xiaowen, having met her sister, remained at the entrance for several days, lost in thought as she awaited the one she cherished, unwilling to depart. With a sigh, she murmured, I wonder what karmic debts I owe from a past life to feel such attachment. Alas, Dylan, with tears glistening in her eyes, echoed her sentiment. The sound of her sigh tightened Hao Yin's heart. He had thought that after exchanging the Thunder Jade within the secret realm, they would no longer be indebted to one another. To his surprise, the woman was profoundly loyal and affectionate. Well, it cannot be helped. Hao Yin, being a romantic at heart, found himself captivated by such a passionate soul. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Hao Yin swiftly acted. Before the 2 women could respond, he enveloped them within a barrier of the demon suppression tower. The scene shifted, and the 2 women found themselves back in the cluttered room they once inhabited. Upon recognizing the illusory lotus seed, Hao Yin ascended to the status of a demon cultivator. He could now wield the latent magical powers contained within the illusory lotus seed, gaining both a new artifact and an increase in cultivation. Consequently, Hao Yin employed the powers of martial, celestial, demonic, and beast cultivation to seal the entrance to the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, he established further restrictions, transforming the area into a secure sanctuary. He retained the spherical engraved jade as the key to access the realm beyond. Returning to the inner sanctum, he meticulously arranged a series of restrictive barriers to ensure the safety of the secret realm. Given Hao Yin's mastery of formations, it was likely that no cultivator of lesser than the tribulation stage could jointly unravel the array from outside. Henceforth, The entrance to this secret realm would remain inaccessible. However, Hao Yin did not seal the matter entirely. He set a 30-year weakening period. Every 30 years, the formation would slow its operation to replenish its energy. When the formation slowed, the gathering array would automatically activate, restoring energy for 15 days before sealing the entrance once more. This arrangement served as an examination of his insights from years of studying formations and his ability to utilize them to seal the secret land. After securing the entrance, he returned to the pond area. During this time, Dailin and Xiaowen found themselves in a dreamlike state. Why are we dreaming of entering his artifact space again? Dailin pondered aloud. Indeed, sister, how can we both dream the same dream? Xiaowen replied, equally perplexed. Xiaowen then reached out and pinched Dailin's arm sharply. Ouch! Xiaowen, why did you pinch me? Dailin exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. Wait, this isn't a dream. Seeing Dailin in such a state confirmed Xiaowen's suspicion that they were indeed awake. Chapter 566. Aiding the weak, the 1,000-year flower demon was born from the blue water lily's millennium of cultivation. It earned the title of flower demon because it had not been purified by celestial essence. From that moment on, Hao Yin addressed her by her true name. At the behest of the blue water lily, Hao Yin ventured to her cultivation cave to organize her belongings. While tending to the flower demon's wounds, he caught a glimpse of the blue water lily. Faced with such a fortunate opportunity, she had no choice but to submit to Hao Yin, for it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Guided by a few companions of Green Lotus and Little Chui, Hao Chun and Little Chui swiftly arrived at the training cave of the blue water lily. Upon reaching the cave, Hao Chun summoned the blue water lily. The moment its figure materialized from the demon suppression tower within the confines of the cave, the flower spirits accompanying Little Chui could hardly believe their eyes. How could the blue water lily, which Hao Chun had evidently vanquished in the pond, now manifest before them? Although Hao Chun had severed Flower Sister's body, preventing her from self-detonation, he had not inflicted any mortal wounds. Thus, reviving her was well within his capabilities. Observing the bewildered expressions of the little flower spirits, Little Chui seized the moment to elucidate the situation. She took the opportunity to extol Hao Chun's magical prowess, reassuring the flower spirits that with her brother present, no task was insurmountable and no injury beyond healing. Their safety was assured in his company. Under the guidance of the blue water lily, the group traversed through the cave, leading them toward an exit from the secret realm. Standing at the rear of the cave, they gazed upon a narrow canyon. A secluded path, lush with verdant trees, meandered through the rugged landscape. Curiously, not a single bird graced the area. Moreover, despite the abundance of green leaves above, the ground lay barren, devoid of any flowers or grasses, exuding an air of desolation. As they continued along the narrow canyon, the scenery remained unchanged, and after half an hour, they had yet to encounter any sign of change. How could this path be endless? Did it lead perpetually beyond the secret realm? Hao Chun furrowed his brow, questioning aloud. For after such a lengthy journey, the surrounding scenery had remained monotonously consistent, trees upon trees. Green Lotus, equally in the dark, shook her head, expressing her ignorance of the situation. Even Flower Sister could only confirm the existence of a valley, having never ventured within. Sensing an eerie atmosphere, Hao Chun promptly gathered the flower spirits and Little Chui into the water space of the demon suppression tower. Transforming into a streak of light, he propelled himself forward. Having navigated through countless formations and traversed considerable distance, Hao Chun abruptly halted, seeking refuge behind a massive rock. In the distance, two large birds were engaged in a fierce struggle, though their forms were indistinct. A smaller bird caught Hao Chun's eye. He could see two large birds clashing on the ground and called forth Little Chui, inquiring, "Do you recognize them? Are they of your kin?" With the inheritance of memory, the divine beast possessed extensive knowledge. Under Hao Chun's direction, Little Chui cautiously surveyed the battling beasts. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. It took her a moment to regain her composure, and she quickly gestured for Hao Chun to retreat. "What troubles you, Little Chui? What have you seen?" Hao Chun asked, puzzled by her sudden alarm. "They are not my kin. They belong to the three green birds, the families of the large and small hawks, engaged in combat," she replied, glancing around before swiftly joining Hao Chun, astonished. The Qingyuan is the precursor to the phoenix, a divine bird known for its resplendent hues and graceful form. It is said to be the messenger of the goddess Zhuangmu, alongside the three great hawks, large and small hawks, and the Qingyuan. collectively referred to as the Three Green Birds. Among them, only the fire-attributed Qingyuan clan has been revered by later generations as a symbol of divinity and auspiciousness. The Great Hawk and the Lesser Hawk are ferocious and gluttonous water-attribute divine birds. When the three Qing birds were by the side of the Queen Mother of the West, the Great Hawk and the Lesser Hawk would often conspire to bully the Qingyuan. From that moment, the Qingyuan clan has been at odds with the families of the Great Hawk and the Lesser Hawk. The Gentle Sisters, Xiao Chui and Qing Er, belong to the tender-hearted Qingyuan clan. Upon hearing Xiao Chui's words, Hao Chun resolved to abandon any intention of aiding the Lesser Hawk's kin. Suddenly, a fierce avian cry echoed through the air. Hao Chun and Xiao Chui turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold the Great Hawk, with wings spanning over 10 zhang, leap into the air and dive downwards, emitting a sharp sound as it aimed to hunt the already battered Lesser Hawk. Unfazed, the Lesser Hawk flapped its wings and ascended to meet the oncoming threat like a sharp sword. However, just as it clashed with the Great Hawk, it swiftly evaded the attack, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and landing back on the ground. Witnessing this, the Great Hawk unleashed a barrage of feathered arrows. With no choice but to fight for survival, the Lesser Hawk resisted fiercely. Their battle stirred a tempest of energy, shattering stones and splintering wood. As dirt flew through the air, with a cry of pain, the Lesser Hawk lost feathers and retreated, surprisingly finding refuge beside Xiao Chui and Hao Chun. Sister, save Chio'er. At this moment, the Lesser Hawk had transformed into a small girl resembling Xiao Chui, her tattered clothes stained with blood, and her face dirty as she sought help from the two. Faced with this dire situation, Hao Chun felt compelled to intervene. How dare you disrupt my plans? One cannot escape their fate by courting disaster. The Great Hawk, infuriated by the sight of the Lesser Hawk cowering behind two seemingly feeble humans, had long perceived Hao Chun and Xiao Chui watching from behind a massive stone, disapproving of their actions. Humans, after all, often dream of mutual destruction while hoping to reap the benefits. This time, meeting the Great Hawk would spell misfortune for them. Resolute in its intent, the Great Hawk dove down without hesitation. Xiao Chui guided the Lesser Hawk into the Demon Suppression Tower for safety. Sensing the Great Hawk's formidable power and fearing for Xiao Chui's safety, she hurriedly sheltered both girls within the tower. Henceforth, the Lesser Hawk was assigned a dedicated task to hatch the renowned birds. The Great Hawk let out a piercing cry, intent on hunting the trio, for human flesh was far more delectable than that of other beasts. Dragon Transformation Palm. Undeterred, Hao Chun unleashed a powerful palm strike to counter the Great Hawk's claws. A resounding crash erupted, stirring a tempest of energy as stones shattered and dirt flew. The Great Hawk let out a cry of distress, shedding feathers, and retreated. Circling high above, Hao Chun bore only 2 minor scratches on the back of his hand, proving that even without the protection of his vital energy, he could contend with the formidable beast. In the sky, the Great Hawk eyed its prey with trepidation but was unwilling to forego the enticing morsels before it. After a moment of hesitation, it dove down again. With a swift motion, its wings flared, conjuring a tempest of sharp feathered arrows that rained down upon Hao Chun and the others. Drawing the Fei Huang sword, Hao Chun executed the falling feather sword technique, while simultaneously enveloping himself in a deep, protective aura of lightning, allowing the arrows to strike his body without faltering. The surrounding mountains and fields have suffered severe devastation. Dry timber is reduced to splinters, massive boulders lie shattered, and the ground nearby bears countless scars, rendered unrecognizable. Wood shavings, loose stones, and soil are propelled into the air, obscuring the figure of Hao Chun, who stands with an unyielding demeanor, untouched by the chaos. Witnessing Hao Chun's indifference, the great eagle's fury ignites, prompting it to unleash its innate powers. With a sharp cry akin to a blood-curdling wail, it releases sound waves that ripple towards Hao Chun. The atmosphere trembles. The scene is terrifying as boulders and ancient trees explode into dust. Hao Chun does not flinch. Instead, he summons the demon slaughtering hand, which transforms into a colossal palm, striking out and generating a tempestuous force that collides with the incoming sound waves. A resounding bang reverberates as the turbulent shockwave sweeps outward, snapping trees and shattering rocks in its wake, a spectacle of sheer terror. Hao Chun's feet sink into the ground, his presence unwavering. The great eagle, unwilling to relent, extends its razor-sharp claws towards Hao Chun's head. With a sudden clap, the demon's slaughtering hand crashes down, producing a thunderous sound as the great eagle is hurled into a distant mountain peak by the overwhelming force. Trees are uprooted, rocks are shattered, and the eagle swiftly morphs into a young cultivator, whose disheveled figure emerges from the rubble, soaring into the sky, deterred from further aggression against Hao Chun. After a moment's hesitation in the air, it departs, its expression one of dissatisfaction. Hao Chun pays no heed to the great eagle and continues on his path. Chapter 567, Malicious Intent, Part 1. Gazing at the endless expanse of the plain, Hao Chun feels no desire to explore further. The onset of Yu Xiaolan's mysterious body is imminent, and he must hasten to leave the secret realm. His destination is Dark Night City, to meet with Yi Xiaohan and discuss assistance for Yu Xiaolan. Once he confirms his location, he employs the wings of wind to swiftly return to the cave where Lan Shui Lian is cultivating. Hao Chun utilizes the method of reversing the curtain to restore the shattered illusions, lethal formations, restrictions, and barriers one by one. Simultaneously, he establishes several new formations and barriers. He then seals the cave for cultivation. Upon re-entering the secret realm, Hao Chun does not disturb the little flower spirit in the pond. He moves swiftly, entering the cave of the Howling Moon Wolf, activating the teleportation array to transport himself to the peak of the absolute summit beyond the secret realm. In that moment, for the first time, Hao Chun experiences the sensation of standing atop a mountain, surveying the world below. Yet, he does not succumb to hubris. He is acutely aware of his relative weakness in the grand scheme of the cultivation world. One day, I shall stand at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation realm. He vows silently within. Although he recognizes that the cultivation world is not the ultimate destination, Hao Chun refrains from lofty aspirations, choosing instead to position himself as a formidable figure within this realm, leaving thoughts of the celestial realm unconsidered. Departing from the peak, he conceals his aura, continuing to adopt the guise of a martial artist at the late stage of cultivation. Alone, Hao Chun quietly approaches the entrance of the secret realm. Everything remains as it was when he had previously come to reseal the entrance. It is eerily quiet, now devoid of the two lovesick individuals who once occupied this space. Reflecting on the intense devotion of Dai Lin and Xiao Wan, he abruptly turns and heads straight for the Soul Martial Forest. Hao Chun sought a secluded place to summon the two women from the cluttered chamber of the Demon Suppression Tower, wishing to consult them on their desire to stay or depart. My friend, greetings. As he approached the commerce path leading into the Soul Martial Forest, just as he was about to summon the two women, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in earthy yellow garments, hastening toward him. In that moment, Hao Chun chose to remain silent, standing still as he observed the approaching figure. Judging from the aura emanating from the man, it was apparent he was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the late martial master stage. Greetings, my friend. The man in yellow bowed deeply before Hao Chun and introduced himself. I am Shun Kuei, sent by my family to procure cultivation resources in this soul martial forest, seeking those skilled in alchemy. Upon seeing Hao Chun, he mustered the courage to inquire, might you possess the ability to concoct elixirs? I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit my family. Oh. Hao Chun replied with a smile that was not quite a smile, gazing at Shun Kuei. What if I can brew potions, and what if I cannot? I am curious as to why you wish to invite me to your family. It is as follows, Shun Kuei explained. Our Shun family's development has reached an impasse due to a lack of cultivation resources, with elixirs being our most pressing need. I observed your attire and demeanor. You appear to be a solitary cultivator. If you are indeed an alchemist, I would like to invite you to become our family's honored alchemical master. We assure you the finest treatment, and I hope you will consider our offer. You wish to invite me to become your family's alchemist? Hao Chun questioned. But I have yet to learn your esteemed name. My name is Yi Chun, Hao Chun replied nonchalantly. Ah, so you are Master Yi. Might I inquire if Master Yi would be willing to visit our Shin family? Shun Kuei asked. Regrettably, I am accustomed to my freedom and have no desire to become your family's alchemical master, Hao Chun politely declined. That is quite all right. Shun Kuei seemed to anticipate this response. He continued, I sincerely invite you to visit our home. Whether you choose to become our alchemist is of no consequence. We would treat you as an esteemed guest. If you prefer not to be a full-time alchemist for the Shin family, we can offer a generous remuneration. Should Master Yi agree to concoct elixirs for us, we propose an 80-20 split. Our family will provide the raw materials. And we will also offer a substantial amount of spirit stones as compensation. Honestly, I do not lack for spirit stones, and I have other matters to attend to. Hao Chen replied. I regret that I cannot go to your family to brew elixirs. I fear I may disappoint you. At this moment, Hao Chen's thoughts were solely focused on reaching Qianan City swiftly to ensure a proper resolution regarding the young lady he had taken away. Afterward, he intended to return to Night City to contact Yi Xiaoan for the treatment of Yu Xiaolan. He had no desire to accompany Shin Kuei to brew elixirs, especially considering the icy constitution of Yu Xiaolan. Today marked the first day of the month, coinciding with the new moon. If the thunder fruit and thunder leaf could suppress her icy physique, that would be ideal. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome. With this in mind, he took out a long-distance communication talisman, disregarding Shin Kuei. After activating the talisman, he instructed Yi Xiaohan to meet him in the central commerce path of the Soul Martial Forest that evening. Do you have any further matters to attend to? After completing his message, Hao Chen turned to Shin Kuei and inquired. My home is not far from here. Shin Kuei remained undeterred and tempted, saying, If you become a Dan master of the Shin family, I shall offer you the most beautiful maiden of our clan as your companion. Really? A beauty? Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired. Indeed. How about visiting the Shin family as guests? Shin Kuei encouraged. At this moment, Hao Chen sensed that this man's eager insistence on visiting their family was not merely a simple invitation. It might be worth visiting the Shin family. If their intentions were genuinely to seek a Dan master for alchemy, he could indeed concoct some elixirs for them. However, if their motives were to exploit him for wealth or to seek the secrets of his craft, then they would certainly regret it. Huh, a beauty? Hao Chen hesitated momentarily before responding. Since your family is not far from here, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to accompany you. He added, but let me be clear. I am not obliged to grant you anything. I lack for nothing in terms of elemental stones, and I have no intention of joining your esteemed family or pursuing a career as a Dan master. Of course. Master Yi is merely visiting the Shun family as a guest. Shin Kuei nodded. I will arrange for the beautiful maidens of my family to meet you. I trust Master Yi will find the visit worthwhile. Look at you, making it sound as if I am particularly fond of beautiful women. I am not going to your family solely for that reason, Hao Chen replied earnestly. And yet you claim not to like beauties. No matter how I presented the invitation, you were hesitant until I mentioned the beauties, and then you readily agreed. Does that not indicate your fondness for them? Shin Kuei chuckled, his thoughts dripping with disdain. Do I truly have a fondness for beauties? Hao Chen mused inwardly, mocking the notion. I am certainly in better shape than you. Perhaps your parents named you with the expectation that you might not appreciate beauty. What a peculiar irony. However, upon reflection, Hao Chen had to admit that he indeed had an affinity for beautiful women. Were it not for the oversight of Lung Ziyu, he might have attracted many into his fold. Even so, under the constant scrutiny of Ziyu, his harem had begun to burgeon since arriving in the Tianwu continent. In Hao Chen's philosophy, an appreciation for beauty was a natural trait of any normal man. After all, which man does not admire beauty? Those who do not are often inclined toward peculiar preferences. Thus, it is perfectly normal for a man to have an admiration for beautiful women. Hao Chen rationalized his desire to gather beautiful companions. Yet, the reason Hao Chen consented to visit the Shun family was not solely due to the allure of the maidens, as Shin Kuei had suggested. Regardless of his fondness for beauty, he was not one to be easily swayed by mere charms. His curiosity stemmed from the sense that Shin Kuei's appearance was anything but ordinary. Despite Shin Kuei's numerous explanations, Hao Chen felt that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. What lay beneath the surface? Hao Chen couldn't articulate it. Perhaps it was merely an instinctive feeling. Chapter 568, Malicious Intentions, Part 2. Hao Chen's agreement to visit the Shun family allowed Shin Kuei to finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Shin Kuei and the so-called Shin family behind him harbored any ulterior motives, Hao Chen's unguarded visit could present a considerable risk. However, Hao Chen, possessing exceptional skills and audacity, considered the strength of the noble families in the Tianwu continent to be limited. Since emerging from the secret realm, he had concealed his presence so well that to others, he merely appeared as a late-stage martial master. Hao Chen had indeed contemplated the possibility of encountering practitioners of a realm beyond that of the martial saint, akin to the reclusive ancestor of the Li family. However, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. How many individuals in the Tianwu continent could possibly rival the prowess of the Li family's ancestor? What were the odds of him crossing paths with a martial saint? Based on the aura presently emanating from the individual, It was evident that he was merely an ordinary martial master. A martial master would hardly possess treasures enticing enough to catch the interest of higher-ranking cultivators. It was precisely because of this confidence that Hao Chen resolved to accompany Shen Jia to investigate. After all, Shen Kuei had mentioned that their destination was not far, and it would not consume much of their time. If the other party truly sought merely to request the crafting of a batch of elixirs, it was a proposition worth considering, as earning a considerable amount of spirit stones would be a commendable income. Once the two reached a consensus, Shen Kuei joyfully led the way. Shen Kuei's pace was remarkably swift, leaving Hao Chen panting and struggling to keep up. Hao Chen understood that Shen Kuei was doing this intentionally, attempting to challenge him, a fellow practitioner at the late stage of martial master, in a test of speed and strength. Simultaneously, it served as a means of gauging Hao Chen's capabilities. However, to Hao Chen, Shen Kuei's speed felt sluggish. Ever since he had mastered the swift hummingbird technique, he found such leisurely travel rather unaccustomed. If he were to soar through the air, it would be akin to comparing a sparrow to a phoenix in flight. Nonetheless, despite his discomfort, Hao Chen refrained from flaunting his abilities beyond the martial master realm. He was a person of modesty and caution, always wise to keep a few cards up his sleeve for critical moments. Upon exiting the confines of the Wuhuan forest, Shen Kuei led Hao Chen to a town on the outskirts of Qianan City. However, Shen Kuei showed no intention of entering the town. It was evident that the Shun family possessed an estate nearby. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent beast-taming carriage emerged from within the town, which subtly reflected the family's considerable standing. Hao Chen's wariness towards the Shun family intensified. The carriage traveled at great speed, and within an hour, Hao Chen arrived at a picturesque valley. While the peaks were not particularly towering and the forests not exceedingly grand, the abundance of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the Yunhai sect. As a family of practitioners in the mundane world, their mountain gate was certainly impressive within the Qianan region. The Shun family's estate nestled within the valley featured an entrance marked by an archway, leading into hundreds of rooms that spoke of immense wealth, comparable to the Yu family fortress outside Dongxing town. Those awaiting Hao Chen had already gathered beneath the archway for quite some time. A middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a late-stage martial master, approached him with warmth as Hao Chen descended from the beast-taming carriage. This gentleman was undoubtedly Shen Weiqiang, the head of the Shen family. "Welcome, Master Yi, to the Shun family as our esteemed guest," he greeted enthusiastically, taking several steps closer to offer his respects. "Your hospitality is greatly appreciated," Hao Chen replied politely. "As a distinguished guest, it is only fitting," Shen Weiqiang responded, and those accompanying him echoed the sentiment in unison. Shen Weiqiang chuckled lightly. Hao Chen, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced at the archway, where a plaque was conspicuously absent from the center beam, indicating the Shun family's reluctance to disclose their identity to outsiders. Surrounded by a throng, Hao Chen entered the Shun family's conference hall, where hosts and guests settled into their respective places, prompting the others to depart. In the expansive hall, only Shen Weiqiang and Shen Kuei remained. A maid presented a pot of spirit tea, and Shen Weiqiang personally poured a cup for Hao Chen. After a tiring journey, the night alchemist should enjoy a cup of spirit tea to quench his thirst, he gestured graciously. "What exquisite tea," Hao Chen remarked, savoring a sip. "Our family, mingling with the mundane, cannot procure top-tier spirit tea. I hope you forgive our humble offering." Shen Weiqiang replied courteously. "I am but a wandering cultivator. To partake in such fine tea is already a great fortune," Hao Chen responded with a smile, jesting modestly. Who would have thought that the night alchemist is indeed a wandering cultivator, achieving the status of an alchemist at such a young age? "You are truly a gem of extraordinary potential." Shen Weiqiang seized the opportunity to shower praise. "You flatter me, esteemed clan leader. I am merely a common wandering alchemist, undeserving of such accolades." Regardless of the sincerity behind the praise, Hao Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment from the compliments. The night alchemist is too humble, generally. Only larger sects or grand trading houses can nurture alchemists. Yet, as a wandering cultivator, you have mastered the craft independently, which is truly remarkable. Shen Weiqiang continued to extol. Hao Chen, however, remained unperturbed by the flattery, fully aware that such praise often precedes a proposition for joining the family as their alchemist. Contrary to his expectations, Shen Weiqiang merely engaged in casual banter, neglecting any mention of inviting Hao Chen to join their ranks or discuss alchemy. After a while, Shen Weiqiang invited Hao Chen to the dining hall, where a sumptuous feast awaited. Just as Hao Chen pondered the clan leader's intentions, Shin Weiqiang abruptly stated, "Knight Alchemist. I have a niece, just 28 years old, quite charming. Would you allow her to keep you company?" It appeared that this was the Shun family's ultimate proposition. As Hao Chen mused internally, so they truly perceive me as a ravenous ghost of desire. Yet, outwardly he replied, "Esteemed clan leader, this seems somewhat inappropriate. Your niece, a precious gem, should not be burdened with my company." The Knight Alchemist is mistaken. As the saying goes, beauty loves the hero, and heroes are paired with beauties. My niece has long wished to meet a young talent such as yourself. Today, she has even offered a rare vintage of Daughter's Red, a fine wine her father prepared for her marriage. To honor a hero with fine wine, you understand, Knight Alchemist, do not let her goodwill go unappreciated, Shun Weiqiang said, casting a suggestive glance toward Hao Chen. With a smile gracing his face, Hao Chen subtly observed that the head of the Shin family had not poured him wine. Instead, it was Shin Kuei who filled Shun Weiqiang's glass before returning to his seat to pour himself a drink. It seemed the sumptuous dishes and fine wines prepared for Hao Chen would only be savored upon the arrival of a beautiful lady. Chapter 569, Malicious Intent, Part 3. Honger has met Master Yi Dan. May I sit beside you? While Hao Chen was deep in thought, a young woman with blooming beauty, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, approached him gracefully, holding a wine pot in her hands. "Please, Miss Honger." One could not help but admire the exquisite dish before him. Gazing into her expressive eyes and seeing her delicate demeanor stirred something within Hao Chen, prompting him to respond. With a gentle smile, Honger filled Hao Chen's cup and sat closely beside him, subsequently taking a fork and spoon to add several more dishes to his plate. Master Yi Dan. Sitting with Honger truly reflects a match made in heaven. Come, allow me to toast you. Shin Weiqiang raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Hao Chen lifted his own cup, glanced at its contents, then took a delicate sip before downing the entire drink. This is a rare vintage. A Daughter's Red that Honger has treasured for over a decade. What do you think, Master Yi Dan? Honger inquired with her sparkling eyes fixed on him. At that moment, both Shin Weiqiang and Shun Kuei turned their gaze towards Hao Chen. Refreshing and fragrant, it is indeed a fine wine, Hao Chen praised. Honger beamed with delight and poured him another glass. Come, Master Yi Dan, I, Shin Kuei, also toast to you, in gratitude for honoring our family with your presence. Shun Kuei joined in, raising his glass to Hao Chen as well. Hao Chen acknowledged with a nod and drank once more. The wine was undoubtedly exquisite. However, the beverage provided by Honger concealed a lethal intent. At this juncture, Hao Chen could be considered an 8th-level alchemist, possessing a keen sense of smell and an intimate familiarity with various spiritual herbs and elixirs, including poisons. Upon tasting the first sip of the wine, he discerned its toxicity. Moreover, he identified the specific components of the poison, realizing it was a deadly mixture of drunken immortal and jinn poison. Nevertheless, Hao Chen consumed the entire glass and, under the coaxing of Shun Weiqiang, Shin Kuei, and Honger, he continued to drink several more cups. His decision to drink despite knowing the wine was poison stemmed not from fear of death, but rather from his immunity to its effects. Had he been merely an ordinary martial artist, these few cups would have cost him his life, or, at the very least, rendered him a mere shadow of his former self, vulnerable and defenseless. Not only was he not a martial artist, but his mastery of the Shaoyang technique, which allowed him to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, rendered him impervious to any toxin. Even the poisons of the immortal realm could be refined through his dark attribute powers, extracting their essence for his own use. Thus, the Shin family sought his life. Hao Chen finally comprehended Shun Kuei's ulterior motive for luring him here. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Why did he appear to be merely a martial artist on the surface? Upon entering the Shun residence, it became evident to the discerning eye that within the estate, dozens of individuals possessed cultivation levels exceeding the foundation establishment and great martial master realms, accompanied by hundreds of martial masters. With such formidable strength at their disposal, was it truly necessary to resort to the insidious method of poisoning? They could easily overwhelm a single adversary with sheer force. Why the pretense of tea, pleasantries, and poisoned wine? Such convolutions were utterly unnecessary. After several cups of wine, Shin Weiqiang and his companions scrutinized his expression while persistently urging him to drink more. As the color drained from Hao Chen's face, he suddenly waved his hand and attempted to rise, only to find his legs unresponsive. Why do I feel so peculiar? I am growing dizzy and my limbs feel weak. Haochen lamented, displaying signs of weakness. Shen Weiqiang, feeling a pang of regret, remarked, I had no idea that Master Yi had such a low tolerance for alcohol. Had I known, I would have refrained from offering him so much. Haochen appeared to struggle to stand, but, overwhelmed by weakness, toppled his chair and fell to the ground. Master Yi, how do you feel? Shen Weiqiang inquired. Within the dining hall, no one seemed inclined to assist him. Something is amiss. This wine is poisoned. Haochen exclaimed in a fit of righteous indignation. Why go to such lengths? If you wish for my demise, you could easily eliminate me with the might of your clan, without such elaborate schemes. Upon realizing that Haochen had uncovered their treachery, the expressions of Shen Weiqiang and his companions shifted from warmth to cold detachment. Their gazes toward Haochen resembled that of individuals regarding a corpse. I am a man of utmost caution, meticulous in my undertakings, Shen Weiqiang replied with a chilling smile. I have heard of your exploits at the city lord's manor in Qinya City, where you donned disguises and triumphed over many. Although I am confident in my family's power to easily dispose of you, I do not desire any unforeseen complications. Is it not preferable now? You are devoid of any capacity for resistance, allowing us to execute you at our leisure, without consequence. Yet, I find myself puzzled, Haochen retorted from the ground. Does your clan truly value a dead alchemist more than a living one? Indeed, while it is regrettable to kill you, a living alchemist undoubtedly holds greater worth to our clan. Alas, some insist on your death, and I am left with no choice but to comply. Shen Weiqiang replied with resignation. Though it is unfortunate to lose you, the elixirs and spirit stones you possess will still benefit our family. Who insists on my death? Haochen inquired, astonished, unable to recall any enemies in the realm of Tianwu who would harbor such animosity. It is my nephew who desires your demise. As your uncle, I must fulfill his wishes. After all, he is the young city lord destined to govern Qinan City, Shen Weiqiang disclosed without reservation, viewing Haochen as already a lost cause. Your nephew? Who is he? Haochen's voice grew increasingly feeble, as if he might succumb at any moment. It is I. Brother Chen, how fortunate to see you again. As the sound resonated, a young man stepped through the door. What, Li Kunyu? Is it really you? Haochen was taken aback to see Li Kunyu, the young lord of Qinya City, who had already advanced to the late stage of a grand martial master upon emerging from the secret realm. Surprised, are you? Weren't you quite arrogant? In the abyss of the secret realm, I yearned to kill you to avenge my lost love, Li Kunyu declared with a smug expression. How did you recognize me? Haochen's tone shifted, tinged with agitation. When I entered the secret realm, I caught a faint trace of your aura. Are you familiar with tracking devices? At that moment, I vowed to give you a surprise upon your return. How do you like today's surprise? Li Kunyu beamed, as if he had been anticipating this day for ages. It dawned on Haochen that this was not the Shun family's domain, but rather the Li family's outpost in Qinan City, explaining why the plaque had been removed. His gaze swept past Shen Weiqiang and Shun Kuei. Chapter 570, The Hidden Blade Revealed. Are you members of the Li family? Haochen inquired curiously, pointing at Shen Weiqiang. Indeed, I am Li Kunyu's uncle. Is that a problem? Regrettably, you learned this too late. I have only this one nephew, and if he desires your death, then you must perish. Shen Weiqiang replied coldly. Is that so? Do you believe your victory is assured? Haochen retorted with a scoff. Do you think you can truly kill me? Care to test that? His words caused a moment of surprise among those present, leaving both Shun Kuei and Li Kunyu in a state of uncertainty, while Honger, a mere minor character, had already retreated to the sidelines. Even when facing death, you still try to play tricks. Someone come. Shen Weiqiang was not swayed by Haochen's bravado. He merely snorted and commanded. Following his order, two individuals entered from outside, both at the late stage of the martial master realm. They surrounded Haochen, brandishing their magical artifacts at him, evidently a premeditated scheme. Kill him. Shen Weiqiang gestured dismissively. It must be said, Shen Weiqiang was indeed a very cautious individual. Having reached this juncture, he appeared to believe Haochen posed no threat. He refrained from personally executing Haochen, opting instead to let others do the deed. Clearly wary of unforeseen complications. And complications certainly arose. Just as the two martial masters activated their magical artifacts to strike the seated Haochen, he suddenly extended both hands, his fingers moving with blinding speed. With a sickening sound, the two assailants were pierced through, blood splattering. Haochen was already significantly stronger than these two, who were caught utterly off guard, making their swift demise all but inevitable. What? The onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Hao Chen wasted no time. He sprang to his feet and unleashed a devastating blow towards Shen Kuei. Shen Kuei spat blood, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would perish at the hands of a night alchemist. Despite being of the same realm, he had no time to react. Li Kunyu and Shen Weiqiang quickly regained their composure. After a brief moment of shock, they shouted in alarm, dashing towards the door. At this moment, they had discerned from the aura emanating from Hao Yin that his strength was certainly not that of a mere martial master. Rather, it was at least that of a martial sovereign. However, he could not afford to dwell on this revelation. Preserving his own life took precedence. The others surrounding Hao Yin, realizing the peril of their situation, hastily attempted to flee, but it was too late. Their cultivation was only at the late stage of martial master, and they were effortlessly struck down by Hao Yin. The living room was left with only Honger, who sat trembling in fear upon the ground. Hao Yin cast a glance at her. Despite the fact that this woman had poisoned him, he had no desire to slay a weak girl of merely late-stage qi refinement. After giving her a fierce glare, he strode towards the door. Upon stepping outside, he discovered dozens of individuals waiting for him in the courtyard, armed with magical artifacts. At the forefront stood 7 martial sovereigns, led by Shen Weiqiang. Although Shen Weiqiang had bolted out in panic moments prior, it was merely a reaction to the unexpected circumstances and did not indicate that he had been cowed by Hao Yin. In Shen Weiqiang's eyes, the power of his family still eclipsed that of Hao Yin, and he was determined to engage in a life-and-death battle with him. Yeqing, you have slain members of the Shen family. I shall have your corpse torn asunder. Everyone, attack together and kill him. With a command from Shen Weiqiang, the assault commenced. Instantaneously, dozens of attacks surged towards Hao Yin. With a resounding roar, Hao Yin unleashed a flurry of strikes, dispatching his assailants with the ease of harvesting wheat. In a matter of moments, he had slain nearly 20 foes, including 2 martial sovereigns. One martial venerable from the Shen family was also gravely injured. Yet he managed to retreat just in time, sparing his life for the moment. It was at this juncture that Shen Weiqiang truly comprehended the terror of Hao Yin, realizing the formidable adversary the Shen family had provoked. How could there be such a powerful cultivator? Panic-stricken, Shen Weiqiang desperately retreated towards the crowd, calling out, "Ancestor, save me," as he crushed a jade token in his hand. Meanwhile, Hao Yin relentlessly pursued him, dispatching foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Suddenly, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of a martial saint descending upon him. A sword light, extending several yards, sliced through the air from a distance. Upon gauging the aura of the incoming strike, Hao Yin assessed that the opponent was only at the mid-stage of martial saint. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Despite the opponent's mid-stage prowess, he felt no fear. From Shen Weiqiang's desperate cry for the ancestor, it was apparent that this elder was the family's greatest trump card. The reasoning was simple. The ancestor was typically the highest-ranking member of a family in terms of both lineage and cultivation. If the Shen family had someone more powerful than a martial saint, they would not have called for the ancestor's aid. In the family's most perilous moment, the ancestor's direct intervention underscored that only this elder could provide salvation. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, leaving ordinary individuals without a moment to react. However, Hao Yin was prepared. As the sword light appeared, he wielded his silver dragon short spear, the spear's brilliance colliding perfectly with the blade's radiance. The center of their clash erupted in a dazzling display of light, scattering the lethal energies of both sword and spear, resulting in the demise of several individuals around the Shen family, thereby clearing a space around Hao Yin. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, appeared at the center of the arena, his gaze directed at Hao Chun brimming with fury. To withstand a strike from me, young man, is quite impressive. However, in the Shen family, no murderer leaves alive. The venerable elder declared sternly. Old sir, there is a reason for my rampage within the Shen family. Hao Chun replied timidly. No justification can absolve you. A killer must face the fate of being killed. The elder retorted, stating, to take a life necessitates a willingness to embrace death. Yet, he added, I shall not end your life with a single blow. That would be too merciful. Without further ado, the elder struck again. His sword aimed not to slay Hao Chun, but rather to sever his legs. As the elder had asserted, a swift death would be too lenient. Clearly, his intention was to incapacitate Hao Chun and then torment him slowly. At this moment, Hao Chun ceased to conceal his prowess, revealing the aura of a martial saint. With a swift motion, he brandished his silver dragon short spear, successfully intercepting the elder's blade once more. What? You too possess the martial saint realm? The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, his composure finally unraveling. From a distance, Li Kunyu stood in utter disbelief, finally comprehending how this individual had managed to escape the clutches of the ancestor so effortlessly in the treacherous pit of the secret realm. It seemed he had deemed it beneath him to squander time within the confines of that realm, while he had foolishly mobilized forces to pursue him. The prior deaths within the Shin family now appeared wholly justified in Li's mind. In that instant, he turned his head and shot a fierce glare at Li Kunyu. This deceptive fool has brought such formidable enemies upon the Shin family. Li Weichong cursed inwardly. Chapter 571. Clashing with the martial saint. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. What has transpired is irrevocable, and the opportunity for a do-over is impossible. The elder of the Shin family, having misjudged Hao Chen's cultivation, felt an ominous shift, yet he remained composed. After all, he was a bona fide martial saint. While it is challenging to vanquish an opponent of equal standing, hope still lingered. The youth could not have entered the martial saint realm for long. After all, he had devoted decades to mastering martial arts and spells, a feat beyond the capabilities of the young. The notion of torturing his adversary had already been dismissed by the elder. Had he known that Hao Chun could contend with early martial saints during his nascent soul stage, his mood would have been even more dismal. Although the elder had attained the mid-level of the martial saint realm, there exists a spectrum of strength among those of the same tier. Had he possessed a plethora of hidden cards and extraordinary power akin to Hao Chun, the latter would indeed face a daunting challenge. However, in reality, the elder's progress had stagnated after reaching the mid-level of the martial saint realm, leaving him with no further advancements. Against such a martial saint at mid-level, Hao Chun felt confident in his ability to overcome him. Slaying him would not pose a significant challenge. At this juncture, the battle between Hao Chun and the elder had commenced. Boom! The air reverberated with thunderous roars, the clash of metal resonating like a storm, leaving an indelible impact on the hearts of all who bore witness. In the void, two figures engaged in a relentless dance of combat, their clashes resonating through the air, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. The earth beneath them crumbled, and the structures below rapidly fractured under the strain. The two warriors unleashed their formidable energies, waves of raw power surging forth, spreading an aura of destruction all around. With each stride, Hao Chun's presence loomed larger, his raven hair standing on end, radiating an overwhelming aura that far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, his magical prowess thrice as potent. Armed with a silver dragon short spear, he unleashed a barrage of dazzling strikes, each thrust manifesting as ethereal white dragons that quaked the void, their roaring rush palpable. The ancestral figure of the Shun family was taken aback, utterly astonished by the sheer ferocity of the young man before him. Not only was he remarkably young, but he had also reached the early stages of a martial saint, engaging in battle against a mid-level martial saint without succumbing, a feat both terrifying and rare. The chasms between each tier of power were akin to vast abysses, and few could dare to challenge those above their rank. As the battle unfolded, the Shin ancestor felt a growing sense of dread. This young man was no ordinary foe. If he were not eliminated before he could mature, he would undoubtedly evolve into an overwhelmingly formidable entity. The necessity to vanquish him swiftly became paramount, lest the Shin family face dire repercussions. With a low, commanding shout, the elder brandished his sword, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent. In an instant, his once ancient frame appeared rejuvenated, the sword radiating a golden brilliance. Boom! The two combatants continued their relentless onslaught, the cataclysmic energy they generated reverberating through the air, sending shudders through the void. Their attacks, each imbued with terrifying force, generated shockwaves even before their actual collision, rippling through the atmosphere as if the tranquility of a still pond had been shattered. Were it not for the heavens above, the ground beneath them would have surely sunk several feet, fracturing into countless fissures. Suddenly, the inevitable occurred. Their assaults collided with a thunderous roar that echoed deafeningly. The members of the Shin family, witnessing this clash, were left in a state of astonishment, their minds reeling as they recognized that Hao Chun stood shoulder to shoulder with their esteemed ancestor. With a swift retreat, both warriors staggered back, each step sending ripples through the air. They found their footing 10 paces apart before launching themselves at one another once more, the golden sword clashing against the silver spear. The sound of metal striking metal resonating throughout the realm, sparks flying with every encounter. Hao Chun, emboldened by the fray, not only overpowered the Shun elder in sheer strength, but also showcased superior skill with his spear, elusive and precise. In a matter of moments, the Shun ancestor found himself overwhelmed, struggling to keep pace with the onslaught. Observing from a distance, Shin Weiqiang and Li Kunyu felt increasingly alarmed, their hearts heavy with regret. The Shin family had no prior connection to Haoyin, and it seemed they would remain unlinked forever. Yet, due to this nephew's jealousy over a woman and his desire to uphold the Li family's interests, essentially safeguarding the Shun family's own, disastrous consequences ensued, bringing forth formidable adversaries and calamity. Now, even the ancestral figure of the Shin family found himself outmatched, as disaster loomed over them. How could he not be consumed by regret? At that moment, the patriarch of the Shun family had already lost his confidence, having been thoroughly defeated by Haoyin. Young friend, perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. Why not cease hostilities and sit down to discuss this properly? The patriarch, recognizing his impending defeat, was compelled to lower his head. Misunderstanding? You lured me here with cunning, only to poison me and ambush me with assassins. And now you speak of misunderstanding? Haoyin scoffed, his silver dragon spear whirling like a power drill, piercing through the patriarch's body. The pain was excruciating, and the patriarch truly could not fathom why Haoyin had clashed with the Shin family. While cursing Shun Weiqiang 1,000 times in his heart, he desperately pleaded, "Young friend, we are willing to compensate for your losses. Can we not end this matter here?" Too late. Haoyin seethed internally. How could he relent? The power of the demonic dragon spear only intensified in his grip. In mere moments, the patriarch was struck again, suffering multiple broken ribs. With numerous injuries, the patriarch dared not continue fighting. He exerted himself to unleash a sword strike before turning to flee, abandoning even his family members. Where do you think you are going? Haoyin pursued relentlessly, unwilling to allow a rival of the martial saint caliber to escape. In an instant, he closed the distance, launching a powerful attack against the patriarch. A small white dragon, undulating with vigor, surged forth, its speed far surpassing that of the fleeing patriarch. The dragon caught up and bit down on him. Suddenly, Haoyin acted, summoning the demon-suppressing tower to imprison the patriarch within. Haoyin did not kill the patriarch. Despite the Shun family's intent to eliminate him, he wished to avoid excessive bloodshed. It was no small feat for the patriarch to reach such a level of cultivation, and his existence would serve to enhance the power of the city lord's mansion in Qinya City, constraining the forces of the demon sect. At that moment, despair etched itself onto the faces of all Shun family members. Indeed, a martial saint is a martial saint. It took considerable effort for Haoyin to injure the patriarch and imprison him within the demon-suppressing tower. Sensing the tide turning, the cunning Shin Weiqiang and Li Kunyu began to flee. However, with their limited abilities, could they hope to escape under Haoyin's watchful gaze? The moment the patriarch was gravely wounded and captured within the tower, chaos erupted within the Shin family. Though Haoyin was not a bloodthirsty individual, he would not let Shin Weiqiang and Li Kunyu, these ignoble figures, slip away. Haoyin decisively ended Shun Weiqiang's life, while he spared Li Kunyu, allowing him to flee. The Li family held the balance against the demon sect in Qinya City. Killing Li Kunyu would deprive them of a formidable leader and embolden the demon sect's ambitions to devour Qinya City. Moreover, Hao Chun had indeed developed feelings for Li Kunyu's fiancée. Yu Xiaolan also harbored affections for Hao Chun. Thus, eliminating Li Kunyu would be rather unjustifiable. The act of slaying Shun Weiqiang stemmed from his complicity in malevolence, for it was the Shun family that had provoked an impending catastrophe. Hao Chun was not one to return empty-handed. Upon discovering the Shun family's treasure trove, he swiftly cleared out the amassed wealth amounting to over 100,000 yuan. As for the lower-tier magical artifacts and materials, he deemed them unworthy of his attention, too apathetic to even collect them. Chapter 572, The New Moon, Part 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the vibrant hues of the clouds prepared to shyly embrace the approaching twilight. At this moment, the Soul Martial Forest was enveloped in a delicate mist that gradually began to rise. The radiant glow of the sunset cascaded through the woods, where lush greenery and fragrant grasses appeared to don a fiery red bridal gown under the illumination. What a captivating scene it was! This vista bore a striking resemblance to the falling feather peak of the Cloud Sea sect, prompting a heartfelt sigh from Hao Chun. Indeed, it was truly beautiful, remarked Yu Xiaolan, who stood beside him. After plundering the Shun family's vault, Hao Chen departed from their estate and hastily returned to this location. This night marked the new moon. Concerned for Yu Xiaolan's icy physique, he summoned her away as soon as they arrived at the Soul Martial Forest. Regardless of how enchanting the scenery was, it held no place for Lung Ziyu, Xiao Chui, let alone Dai Lin, Xiao Wen, Qing Er, and Sister Huayao. Should Lei Guo prove unable to cure Yu Xiaolan's icy constitution, Hao Chun would have to enact scenes unsuitable for children. Thus, this moment was reserved solely for the two of them. As they strolled, reveling in the natural beauty surrounding them, Yu Xiaolan was acutely aware of the reason Hao Chun had sought her out. She shyly linked her arm with his, lost in thought. Yu Xiaolan understood that by the end of this night, she would become Hao Chen's woman. Otherwise, this place would serve as her final resting ground. She yearned to savor these fleeting moments, wishing to remain silent, refraining from allowing Hao Chun to hear her sorrowful words. The two continued to lean on each other. Walking quietly, Hao Chun recognized that no words could truly comfort Yu Xiaolan's heart. After a time equivalent to the burning of 3 incense sticks, they arrived at the midpoint of the merchant road. At that moment, Hao Chun heard a call echoing through the air. With a swift thought, he grasped Yu Xiaolan's hand and hurried forward. Upon reaching the scene of the skirmish, they concealed themselves behind a large rock. Before them, a massive lizard, over a meter in length, glared menacingly with its wide eyes, emitting a low, rumbling growl. The woman confronting the reptilian beast was Yi Shaohan. Currently facing away from Hao Chun, she wielded the ice demon sword, poised to engage the lizard beast before her with unwavering focus. Upon Hao Chen's emergence, the lizard noticed the approaching assistants. It cast a cold glance at Hao Chun. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a long, red tongue that whipped out like a striking serpent. Yi Shaohan, believing the lizard's tongue was aimed at her, swiftly raised her sword in defense. However, the lizard's elongated tongue veered wildly off course, posing no threat even if she remained still. Thud! The lengthy tongue soared past Yi Shaohan, reaching Hao Chun in an instant, bringing with it a foul gust of wind. As the air before Hao Chun erupted with a tremendous force, he instinctively turned and lifted Yu Xiaolan, soaring into the air. Yet, a viscous substance shot forth from the creature's tongue, landing heavily on Hao Chun's back. While it posed no harm to him, the corrosive venom would undoubtedly endanger Yu Xiaolan if it made contact. In that moment, Hao Chun found himself pressed against her, his body unscathed, but causing her complexion to flush a deep red. Suddenly, a lizard-like creature charged forward, its massive jaws gaping wide as its sanguine tongue lashed out once more, striking swiftly towards Hao Chun. It was at this moment that Yi Shaohan noticed the presence behind him. Turning his head, he was startled to find Hao Chun entangled with a beautiful woman on the ground. Just as he intended to speak, he witnessed the lizard's tongue launch at Hao Chun again, compelling him to forego the opportunity for conversation. Thank you, my reptilian friend. I am a woman. My flesh is not delectable. That man's flesh, however, is quite appetizing, Yi Shaohan jested, observing Hao Chun's predicament with a smirk. Dismissing him, she leapt over to Yu Xiaolan's side. You continue your battle. I shall engage in my own discourse, she declared, and the two women, resembling long-lost sisters, grew increasingly engrossed in their conversation. This place is too noisy. Let us move over there to talk, they said, hand in hand, drifting away from Hao Chun to chat in a quieter spot. TCH, you really are something. You know this fellow doesn't hold women to the same standards. I'm just fashionably late, Hao Chun quipped in response to Yi Shaohan's teasing. While conversing, he continued to cast spells with unwavering focus. The demon-slaying hand struck out in intricate patterns, meeting the lizard's long tongue head-on. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the tongue faltered, piercing through the phantom of the demon-slaying hand, hurtling rapidly towards Hao Chun. Seizing the moment of the tongue's pause, Hao Chun swiftly maneuvered to the left, evading its attack and positioning himself a distance away. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he transformed his hands into striking palms, delivering a blow aimed at the lizard's back. The lizard retaliated with a fierce whip of its tail, absorbing the force of Hao Chun's strike. The skirmish persisted for approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, leaving the lizard beast with numerous slender sword wounds across its belly, its eyes wide with indignation and fury. Cursed creature, you have ruined my chance at a lovely maiden. It seethed internally, yet felt powerless to retaliate. With a fierce shake of its tail and head, the lizard decided against further conflict with Hao Chun and retreated into the depths of the forest. Watching the clumsy creature depart, Hao Qian smiled, choosing not to pursue. Oh, your cultivation level? Yi Xiaohan remarked, noticing Hao Qian approaching. Ah, I inadvertently advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit separation realm. My apologies, Hao Qian replied with a playful grin. How is your family? How is your father's health? He inquired of Yi Xiaohan. All is well at home, thanks to you. Everything is splendid, she responded excitedly, gazing at the person she had longed for. The three conversed for quite some time, with Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan growing increasingly familiar with one another. Hao Qian, you should step aside. I have some private matters to discuss with Xiaolan, Yi Xiaohan suggested. Knight Xiaohan, without a hint of hesitation, instructed Hao Qian to distance himself from the two of them. Yes, right there, stand guard for us, but do not eavesdrop. Upon hearing Knight Xiaohan's private conversation with Moon Xiaolan, the evening glow in the sky shyly retreated into the embrace of the night. A slender crescent moon ascended, and the ethereal chill in the air thickened. Unbeknownst to Moon Xiaolan, this chilling essence infiltrated her being. At that moment, the dark chill within her body had reached a terrifying intensity. Were it not for the suppressive force of the thunder fruit within her, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming chill long ago. The dark chill was, in essence, a form of cold toxin, and there are indeed antidotes for such ailments. At this moment, Hao Qian was also poring over the legacy of Xiaohao, seeking remedies for the dark chill affliction. The most effective method to treat this condition was through the cultivation of the ice and fire convergence technique. For those with a dark chill physique, healing could only be achieved by practicing this technique in conjunction with the pure yang body. And a man with thunder attributes would serve as the ideal candidate. Hao Qian, come quickly. Xiaolan's dark chill is acting up. Hao Qian, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to reality by Knight Xiaohan's urgent exclamation. Observing Moon Xiaolan's plight under the torment of the cold toxin, Knight Xiaohan recalled her own experience. The agony was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Xiaohan, what was Xiaolan's demeanor during your conversation? Hao Qian feigned casual inquiry in front of Knight Xiaohan. Humph. You little rogue, you've benefited from this. Knight Xiaohan shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with jealousy. Thank you, thank you. Hao Qian replied with an ingratiating smile. Take me to the demon suppression tower for cultivation, and we shall settle accounts later. However, before Knight Xiaohan could finish speaking, Hao Qian invoked the demon suppression tower and drew her inside. Chapter 573. On the night of the crescent moon, Part 2. After bringing Knight Xiaohan into the demon suppression tower, Hao Qian turned his attention to Moon Xiaolan, who was now delirious from the ravaging cold toxin. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that her condition was far more severe than what Knight Xiaohan had endured during her own bout with the cold toxin. By now, Hao Qian was no stranger to such situations. In his quest to treat the cold toxin within a dark chill physique, he had consulted a wealth of information. Given the differences in physical constitution and blood, the manifestations of the dark chill varied significantly. Grasping Moon Xiaolan's wrist, he let his consciousness flow through her meridians and delve into her body. Suddenly, the cold toxin within her seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into Hao Qian's own being. At this moment, he found it impossible to withdraw his hand from her wrist. If he interrupted the flow of the toxin, it would likely seek another means of escape. In her unconscious state, Moon Xiaolan could not control the direction of the toxin, potentially leading to disaster. With no other option, Hao Qian had to endure the influx of the toxin and guide it into his thunder and dark electric dantian. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, the outpouring of the cold toxin finally ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Qian sealed the toxin he had directed into his dantian. In this fleeting moment, he concentrated to summon a faint spark of thunder attribute essence, placing his palm against Moon Xiaolan's dantian. He infused a trace of thunder power to suppress the erupting cold toxin. As the thunder attribute essence flowed into her, the chaos of the cold toxin within Moon Xiaolan began to stabilize. At this moment, as her consciousness gradually returned, Yu Xiaolan felt a warmth replace the chilling cold within her body, compelling her to emit a sound of comfort. This instinctive utterance nearly engulfed Hao Qian's mind in the soothing breaths of Yu Xiaolan. As her awareness fully restored, tears welled up in her eyes, two glistening droplets cascading down her cheeks and into her neck. In that moment, Yu Xiaolan realized that had it not been for Hao Qian's timely intervention, her spirit would have long been extinguished. With great effort, Hao Qian managed to suppress the onset of Yu Xiaolan's cold poison and calm her restless heart, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. At that instant, Yu Yu Xiaolan sensed a slight reduction in the cold poison within her. The innate cold poison had seeped deep into her soul, and throughout the years, she had endured countless agonies. As she matured, the episodes of cold poison became increasingly severe, with shorter intervals between attacks. Before she embarked on her journey in the realm of cultivation, the cold poison would only strike at dusk, leaving her body frigid and her bones aching, yet it would stabilize after a short while. However, after beginning her cultivation, the duration of the cold poison's affliction lengthened, often persisting for 3 incense sticks worth of time, a torment that felt worse than death. Over the past year, the cold poison had not only prolonged its duration but also increased in frequency, striking unpredictably between dusk and midnight. Just moments ago, she experienced her first episode, and now, Yu Xiaolan felt the cold poison stirring once more within her. She gazed at Hao Yin with despair, hoping for his salvation. Otherwise, she contemplated the release of death to escape the torment of the cold poison. Seeing her beloved by her side ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. You can now sense whether the cold poison is reactivating within your body. To completely eradicate it, you must cooperate with me fully, Hao Yin said, still gripping Yu Xiaolan's wrist. Upon hearing Hao Yin's request for her cooperation, her face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, nodding shyly in agreement. Having received the healing techniques for the mysterious Yin body from Yi Shaohan, as well as the ice-fire harmonization method, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her at Hao Yin's words. All right, now follow the method that Sister Shaohan taught you. Operate the ice-fire harmonization method, and I will assist in thoroughly cleansing the cold poison from your body. An icy energy surged from Yu Xiaolan into Hao Yin's meridians. He felt the chilling essence, which seemed to harmonize with the dark attributes. A surge of joy filled Hao Yin's heart as he quickened his movements, while Yu Xiaolan sensed the cold poison and her magical energy depleting steadily. Conversely, Hao Yin felt an increase of dark toxic energy within his own dantian, where the nascent soul began to mobilize the forces of wind, thunder, and dark electricity, initiating the process of absorption and refinement. Following the dual cultivation method imparted by Yi Shaohan, Yu Xiaolan gradually awakened the cold poison hidden within her body, instinctively aligning herself with Hao Yin's movements. As the sensations intensified, she experienced an unprecedented feeling emanating from the point of their union, and as this sensation grew stronger, her mind began to ascend. At this moment, the chilling poison that Haichen inhaled had reached a terrifying level. Yu Xiaolan's body was devoid of the cold toxin. With its absence, her magical power dissipated, leaving behind only the form of a cultivator. At this juncture, a new element of the profound Yin attribute emerged within Haichen's dantian, alongside the wind, thunder, dark electricity. When the immense energy of the profound Yin attribute within the dantian reached its limit, it transcended the balance of the dantian's attributes. The wind, thunder, electricity, darkness, and profound Yin attributes achieved equilibrium within the dantian. The pure essence of the profound Yin attribute then surged forth from the dantian, coursing through Haichen's meridians and beginning to refine every cell of his body. The profound Yin energy is not an evil force, but a remarkably potent essence possessing incredible power, typically manifesting in a select few females. However, males can also possess this constitution, though a male with a profound Yin body is exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once in a millennium. Human constitutions, akin to the energies of the heavens and earth, are categorized into various attributes such as water, fire, metal, and earth. Individuals with a fire attribute excel in cultivating fire-related techniques, absorbing the fire essence from the universe with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing the average person. However, most human bodies are complex, exhibiting multiple attributes. A person born with a singular attribute is referred to as possessing a pure essence body. For instance, a pure water attribute is termed a water essence body, while one with a pure fire attribute is called a fire essence body. This is known as attribute constitution. Yet, within this world, there exist constitutions that surpass these pure essence bodies, such as the spiritual and transcendent bodies. These higher-level constitutions are superior to attribute constitutions. Yi Shaohan and Yu Xiaolan belong to the category of transcendent bodies, characterized by profound Yin. Meanwhile, entities like flower demons, which are treasures of heaven and earth, transform into spiritual bodies upon taking human form. There are also exceedingly rare individuals among humans who possess a spiritual body. Those endowed with a spiritual body easily harmonize with nature, experiencing the rhythm of the heavenly way. The spiritual body is distinguished by exceptional talent for cultivation, considered paramount in the realm of ascension. As Hachen's cultivation progressed, his understanding of human constitutions continually deepened. It was only at this moment that he gained the ability to harness the profound yin energy, refining it into an intrinsic attribute of his body. While practicing the ice and fire harmonization technique with Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan, Haichen, due to his relatively low cultivation level, grasped only a fraction of the understanding regarding the profound yin body. Chapter 574, The Anomalous Thunder Tribulation, Part 1, Boom. At this instant, an immense surge of celestial essence flooded towards Haichen's dantian. Had he broken through? Haichen mused inwardly. Upon entering the dantian, the massive celestial essence immediately transformed into countless tiny streams, surging through his meridians. Haichen noted that this gentle energy had grown 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold more powerful than when it first entered his body. The chilling aura emanating from within gradually dissipated, as this profound yin energy was condensed from the vast, pure ice attribute essence of the heavens and earth. After the tempestuous thunder and lightning refined the energy within his dantian, it transformed once more into the purest essence of icy elemental energy in existence. Indeed, Houchen had achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the pinnacle of the early stage of the combine realm. At this moment, it could be said that Houchen had become a formidable force within the Qinyuan realm, now a 23-year-old master of the combine realm. Sensing the transformation within his body, Yu Xiaolan suddenly opened her eyes, only to find a pair of profound eyes gazing intently at her, causing a flush of crimson to bloom upon her cheeks. Do not hesitate. I shall now channel the refined energy back to you, aiding in the restoration of your cultivation. The overwhelming energy began to flow back, and given Yu Xiaolan's capacity, it did not require an excessive amount of pure icy elemental energy to reach saturation. The immense energy erupted within her dantian. To her astonishment, the returning essence was far more potent than she had anticipated. Hastily, she activated her dual cultivation technique, guiding the vast currents of true qi through her body. As the colossal energy coursed through her, after several cycles within her meridians, Yu Xiaolan felt her cultivation restored to its peak state, with an incessant stream of energy continuing to surge into her from Houchen. Suddenly, the pure icy elemental energy enveloped them like a tidal wave, and Yu Xiaolan broke through, emanating a powerful aura characteristic of the late foundation establishment stage. Her magical power returned with renewed vigor, achieving yet another breakthrough. The chilling poison that had plagued her for years was completely dispelled by Houchen. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. As dawn broke, the two remained entwined in their cultivation. They refined the profound yin-cold poison within Yu Xiaolan, both achieving remarkable advancements in their cultivation. Not only did Yu Xiaolan make rapid strides to the late foundation establishment stage, but Houchen also reaped immense benefits, leaping to the pinnacle of the early stage of the combine realm. Furthermore, the 23-year-old Houchen ascended to the rank of martial king. However, before they could revel in their newfound triumph, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. The faint glimmer of dawn was swiftly engulfed by darkness. This is bad. It's the heavenly tribulation. Houchen leapt into action, his heart heavy with trepidation. Having barely survived the previous tribulation in the secret realm, he found himself facing yet another trial so soon after. This time, the tribulation would unfold within the Soul Martial Forest, likely attracting numerous onlookers. And many unscrupulous individuals might seize the opportunity to strike when the tribulation's challenger was at their most vulnerable. With no other option, Houchen activated a long-distance transmission talisman to contact his master, Lung Yushuang, a plea for assistance and a farewell. Coincidentally, the rulers of the Qinyuan realm were gathering the strongest warriors from across the land to convene at the martial hall of Tiangong continent, strategizing against the impending millennial calamity. Hurry, get ready. I will take you somewhere safe. Houchen swiftly prepared for the impending tribulation. Yu Xiaolan, aware of the gravity of the situation, hurriedly donned her attire. Yet, her limbs would not obey her commands. Despite her advancement in cultivation, her body was exhausted, rendering her arms and legs weak and her entire form languid. After much delay, she even managed to put on her undergarments inside out. As Houchen beheld the comical state of Yu Xiaolan, he had no choice but to envelop her with his long robe, swiftly withdrawing them into the jade pendant space. Concurrently, He expeditiously transported all individuals within the Demon Suppression Tower into the Jade Pendant as well. The Demon Suppression Tower served as his paramount safeguard against the heavenly tribulation. Yet it was also a perilous artifact. A moment's carelessness could lead to its destruction beneath the tribulation's wrath. Thus, each time he faced a tribulation, Houtzen meticulously cleared out the people and treasures from the tower. This time, even the devourer insect was entirely relocated to the Jade Pendant space. He could not afford to lose these treasures due to unforeseen mishaps within the tower. As the tribulation clouds gathered during Houtzen's flurry of activity, he leaped into the air, heading toward a mountain peak within the Soul Martial Forest. The tribulation clouds followed closely in pursuit of Houtzen's departure. Those who underwent tribulation were compelled to confront it directly, unless they sought refuge in an alternate dimension. However, any retreat from such a sanctuary would merely invite the thunderous tribulation with even greater ferocity. Consequently, those facing tribulation often accepted death beneath the bolts of lightning rather than evade the inevitable. Furthermore, triumphing over the tribulation would bestow celestial blessings. The thunder resonated across the heavens, drawing nearer and descending from the skies. A resounding crack of thunder erupted in the Soul Martial Forest where Houtzen stood, perhaps heralding a formidable prelude. Houtzen bitterly mused to himself, having previously encountered several tribulations that struck without warning. This time, however, the thunder seemed to extend a warning to the tribulation bearer. Yet, the deafening boom not only served as a caution to Houtzen, but also roused the martial practitioners and transcendent cultivators of the Qianyuan realm from their meditative states. Cultivators from all directions converged upon the vicinity of the Soul Martial Forest on the Tianwu continent, drawn by the rolling thunder. Those at the nascent soul stage could only observe from the Tianwu continent. Cultivators of the same realm from other continents lacked the ability to traverse the straits separating them. With the thunder growing increasingly thunderous, blinding flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. 1, 2, 3, until countless bolts illuminated the obscured heavens. At that moment, a patch of purple thunderclouds suddenly materialized above Houtzen's head. Initially, the purple thundercloud was diminutive, no larger than a human hand, and bore no discernible weight or pressure aside from its hue. However, the incessant flashes of lightning began to converge upon this small thundercloud. Gradually, the purple thundercloud expanded, adorned with flickering bolts of lightning, until it obscured the mountain peak where Houtzen stood. Though the purple thundercloud ceased to grow larger, the lightning continued to surge into it, thickening its form and intensifying its brilliance. The thunder's roar became increasingly earth-shattering, resonating throughout the cosmos. At last, the lightning ceased to appear in the sky, and the thunder fell silent. Chapter 575, The Anomalous Thunder Tribulation, Part 2. Above, the terrifying purple thundercloud loomed, casting an oppressive aura that instilled trepidation. It appears to be even more terrifying than the tribulation encountered during the ascension phase. Observing the immense thunderclouds, Houtzen was taken aback. He could not comprehend why the celestial tribulation manifested in such a violet hue, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, his confidence waned, and a hint of trepidation crept in. However, he noticed that a multitude of onlookers had gathered around the vicinity, and he felt that perhaps he still had a chance to overcome this immensely formidable heavenly tribulation. Thus, he steeled himself and gazed resolutely at the purple thunderclouds. Among the throng of spectators, the venerable star smile of the Qianyuan sect, along with several formidable beings at the transformation stage, had congregated to observe the powerful figure undergoing tribulation. Among them were naturally Lingyun, Chengziheo, and his master, Lung Yushuang. My disciple Houtzen has encountered trouble here. Could it be that the one facing the tribulation is he? Lung Yushuang exclaimed in astonishment upon catching sight of the figure undergoing tribulation from afar. Her voice of surprise drew the attention of Lingyun and Chengziheo, prompting the Grand Elder Lingyun to extend his consciousness to investigate. Indeed, that individual undergoing tribulation is Houtzen. The Grand Elder recognized Houtzen instantly, being thoroughly familiar with Lung Yushuang's disciple. Each time, he managed to surprise everyone, and this occasion was no exception. He promptly conveyed the message to Grandmaster Star Smile, informing him that the one facing the tribulation was a disciple of their sect. Star Smile was engaged in pleasant conversation with several martial kings and emperors from the martial hall and the Hunchuan sect, as well as a few ancient beings at the late stage of the separation realm. Upon receiving the message, he excused himself from their company, swiftly relocating to the gathering place of the sect. "Are you certain it is that young lad Houchen?" Star Smile inquired, a hint of unease in his tone. "Yes, there is absolutely no mistake," Grand Elder Ling Yun affirmed. He immediately sent a message to the sect members, instructing them to protect Houchen during his tribulation and to ensure he could face it without fear. Without hesitation, Star Smile commanded, "All sect members, heed my order. Disperse immediately to safeguard the one undergoing tribulation. Those who neglect their duties shall face dire consequences." Upon confirming that the individual facing tribulation was indeed their disciple Houchen, Star Smile was profoundly moved. This young man was truly the chosen one of the overseer. How long has it been since he left the sect? To ascend from a Yuan Dan practitioner to the Yuan infant realm in such a short span? Star Smile mused, recognizing the divine favor bestowed upon their sect in the Qinyuan realm. In Star Smile's heart, although he was aware that Lung Yushuang's disciple was extraordinarily gifted, the fact that he could achieve the Yuan infant realm in just over a year was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Star Smile could not have anticipated that in this brief time, Houchen had encountered a series of fortuitous events, propelling him beyond the limits of ordinary imagination to break through to the integration stage, positioning himself among the select few powerful figures in the Qinyuan realm. Of course, some opportunities were covertly assisted by the overseer, though Houchen remained oblivious to this fact. As Houchen was distracted by the impending tribulation, he feared that should he emerge weakened, he might fall prey to opportunistic thieves. Just then, a wave of consciousness resonated with him, invigorating his spirit. Following the direction of the transmission, Houchen bowed deeply. At that moment, he dared not employ his consciousness to communicate, conserving every ounce of his energy for the impending tribulation. Suddenly, a figure darted away from Houchen's side, swiftly flying towards Lung Yushuang. Naturally, Lung Yushuang was intimately familiar with the aura of Xiao Chui, and without hesitation, she opened her arms to embrace Xiao Chui. "My brother sent me to your side, seeking refuge. But I am fine, you must protect my brother." Xiao Chui immediately conveyed her plea for her brother. "Rest assured, the sect members have already dispersed to safeguard your brother," Lung Yushuang reassured Xiao Chui. At this moment, Xiao Chui, bearing a jade pendant, had left the tribulation site in search of her master's protection. Hao Chun, free from all attachments, knew that even if he failed the tribulation, those within the pendant space would remain unharmed, as he had dissolved the contract with the weapon spirit. The tribulation was indeed a time when one could be coveted. Many unscrupulous individuals would take advantage of those undergoing tribulation, striking when they were weakened by the lightning, particularly coveting the bestowed heavenly nectar. Hao Chun had no choice but to employ techniques such as the forbidden element technique and concealment technique to lower his cultivation level, preventing high-level powerhouses from taking notice. A low-level cultivator undergoing tribulation, even if it involved the heavenly nectar, would only yield trivial amounts of pure essence. When experienced cultivators saw that the one undergoing tribulation was merely an ordinary core formation practitioner, they would inevitably leave in disappointment. By deliberately concealing his cultivation, Hao Chun had thus alleviated many unnecessary troubles for this tribulation. Having made all necessary preparations, before the thunderstorm commenced, he suddenly drew the immortal slaying sword. Its might was not inferior to that of the purple thunderclouds. This divine weapon hovered quietly beside him, unafraid of the oppressive storm. An ordinary treasure would tremble under such formidable pressure. With the sword in hand, he executed a swift sword technique, wielding earth-shattering power to strike at the nascent thundercloud. This was a declaration of challenge against heaven and earth, a proclamation of contention with both the heavens and the mortals. He intended to cleave through the thunderclouds and annihilate the lightning with the immortal slaying sword. With a resounding crash, the thunder roared and the clouds churned. Yet the lightning did not manifest. The thundercloud allowed the immortal slaying sword to strike at it, and as the sword passed through the clouds, the thundercloud quickly reformed. However, as the cloud diminished, the immortal slaying sword lost some of its former brilliance. Observing the shrinking thundercloud, Hao Chen's heart surged with joy, and his confidence soared once more. However, diminishing the power of the thunderstorm came at a significant cost. Nearly 1/3 of his internal energy had dissipated, and the immortal slaying sword could no longer withstand the cloud's pressure, compelling him to retract it. Yet, after that strike, the thundercloud began to seethe, and the sound of thunder grew increasingly thunderous. The tribulation had officially commenced. Hao Chun gazed at the thundercloud, teasingly remarking, "You give me a warning, and I shall return a sword kiss. We are even." A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a finger, shot forth from the thundercloud, aiming directly at Hao Chun, who promptly drew the flying radiant sword, transforming it into myriad glimmering blades to meet the oncoming strike. The lightning dispersed the flying blades, slightly reducing its intensity, while the golden red sheen of the flying radiance sword began to dim. Seeing the sword's luster fade, Hao Chun suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto the sword's surface, instantly restoring its brilliance. With a wave of his hand, he struck at the thunderstorm with dozens of sword strikes. The thundercloud gradually diminished, and the flying radiance sword became increasingly dim. The initial wave of the thunder tribulation was shattered by Hao Chun's sword energy, intent, and momentum. After a brief moment of calm, the thunderclouds once again roiled and surged, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. A bolt of purple lightning, akin in thickness to a child's arm, descended. Hao Chun summoned his treasured sword to counter the tribulation, this time wielding the flying rainbow sword to fend off the lightning's assault. The flying rainbow sword, much like the previous killing immortal sword, appeared dim and unremarkable as the thunder tribulation dissipated. Chapter 576, The Mutated Thunder Tribulation, Part 3. Although Hao Chun successfully withstood the second wave of the thunder tribulation, it significantly drained his magical energy. In the meantime, he consumed the sacred milk of the 10,000-year stone bamboo shoot to replenish his inner power. After the second bolt of lightning struck, only half of the thunderclouds remained. Following a brief interlude of tranquility, the tribulation re-emerged, now as thick as an adult's calf. As the third bolt of lightning descended, Hao Chun found his reservoir of magical energy nearly depleted. However, rather than employing his treasured sword for defense, he drew forth the silver dragon short spear. The silver dragon engaged in a fierce aerial duel with the thunder tribulation, but both ultimately succumbed. Yet, Hao Chun once again managed to repel the third strike. When the fourth bolt struck, the demon dragon spear met it head-on. Hao Chun expended the last remnants of his magical energy from his wind and thunder reservoir in a desperate blow, shattering the thunder tribulation. Nevertheless, the divine infant within his dantian also weakened, prompting Hao Chun to swiftly consume more of the sacred milk to restore his energy. While he was in the midst of recuperation, the fifth and sixth bolts of lightning descended in quick succession. Frustration welled within him, and he shouted defiantly, "Heavenly thief! Wouldn't it be better if you came one at a time? Why have you resorted to a group assault?" The onlookers, powerful beings gathered around, couldn't help but chuckle at Hao Chun's exclamations. It was indeed a rare sight to witness two tribulations striking simultaneously. Not one to be outdone, Hao Chun, in a fit of rage, unleashed two dark, thunderous bolts of his own, aiming to retaliate against the tribulation. As the two forces collided, explosive sounds erupted. The thunder tribulation was obliterated, yet the terrifying force of the explosion did not spare Hao Chun. The shockwave struck him, leaving him bereft of clothing. He realized he stood utterly exposed, but the thunder tribulation showed no mercy, as the seventh and eighth bolts followed relentlessly. With no choice left, Hao Chun gathered his demon slayer hand in his left hand and wielded the demon woe sword in his right, preparing to confront the oncoming strikes. After the thunder tribulation annihilated both his demon slayer hand and demon woe sword, it surged towards his body, causing him to tremble violently, as if his very meridians were fracturing. A sense of impending collapse enveloped him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Fortunately, having undergone the tempering of the Thunder Lake and Thunder Forest within the secret realm, along with practicing the Lesser Yang technique, which allowed him to absorb lightning, Hao Chun successfully weathered the seventh and eighth bolts of thunder tribulation. As for the ninth bolt, based on his prior experiences with tribulations, he understood that this final strike would likely embody the cumulative force of all preceding waves. At this moment, the stakes were dire. There was no room for concealment. It was time for the emergence of the Demon Suppression Tower and the Chinkoan Furnace. Hao Chun contemplated whether to utilize the Demon Suppression Tower or the Chinkoan Furnace. Yet he sensed that employing both artifacts might be inappropriate. Countless eyes were upon him, and should he attract the attention of any nefarious individuals, he would likely find himself in relentless trouble. Suddenly, he recalled the Thunderstone, an object capable of absorbing lightning. Thus, he retrieved the Thunderstone from the lightning barrier of the Demon Suppression Tower. At this instant, confidence radiated from Hao Chun's gaze. dispelling the trepidation and despair that had previously clouded his spirit. Just then, a thunderous calamity of immense proportions cascaded downwards, aiming directly at Houchen. The lightning strike, akin to a celestial serpent, emerged from the tempestuous clouds, its maw wide open, unleashing a torrent accompanied by a fierce gale. The speed was astonishing, akin to a shooting star, as the spectators beheld countless bolts of lightning descending alongside the thunderous wrath. As the calamity approached within 100 zhang of the ground, the martial soul forest was engulfed in chaos, with trees splintering and the earth cracking beneath the overwhelming pressure that instantaneously enveloped Houchen's location. Yet, Houchen did not falter. Instead, he brandished the thunderstone and shouted defiantly, meeting the lightning strike head-on. A resounding boom echoed as the 9th bolt of calamity descended, crashing upon the thunderstone, only to be silently absorbed by it, vanishing without a trace. Is that it? Was it merely a paper tiger? Houchen pondered, perplexed. At that moment, the winds howled, and even denser dark clouds converged above, now resembling ink. What? Wasn't it over? Is it merely a brief respite? Houchen struggled to comprehend. The fleeting jubilation of surviving the ordeal did not last long, as the colossal clouds above showed no signs of dispersing. Houchen paused, realization dawning upon him. Could there be a 10th bolt? As if responding to his unspoken query, a 10th strike, as thick as a calf, thundered down. Houchen felt a jolt through his body. The storm clouds not only remained, but thickened ominously. He paused again, confirming that indeed, he was undergoing tribulation, not ascension. Why must it continue? Surely there has been a mistake. When the 11th bolt of calamity struck, the gathered crowd erupted into animated discussion. Houchen is merely advancing in his tribulation, not ascending. Why is this lightning still ongoing? Cold Yushuang murmured. Indeed, brother is only leveling up. Isn't this divine retribution unfair? Xiao Cui added, her voice laced with indignation. At that moment, the 12th bolt fell. Houchen was anxious. Something was amiss. This is definitely wrong. Surely, the count has been miscalculated. When the 13th bolt descended, realization struck him. The number of tribulations was indeed erroneous. The 14th and 15th bolts left not only the onlookers bewildered, but also Star's smiling ancestor and cold Yushuang in stunned silence. Even Houchen straightened up abruptly, clutching the thunderstone as he paced anxiously, each step accompanied by another bolt of calamity. It finally dawned on him that the issue lay with the thunderstone, prompting him to hastily stow it away in his storage space. At this moment, the 16th heavenly thunder had descended halfway when it suddenly lost its target, coming to an abrupt halt in midair, a scene as bizarre as it was surreal. The final bolt of lightning circled around Houchen, ultimately failing to identify the target it sought to strike, and in a fit of rage, it retreated, dissipating into the horizon. The dark clouds above dispersed, revealing the sun, which smiled down warmly upon the world. Yet, Houchen, unable to sustain himself any longer, collapsed onto the mountainside, lying on the ground. Despite the overwhelming pain coursing through his body, Houchen could not help but laugh heartily, for he had finally endured this trial of lightning. Upon seeing Houchen lying lifelessly on the ground, Xiao Cui feared the worst. Suddenly, she broke free from Lung Yushuang and dashed towards Houchen's location. As she beheld Houchen sprawled on the ground, charred and resembling a roasted pig, she leapt onto him, weeping uncontrollably. At the moment Xiao Cui landed on Houchen, a glimmering shadow emerged from her, merging into his body. The spirit of the jade pendant, Xiao Cui, shared a profound connection with Houchen. Even though their master-servant relationship was temporarily dissolved, a bond of blood still tied them together. The jade pendant space was a treasure refined with Houchen's blood and divine consciousness. Brother, wake up. Please don't scare me, Xiao Cui exclaimed, disregarding the dirt and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Houchen, feeling a strange itch, involuntarily made a sound. So you're all right? I thought you were gone. Stop pretending and get up. With that, she kicked him without considering where her foot landed. Ouch! Houchen sprang up instantly, for he had no choice. Xiao Cui's kick had landed squarely on a delicate area. Internally, he cursed, "You wretched bird. Are you trying to harm your dear brother?" No, wait, dear brother is not right either. As Houchen was lost in his thoughts, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the void, interrupting his search for the appropriate words to chastise Xiao Cui for her inadvertent action. Chapter 577. The trial of thunder. Before Houchen could articulate his sentiments, a thunderous clap resonated directly above him. Oh heavens! Why am I being struck so mercilessly? Is it merely a thunder tribulation? Why does it seem endless? He lamented, his heart heavy with frustration aimed at the heavens. Perhaps the heavens were merciful. The bolt of lightning hovered just above Houchin's head, before suddenly exploding, accompanied by a celestial melody, showering him with a vibrant, colorful rain of nectar. This was not only Houchin's fortune, but also Xiaozui's. In this moment of peril, Xiaozui was the only one who genuinely cared for Houchin's safety. With her before him, Houchin refrained from utilizing the Shaoyang technique to absorb all of the divine nectar, believing in the principle of shared fortune. After absorbing the heavenly nectar, as he grasped a fragment of the heavenly principle within it, his cultivation quietly ascended to a new level. Yet, this was merely a fleeting glimpse of the heavenly path, an elusive understanding akin to meat hanging tantalizingly from the mouth, aromatic yet beyond reach. Despite this, Houchin felt a sense of solace, for he had gleaned some understanding, silently pondering. It appears that the timing is simply not ripe. The way of heaven is the law governing the movements and transformations of the cosmos. Every realm must adhere to its own rules, which constitute the way of heaven. This so-called way of heaven embodies the principles governing all things. Every entity operates under certain regulations. By comprehending the way of heaven, one can foresee the trajectories of various events. For at the core of all phenomena lies a singular truth. This is what is meant by the notion that different paths lead to the same destination. Houchin believed that due to his own nature, he could only grasp the way of heaven through natural means, by emulating elements that resonate with the way of heaven, thus achieving his aim of understanding it. Only through a profound understanding of the way of heaven could one attain immortality in this world. At this moment, Houchin stood as a being second only to the sovereign, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the mid-integration stage, a veritable martial king in his own right. While immersed in happiness, Houchin was abruptly interrupted by a startled exclamation from Xiaozui. "Oh dear, brother, why are you not wearing any clothes? How embarrassing." Unbeknownst to him, Xiaozui had distanced herself, covering her face with her small hands. It was only then that Houchin became aware of the chill enveloping him, with his little brother exposed to the wind. Upon examining himself, he noticed that the charred outer shell had fallen away, revealing a porcelain-like delicacy beneath. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retrieved a garment from his storage ring and donned it haphazardly. During Houchin's tribulation, under the protection of the esteemed star, smiling ancestor, and numerous cultivators from the Tianyuan continent, he intimidated those who harbored greedy intentions. As the tribulation unfolded, onlookers noted the ancestors' evident concern for Houchin, their gazes flickering with contemplation, indicating some ulterior motives brewing within their minds. Previously, when Houchin had just commenced his tribulation, the cold rain frost, having received a distant message, learned of his predicament and promptly joined forces with the strong from the Tianyuan continent, arriving near Houchin's tribulation site. Had it been anyone else undergoing tribulation, they would have been left unguarded, and it is likely that some unscrupulous individuals would have seized the opportunity to snatch the chaotic rain. After all, the heavenly dew is of inestimable value, a boon that each powerful being can receive only once in a lifetime, greatly beneficial for refining the body and awakening latent potential. However, they were unaware that Houchin underwent tribulation with each ascension, receiving blessings from the heavens every time. Nonetheless, the ancestor of the Li family recognized Houchin and had prepared to eliminate him in the secret realm. Observing the protective stance of the star, smiling ancestor, and others, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from intervening, instead choosing to stand back and watch quietly. Now, witnessing Houchin having just survived the tribulation, his murderous intent was ignited. His gaze wavering between the star, smiling ancestor, and Houchin. "Ancestor, this opportunity must not be missed. Houchin possesses the key to the secret realm, and even the Thunder Jade is in his possession. Such a golden opportunity cannot be overlooked." As the Li family ancestor grappled with indecision, Li Kunyu discreetly transmitted words to him. Having fled from the Shin family, Li Kunyu did not immediately return to Qinya City, but sought refuge in the Seoul Martial Forest. With a cautious mindset, fearing that Houchin might pursue him, he concealed his presence and disguised himself in the Seoul Martial Forest to evade calamity. Coincidentally, the tribulation clouds gathered, revealing that someone was undergoing tribulation nearby. Upon witnessing Houchin undergoing his tribulation, a surge of elation coursed through him, for it was a fortuitous opportunity to take action. However, To his surprise, the crowd of onlookers swelled, comprised of formidable individuals, which gradually quelled his murderous intentions. Suddenly, he noticed the ancestral figure also arriving to observe, reigniting his scheming thoughts. Upon hearing Li Kunyu's remarks, the patriarch of the Li family narrowed his eyes and imperceptibly nodded. Yet he furrowed his brow, expressing concern that a direct approach might be futile, as someone was safeguarding the young man. Any attempt to intervene could prove perilous. Ah, esteemed ancestor, observe how devoted he is to that young girl. His affections are evidently profound. If we act with caution to ensure the tribulation bearer remains undistracted, no one shall impede our actions. We could unexpectedly seize that young maiden, using her as leverage against him. Even if we fail to procure the key to the secret realm, we could certainly barter for a thunderous gem, Li Kunyu urged. This may well offend that old fellow at the spirit separation realm, the patriarch of the Li family mused, casting a glance at the ancestor Xingxiao, wavering in indecision. Esteemed ancestor, great undertakings often disregard trifles. What is offending a spirit separation expert in pursuit of the secret realm's key and thunderous gems, along with the treasures he possesses? Moreover, your cultivation level is comparable to his. What is there to fear? Besides, we have the backing of the divine sect. Indeed, the Li patriarch and his descendant exchanged whispers, conspiring on how to acquire the secret realm key, thunderous gems, and Haochen's treasures. Unbeknownst to them, the ancestor Xingxiao, with his back turned, revealed a faint, chilling glimmer of murderous intent at the corners of his mouth. Humph, I initially intended to grant you a reprieve, but it seems I have been overly merciful, ancestor Xingxiao coldly chuckled. Although he was unaware of the Li family's ulterior motives, their expressions betrayed their ill intentions. Thus, it was better to strike first. In an instant, ancestor Xingxiao's form trembled, unleashing a barrier that enveloped the Li patriarch and his descendant within a veil of darkness, employing the nightfall restriction to seal them in. What do you intend? The Li patriarch exclaimed, startled by the abrupt turn of events, his pupils constricting in alarm. Nothing sinister. I merely wish to safeguard your lives, lest another lightning tribulation befalls you. Ancestor Xingxiao replied with a mocking smile. Impertinent. Do you dare challenge the might of Qianya City? The Li patriarch retorted angrily. At that moment, the powerful figures of the Tianwu continent observed as ancestor Xingxiao of the Tianyuan continent exerted his formidable strength, ensnaring the Li family's nefarious duo. Some among the onlookers, previously eager to act, fell silent in trepidation. Seeing Haochen safely navigate his tribulation eased ancestor Xingxiao's mind. He then turned to the surrounding crowd, offering a calm nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. Subsequently, he withdrew the barrier, releasing the Li family members, and turned away, disregarding the nearby rascals. Truth be told, he harbored no favorable sentiments towards the inhabitants of the Tianwu continent, having even contemplated violence against the spectators previously. However, with Haochen having successfully endured his tribulation, this moment was crucial. The onlookers exhibited a commendable awareness, prompting ancestor Xingxiao to refrain from further aggression. Chapter 578, Secrets of the Continent, Part 1. However, when a tempestuous gale swept across the land, all the spectators' beautiful fantasies were shattered. With a whoosh, after the storm, a figure gradually materialized from the void. This person is under my protection. Should anyone dare to disturb those undergoing tribulation or covet the divine nectar bestowed upon them, they shall face death. The resounding voice echoed through every corner of the Qianyuan realm. Pay homage to the master. Upon seeing this figure, the powerful onlookers who had gathered to witness the tribulation knelt in reverence. Xingxiao, Xiaoshuang, you two come with me, the voice commanded. Before the words had fully settled, both the tribulation survivor and the little girl vanished. Suddenly, two figures rose from the crowd of spectators, pursuing the direction in which the master had departed. Should anyone dare to disturb those undergoing tribulation or covet the divine nectar bestowed upon them, they shall face death. As the voice faded, Haochen felt himself swept away by a gust of wind, drifting from the site of the tribulation. Abruptly landing, he found himself before a cave dwelling. With numerous unanswered questions swirling in his mind, two more figures descended shortly thereafter. Master? Haochen exclaimed upon spotting Leng Yushuang and an elderly man. Disciple Haochen pays respects to master. Before Haochen could bow, Leng Yushuang pulled him closer, inspecting him from left to right, touching here and patting there, eager to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries during the tribulation. Is it truly you who underwent tribulation? Let me see. Let me see your cultivation. Only then did Leng Yushuang recall the extent of Hao Chen's advancement, confirming that the tribulation survivor was indeed her beloved disciple, overwhelming joy flooding her heart. Quickly, pay respects to the ancestor. Disciple Hao Chen of the Qianyuan sect pays respects to the ancestor. With that, he knelt in homage. The ancestor Xing Xiao did not prevent Hao Chen from bowing. Such gestures were customary, a testament to a cultivator's respect for their master. Rise, the ancestor finally spoke, praising, Hao Chen, to what level have you ascended that it has caused such a stir? Even during the tribulation, Hao Chen had been exceedingly cautious, preferring to suppress his true cultivation and obfuscate his aura, making it difficult for others to gauge his depth. Upon hearing his master and ancestor Xing Xiao's inquiries, Hao Chen finally released his restrictions and concealed aura techniques. A surge of energy erupted from his being. What? You, ancestor Xing Xiao, sensing the energy emanating from Hao Chen, was rendered speechless by shock. Leng Yushuang gasped, quickly supporting her chin with her hand. Observing their reactions, Xiao Cui exclaimed from the side, What is wrong with you? Are you frightened by my brother? No, wait. He has already put on his clothes? With a burst of laughter, ancestor Xing Xiao and Leng Yushuang found humor in Xiao Cui's words. It was presumed that during the tribulation, Hao Chen had not had the time to dress and had been unexpectedly interrupted by Xiao Cui. Hao Chen's advancement to the integration stage far exceeded their expectations, as ancestor Xing Xiao was only at the late stage of spirit division, while Leng Yushuang was at the mid-stage of god transformation. Ancestor, who was it that brought me to this place? Hao Chen inquired, curious about the identity of the individual who had transported him from the site of the tribulation to this cave. The one who transmitted the message just now was the master of the continent. Ancestor Xing Xiao explained. He is the master? Hao Chen asked, bewildered. Indeed. He is the sovereign of the Qianyuan realm, as well as the true ruler of the martial hall of the Tianwu continent and the Qianyuan sect of the Tianyuan continent. The world knows the martial hall as the pinnacle of the Tianwu continent, yet remains oblivious to the fact that it is individuals like Yi Lingxiao, the true dominators of the continent, who dictate its fate. The term continent dominator left Leng Yushuang and Hao Chen exchanging astonished glances. Indeed, the dominator holds the reins of the Qianyuan realm's destiny, guiding its future. They are the genuine helmsmen. The influence of the martial hall must adhere to the dominator's edicts, for the dominator wields authority over all the rules governing the Qianyuan realm. Leng Yushuang stammered. So, does this dominator have any connection to Hao Chen? Yes, a significant one. Ever since Hao Chen arrived in the southern region, the dominator personally sought me out, with the intention of assisting Hao Chen. Leng Yushuang was left utterly speechless, finally grasping the reason behind the star-laughing ancestor's constant vigilance over Hao Chen's whereabouts. The root of it all lay with the continent dominator. As a mere cultivator of the transformation stage, Leng Yushuang could only glean fragments of the truth, while only those who attained the spirit separation stage were privy to deeper secrets. In the Qianyuan realm a millennium ago, the aura of heaven and earth was incredibly abundant, with resources seemingly inexhaustible. Humanity coexisted in a singular world, and during that era, the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent were scarcely populated by ordinary folk. The majority were cultivators. The Tianyuan continent was predominantly inhabited by immortal cultivators, while martial practitioners occupied half of the Tianwu continent. Countless sects and powers thrived across the two continents, with formidable beings in abundance. However, one fateful day, the Qianyuan Great Array malfunctioned, and everything transformed. People discovered that the essence of life had become scarce. The Qianyuan realm, the Huanhe realm, and the Battle Alliance's small worlds existed within the same plane, bordered by the upper realms. Our dimension was ensnared by insidious beings from the upper realms, transforming our existence into a mere garden for some influential figure of the celestial world. If we regarded the Qianyuan realm, the Huanhe realm, the Battle Alliance's small worlds, and their surrounding realms as a singular entity, then this entity constituted a plane. A plane encompasses countless small worlds, and several small worlds may together form one plane. To illustrate, envision a cabinet with 9 tiers of drawers, where each drawer represents a layer of heaven, containing innumerable small boxes, each likened to a plane. Within these small boxes, there are even smaller boxes, representing the various small worlds. The Qianyuan realm and its neighboring Huanhe realm, along with the ancient Battle Alliance, are akin to peanuts nestled within these boxes of varying sizes. Between planes, there exists an imperceptible barrier that can only be breached when one reaches a requisite level of cultivation, allowing passage to another tier. The vast world is divided into 9 heavens, categorized as high, medium, and low. The first to third heavens are deemed lower planes. The fourth to sixth are medium planes, while the seventh to ninth heavens are considered higher planes. The first to third heavens are mortal realms, classified into high, medium, and low. The Qianyuan realm belongs to the upper echelon of the mortal realms. The seventh heaven is the celestial realm, the eighth is the sacred realm, and the ninth is the divine realm. In the realm of the 4 to 6 heavens, categorized into high, medium, and low tiers, the lower 4 heavens possess a far richer essence of vitality than our current plane. Upon birth, children therein absorb pure vitality, rendering the space devoid of mortals and transforming it into a sanctum for cultivators. The Qianyuan realm, along with the Huanhe realm and the minor world of the War Alliance, belongs to the realm of 3 heavens for mortals. However, once one's cultivation reaches a certain pinnacle, their magical power can transcend spatial limits, allowing them to penetrate barriers and ascend to higher planes for training. One may venture into the 4 heavens or even the 6 heavens, with each plane possessing several passage nodes. Yet, the place we inhabit is ensnared by artificially constructed multi-layered barriers. Under normal circumstances, meeting the conditions for ascension would facilitate one's rise. Nevertheless, the space we dwell in has been sealed by human design, preventing us from absorbing the world's essence, commonly referred to as chaotic energy. Without the ability to draw from this essence, the prospect of cultivating to a higher realm and achieving ultimate ascension becomes futile. Even if one were to ascend, layers of man-made restrictions would obstruct their path. Once these restrictions are broken, the absence of magical power renders one incapable of breaching the barriers to the celestial realm, leading to demise at the hands of the fierce winds of the high altitudes. The barriers between planes do not exist in any singular location. Rather, they can manifest anywhere. Upon meeting the requisite criteria, one can traverse planes at any moment and from any place. This realm has been sealed for a millennium, and upon reaching the divine transformation and martial respect stages, one should absorb celestial essence, which subsequently converts their true energy into celestial energy. This celestial energy is a mixture of chaotic energy and true energy, with the former being present in greater proportion. However, due to the spatial seals, celestial energy is obstructed. Without an ample supply of celestial energy, ascension is rendered impossible, and few can progress to the integration stage. Thus, the rulers of Tianwu continent and Tianyuan continent can only be temporarily represented by Yi Lingxiao, the supreme ruler of the Qianyuan realm. In the pursuit of breaking the seals, the only option is to secretly nurture talent and cultivate some extraordinary individuals. Therefore, be they from heretical sects or orthodox factions, the rulers allow their free development without interference, aiming to discover those who defy destiny. Could it be that Haotzen is one such individual favored by the rulers? Cold Rain Frost inquired. No, the ancestor Xingxiao replied solemnly. Haotzen is merely someone favored by the rulers, not one who is protected. The rulers do not intend to shield him. They simply do not wish for someone of a significantly higher level to openly bully him. As the conversation continued, ancestor Xingxiao deftly conjured a transmission talisman, which shimmered like a small pearl in his palm. Senior, I have arrived. Haotzen has grown far beyond expectations, ahead of schedule. He chuckled. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, he addressed Haotzen and Cold Rain Frost. Listen closely. Both Haotzen and Cold Rain Frost exchanged astonished glances, holding their breath in anticipation. After the sound transmission talisman was shattered, Yi Lingxiao's voice echoed. Xingxiao, you haven't forgotten what I said during my last visit to your cave, have you? It was a simple statement, devoid of any embellishments. However, the expression on the face of the ancestor Xingxiao bloomed with joy, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers. Subsequently, a sound transmission was initiated, and with a flick of his fingertip, it was sent forth. Hao Chun, still somewhat bewildered, inquired, Ancestor, who is this? How dare they call you by your name? This individual was the master. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of ancestor Xingxiao. Do you know of the place sealed for 10,000 years in the realm of Tianwu? Of course. It is said to open only once every 10,000 years, harboring countless opportunities while also being a domain of endless destruction. How could I not be aware? Replied Leng Yushuang. What you know is merely a superficial understanding, Ancestor Xing Shao remarked with a hint of detachment. The sealed land is the remnant of the great battle among the ancient gods and the gateway to the fate of the Qianyuan realm. Beyond the Qianyuan realm lies the path of the celestial, a journey to ascend the starry rivers and attain eternal freedom. It is easy to speak of such things. For thousands of years, I have not heard of anyone reaching the great ascension and breaking free from the Qianyuan realm. Leng Yushuang expressed her skepticism. You all may continue your discussion, but please, step inside. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the cave, interrupting the conversation of the four. At that moment, the entrance to the cave slowly opened, and a graceful figure emerged, dashing towards Hao Chun. What are you doing here? Hao Chun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yi Xiaoye. That figure, that demeanor, could only belong to Yi Xiaoye. It was fortunate that Hao Chun had intended to visit the martial hall to see her. She was unexpectedly cultivating in this place. Even if Hao Chun had gone to the martial hall, he would not have encountered her, for no one knew of her presence there. Hao Chun hurried a few steps forward, opening his arms to embrace Xiaoye tightly. Were it not for the master allowing the four to enter the cave for an audience, Hao Chun would have relished holding Yi Xiaoye in that moment. However, before he could savor the warmth of their closeness, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, followed by a cold snort from Xiao Chui, who then tightened her grip. Ouch! Xiao Chui, why are you pinching me? Hao Chun exclaimed, reluctantly releasing Xiaoye from his embrace in a fit of irritation. I'm not doing anything, just exercising my claws a bit, Xiao Chui retorted. TSK, showing affection in public. Am I not allowed to feel a bit jealous? She added, her face a mixture of playful annoyance. Xiao Chui's words rendered Hao Chun and Xiaoye somewhat uncomfortable. Sister Xiaoye, let's go. Don't mind him. He's just a fickle-hearted fool, Xiao Chui said, taking Xiaoye by the hand and leading her into the cave. Oh, to be young is indeed wonderful. Xing Shao and Leng Yushuang exchanged amused glances at the unfolding scene. You have arrived. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Greetings, esteemed elder. Hao Chun and the others bowed in unison to the master of the Qianyuan realm, Yi Linrong. Yi Linrong, the master of the Qianyuan continent, appeared with a youthful visage and snowy hair, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, evoking both awe and reverence. Why, one might wonder, would such a powerful figure, the head of the martial hall and the actual ruler of the Qianyuan sect, devote themselves to cultivation in such a desolate place? Yet, Hao Chun, undeterred by the master's imposing aura, took a deep breath and thought to himself, little one, I never anticipated you would far exceed my expectations. At this moment, with your cultivation and prowess, you are well suited to assume my position. The master, Yi Linrong, expressed his approval of Hao Chun's abilities. He then spoke with a hint of melancholy, stating, my frail body is nearing the limits of life. I have struggled here for centuries, and my physical faculties are gradually declining. At this juncture, Hao Chun, without reservation, probed into Yi Linrong's physical condition, comprehending the situation within. Observing the master's body and aura, it was apparent that with the essence of Tianyuan fruit sustaining life and the millennium spiritual liquid mending bodily functions, enduring for hundreds of years posed no issue. Perhaps he might even ascend to a higher realm. Yet, deep within, Hao Chun contemplated dedicating his abilities to extend the master's life. My dear boy, I have been deceived by you in the past. I never anticipated that not only are you proficient in both martial and mystical arts, but you possess 3 dantians and 3 primordial spirits within you. Yi Linrong inquired with a kind gaze. Do you indeed possess 3 dantians? I have heard that the elder Xiaohao had 3 dantians. Have you encountered him? Yes, I have met the ancestor, though he has ascended, leaving behind but a single primordial spirit. Hao Chun held no doubts about Yi Linrong. He believed that the master, despite his formidable nature, would not harm him. The ancient war was an eternal calamity for our human race. Young one, this land of Qianyuan is inhabited by the descendants of humanity. I hope you treat them with kindness. Yi Linrong cautioned earnestly. Chapter 580, Secrets of the Continent, Part 3. Yi Linrong then recounted the calamities facing the Qianyuan realm in the past. Our ancestors endeavored to protect us so that we could live safely within this space. They established the Qianyuan Grand Formation in the external space we inhabit to stabilize our spatial plane. The original intention of the Qianyuan Grand Formation was to safeguard the security of our small world. However, it inadvertently led to complications. It has not only been exploited by others, but has also resulted in a barrier that has sealed our small world. A millennium ago, we would periodically deactivate the Qianyuan Grand Formation to allow the world's origin to flow into our living plane. Furthermore, when individuals ascended, we would also disable the formation. However, after a millennium, the Qianyuan Grand Formation lost its control, rendering us unable to activate it. From my observations, not long ago, a cult set up a blood god sacrificial altar in the Cold Moon Ridge of Thousand Leaf City. I intended to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether the demonic deities from the upper realm could truly descend into the Qianyuan realm. Should the demonic deities from the upper realm descend, it would indicate that the Qianyuan Grand Formation is indeed being manipulated by those from the upper realm. I could then capture the descender to search their soul and investigate what precisely went awry with the Qianyuan Grand Formation. However, fate did not align with my desires. The sacrificial ritual was disrupted, and the demonic deity did not descend. Though this spared the Tianwu continent from a calamity, I have lost the evidence to prove that the Qianyuan Grand Formation is under the control of the upper realm's cult. Upon hearing that the cult's sacrificial ceremony had been disrupted, Haochen mused silently. What a coincidence! That was my doing, yet I cannot disclose this. Yi Lingxiao cast a glance at Haochen, thinking, if it were not for your unexpected interference in the sacrificial ceremony, perhaps I would already know the reason behind the loss of control of the Qianyuan Grand Formation. Then Yi Lingxiao continued to elaborate on the precarious situation facing the Qianyuan realm. The reason I have summoned you here today is indeed purposeful. The following discourse pertains to the profound mysteries of the Qianyuan realm. Should these secrets be divulged, dire consequences will ensue. The abode I reside in serves as the control center of the Qianyuan Grand Array. This is the very locus of secrets not only of the Qianyuan realm, but also of the dimensions we inhabit. I understand, Haochen, that you are still youthful and unable to resist the pangs of solitude. Thus, I have resorted to this desperate measure, summoning your master and Xingxiao to this place to alleviate my burdens. You have visited the Battle Alliance's miniature world, have you not? They are not only barred from the skies, but are also unable to depart from their confined realm. The Qianyuan Grand Array has strayed from the ancestral intent of safeguarding humanity, transforming into an impediment for cultivators. Therefore, I aspire to nurture prodigious talents within the Qianyuan realm, creating myriad opportunities for their cultivation. I shall dispatch powerful guardians from influential factions to provide clandestine protection, as long as life is not at stake. These protectors shall remain hidden and refrain from intervening. This time, Haochen's tribulation has exceeded my expectations, compelling me to take action. The allure of his tribulation has attracted numerous onlookers. This unexpected trial differs markedly from those of the past. During the nascent soul tribulation, he was shielded by the divine beast Xiao Zui in the secretive depths of Night City, capable of intimidating ferocious beasts. However, the transformation god tribulation occurred upon the sea, while the separation spirit tribulation took place in a secretive sinkhole, where he even vanquished a formidable opponent of the separation spirit level, did he not? Upon hearing Knight Lingxiao's inquiry, Haochen could only nod in acknowledgement of the experiences recounted. Both the venerable ancestor Xingxiao and Master Leng Yushuang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting upon learning that Xiao Zui was a divine beast. Xiao Zui, frightened, sought refuge in Haochen's embrace, evading their predatory gazes. Upon hearing that Haochen had slain a powerful opponent during his separation spirit tribulation, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although the looks exchanged between Xingxiao and Leng Yushuang were not as predatory as those directed at Xiao Zui, they still sent chills down Haochen's spine. Reflecting on Knight Lingxiao's words, Haochen felt a surge of gratitude. To have reached this juncture, apart from his tireless efforts, he owed much to the care of those around him. Since entering the cave, Yexiawei's gaze had not strayed from Haochen, her heart swelling with joy at the unexpected opportunities he had encountered upon arriving in the Tianwu continent. This place is not only the control hub of the Qianyuan Grand Array, but also a pivotal juncture for ascension. After a brief pause, Knight Lingxiao instructed everyone to prepare, as he intended to show them this spatial node. The cave fell into a hushed silence as each individual sought a place to digest the information received. Meanwhile, Haochen discreetly continued to assess Knight Lingxiao's condition, engaging in intermittent exchanges with Yexiawei. Upon returning to the Tianwu continent, Yexiawei had been brought here by her father. Beyond the venerable ancestor Knight Lingxiao, her father frequently frequented this location. Yexioe's visits here revolved around cultivation and wistful recollections, often dreaming of the beautiful moments shared with Haochen. After more than a year apart, the once little girl had blossomed into a charming young lady. Her appearance remained unchanged, yet her demeanor had transcended youthful innocence. Aside from the lingering effects of his injuries, the ancestor's health was largely intact. I possess a method to extend the venerable ancestor's life by another 500 years. After examining Knight Lingxiao's condition, Haochen conveyed this to Yexioe. Is that truly the case? Splendid. As the dawn broke, Yi Xiaoya once again leaped into Haochen's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, what has gotten into this child? A typically reserved girl, yet upon seeing Haochen, she throws herself into his arms without restraint. Is this a display of affection in front of so many people? Yi Lingxiao observed Yi Xiaoya's behavior with a sense of confusion. However, the ancestors Xing Xiao and Leng Yushuang chose to remain indifferent. Indeed, how remarkable it is to have captured the attention of the heir to a powerful figure. With such extraordinary prowess, Haochen is a master of charm. Who would dare provoke the Qianyuan sect? Yet, deep within Xing Xiao's heart, a sense of delight blossomed. How splendid it is to have such a daughter-in-law by my side, allowing me to roam the world as I please. Leng Yushuang stifled a smile, enjoying the moment. Hey, are you two finished? If there's something to say, say it. If not, spare us from your embarrassing displays of affection, Xiaocui interjected, feeling displeased. Ever since the two met, Haochen had scarcely acknowledged her, and Xiaocui couldn't help but feel slighted. What are the divine beasts? Are they not allowed to love a human? She thought indignantly. Yi Lingxiao, along with the ancestors Xing Xiao and Leng Yushuang, merely observed the jealousy brewing among the three young ones, sharing knowing smiles. Do not be upset, dear sister Xiaocui. I shall let you have him, and you may embrace him as well, Yi Xiaoya teased, having caught the scent of jealousy in Xiaocui's words. Absolutely not. Sister Xiaoya, you did not witness the state my brother was in during his tribulation. He was filthy and disheveled. Even now, I can still smell the scent of roasted meat on him. Xiaocui refrained from mentioning the unsightly sight of Haochen in his vulnerable state. All right, it seems everyone has had sufficient rest. Let us proceed to the spatial node, Yi Lingxiao announced, noticing the energetic demeanor of the group. With a leap, he propelled himself into the air. The group soared away from the cave, traveling 100 miles to a vast valley. Welcome to the Ascension Valley, Yi Lingxiao declared, gesturing towards the expanse before them. Upon witnessing the misty valley, Haochen activated his spiritual eye technique, discerning the valley's true nature. It was a realm shrouded in an illusionary formation, concealing the auras of dozens of cultivators. Evidently, these individuals were the guardians of the place where ascension to the Qianyuan realm occurred. Chapter 581. Ascension Valley. Yi Lingxiao intended for Leng Yushuang, Xiaoya, and Xiaocui to remain as protectors in this location, to ensure assistance could be rendered should anyone inadvertently traverse the chaotic winds. However, Leng Yushuang was eager to uncover the secrets of the ascension site. After her persistent entreaties, Yi Lingxiao reluctantly acquiesced to her desire to experience the passage through the turbulent winds. Leng Yushuang retrieved a defensive treasure, donning a colorful, radiant cloak, a rare artifact among her possessions, capable of withstanding a formidable strike from a cultivator at the divine transformation realm. Are you ready? Yi Lingxiao inquired, glancing at Haochen, Xing Xiao, and Leng Yushuang. Let us proceed. Haochen replied, exchanging glances with Yi Lingxiao, Xing Xiao, and Leng Yushuang, who nodded in agreement. The four ascended into the sky, while Yi Xiaoya and Xiaocui settled onto a smooth patch of grass below, gazing upwards in anticipation. Despite their inability to see anything, the four eyes of the two women were actively exploring the vast expanse above. Ascending ever higher, they broke through the clouds and entered the tumultuous realm of chaotic winds. Suddenly, Yi Lingxiao came to an abrupt halt. Once we traverse this turbulent wind zone, we shall arrive at the Qianyuan Great Array, he remarked gravely, surveying the seemingly tranquil space before him. This is the first barrier zone, teeming with chaotic winds. You three may take a moment to acclimate to the strength of these winds. If you find it overwhelming, do not attempt to force your way through. I learned this lesson the hard way when I first ventured into the chaotic winds. Yi Lingxiao's expression grew somber as he recounted his past experience. In this layer filled with chaotic winds, even those at the early stages of the spirit division would face immense danger if they tried to traverse it recklessly, with a significant chance of perishing in its depths. as he gazed upon the raging winds before him. Hao Chen couldn't help but recall his harrowing journey from the Huanhe realm to the Qianyuan realm, particularly the trials he faced alongside Yi Xiaoye on the Tianwu continent. The memories of their encounters amidst the chaotic winds still sent shivers down his spine. In truth, Lung Yushuang had endured similar tribulations during her transport from the northwestern region. The teleportation array had been sabotaged, and she had barely survived the chaotic winds. Yi Lingxiao's demeanor was notably grave, having previously tested the might of these winds alone. He knew that at his peak, such chaotic winds posed little threat to him. However, his current diminished strength and the responsibility of safeguarding 3 others compelled him to take this matter seriously. "Stand close to me. I will shield you from the assaults of the chaotic winds," he instructed. Hao Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly conjured his true essence armor for protection. "Let us proceed," Yi Lingxiao commanded, leading the trio into the chaotic wind layer. As Hao Chen set foot in the tumultuous realm, a piercing sound assaulted his ears, prompting him to glance aside. His heart skipped a beat as he noticed a glaring wound on Lung Yushuang's colorful veil, inflicted by the previous gust of wind. He had witnessed the extraordinary defense of this veil, which could withstand even the sharpest swords, yet it had been marred by the chaotic winds, a testament to their formidable power. Alarmed, he hurried to his master's side, channeling his magic to provide protection. Stealing a glance at the 2 elders, Xing Xiao and Yi Lingxiao, he observed their expressions were equally serious, ever vigilant against the surrounding chaotic winds while continuing their advance. The caution displayed by the 2 made Hao Chen's heart race. According to Yi Lingxiao, beyond the threat of the chaotic winds, there existed ferocious beasts dwelling within this tumultuous realm, posing an even greater challenge to their journey. In this region, the true potential threats are the malevolent beasts that inhabit it. These creatures have long acclimatized to the harsh environment of the gale winds, thus possessing superior survival capabilities compared to ordinary cultivators. Shortly after setting forth, Yi Lingxiao produced a circular disc. Almost immediately, an arrow on the disc, which had been spinning erratically, came to a sudden halt, indicating the direction of their advance. This was a directional artifact, a remnant from the formation of the Qianyuan Great Array, possessed solely by its master. With this device, they need not traverse blindly, uncertain of their path. This artifact functions akin to a tracking locator, drawing a trace of energy from the nodes of the Qianyuan Great Array to indicate the proper direction. Upon observing the green arrow that appeared on the artifact, Hao Chen engaged in contemplation. Thus, the 4 of them set off in the direction indicated by the arrow on the disc. After several hours, the trio traversed through the tumultuous layers of gale winds. Beyond these layers lay the vast and tranquil expanse of the void, which is the domain of the Qianyuan Great Array. Only by activating this ethereal formation could one behold the true starry sky. This grand array enveloped the Qianyuan realm like a sheet of transparent film. Beneath this barrier, while one could gaze upon the stars and bask in the warmth of sunlight, it severed access to the primal energies of the world. For ordinary mortals, the impact was minimal, merely resulting in a shortened lifespan. Thus, the primal energies were of little consequence to them. However, for cultivators who reached the transformation realm, the inability to absorb these primal energies leads to stagnation in their cultivation, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Consequently, it has been a millennium since anyone ascended from the Qianyuan realm, with few achieving the spirit separation stage, and even fewer reaching the integration stage or attaining the title of martial sovereign. The realm's master, Yi Lingxiao, holds the highest cultivation at the late integration stage. Presently, with Hao Chen having entered the mid-integration stage, it can be said that only Yi Lingxiao and Hao Chen possess the highest cultivation levels in the Qianyuan realm. Hao Chen lacks the primal energies, possessing instead chaotic energy. Not only does he have a chaotic dantian, but his jade pendant space also forms a world of its own, generating primal energies. The 3rd grandfather of Yi Xiaoye, Yi Han, has remained at the martial saint level for several centuries without progressing to martial sovereign. He possesses the strength of a martial sovereign, but lacks the corresponding cultivation. Should he fail to advance, he would naturally perish in 3 to 5 years. And Yi Lingxiao faces a similar fate. As Hao Chen prepared to face the tribulation of the integration stage, Yi Lingxiao, who had been attentively observing his every move, saw a glimmer of hope. Thus, he promptly brought him to the Master's cave, inviting the late spirit separation cultivator, the ancestor Xing Xiao, and the transformation realm cultivator, Lung Yushuang, to venture into the void where the Qian Yuan Great Array resides in search of a method to break the seal. Chapter 582. The Qian Yuan Great Array. When the four individuals traversed the gale winds and arrived at the node of the Qian Yuan Great Array, they were utterly exhausted. At this moment, although Hao Qin's magical prowess slightly surpassed that of ancestor Xing Xiao, he refrained from revealing his strength. Instead, he pretended to be drained of energy, sitting in meditation alongside Yi Lingxiao, Xing Xiao, and Leng Yushuang. After the four individuals restored their magical powers, under the guidance of Yi Lingxiao, Hao Qin struck the designated node with a powerful blow. Despite Hao Qin's formidable cultivation, his punch merely left a concave indentation upon the array's barrier. The rebound force from the barrier instantaneously propelled Hao Qin back several dozen zhang. After numerous attempts, Hao Qin discovered that the force exerted by the barrier in reaction to his magical attacks was disproportionately stronger than his own. The Qianyuan Great Array seemed to possess a defensive strength that surpassed the power he could muster. Furthermore, the point of impact on the Qianyuan Great Array rapidly reverted to its original state. Even when Hao Qin unleashed his full strength at the mid-stage of the merge realm, combining the energies from three dantians, he could not displace the barrier by even a hair's breadth. Experiencing the might of the Qianyuan Great Array, Hao Qin understood why it had remained unsolved for a millennium. Together with the ancestor Xing Xiao, they joined their magical forces for a concerted assault. Yet they still could not breach the barrier. Realizing their efforts were futile, the two had no choice but to abandon their attempts. Yi Lingxiao stood silently nearby, observing them. He had visited this place countless times, seeking methods to unravel the array, circling it in search of weaknesses, yet all his efforts had been in vain. At times, he had even lingered alone in the void for days or months, studying the Qianyuan Great Array in hopes of discerning its operational patterns and identifying a period of vulnerability. But to no avail. Witnessing the combined efforts of the two yield no success, Yi Lingxiao suggested that all four unite their strengths to break the array. They searched for nodes and collectively channeled their magical energies, striking no less than 100 times, yet to no effect. Alas, perhaps we should seek alternative strategies, Yi Lingxiao remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Truly, this is a formation left by ancient ancestors, filled with enigmas, no matter the approach. We cannot successfully breach this barrier. Hao Qin sighed inwardly. Is it any wonder that it is an ancient creation? It is exceptional. Ancestor Xing Xiao expressed his resignation as well. What a pity. The Qianyuan realm has lost its control over the Qianyuan Great Array. Otherwise, how could it have been a millennium without a single ascendant? At this juncture, Yi Lingxiao had relinquished any thoughts of breaking the array. In truth, he had come with a glimmer of hope. Accompanied by the three most powerful individuals from the Qianyuan realm to familiarize themselves with the situation, he aspired to unravel the array in the not-too-distant future, hoping that within 3 to 5 years, Hao Qin might achieve the necessary insight to break it. Qian Jizi had once prophesied that only a person who mastered both magical and martial arts could unravel the barrier of the Qianyuan Great Array. It seemed that the timing was not yet right. As Yi Lingxiao pondered the futility of their endeavor, Hao Qin remained discreetly reserved. He did not wish to reveal the formidable treasures of the Demon Suppression Tower and the Qinkuan Furnace. If he were to employ these two divine artifacts, wielding time and space attributes, he was confident he could breach the array. Moreover, with the formidable weapon known as the Devouring Yuan Demon Flies, he believed that creating an opening at the Qianyuan Great Array's node with millions of these flies would not be particularly challenging. However, the true difficulty lay in how to regain control over the array once it was breached. In the absence of the ability to restore, even when one possesses the capability to break the Qianyuan Great Array, they would refrain from doing so arbitrarily. Hao Yin has now reached the pinnacle level attainable by practitioners of the Qianyuan realm, and his mindset and thought processes are gradually evolving. He cannot act out of selfishness, disregarding the lives of countless beings. To breach the array would mean that practitioners of the Qianyuan realm could absorb the primordial chaos energy of the world. Yet it would also signify the loss of defense for the Qianyuan realm, allowing external powerful beings and celestial beasts to invade. Should such a calamity occur, the Qianyuan realm would descend into despair, and Hao Yin would become a historical pariah. With family and friends in the Qianyuan realm, he would never take such a path. Although the realm's controllers are eager to dismantle the array, Hao Yin remains unmoved. Despite their impending demise, he is well aware of their circumstances. In the Qianyuan continent, indeed throughout the entire plain, Only the space of the jade pendant nurtures a singular Tianyuan fruit tree. The nascent chaos of the jade pendant space can only give rise to a celestial spiritual entity, the Tianyuan fruit tree, upon achieving independence as a realm. Thus, Haoyan possesses the capability to extend Yi Lingxiao's life by an additional 500 years, presenting an opportunity for both the controller Yi Lingxiao and ancestor Xingxiao. The four remained in this space for several dozen hours, yet failed to uncover the method to unravel the Qianyuan Great Array or discern its operational patterns, leading them to depart from the array's location in resignation. When the four returned to the Ascension Valley, 7 days had already elapsed. Haoyan did not accompany ancestor Xingxiao and master Leng Yushuang in leaving the abode of the controller Yi Lingxiao, as the latter had further matters to discuss with him. Consequently, ancestor Xingxiao and master Leng Yushuang left first. At this moment, Haoyan's cultivation had surpassed that of ancestor Xingxiao by 1 rank and 2 tiers. With his strength, he no longer required the protection of ancestor Xingxiao and master. Thus, they hurried back to the Qianyuan sect to convey the joyous news, allowing the inhabitants of Tianyuan continent to celebrate. The emergence of such a prodigious talent from the Qianyuan sect is undoubtedly the sect's greatest honor. Upon parting, Haoyan gifted both ancestor Xingxiao and master Leng Yushuang an equal number of precious materials. In essence, this consisted of a storage bag containing 3 items, several jade vials. He also informed Master Leng Yushuang of the whereabouts of their 2nd senior brother Qian Shenyu, 3rd senior brother Gongqiao, and 4th senior sister Li Wanxia, urging her to bring them back to Tianyuan continent and return to the Qianyuan sect. Upon receiving the storage bags from Haoyan, both individuals were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they scanned the contents with their consciousness. 3 Tianyuan fruits, 3 jade vials of 10,000-year-old stone bamboo spirit milk, and 3 jade vials of primordial chaos energy were all that lay within. These priceless treasures could enable the ancestor to advance to the integration stage, or even reach higher realms. They could allow Master Leng Yushuang to transform her constitution and break through to the integration stage. Additionally, within Master Leng Yushuang's storage bag lay an extra transformation pill and several detoxification and beauty-enhancing pills. This is for you. It is a token left by a predecessor of the Qianyuan sect, over 1,000 years old. The Qianyuan sect wields influence not only in the 4th to 6th heavens, but also exists within the celestial realm. Should fortune favor you, it may prove useful in the external starry skies. The elder Xingxiao retrieved a token from his storage ring and solemnly presented it to Haochen. The token bestowed upon Haochen was the supreme identity token of the Qianyuan sect, held by the most powerful cultivator. The bearer of this token was required to forge 3 additional tokens for the sect once they ventured into the outer starry realms. This token would enable communication with those who had previously entered those celestial expanses. For Haochen, the forging of these tokens posed no challenge. With the assistance of Elder Xingxiao, he swiftly crafted 3 tokens. After inputting the information of both Elder Xingxiao and himself, he subsequently entered the overview of the Qianyuan sect, along with the details of the Tianyuan continent. After bidding farewell to Elder Xingxiao and his master, Leng Yushuang, Haochen returned to the abode of the controller. Chapter 583, Treatment of the Hidden Affliction, Part 1. In addressing the hidden affliction of the controller's body, Haochen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Senior, thank you for your care over the years." Upon returning to the abode of the controller, Yi Lingxiao, Haochen bowed deeply in appreciation. "It is nothing. I have rendered no substantial assistance. Your achievements today are solely the result of your own hard work," Yi Lingxiao replied, devoid of any arrogance or pride. "Dare I inquire about your legs, senior?" Haochen tentatively asked. "Alas, several years ago, in a battle against the Demon King, I suffered this fate. Little did I know that his final strike would not only shatter my legs, but also inflict a blood poison within me. With my cultivation, I could dispel the blood poison from my body. However, with my lifespan nearing its end, I had no choice but to confine the poison to a corner of my consciousness. Should I attempt to forcibly eliminate the blood poison, it would deplete my magical energy and shorten my life. The blood poison, refined by the Demon King, has developed sentience and exists as a formidable entity of vitality. In that final strike, the Demon King infused all his power and soul into this blood poison, making it a different manifestation of his existence. Had I been in my prime, I could have removed it and sealed it away in a desolate place. Now, I can only seal it within my consciousness, awaiting the moment of my demise to self-destruct and take it with me. As for the treatment of my lost limbs, I am powerless. Regardless, I have already fitted prosthetics, allowing me to move without hindrance. In battle, this also reduces distractions, Yi Lingxiao remarked with a hint of resignation. May I take a look? Hao Chen requested, seeking Yi Lingxiao's consent. Certainly, Yi Lingxiao responded readily. Hao Chen, can it be healed? Asked Yi Xiaoya, leaning closer to Hao Chen and whispering. We shall see, Hao Chen replied, uncertain of his ability to cure Yi Lingxiao's affliction. After a prolonged examination, he sighed and stepped away from Yi Lingxiao's side. He said nothing, and Yi Lingxiao did not inquire about the possibility of healing. Hao Chen stood there, lost in contemplation. Logically, Yi Lingxiao's disability should be treatable. The blood poison entity within his consciousness resembled the condition of ancestor Hao Yanbei. However, Yi Lingxiao's consciousness was exponentially more robust than that of the ancestor. With merely a third of his spiritual power, Yi Lingxiao could suppress the blood poison entity, maintaining an equal footing against it. The blood toxin spirit continuously absorbed the mental energy of Yi Lingxiao, striving to maintain its bodily vitality and resist the binding forces. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxiao expended his mental prowess, intensifying the strength of the seal. If the blood toxin spirit were to be removed from the sea of consciousness without external assistance, given Yi Lingxiao's current condition, he would be utterly powerless. Moreover, the blood toxin spirit had already developed a consciousness akin to that of a dark overlord. It could only absorb and rapidly enhance its formidable mental strength within Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness. Therefore, the blood toxin spirit willingly accepted its suppression and was reluctant to leave Yi Lingxiao's realm at this moment. The struggle between the blood toxin spirit, imbued with the dark overlord's thoughts, and Yi Lingxiao's mental seal was a ceaseless tug of war. Yi Lingxiao could not permit the blood toxin spirit to escape the sea of consciousness. Should the blood toxin spirit, bearing the thoughts of the dark overlord, be allowed to depart, it would inevitably seize control of a cultivator's consciousness, leading to a calamity of blood and carnage across the Qianyuan continent. What should be done? Should one devour the blood toxin spirit first, or attend to the injured leg? Hao Chen remained deep in contemplation, isolated in thought. After much deliberation, he resolved to assist Yi Lingxiao by devouring and subduing the blood toxin spirit. The blood toxin spirit had attained sentience, prompting Hao Chen to propose liberating Yi Lingxiao from the blood toxin spirit within his sea of consciousness. Hao Chen's methods were masterpieces honed in the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, only garnering Yi Lingxiao's attention upon their arrival in the southern region. Yi Lingxiao was not entirely aware of Hao Chen's devouring abilities. As for the matter of limb regeneration, Yi Xiaoan's father, Yi Hanqing, still concealed the truth about the regeneration of severed limbs and lacked complete understanding. Observing Yi Lingxiao's condition, Hao Chen assured him that there was hope for his leg, which could indeed be restored to its former state. Aside from the leg, he indicated that he could also attempt healing in other areas. Hao Chen gestured towards Yi Lingxiao's head, subtly implying his intent. Although Hao Chen did not explicitly state it, Yi Lingxiao comprehended his meaning. The blood toxin spirit possessed sentience, and assistance could only come through an unexpected ambush. Understanding Hao Chen's thoughts, Yi Lingxiao nodded in agreement. However, both Xiao Chui and Yi Xiaoya were unaware of the significance of the gestures exchanged between Hao Chen and Yi Lingxiao. Just as they were about to inquire, Hao Chen placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. The two women nodded in compliance, refraining from further questions. Generally speaking, the sea of consciousness serves as the most profound secret of an individual. Should an outsider's mental presence intrude, all secrets would be laid bare. With Yi Lingxiao's lifespan nearing its end, there was no fear of exposing bodily secrets, nor was there concern over Hao Chen seizing the opportunity to usurp his form. For Yi Lingxiao trusted in Hao Chen's character, and furthermore, Hao Chen's physical and mental attributes surpassed his own by several magnitudes. Thus, there was no reason for Hao Chen to covet this decaying vessel. Suddenly, Hao Chen projected a wisp of his consciousness into Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness. This was an unprovoked confrontation, and Yi Lingxiao's consciousness accompanied him closely. Upon entering Yi Lingxiao's realm, Hao Chen's demeanor transformed instantaneously. A solemn expression adorned his face, devoid of any intention to linger. In a swift motion, he darted towards the heart of Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center, where a complex formation barrier was inscribed. It resembled a colossal cage, within which resided a blood toxin spirit creature, coiling like a dark serpent. At that moment, the creature was gradually devouring the confines of the cage at a perceivable pace. With each morsel consumed, the seal would wane slightly. As expected, this entity was indeed the blood toxin spirit. Heh, a demon lord-level blood toxin spirit, Hao Chen chuckled. He then turned to Yi Lingxiao with keen interest and remarked, "Is this the blood toxin that has infiltrated the sea of consciousness of a demon lord?" Yi Lingxiao nodded, saying little. Initially, it was anticipated that Hao Chen would concoct an antidote based on the specific nature of the blood toxin spirit after his examination. However, it appeared that he had no such intentions. "What are your plans to expel the blood toxin spirit?" Yi Lingxiao inquired telepathically. The blood toxin spirit was not something that could be dispelled with mere medication or eradicated by mental force. Under normal circumstances, even I would find it challenging to devise a strategy, Hao Chen stated gravely, highlighting the terrifying nature of the blood toxin spirit within Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness. Yi Lingxiao's countenance darkened as well, recognizing the formidable power of the blood toxin spirit. It was due to this entity that a significant portion of his mental energy was diverted to suppression, rendering him unable to cultivate and even causing a decline in his abilities. While he appeared to possess peak integration cultivation, his true strength, when compared to Hao Chen, was merely slightly superior. Chapter 584, Treatment of Chronic Illness, 2. Time passed, though it was unclear how many hours had elapsed. Yi Lingxiao felt his mental strength nearing its breaking point, as if his soul were on the verge of dissipating within this sea of consciousness. The unbearable agony finally began to subside, ultimately achieving a semblance of tranquility. Hao Chen had finally subdued the blood toxin spirit and imprisoned it. The reason for not recklessly devouring the blood toxin spirit at the outset was due to its formidable demonic power. Only when they joined forces could they hope to subdue the creature before daring to consume it. To hastily ingest a spirit of such a caliber could result in a backlash that would consume Hao Chen's mental essence, thus empowering the blood toxin spirit. In such a scenario, Yi Lingxiao's life would be in peril, and Hao Chen would risk being usurped. It was only at this juncture that Hao Chen employed the method of devouring with dark power, consuming the blood toxin spirit ensnared within Yi Lingxiao's mental cage. As the blood toxin spirit was reduced to a state of mere defense, devoid of the capacity to retaliate, Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness was suddenly pierced by a sharp pain, prompting a cry of anguish before he fainted. Utilizing the blade of mental force to sever the cage, he enveloped both the mental energy and the sealed cage of Yi Lingxiao, swiftly removing them from the sea of consciousness. In this endeavor to expel the blood toxin spirit from Yi Lingxiao, Hao Chen reaped significant benefits. After the blood toxin spirit, infused with the power of a demon lord, was extracted from the sea of consciousness along with Yi Lingxiao's mental cage, Hao Chen did not immediately refine the creature. Instead, along with the spiritual cage, it has been temporarily sealed within the first level of the demon suppression tower for containment. To ensure maximum security, Hao Chen also transferred the initial fragment of the sentient blood toxin spirit, which he had consumed from the ancestral sea of consciousness of Hao Yin, into the demon suppression tower for resealing. Given Hao Chen's current strength, sealing the blood toxin spirit from the ancestral sea of consciousness required minimal effort. Hao Chen planned to fuse the two blood toxin spirits to create an even more formidable entity for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Yi Lingxiao found himself within the sea of consciousness, his spiritual projection becoming exceedingly fragile, as though it could disperse with a mere breeze. Yi Lingxiao's spirit gradually focused on the location where the spiritual cage had been established. At this point, the spiritual sealing cage, along with the blood toxin spirit contained within, had vanished completely. A hint of satisfaction appeared at the corners of Yi Lingxiao's mouth. "Thank you," he conveyed gratefully through thought. After Hao Chen nodded, his spiritual form dissipated, exiting Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness. Yi Lingxiao did not hastily withdraw from his inner self, but instead took a moment to stabilize his spirit. Once his consciousness regained equilibrium, he slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at his sweat-soaked attire, Yi Lingxiao offered a wry smile and once again clasped his fists in gratitude. With the blood toxin spirit of Yi Lingxiao's sea of consciousness consumed, the next step was to heal his severed limbs. As the ruler of the Qianyuan realm, Yi Linxiao possessed unparalleled magical prowess and could access rare treasures and herbs beyond the reach of ordinary individuals to concoct elixirs for healing. However, given that the Qianyuan realm had been sealed for a millennium, it was challenging for advanced treasures to mature for over 1,000 years. The only force capable of penetrating the Qianyuan Great Formation was the power of thunder. Yet, once the thunder penetrated the barrier, the Qianyuan Great Formation would instantly restore itself to its original state. Only through extraordinary tribulations and potent lightning calamities could a trace of the world's essence descend through the Qianyuan Great Formation. But such essence would invariably be absorbed by the tribulation practitioners. Without any world essence to draw upon, spiritual herbs would lack nourishment and consequently fail to become rare treasures. Even with immense capabilities, Yi Linxiao could not acquire sufficiently aged spiritual herbs. Furthermore, Yi Linxiao was not omnipotent. Despite his formidable magical abilities, he had his limitations. In the Alchemist Guild of the Tianyuan continent and the Alchemist Guild of the Tianwu continent, the rank of alchemist was constrained by the Qianyuan Great Formation. The highest-ranking alchemist could only reach level 8. Moreover, while some possessed the recipes for elixirs, they lacked the necessary spiritual herbs. And many alchemists had access to herbs, but lacked appropriate recipes. At times, for the same ailment, some could treat it with simple herbs, while others using rare treasures might not achieve the desired effect. The elixir that Haochen possessed for treating severed limbs was a simple, yet effective formula. Only Haochen in the Qianyuan realm could concoct such an elixir, as he possessed the extraordinary treasure of the Jade Pendant Space. The Jade Pendant Space not only contains the essential spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, but also the primordial chaos essence of the world. Only the spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits that flourish within the Jade Pendant Space can be used to concoct the rebirth pill. The higher one's cultivation. The older the years of the required spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits must be. Notably, the Tianyuan fruit, which is absent in the Qianyuan realm, exists solely in the petite world of the Jade Pendant, where a single tree once stood. Now, however, it is no longer just one, as Linger and Xiao Chui have successfully nurtured no fewer than 10 Tianyuan fruit trees. Of course, the majority of the credit belongs to Xiao Chui, who meticulously plants the seeds after consuming the fruits. Her consumption of the spiritual fruits is justified by her desire to cultivate additional spiritual fruit trees. After resting for several hours, Hao Chun has returned to his normal state, while Yi Linxiao continues to recover from considerable physical exertion. Hao Chun refrains from disturbing him. Seizing the opportunity, he slips into the space of the Demon Suppression Tower to refine the blood-poisoned spiritual entity he captured from Yi Linxiao's Sea of Consciousness. He aims to refine the remnants of the Great Demon King's consciousness, transforming it into a spiritual entity imbued solely with the Great Demon King's magical essence. Following the secret techniques left by Chen Xingzi, he employs the spiritual entity to devise a method for creating a doppelganger, splitting a fragment of his primordial spirit to occupy the consciousness space of the blood-poison entity. Rather than dividing half of a nascent soul's primordial spirit, he merely separates a thread of his essence. At this moment, the blood-poison entity cannot be considered a true doppelganger, but rather an awareness imbued with Hao Chen's thoughts. Hao Chen speculates that the blood-poison entity differs from the physical form inscribed by Chen Xingzi using spiritual wood, as it cannot devour its kind to augment itself. However, the blood-poison entity possesses the capability to consume similar spiritual entities, enabling it to grow through continuous absorption. The imprint of his primordial spirit within the consciousness space of the blood-poison entity will also expand as the entity matures. Time flows swiftly alongside Hao Chen's whimsical experiments. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. When Yi Linxiao regains his strength, Hao Chun's consciousness gradually returns to his body. Senior, since you have restored your bodily functions, I shall take the liberty to heal your severed limb as well. Although prosthetics do not hinder a cultivator's movement, they are undoubtedly inconvenient. Moreover, the absence of your lower limbs reduces numerous meridians, which is detrimental to cultivation, Hao Chen advises as he rises to his feet. Though Yi Linxiao wishes for Hao Chen's assistance in healing, he feels reluctant to burden him again after just having eradicated the blood-poison entity from his sea of consciousness. Is it truly possible? Are you deceiving me? No, you must be telling the truth. You can restore my ancestors' limbs? Before Hao Chun can finish his sentence, Yi Xiaoya has unknowingly approached him, her words tumbling forth in a flurry of excitement. Upon hearing Hao Chun's declaration, her body trembles with anticipation. She yearns for her ancestor to live for several more years. In this world, only her ancestor has treated her with kindness, unlike even her biological parents. Can you truly allow my severed limbs to regenerate? Yi Lingxiao feigns composure, but is unable to maintain his restraint, stammering as he addresses Hao Chun. His demeanor suggests a fear that Hao Chun might be deceiving him, instilling hope only to lead to despair. Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in lying. Hao Chun jestingly replies. Yi Xiaoya pauses in astonishment once more. At that moment, Yi Lingxiao suddenly murmured, I am well aware of his capabilities. For him, allowing me to regenerate my severed limbs may indeed pose no challenge. Senior, from the essence of your meridians and consciousness, I discern that you have attained the pinnacle of the integration stage, merely a step away from transcending. Are you adequately prepared for the tribulation? Hao Chun contemplated thoroughly as he prepared to heal Yi Lingxiao through the regeneration of his legs. Completing the regeneration would demand immense effort. Yet if he were unprepared for the tribulation, it would be a futile endeavor. Should a calamity befall him during his breakthrough, all efforts would be in vain. Without the regeneration, he could still live for several years, but if the procedure succeeded and he were to perish, that would be unacceptable. Thus, Hao Chun needed to seek clarity, to mentally brace himself for the task ahead, to ensure that Hao Chun could perform the limb regeneration without external disturbances. Yi Xiaoya sought Yi Lingxiao's consent before sending a sound transmission talisman, summoning her parents to protect the area. In truth, her intention to summon them was not merely for protection, but to reveal to her parents the unique qualities of the one she cherished. Since her return from the Tianyuan continent, she had been restlessly murmuring Hao Chun's name, praying he would not perish amidst the tumult of chaotic winds. Her mother, Yu Wushuang, was already aware of her feelings, and of course, her father, Yi Han, could not be oblivious to his daughter's burgeoning emotions. He was also well informed about everything that transpired on the Tianyuan continent and was thus familiar with the name Hao Chun. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Han and Yu Wushuang arrived at Yi Lingxiao's cave residence with remarkable haste. This location was a highly confidential area within the Qinyuan realm, accessible only to the two of them. After entering the cave and paying their respects to the esteemed ancestor, Yi Xiaoya introduced Hao Chun to her parents. These two are my parents, Yi Han and Yu Wushuang. Yi Xiaoya did not forget to remind Hao Chun that they were elders. According to their cultivation levels, her parents would likely need to address Hao Chun as senior. I am Hao Chun, paying my respects to my uncle and aunt. With heartfelt sincerity, Hao Chun bowed in greeting to Yi Xiaoya's parents. Oh, spare us the formalities, Yi Han said, extending his hand to assist Hao Chun to his feet as he wished to gauge the abilities of the individual favored by both the ancestor and Yi Xiaoya. However, upon reaching out, Yi Han noticed that Hao Chun possessed no trace of spiritual power. The couple, Yi Han and Yu Wushuang, found Hao Chun's handsome appearance appealing. Yet his cultivation level seemed rather unremarkable. From Hao Chun, they could not discern any extraordinary prowess. He gave off an air of ordinariness. Could it be that Hao Chun's cultivation was on par with the esteemed ancestor, achieving a transcendental state? Impossible, impossible, at such a young age. He could not possibly reach the same realm as the ancestor. Yi Hanshan's mind was filled with speculation. Do not be consumed by your conjectures. Hao Chun's cultivation is not as you imagine, Yi Lingxiao interjected, sensing the curiosity of the two juniors. Upon hearing this, Yi Han and Yu Wushuang became even more intrigued about Hao Chun. Only Yi Han and Yu Wushuang observed the situation at hand, realizing that it was indeed inappropriate to inquire further. Thus, they were left to suppress their myriad questions and confusions, intending to seek clarity from Yi Xiaoya later regarding the unfolding events. Uncle and aunt, I implore you, allow the ancestor to rest upon the platform, one of them pleaded. I shall aid in the restoration of the ancestor's legs. As he spoke, he gestured and produced a platform. Yi Han expressed disbelief, questioning whether one could truly regenerate the ancestor's severed limbs. Why not? Came the calm reply from Hao Chun. Upon hearing this, both Yi Han and Yu Wushuang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Hao Chun's command, placing the ancestor upon the platform. At that moment, they remained unaware that Hao Chun had already eradicated the blood toxin from Yi Lingxiao's consciousness. Should Hao Chun genuinely possess the ability to restore the ancestor's lost limbs, then everything concerning Yi Xiaoya would diminish in significance to them. Yi Lingxiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Hao Chen's promise to assist in the restoration of his severed limbs filled him with a flicker of joy, despite the brevity of his lifespan. He could not bear the thought of living out his remaining days with prosthetics if restoration were possible. Lying silently on the platform, he refrained from uttering a word. Yi Han noted the ancestor's silence and glanced up at Hao Chen, curiosity gnawing at him. He pondered what means Hao Chen possessed that could enable the regrowth of the ancestor's limbs. In his heart, he felt a growing conviction that if not for Hao Chen's abilities, the ancestor would not have permitted him to heal. Without genuine skill, how could one dare to boast of reviving severed limbs? Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang was also deep in thought. The implications of the ancestor's prior hints suggested that this individual appeared to be of similar age to her daughter. It seemed that Hao Chen's prowess extended far beyond what was outwardly apparent. Yi Xiaoya secretly mused, "Do not bring shame upon yourself. You must heal the ancestor. Only then can I be with you." However, the specifics of the situation remained unknown to Yi Han and Yu Wushuang. As the couple, along with Yi Xiaoya, turned their gazes towards him, Hao Chen could not help but glance at the silent Xiaocui. "Xiaocui, have your two pets stand guard outside." Ensuring that no idle folk approach within 100 miles, he instructed. During the healing of Yi Lingxiao, he needed to absorb the essence of would attribute vital energy from the surrounding area. Typically, a mere 10-mile radius would suffice. However, for Yi Lingxiao's cultivation level, 100 to 180 miles of would attribute essence was imperative. Thus, Xiaocui's pets were tasked with clearing both people and beasts from the vicinity. Chapter 586, The Restoration of Limbs, Part 1, Come forth. As the inhabitants of the cave gazed at her, Xiaocui, eager to showcase her prowess, commanded. Xiaocui adorned her hands with several storage rings, and upon her wrists were delicate bracelets, specifically crafted by Hao Chun as beast-taming bands. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the cave, revealing two extraordinary pets. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of Xiaocui's companions, a flying feathered tiger and a snow-white, howling moon-silver wolf. These were no ordinary pets. They were creatures of considerable transformation prowess. "Listen closely, you two," she commanded imperiously. "Brother has decreed that within 100 miles, no beast or human shall remain. I believe even a single bird must not exist. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." In an instant, Xiaocui exuded an aura reminiscent of a divine beast, instilling fear in those present. Before her words faded, she departed the cave with her two majestic companions. As the others in the cave came to grasp Xiaocui's and her pet's true identities, they were struck by a wave of astonishment. After her departure, Hao Chun turned to Yi Han and said, "Uncle, please cut away the pant leg at the side of the elder's severed limb to expose it." "Oh yes. Please wait a moment," Yi Han replied hastily. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang promptly produced a pair of scissors from her storage ring and handed them to Yi Han. Yu Wushuang and her daughter, Yu Xiaoya, stood aside, whispering to one another. Particularly, upon hearing her daughter mention that Hao Chun had eradicated the blood poison from the ancestral spirit's consciousness, Yu Wushuang's curiosity about Hao Chen's prowess intensified, and she frequently cast glances in his direction. Before long, Yi Han had cut away the pant leg, revealing a rather unsettling severed limb. "Is this satisfactory?" he inquired, lifting the cut fabric to show Hao Chun. "Yes, that will suffice. The rest of you may observe from the side. I shall now assist in the regeneration of the elder's limb," Hao Chun responded, nodding at the exposed severed part. "Elder, shortly, you may experience some warmth, itchiness, and slight pain at the sight of the severed limb. Please try to endure it," he advised the reclining Yi Lingxiao. Given that Yi Lingxiao's legs had been amputated, the process of regenerating bones, veins, muscles, and other tissues would naturally elicit some responses. "Rest assured, I can endure," Yi Lingxiao replied calmly, meeting Hao Chen's gaze. Hao Chun acknowledged with a slight hum, then retrieved a vial of recovery purple pills from his storage ring, dispensing one for Yi Lingxiao to consume. He then gestured for Yi Han to pass him the remaining pills. "In a moment, heed my instructions and administer another recovery purple pill to the elder." The onlookers gasped as they recognized the pill as a recovery purple pill, a legendary remedy they had only heard of but never witnessed. In truth, since acquiring the recovery purple pill in the secret realm of the Tuam Mountain, Hao Chun had devoted himself to its study, successfully refining his own superior version of the pill, which surpassed the one he had discovered in the secret realm. With a swift motion, Hao Chen conjured a binding spell, instantly ensnaring Yi Lingxiao upon the platform. He then retrieved an array of items: the Levection sword, the Qinghun dagger, the regeneration pill, the pulse protection pill, the soul restoration pill, the resilience ointment, and various healing instruments. Summoning Yi Xiaoye to his side, he meticulously introduced each item, elucidating their usage and functions. This is the hemostatic clamp. This is a pair of tweezers, and here are two identical tools placed together. Arrange them sequentially and hand me the duplicates. Pay close attention. When I instruct, retrieve the corresponding instrument. You will be responsible for applying the medicine on the left leg, while Auntie tends to the right. No sooner had he spoken than the Levection sword stirred upon the healing platform and vanished from sight. Devour. Hao Chen instantly unleashed his dark powers, consuming the residual blood toxins from both legs. Before anyone could regain their composure, new wounds had already emerged at the severed site of Yi Lingxiao. Tendrils of black energy being absorbed into Hao Chen's being. Clamps. Yi Xiaoye promptly fetched 2 clamps, and Hao Chen deftly secured the arteries in the old ancestor's legs with the hemostatic clamp. Tweezers. While treating others with severed limbs, their cultivation levels were not as formidable as Yi Lingxiao's, and their blood was not as vigorous, allowing Hao Chen to manage the situation single-handedly. At that moment, Hao Chen suddenly invoked the Qingshu technique. His hands emanated several strands of wood attribute essence, infusing the severed leg of Yi Lingxiao with the vital energy of wood. This essence was a rare treasure acquired from the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, derived from the life essence of a 1,000-year-old tree. Gradually, within Hao Chen, the origin of wood essence began to form. Under the influence of this wood essence, the wood attribute energy outside the cave surged violently into Hao Chen's body. After absorbing and refining it, he directed it into Yi Lingxiao's severed limb. While applying the resilience ointment and administering the regeneration purple pill and the rebirth pill, Hao Chen continuously issued instructions. As strands of emerald light penetrated Yi Lingxiao's severed leg, the wound became enveloped in a radiant green glow. By the time Yu Wushuang and Yi Xiaoye completed applying the resilience ointment, Yi Lingxiao's wound had largely healed. In that very moment of healing, the rebirth pill within Yi Lingxiao began to take effect. The severed area gradually cracked open, revealing a multitude of delicate flesh buds within. The attention of all present was immediately drawn to this miraculous sight. Yi Xiaoye's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an awestruck gaze as she fixated on her ancestor's severed limb. A sense of astonishment welled up within her heart. Although Hao Chen had previously assured her that he could restore the old ancestor's severed limb, witnessing this miracle unfold before her eyes left her utterly astounded. At that moment, the expressions of Yi Hanshan and Yu Wushuang mirrored Yi Xiaoye's astonishment. While they had previously believed in Hao Chen's capabilities, witnessing the reality of the situation was an entirely different experience. As the skin of the severed limb began to liquor, countless granulations emerged under the influence of the essence of wood and the vibrant force of life. The remnants of Yi Lingxiao's limb gradually grew, and he sensed an indescribable discomfort, akin to thousands of ants crawling upon him, even infiltrating the seams of his bones. This amalgamation of numbness, itchiness, pain, and heat compelled Yi Lingxiao to grit his teeth and clench his fists in a strenuous effort to endure. His body trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. Hao Chen could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He swiftly cast 2 incantations that descended upon Yi Lingxiao's severed limb, effectively blocking a portion of the sensory nerves in his legs. I have employed a spell to sever the sensation in part of your legs. You may now relax a bit, Hao Chen remarked, having ceased the infusion of the essence of wood into Yi Lingxiao's legs. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Yi Lingxiao indeed felt a significant reduction in the previous agonizing sensations of pain, numbness, and heat in his severed limb. He could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, followed by several deep breaths as he gradually calmed down. Chapter 587. The Restoration of the Legs, Part 2. Yi Hanshan and Yu Wushuang had previously observed Yi Lingxiao in a state of deep anguish, causing them to harbor some concern. At this moment, upon hearing Hao Chen's words and witnessing the relaxed demeanor of their ancestor, they too felt a slight alleviation of their worries. Sister Yu, how are my legs now? After regaining some composure, Yi Lingxiao suddenly inquired of Yi Xiaoye. Lying on the platform, he was unable to directly see the condition of his severed limb. Ancestor, your legs are gradually regrowing. Do not worry. They will certainly grow back intact. Yi Xiaoya reassured him while tightly grasping his hand. Thank you. Turning to Haochen, Yi Xiaoya sincerely expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Haochen replied nonchalantly. Take the recovery pill and the soul rejuvenation pill, Haochen instructed as he examined the regeneration of Yi Lingxiao's severed limb. He then continued to execute the Qingmu technique, infusing strands of wood essence into the severed limb. The muscle in Yi Lingxiao's severed limb writhed and grew slowly, reminiscent of countless earthworms. Moreover, the bones, tendons, blood vessels, and nerve tissues also gradually developed. The sight was somewhat unsettling, especially for those with a fear of dense clusters, who might faint at the sight. At this moment, those in the cave held back their unease, fixated on Yi Lingxiao's severed limb. They were concerned for the well-being of their ancestor and did not wish to miss the astonishing spectacle of limb regeneration. Yi Lingxiao was no ordinary person, and Haochen was keen on conserving the essence of wood, allowing the regeneration of his limb to progress steadily but solidly. However, standing beside them were Yi Hanshan, Yu Wushuang, and Yi Xiaoya, witnessing the miraculous regeneration of the ancestral leg, slowly sprouting new bones and muscle. They could not help but feel a surge of joy and excitement. Haochen, may I sit up? I wish to gaze upon my leg as it grows anew, Yi Lingxiao implored, unable to contain his eagerness as he observed their expressions. Certainly, Haochen replied, unbinding the restraints upon Yi Lingxiao. He added, however, do not move until your lower limbs have fully stabilized. I shall impose a localized restriction on your legs to prevent any undue tremors. Hanshan, Wushuang, assist me in sitting up, Yi Lingxiao instructed eagerly, receiving Haochen's consent. Understood, ancestor. Both Yu Wushuang and Yi Hanshan promptly complied, helping Yi Lingxiao into a seated position. Yi Xiaoya, ever astute, retrieved several cushions from her storage ring, arranging them to support Yi Lingxiao's back. When Yi Lingxiao beheld the severed leg, now adorned with a small segment of smooth, tender flesh and skin, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears shimmering in his eyes. Although he had lost this leg only a few years prior, the loss was not merely of a limb. It had also signified a decline in his cultivation. The absence of his legs equated to the disruption of his meridians, and without complete meridians, his progress in cultivation had faced significant hindrances. Now, witnessing the leg truly regrowing, how could he not be moved to tears of joy? Haochen silently calculated. Sensing that the essence of wood he had infused into the severed leg was sufficient to catalyze its regeneration, he withdrew his power, estimating that it would take approximately 2 hours for the ancestral leg to fully recover. The newly formed leg would also require a few hours to adapt before it could move freely. Haochen proceeded to explain Yi Lingxiao's condition to those nearby. Thank you. Yi Hanshan and Yu Wushuang expressed gratefully. There is no need for gratitude. It is merely my duty, Haochen replied, shaking his head slightly. Haochen, why not take a seat over there for a while? The ancestor's leg will require some time to heal, and you should rest and recover your strength. Yi Xiaoya interjected with concern. Very well, we shall wait patiently over there for good news, he agreed, then instructed, Xiaoya, please step outside and summon Xiaotsue back. Yi Xiaoya went out to inform Xiaotsue to lift her restrictions. Unbeknownst to her, the aura released by Xiaotsue's divine beast, combined with the powers of 2 transformed demonic beasts, had sent shockwaves of fear throughout the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Not only were they apprehensive about venturing 100 miles away, but they felt insecure even at a distance of 1,000 miles. Currently, Xiaotsue was joyfully frolicking with the feathered tiger and the howling moon silver wolf, disregarding Haochen's command to return. Thus, she continued to revel in the madness, racing through the vast forest with her companions. After a considerable wait without any sign of their return, Haochen had no choice but to use his divine sense to investigate. He discovered the two engaged in a playful chase, causing him to shake his head in amusement. We have yet to retrieve the others, and now we've added another. He chuckled, addressing Yi Hanshan and Yu Wushuang. Alas, this girl only knows how to indulge in play. Yu Wushuang sighed softly. Upon returning, there was little to attend to. After a while, should we summon them back? As he spoke, Haochen approached Yi Lingxiao, administering 3 drops of the ancient stone bamboo spirit milk. At this moment, he refrained from utilizing the 10,000-year stone bamboo spirit milk and the 10,000-year spirit liquid. As time gradually slipped away, Haochen periodically checked on the progress of Yi Lingxiao's limb regeneration, appropriately providing him with some of the elixirs he had personally concocted to replenish his vitality. Unbeknownst to them, more than an hour had elapsed. Outside the cave, the sun slowly ascended the hill, piercing through the treetops and casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow across the cavernous abode. Although the Qianyuan realm was hindered by the Qianyuan Grand Formation, making it difficult for the world's essence to permeate, a wisp of violet energy from the nascent sunlight, imbued with a hint of chaotic aura, proved immensely beneficial for rapid recovery. At this juncture, Yi Lingxiao's legs had already grown to the ankles. Why not take advantage of this splendid moment to allow Yi Lingxiao to bask in the embrace of nature for optimal recovery of his legs? It was estimated that within another hour, Yi Lingxiao's legs would be fully restored. Uncle and aunt arrived to assist in carrying the ancestor out of the cave to bask in the eastern violet aura. Heeding Hao Chen's instructions, the three promptly lifted the platform, along with Yi Lingxiao, outside the cave. Initially, with Yi Xiaoya present, the four could effortlessly bear the platform. But now Hao Chun had to shoulder the burden alone, compensating for Yi Xiaoya's absence. Given the critical nature of restoring his legs, Hao Chun had no choice but to once again restrain Yi Lingxiao. He administered the revitalization pill and the rebirth pill simultaneously. With a commanding shout, Hao Chun once more employed the Qingmu technique, drawing strands of wood essence from all directions into his body for refinement, subsequently channeling it to Yi Lingxiao's legs. At this moment, he observed a tumult of elemental energy in the forest, with numerous flowers, grasses, and trees wilting and falling. Yi Xiaoya and Xiao Chui surmised that there must have been a disturbance in the ancestral cave, prompting the two to hastily return. Quick! Extract the Tianyuan fruit and prepare it for Yi Lingxiao. Upon their return, Hao Chun immediately procured a Tianyuan fruit and handed it to Xiao Chui, knowing she was the only one capable of swiftly removing the hard seed. With a deft beak, she skillfully extracted the seed and handed the prepared Tianyuan fruit to Yi Xiaoya. Hao Chun was aware that Xiao Chui had successfully prepared the fruit. Yi Xiaoya wondered why it was necessary for Xiao Chui to handle it when it could have been given directly. However, upon holding the Tianyuan fruit, she realized that the inner seed was indeed absent. How had she managed to remove it in an instant? Yi Xiaoya then turned her gaze toward Xiao Chui, pondering this mystery. What? The Tianyuan fruit? While Yi Xiaoya contemplated how Xiao Chui had extracted the seed, those present were taken aback, for this was the legendary Tianyuan fruit, said to extend life by a century. After Yi Xiaoya administered the Tianyuan fruit to Yi Lingxiao, Hao Chun abruptly lifted the restrictions placed upon him. A tremendous wave of chaotic energy emanated from the Tianyuan fruit, causing Yi Lingxiao to tremble and suddenly rise, his legs fully restored. Chapter 588. A heavy burden lies ahead beneath the once clear sky. Dark clouds suddenly churned. Hao Chun had long anticipated that the day Knight Lingxiao's body would be restored would coincide with his tribulation. Although Knight Lingxiao had attained the late stage of the fusion realm, he was not as extraordinary as Hao Chun, who possessed three primordial spirits, akin to three individuals undergoing tribulation simultaneously, a formidable force beyond comparison. Here, use this during your tribulation. Hao Chun casually tossed Knight Lingxiao a storage pouch filled with items he had previously utilized during his own tribulation, though he understood that Knight Lingxiao lacked for rare treasures. This was a gesture of goodwill from Hao Chun. Let us proceed to the Ascension Valley, Knight Lingxiao commanded resolutely. Hao Chun and Xiao Cui soared into the air, arriving at the Ascension Valley after a few instances of teleportation. The guardians of the valley, having previously crossed paths with Knight Lingxiao, promptly recognized Hao Chun and Xiao Cui. All personnel, heed my command. The master shall undergo tribulation here. Prepare everything swiftly. Those who delay shall face dire consequences. Hao Chun declared with the imposing aura of a mid-fusion realm cultivator as he reached the valley entrance. As Knight Lingxiao and his entourage approached the Ascension Valley, they were followed closely by Yi Han's Han, Yu Wushuang, and Yi Xiaoya. However, Knight Lingxiao barred their entrance. Upon witnessing the overwhelming aura emanating from Hao Chun, which rivaled that of their ancestor, both Yi Han's Han and Yu Wushuang felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Xiaoya had previously mentioned that Hao Chun was merely at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm, but it was only now that the couple comprehended the true extent of Hao Chun's exceptional prowess. The once sunny sky over the Ascension Valley darkened with the arrival of Knight Lingxiao. Thunderclouds gathered ominously, and flashes of lightning danced in the void. Knight Lingxiao had triggered a response from the heavens, signaling that the thunder tribulation was imminent. The Ascension Valley was the most ideal location for undergoing tribulation, Knight Lingxiao settled into a meditative pose at the node of the Qianyuan Great Formation, attuning himself to the cosmic energies. At that moment, the sky thickened with clouds, winds howled, and the trees atop the mountains swayed violently. In an instant, the thunderclouds became increasingly dense, brimming with energy, until the first bolt of lightning descended. Overall, the intensity was comparable to Haoqian's tribulation, albeit the speed of the lightning was swifter. Crack! The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck Knight Lingxiao without restraint, causing him to spit out blood. His youthful visage now charred. Collapsing momentarily from the impact, Knight Lingxiao hastily steadied himself, resolutely maintaining his composure. He felt his vitality surge violently. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, having experienced the ferocity of this tribulation lightning, a single bolt, accompanied by 3 arcs of electricity, struck him, leaving him feeling as though he had lost half his life. To the onlookers, Knight Lingxiao appeared to sit calmly. Yet the true experience of enduring the tribulation was known only to him, having recently dispelled the blood poison from his consciousness and regenerated his limbs. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the ordeal. Thus, he regarded it as a form of physical tempering, allowing his body to undergo a renewed refinement. Knight Lingxiao aspired to withstand the trials through sheer physical resilience. With a thunderous roar, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, followed closely by the second and third. Knight Lingxiao did not falter, yet the injuries he sustained grew increasingly severe. Nevertheless, he could sense his body becoming stronger and more robust, a testament to the benefits of refining one's physique through the tribulation. Crack! As the fourth and fifth bolts of lightning descended, Knight Lingxiao felt the vital energy within him dwindle. He endured not only the pain coursing through his body, but also the agony radiating from his dantian. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Millennium Spirit liquid gifted by Haoqian and took a small sip. With the liquid swallowed, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning arrived. Boom! It instantly merged with the spirit liquid, simultaneously refining the Tianyuan fruit, infusing it throughout his limbs and bones. Knight Lingxiao sensed a transformation within, feeling as if he had become younger and more robust. The seventh bolt of tribulation lightning passed without incident, bolstered by the spirit liquid. Boom! Yet, the intensity of the lightning escalated, its girth expanding from that of a finger to the thickness of an infant's arm. Clearly, the power of the tribulation grew exponentially with each subsequent strike. After the eighth bolt, his vital energy evaporated in an instant, leaving only a trace. At that moment, Knight Lingxiao seized the opportunity to consume medicinal pills and entered a meditative state to recuperate. The storm clouds brewed once more in the sky, exuding a pressure that was at least double that of before. The clouds deepened to an inky black, brimming with explosive energy. Knight Lingxiao understood that he could not withstand the ninth bolt of tribulation lightning alone. The life force accumulated within him was likely to dissipate completely under such a strike. He had no choice but to activate the protective formation of the Guardian Valley to resist the lightning. Boom! At this moment, the lightning roamed within the storm clouds, occasionally revealing itself, taunting Knight Lingxiao with a few resounding cracks, then vanishing back within the storm. After a brief pause, the ninth bolt of tribulation lightning descended. With a thunderous crash, a massive bolt, as thick as a thigh, rolled down from the storm clouds. Knight Lingxiao wasted no time, activating the defensive array of the ascending immortal valley. A resounding roar echoed through the void, and the entire ascending immortal valley was enveloped in a dazzling, multicolored formation barrier. The bolt of lightning struck the barrier, sizzling twice before dissipating into nothingness. Knight Lingxiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled in relief. Indeed, the Guardian Valley formation was formidable. Haoqian, who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation within the valley, swallowed hard, contemplating the need for a sanctuary of his own to establish a similar protective formation for future exigencies. Knight Lingxiao successfully traversed the tribulation, ascending to the realm of tribulation transcendence, becoming the foremost individual in the Qianyuan realm. At this moment, he activated the protective formation of the ascending immortal valley, allowing Haoqian, the members of the Knight family, and the guardians of the valley to enter. As Hao Chun and his companions approached Yi Lingxiao, they collectively offered their heartfelt congratulations on his successful advancement to the tribulation realm. Following this elevation, Yi Lingxiao's lifespan would be significantly extended by a millennium. Should he fail in his ascension, yet miraculously survive, the world's essence provided by the Tianyuan fruit could still grant him an additional century of life. However, the world's essence within the Tianyuan fruit was not without limitations. A practitioner could only consume it 3 times throughout their lifetime, with each subsequent use yielding diminished effects. According to the records of the Shaohao heritage, the first consumption of the Tianyuan fruit ensured a full extension of life, while the second offered merely 50% of that effect, and the third a mere 25%. Consequently, most practitioners, after having consumed the Tianyuan fruit, refrained from further use, opting instead to preserve this opportunity for their descendants. Here, take this. Yi Lingxiao glanced at Hao Chun and casually tossed him a token radiating a soft white glow. This is the token of the ruler of Tianyuan continent. Your cultivation has reached the requirements of a guardian. Thus, it is time for you to engage in meaningful endeavors for humanity. Henceforth, I shall no longer traverse the vast oceans. Let the esteemed ancestor Xingxiao assist you in managing the affairs of Tianyuan continent. As for this place, you are welcome to visit frequently, including the Ascension Valley and the cave dwellings. In my absence, ensure the stability of the Tianyuan realm. Yes, I shall dutifully obey the edicts of the ruler, Hao Chun readily affirmed, feeling the weight of responsibility that accompanied his newfound achievements. Chapter 589. Perseverance in Dongxing Town. How Yunlong accompanied his father, Hao Tianbei. As they sat in a pavilion within their courtyard, they observed a boy and a girl, both around 3 years of age, engaged in playful antics. Suddenly, a long-distance sound transmission talisman landed in Hao Tianbei's hand. It was a message from Yi Qianshan. Hao Chun had advanced to the integration phase and had become the ruler of the Tianyuan continent. Upon hearing of Hao Chun's remarkable accomplishments, the 3 women standing beside the 2 ancestors knelt in reverence, gazing upward in homage. The young boy tugged at the young girl's sleeve, mimicking the adults as he knelt. Mommy, is Hao Chun my daddy?" The little girl inquired as she ran to Yuan's side. "Indeed, my dear. Tell our ancestors that your father will return soon," Yuan reassured the girl. At that moment, Wang Shui sighed quietly to herself, contemplating whether Hao Chun would still hold affection for her. "Auntie, why do you look so unhappy?" the young boy questioned, noticing Wang Shui's somber expression. "And no, it's nothing. I'm just so happy to see Tianer," Wang Shui replied, gently patting Tianer's head. Tianer had been named by Hao Tianbei when he arrived in Dongxing Town, coinciding with Yi Mei's childbirth, ensuring that the child would remember the bond with their ancestor. Ancestor Hao Tianbei not only brought news of Hao Chun's recent achievements to Dongxing Town, but also an abundance of cultivation resources he had secured. Subsequently, Hao Tianbei frequently visited this place, spending most of his time cultivating in the cave dwelling of the Hao family on the back mountain of Dongxing Town. Here, he could truly relish the joys of family and kinship. At this moment, Hao Chun pondered whether to return to the Tianyuan continent or to further explore the Qianyuan Grand Formation. He yearned to investigate the changes at the nodes of the Qianyuan Grand Formation after the tribulation. Seizing the opportunity post-tribulation, he intended to delve into the spatial nodes of the Qianyuan Grand Formation once more. "I shall not accompany you this time. Having just undergone the tribulation, I find my body weakened and must return to the cave to consolidate my cultivation," Knight Lingxiao expressed apologetically. Reluctantly, Knight Xiaya departed from Hao Chun, following her ancestor back to the cultivation cave. Once everyone had left the Ascension Valley, Hao Chun soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. He adeptly returned to the node of the Qianyuan Grand Formation's barrier. His gaze was fixed on the void ahead, from which he sensed a powerful essence of the heavenly Tao. The forces of the heavenly Tao intertwined, forming what seemed to be a celestial web that encompassed all life and non-life. However, a thin, transparent barrier of formation isolated the heavenly Tao, filtering out the world's essence. The Qianyuan Grand Formation's barrier obstructed all natural essences, rendering the true starry sky beyond reach. While Hao Chun was lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure on the other side of the Qianyuan Grand Formation's barrier. "Brother Xingyuan?" Hao Chun was taken aback. The Xingyuan before him appeared to be the same individual as the one associated with the blood-poisoned young master, yet his features seemed entirely different upon closer inspection. This bizarre sensation instantly imprinted itself in Hao Chun's mind. Could it be that the blood-poisoned young master Xingyuan has managed to traverse the barrier of the Qianyuan Grand Formation? It seemed that during the past year, he had encountered considerable fortune and ascended to the transformation god realm. Hao Chun pondered this, yet he refrained from disturbing Xingyuan. who was on the other side of the barrier. Upon closer inspection, he observed that Zhen Yuan had set up a defensive formation around himself, evidently to prevent any external interference, seemingly unaware of Hao Chen's presence. Consequently, Hao Chen employed the Forbidden Yuan technique to suppress his cultivation to the nascent soul realm. He then approached Zhen Yuan, using his consciousness as a guide to casually establish a spatial barrier. Leaving behind a strand of his consciousness, he utilized the spiritual eye technique to examine the spatial nodes. As time flowed by, 3 days passed, with Hao Chen sitting in the void, contemplating the principles of the Qianyuan Grand Formation as imparted in the Xiaohou legacy. Occasionally, he would strike at the nodes, then sit back to deduce the workings of the Qianyuan Grand Formation. Although the tribulation lightning had pierced through the Qianyuan Grand Formation, the energy from the lightning had instantaneously replenished the formation's power. It became evident that the Qianyuan Grand Formation was the masterpiece of a formidable practitioner of lightning attribute formations. To lay such an extensive formation in the void was an astonishing feat, one that no one in the Qianyuan realm could achieve, implying it was the work of a predecessor who had ascended. At this moment, upon noticing someone across from him, Hao Chen naturally seized the opportunity. However, before he could act, the person opposite had already opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that with your late-stage nascent soul strength, you can breach the spatial nodes of the Qianyuan Grand Formation? Hao Chen scoffed lightly. We shall see. Oh, I am quite eager to witness the extent of your capabilities that have led you here. It would be rather dull if you were so feeble that you failed to pique my interest in engaging with you. The figure across from him remarked with a disdainful smile. Unfazed by the taunt, Hao Chen's form suddenly transformed, exuding an aura of dark energy akin to that of a demonic cultivator. Demonic blast fist, he declared, slowly clenching his right hand into a fist and launching a powerful strike towards the Qianyuan Grand Formation. Boom! The impact reverberated through the vast array, creating ripples that quickly dissipated into the void. Hao Chen had assumed the guise of a demonic cultivator to gain the trust of his counterpart, for he and Yi Lingxiao surmised that the Qianyuan Grand Formation was under the manipulation of extraterrestrial demons. Their motives might be linked to the balance of celestial beings and demons, as the number of demonic cultivators ascending from the lower realms was minimal. Upon ascending, the celestial realm was predominantly occupied by cultivators, leaving demonic practitioners to face relentless exclusion and oppression. They resorted to insidious means to prevent lower realm cultivators from ascending, even severing the very source of the world's essence to fundamentally obstruct their cultivation and ascension. How feeble indeed! With power like yours, I doubt you could ever breach this node in your lifetime, the individual opposite scoffed. Hao Chen remained indifferent. That previous punch was merely a means for him to assess the strength of the Qianyuan Grand Formation's nodes. After all, he had already conducted extensive deductions regarding the formation's principles. This formation inherently contained the number 9, with 81 variations. The strength and weakness of these variations depended on factors such as the practitioner's strength, the array's focal points, and the practitioner's mastery of the formation. With that single strike, Hao Chen had already eliminated at least one variation from consideration. Just recently, accompanied by Yi Lingxiao, Elder Xingxiao, and his master, Lung Yushuang, Hao Chen had grasped dozens of variations. However, he displayed no sign of his insights, maintaining an air of composure. Senior, might I present a few more strikes for your consideration? Hao Chen's persistence bordered on the absurd. The other individual found him exceedingly bothersome, arriving precisely at the pivotal moment of his enlightenment to disrupt his focus. He was eager to conclude his understanding swiftly, only to erase this irritating fool with great satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Hao Chen, the figure across was deeply engrossed in comprehending and deducing the Qianyuan Grand Formation, or perhaps experiencing a moment of enlightenment. I shall not grant you your wish. I shall feign ignorance and continue my assault, refusing to ease your discomfort. After a series of relentless strikes, he floated carelessly in the void, resting briefly before resuming his unyielding assault on the formation. I refuse to believe I cannot break this wretched place. Hao Chen's actions were intended to provoke the other, hoping to incite a moment of fury that would compel his adversary to make a rash move. With each punch he threw, his mouth babbled nonsensically, complemented by his comical facade. To behold was to incite ire. The sight alone could provoke an ache in the heart. Chapter 590. Turning enemies into allies. Hao Chen's antics drove the figure across into a frenzy of rage. Damn it! Is there no respite? Just as I was on the brink of enlightenment, Now I find myself thwarted once more. After much effort to stealthily arrive here to deduce the formation, all has been unraveled by this little rascal. Houchen's persistent and nonsensical behavior only served to exacerbate the other's fury. Why are you so enraged? Houchen murmured. You continue with your thoughts while I attend to my own affairs. There is no conflict at all. A voice huffed in response. But striking with my fist is not a viable solution. Alas, this is the only method I possess. Oh dear mother, I fear I may not prevail and will never see you again. The old man at the temple spoke of the opposite side leading to the underworld. Is this a jest at my expense? Mother, I have only 3 days here. If I cannot reach the realm of shadows, I shall return home. If the family dog dies of hunger, it will join you, and then I too shall perish and accompany you in the afterlife. Fists fell relentlessly, accompanied by nonsensical chatter. With each punch, the sound grew louder, the impact of the blows resonating with a weighty significance. Suddenly, a colossal hand burst forth from the node of the Qianyuan Great Array, imbued with a tumultuous energy, swiftly seizing Houchen and pulling him back. The node of the Qianyuan Great Array, having endured hundreds of thousands of his strikes, had significantly weakened. In a fit of rage, the individual opposite unleashed a surge of celestial energy. Houchen, prepared for this, used the momentum of the approaching force to his advantage. You insufferable fool. I, Fengqi, shall skin you alive and refine your soul. Fengqi bellowed in a fit of desperation. Yet, Houchen paid him no heed, his mind occupied with devising a method to subdue this foolish individual, intending to exploit his identity for deceitful gain. At that moment, Houchen unexpectedly departed the Qianyuan realm, traversing the barrier of the Great Array and entering the true expanse of the outer cosmos. As he stepped beyond the confines of the Qianyuan Great Array, he felt an exhilarating release from a certain bondage, entering an entirely new realm. In this space, Houchen realized that his insights were aligned with the authentic principles of the heavenly Tao. The energy absorbed here was the true essence of the world's origin. Were it anyone else who ventured into this celestial realm, they would likely struggle to breathe and succumb to asphyxiation, for this place was saturated not with mere primal energy, but with celestial essence. Houchen's 3 treasured artifacts, the Jade Pendant, the Demon-Suppressing Tower, and the Qian Kuan Furnace, were all infused with this celestial energy. Thus, within mere moments, he adapted seamlessly. Although he was free in the Qianyuan realm, there remained certain attachments. However, in the outer cosmos, he was unencumbered, free to pursue any desire without restraint. Thank you. You say you know my mother. Where is she? Could you lead me to her, please? I implore you. Houchen wore a shameless, naive expression, which unexpectedly amused Fengqi. How did you manage to cross over? Fengqi, astonished at the sight of the foolish individual now standing before him, could not contain his surprise. Indeed, how did I come here? Houchen replied, feigning confusion. I, Fengqi, am perplexed. How did this person arrive here? In his frustration from Houchen's incessant chatter at the node, Fengqi suddenly unleashed a surge of latent power. With Houchen's intentional provocation, he inexplicably traversed the array's barrier. Without external forces, Fengqi would likely be unable to penetrate the formation's barrier, echoing the adage that fortresses are often breached from within. After pondering for a considerable time without clarity, he decided to abandon his thoughts. When did I ever claim to know your mother? Fengqi then unleashed an overwhelming aura, intending to force Houchen to kneel, but his efforts proved futile. What you said earlier was quite irritating, he retorted. Indeed, you are correct. My mother is merely a mortal, Houchen nonsensically replied. Upon hearing Houchen's words, Fengqi was momentarily taken aback. In truth, Houchen had already assessed the strength of this individual, realizing he was a peak cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Oh, you bear a resemblance to someone I know, Zheng Yuan. However, I eliminated him in the Valley of Immortal Woe, Houchen jested. What did you say? Fengqi's eyes narrowed slightly at the response. Oh, it's nothing. Zheng Yuan is even more bothersome than I am. Just like you said, he's utterly insufferable. Houchen trailed off, curious to observe Fengqi's reaction. With a crack, Fengqi clenched his fist, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the very air to tremble. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed like firecrackers. Humph, you dare to kill my 6th brother? I will ensure you find no place to rest in death. Fengqi declared, a murderous intent radiating from him as he gritted his teeth. Wait a moment. You are Fengqi, and he is Zheng Yuan. How can Zheng Yuan be your 6th brother? Hao Chen questioned, puzzled. Setting aside whether he was indeed Zheng Yuan's brother, how did he manage to traverse the Qianyuan Great Formation? The Qianyuan Great Formation enveloped the Qianyuan realm like a formidable membrane. And even those of the Great Ascension realm could not breach its barrier, let alone someone at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. You claim Zheng Yuan is your sixth brother. Tell me how you crossed over, and I shall inform Zheng Yuan of your situation, Hao Chen insisted, eager to learn how Feng Qi had traversed the Qianyuan Great Formation barrier. It turned out that Feng Qi's original name was Zheng Qi, who had fled overseas due to the weakened Blood Shadow sect. To escape pursuit, Zheng Qi had not aligned himself with the demonic sect, but instead sought refuge in the Qingyun forest, hiding in the Valley of Immortal Woe. As a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, Zheng Qi fortuitously encountered an ancient cultivator's cave in the Valley of Immortal Woe, where he inadvertently activated a teleportation array, leading him mysteriously beyond the Qianyuan realm. After countless near-death experiences, he managed to survive to this day. Once he ascended to the nascent soul realm, he yearned for home and sought the location of the Qianyuan realm by any means necessary. He then resided in a nearby realm for training and, having changed his name, adopted the surname Feng, as there were few with the surname Zheng in his new location. The Feng family was a prestigious lineage of cultivators there. Every few years, they would quietly leave their place of cultivation to come here and seek the means to unravel the Qianyuan Great Formation. To outsiders, the existence of this realm remained unknown. He was determined to return to the Qianyuan realm and exact his revenge. He harbored a desire to ensure that those who once pursued him would find no place to rest, ultimately leading to their demise. At present, Feng Qi had transformed into an obsessive master of formations. Lacking innate talent for formations, he nonetheless devoted himself to deciphering the Qi Yuan Grand Array, resulting in a somewhat twisted disposition. However, he had not lost his moral compass, nor did he divulge any information regarding the Qi Yuan Grand Array. Should he truly grasp the method to dismantle it, the Qi Yuan realm would be engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. As he listened to Feng Qi's recounting, Hao Chen could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for his plight, though it remained merely that, sympathy. Chapter 591, Arrival at the Outer Domain, Part 1. Ah, so it is my elder brother. However, Zheng Yuan is no ordinary figure. He is known as the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan. The last time I sensed him was not through sight, but through the aura he emanated, which had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Hao Chen spoke the truth. He had indeed detected the presence of the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan in the Hanyu Ridge. So, you did not slay my sixth brother? A hint of hope flickered in Feng Qi's heart upon hearing Hao Chen's words. Indeed, why would I kill him? We are good friends. The notion of eliminating him was merely to ascertain whether you had any connection with Zheng Yuan, Hao Chen elucidated. At this moment, Hao Chen's mind raced. Feng Qi had spent many years in the vastness of the outer domain and was undoubtedly familiar with this place. He decided to let Feng Qi guide him through various locales. When the opportune moment arose, he would seek to unravel the external seals of the Qi Yuan Grand Array and discover who had meddled with the formations. At which point he would reconsider Feng Qi's fate. Elder brother, I am truly grateful for how you effortlessly broke through the barrier with your immense magical power and brought me from the Qi Yuan realm. Hao Chen flattered Feng Qi, seeking to establish a closer rapport. It was nothing, merely a trivial effort, Feng Qi replied, reveling in the praise. Elder brother, might you return me to my home now? I would also like to summon my good friend, Zheng Yuan, to join us, Hao Chen implored with eager anticipation. Let it be. I have already expended considerable energy bringing you from the Qi Yuan realm today. Perhaps on another occasion, I shall return to this place and fetch him. Feng Qi responded in a deep voice. Elder brother, where shall we go now? Hao Chen inquired, bowing in deference. From now on, you shall accompany me. Whatever sustenance I have, you shall partake in as well. Feng Qi, having grown accustomed to being called elder brother, felt his spirits lift. Having unexpectedly acquired a little brother from his homeland added an extra hand to his endeavors. How could he not feel elated? Let us proceed. Feng Qi took the lead, soaring away from the void of the Qi Yuan Grand Array. He did not disclose their destination, nor did Hao Chen inquire. However, Hao Chen quietly left a thread of divine consciousness lingering atop the Qi Yuan Grand Array. Only at this moment did Hao Chen take in the vastness of the outer domain. It was an expansive, desolate world, devoid of boundaries. The sky brimmed with stars, a dazzling river of celestial bodies, and now, standing amidst it all, he felt the Qi Yuan grand array's barrier sealing the Qi Yuan realm beneath his feet. This spectacle filled him with profound awe, elevating his state of mind. He absorbed the chaotic essence of the world's primal origins from subtle sensations, discerning the differences between this realm and the Qi Yuan realm, and savoring the mysteries hidden within the minute changes. As he soared through the skies, enlightenment began to dawn upon him. Although the Qi Yuan realm was sealed and cut off from the essence of the world, it possessed its own unique rhythm of the heavenly Tao. However, a world devoid of the world's essence could never be considered complete. Now, having departed from the Qi Yuan realm and ventured into the boundless expanse of the cosmos, all paths began to converge towards perfection. Hao Chen sensed within his being the chaotic essence of the world's origin, gradually sifting through the superfluous to retain only the most refined core, as all impurities were refined away. A profound understanding arose within him, as if he were merging into the vast universe. The heavenly Tao represents the laws governing the movement and transformation of the heavens. Every world must adhere to its own rules, which constitute the heavenly Tao. This Tao encompasses the principles that govern all things. Every entity abides by a certain order. With his mastery of the great Tao surging forward, he ascended rapidly, his cultivation gradually advancing. 100 paths reached completeness, leading to the emergence of 200 more. As the rules of the universe sank into his consciousness amidst the stars, some great Taos previously unknown to Hao Chen began to surface in his memory, imprinted within his cultivation. His cultivation of immortality reached the pinnacle of the mid-integration stage, while his martial prowess ascended to the peak of the mid-warlord stage. Hao Chen believed that due to his own nature, he could only comprehend the heavenly Tao through natural means, achieving insight by emulating elements close to the Tao. There, he observed Feng Qi darting towards a distant, densely clustered region of minor celestial bodies, and he followed closely behind. Though their speed was remarkable, it felt as though they were merely ants laboriously traversing a vast map when compared to the immeasurable distances of the cosmos. Prolonged flight through the outer cosmos allowed Hao Chen to acutely perceive the desolation and lifelessness surrounding him. The outer cosmos brimmed with possibilities and impossibilities, miracles, and everything else. Yet one undeniable truth remained, the stark barrenness of this celestial expanse. Together with Feng Qi, he rushed forward, witnessing colossal meteors resembling towns whizzing past, engulfed in flames, leaving him utterly astonished. As these massive meteors streaked by without pattern, he truly grasped the audacity of the metaphor of reaching for the moon in the heavens. Their flight persisted for nearly 7 days until they finally arrived at a densely populated region of minor celestial bodies. Here, immense celestial bodies moved languidly, their speed across the outer cosmos barely reaching a mile in a century, yet they were undoubtedly in motion. From a distance, they appeared as mere specks. But as they drew nearer, Hao Chen realized the insignificance of his own existence. At that moment, the outer cosmos revealed itself to him as a desolate and solitary realm. Now, standing atop a mountain on one of these minor celestial bodies, he gazed upon a concave terrain that bore an untouched, primordial essence, formed by vast subsidence. The depth of this depression resembled a valley, its widest point reaching 1,000 fathoms. The landscape was dotted with hills and perilous peaks, while the flat expanses resembled a vast gravel desert paved with cosmic sand or dust. Accompanied by Feng Qi, he traversed through turbulent winds and chaotic streams, entering this minor celestial body, where he was enveloped by a sense of oppressive weight. It seems that the meridians and the dantian are stirring uncontrollably, requiring forceful suppression to slightly dispel this sensation. The teleportation array before me appears to have just been activated not long ago. Nearby the array are 6 heaps of powdered essence stones, remnants of essence stones exhausted of their power. Hao Chen surmises that their quality is at least that of superior essence stones, if not of the finest caliber. It is plausible that the activation of this teleportation array necessitates superior or even exquisite essence stones to function. Hao Chen mused that this must be a teleportation array from beyond the starry realms. Seeing Hao Chen examining the teleportation array, Feng Qi suggested, "Let us rest here for the time being." With that, Feng Qi promptly moved aside and sat down to meditate, a session that lasted for several days. However, Hao Chen did not merely engage in meditation, as he did not require physical recovery. During this period, he devoted himself to meticulously deducing the workings of the teleportation array. This array shares a certain similarity in essence with the starry teleportation array established by Ancestor Xiaohou in the Huhan realm. The starry teleportation array set by Ancestor Xiaohou was intended to transport one from the Huhan realm to the Qinyuan realm. Although the attempt was interrupted midway and did not reach the intended destination, Hao Chen managed to glean insights into the starry teleportation array of the Huhan realm. Naturally, he would not abandon the endeavor of comprehending this location's teleportation array. Given sufficient time, he was certain he would inscribe a starry teleportation array. Chapter 592. Arrival in the Outer Domain, Part 2. Although numerous small celestial bodies flew by or overhead, they remained at a considerable distance, thus posing no real threat. Having lingered on this small celestial body for an extended period, despite the limited range of movement, it was relatively safe. Having spent over a month in the outer starry expanse, it was time to inform Yi Xiaohan and the others of the events that had transpired. Thus, he sought a secluded spot, and with a thought, entered the space within the jade pendant. The space within the jade pendant was bustling with activity, continually welcoming new arrivals, which added to the lively atmosphere. During the tribulation of the combined body stage, Hao Chen had gathered all those in the demon suppression tower into one place. Upon entering the jade pendant space, he found the women enjoying their meal. To his eyes, a multitude of beautiful maidens were present. At that moment, the petite flower spirits who had entered the jade space had transformed into celestial maidens, serving the others, indicating that these women certainly knew how to indulge themselves. Upon noticing Hao Chen's return, the group was about to rise to greet him, but Linger halted them. Sensing Hao Chen's arrival at the cooling pavilion, she suddenly flashed forward to block his path, preventing him from entering. You finally decided to return? Why did you not inform us before venturing into the outer starry expanse? I was left in a daze. Moreover, are you aware that upon your advancement, the space underwent a series of changes? Go tidy up the areas that were disrupted by your advancement before returning to dine. Hao Chen readily acknowledged his mistakes and humbly accepted her reprimand. Linger proceeded to impart a serious lesson to him. At that moment, Hao Chen's consciousness swept through the area, revealing that this place had transformed into a veritable small world. Due to his promotion, he was bestowed with a divine blessing, greatly expanding the space within his jade pendant, making it comparable to a vast secret realm. Observing the awkward demeanor of Hao Chen, the women merely glanced at him, choosing to ignore his presence. Particularly, Ziyu cast him sidelong glances, her frustration palpable. She had promised her sisters to keep a watchful eye on Hao Chen, ensuring he did not stray in matters of affection. However, having arrived in Tianwu continent for only a few years, he had engaged in dual cultivation with others to remedy the icy condition of Yi Xiaohan. He had slipped away to Feiyu Island to rescue a beauty named Qing'er, and recently, he had taken the unwed Yu Xiaolan as his own. Ziyu rolled her eyes at Hao Chen's behavior, her irritation evident. Noticing her expression, Hao Chen realized she was upset. Indeed, after welcoming both Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan into his life, he had grown somewhat distant from Ziyu. Yi Xiaohan sighed inwardly, lamenting that men often forget their old flames when new affections arise. Were it not for the need to treat Yu Xiaolan, he would have likely indulged himself at an inn before returning home. Yu Xiaolan was equally displeased. During their dual cultivation phase, she had been left alone for over a month, abandoned to solitude. Qing'er harbored her own grievances as well, feeling a sense of resentment since being rescued by Hao Chen, as she had no official status while residing there. Although she had no worries about food, clothing, or resources for cultivation, her identity remained ambiguous. Xiao Cui, however, was indifferent to Hao Chen's affairs with the other women, continuing to eat heartily without a care. Shortly after Hao Chen left, he returned, having addressed the issues arising from his promotion as per Linger's instructions. Within the jade pendant space, he executed a spiritual rain technique to restore the damaged spiritual herbs. He then hummed an unknown tune as he entered the dining hall of Cooling Tower. Brother, do you have any wine? Upon seeing Hao Chen return, Xiao Cui eagerly extended her hand. Of course, little sister, but is there really no good wine left? Hao Chen pondered aloud, confused, as he believed he had ample fine wine stored. Oh, the wine you have is so stale. I'm tired of it. Is there nothing fresh? Xiao Cui responded impatiently. Wine only becomes richer with age. You should revisit some of the older bottles to savor their depth, Hao Chen advised her. Then retrieved some newly acquired wine from his storage bag. How about you try this variety? He suggested, pushing the bottle toward her. This is more like it. Aren't you also fond of novelty, brother? I share that same sentiment when it comes to wine, Xiao Cui teased as she sampled the new offering. Her remark left Haochen momentarily speechless. At that moment, Lu He and Lan Sui Lian, who had been cultivating, were also summoned by Linger, and they all gathered at Cooling Tower to enjoy some delightful moments together. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen recounted his unexpected journey into the outer starry skies, explaining how he had left his consciousness and a jade slip before breaking the formation, ensuring that the families of Yi Shaohan and Yu Xiaolan would be reassured that their daughters would not be delayed for long before returning from the outer realms. In the days that followed, Haochen spent his time within the Demon Suppression Tower, wishing to keep from Linger knowledge of his dual cultivation with several sisters, as the spirit within the vessel shared a profound connection with him. At this juncture, Haochen could only prolong his honeymoon with Yu Xiaolan to compensate for the solitude of Yi Xiaoan's empty room, soothe the jealousy of Leng Ziyu, and delight the heart of Qing'er. Furthermore, he aimed to satisfy the cravings of Xiao Cui, who was easily pleased with delectable treats. Thus, Haochen, within the confines of the jade pendant space, engaged in shared meals, labor, and the construction of their home, all the while enjoying the beauty of their surroundings. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, the ladies danced and sang, weaving gracefully among one another, immersed in joyous activity. Yet, Haochen did not neglect the balance of work and rest. Through dual cultivation, he comprehended 300 paths to perfection, with the rules giving rise to 3,000 avenues, having grasped more than half. His cultivation quietly advanced to the late stage of integration. As time passed, Haochen realized he had been within the outer starry sky for over half a year. Together with Feng Qi, he practiced within this small celestial body. Whether Feng Qi found the cultivation tedious remained uncertain, but Haochen felt no sense of monotony. He would often chat in the jade pendant space, find joy in the Demon Suppression Tower, or explore the space within the Qingquan furnace, thus making time fly swiftly. Days turned into tens, and soon Feng Qi awoke from his cultivation. "How long have I been practicing?" he inquired with a hint of concern. After spreading out his spiritual sense, he slowly replied, "Fortunately, there are no star beasts or wild beasts in the vicinity. It has been nearly 7 months." Although curious about the star beasts and wild beasts Feng Qi mentioned, Haochen patiently asked, "Where are we headed next?" "This is the teleportation array to the Qiyuan realm, requiring high-grade elemental stones to activate the transport. I have few elemental stones remaining, so we should wait and travel with others to save some costs." Feng Qi sighed in resignation. "Thank you for your efforts. You know, everything about the outer starry sky is unknown to me. I cannot proceed without you." Haochen replied with a smile, flattering him. "It's good that you understand," Feng Qi huffed, seemingly pleased by Haochen's flattery. He continued, "We are currently in the second layer of the Gale Zone, where dangers are minimal. While ordinary nascent soul cultivators would surely perish here, I have noted your formidable constitution. Survival should not pose a problem." "The second layer of the Gale Zone?" Haochen inquired with a glimmer of eager curiosity in his eyes. "Since this is your first time here, and you are a friend of my sixth brother Zheng Yuan, I shall share some knowledge of the Outer Realms with you." Chapter 593, First Arrival in the Outer Realm, Part 3, The Second Layer of the Gale Zone? Haochen questioned with an expression of eager curiosity. "Since this is your first time here, and you are a friend of my sixth brother Zheng Yuan, I shall impart some knowledge about the Outer Realms. The Outer Realms and our Qiyuan realm belong to the same plane, which is classified from levels 1 to 9, commonly referred to as the 9 heavens. Levels 1 to 3 are low-level planes. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-level planes. Levels 7 to 9 are high-level planes. The 7th level is the immortal realm, while the 8th level is the divine realm. What exists in the 9th heaven, I do not know. The Qianyuan realm, categorized by its geographical divisions, is deemed a low-tier plane of the triple heavens. In contrast, formidable forces such as the Martial Hall and the Qianyuan sect can barely contend with the mid-sized powers of the quadruple heavens. Although the realm beyond is unfamiliar to practitioners of the lower-tier planes, it serves as an exceptional arena for those of higher realms. For instance, once cultivators of the Qianyuan realm reach the nascent soul stage, they find themselves devoid of suitable venues for trials. Thus, the expanse of the outer cosmos becomes the prime choice for practitioners above the nascent soul stage to hone their skills. While practitioners at the Yuandan stage are not barred from entering the outer cosmos for trials, they must be under the protection of a powerful guardian and travel via interstellar spacecraft to safeguard against the tumultuous winds and currents of the atmosphere in the crossing realm, ensuring their physical safety. Even upon arrival in the outer cosmos, one must remain vigilant against the perils of meteorite turbulence and violent gales. As individuals gain a fundamental understanding of the outer cosmos, they have delineated its regions. The outer realm is a vast expanse, and ancient predecessors, for the sake of convenience and trials, divided it into 9 tiers. Subsequently, practitioners entering the outer realm utilize this classification to designate their respective locations. The 9 tiers feature increasing dangers with ascending levels, where the first tier's turbulent winds resemble the mild atmospheric currents of the plains, while entering the outer realm signifies the second tier of violent winds. Where can one find meteorite turbulence? Hao Chun inquired, committing the knowledge imparted by Feng Qi to memory. This is precisely the common knowledge I am about to share, Feng Qi replied. Meteorite turbulence does not belong to any specific tier of violent winds, for it is omnipresent. Any region may witness the emergence of meteorite turbulence. Thus, even a practitioner at the tribulation stage could find themselves in peril when encountering meteorite turbulence within the first tier of violent winds. What do you mean by that? Hao Chen paused, contemplating, and asked, are you suggesting that meteorite turbulence is ubiquitous? Feng Qi seized on Hao Chen's query and continued. The origins of meteorite turbulence and violent winds remain a mystery to all, yet traces of meteorite turbulence have been discovered across various regions. It is akin to the violent winds of the Qianyuan realm's atmosphere, which formed without anyone knowing when. The place we currently occupy is relatively secure compared to the entirety of the outer realm. Should we encounter a tumultuous flow of meteors, it is advisable to flee as far as possible, for meteorite turbulence is far more destructive than violent winds. Despite the vagueness of Feng Qi's exposition on the outer realm, Hao Chen comprehended the essence of the matter. Thank you for your guidance. What you describe regarding meteorite turbulence is indeed terrifying. Not to mention my current stage of late nascent soul, even at the divine transformation stage, I would surely retreat. While Hao Chen remained confident, he was not arrogant. In this realm, a cultivator at the integration stage was hardly significant. Although he had grasped the omnipresence of meteorite turbulence, his knowledge of this world remained limited. By the way, what you mentioned earlier about star beasts and desolate stars, what are they? Hao Chen continued to seek knowledge without reservation. Rather than directly answering Hao Chen's question about desolate beasts and star beasts, Feng Qi solemnly elucidated the meaning of the desolate realm. The entities within the desolate realms are remnants left by formidable powers that have traversed beyond the known boundaries. The place we currently inhabit is indeed a desolate realm. If one were to bestow a name upon it, it might be referred to as the primordial chaos realm or perhaps another designation. In the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, it is customary to designate such realms as celestial bodies. Conversely, the inhabitants residing on these celestial bodies refer to their dwelling places as realms. For instance, the celestial body we inhabit is known as the Qianyuan realm. These desolate realms are plentiful beyond the outer edges, with some of considerable size resembling entire worlds, while others are akin to towns or mountains. Typically, these desolate realms, unless swept away by meteor showers, are slowly drifting entities. Areas devoid of habitation are labeled as desolate realms, which can also encompass colossal wastelands where ancient powers clashed. Their boundless magic capable of annihilating an entire realm, with the shattered fragments transforming into meteoric debris. When a fragment is dislodged, or a larger section breaks away, it can become an independent desolate realm, uninhabited by humans or other creatures. Nonetheless, some desolate realms may harbor various life forms aside from humanity, albeit unnamed. Collisions between realms can lead to mutual destruction, though such occurrences are typically confined to lower planes of existence. In contrast, in higher planes, powerful beings exist who can prevent such calamities using supreme magic to separate the realms or obliterate one while preserving the other. Upon these desolate stars, certain formidable beings have erected peculiar structures, inscribing them with marks or formations. Generally, these marks signify a particular individual or faction, establishing the desolate realm as their private domain. The desolate realms beyond have existed for countless eons, and the layer we currently occupy has largely been claimed as the inherent territory and assets of various powers. Within these desolate realms, the strong gather their magical essence to construct edifices infused with the powers of the extraterrestrial beings. These structures can be deemed as the foundational bases of formations. Should one encounter bizarre edifices in a desolate realm, it is imperative to refrain from destruction or reckless mining, or from establishing permanent residence. In essence, those powerful entities that have ventured into the outer realms behave akin to marauding brigands, delineating their territories with peculiar constructions to signify ownership. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen experienced an epiphany. Indeed, these are the private domains of individuals who have orchestrated the occupation of desolate realms or celestial bodies. And such individuals would at least possess the cultivation of the Great Ascension. Feng Qi affirmed Hao Chun's assertion. Rest assured, I have no desire to meet my demise. Upon witnessing such desolate stars, I would flee far away, Hao Chen jestingly remarked. The vast expanse of the outer cosmos has witnessed countless visitors over the ages. Given the enormity of this place, marking one's territory through distinctive constructions serves as a prudent method for ease of future navigation or to avoid becoming lost. By the way, this desolate star contains a teleportation array. Why are there no other structures? Hao Chen pondered aloud, posing an intriguing question. The teleportation array of this desolate star connects to the fourth heaven, undoubtedly established by a formidable being from that realm who once traversed this place. After a brief silence, Feng Qi elaborated. As for the star beasts, they are a unique breed of savage creatures found exclusively in the outer celestial expanse, typically inhabiting desolate stars or larger meteorites. To be precise, star beasts can be considered the evolved forms of savage beasts. They are products of the chaotic currents of meteorites. Each species is immensely powerful, capable of surviving amidst the tumultuous meteorite streams. In terms of both physical prowess and supernatural abilities, they can rival, if not surpass, cultivators at the Great Ascension stage. The fiendish creatures of the outer celestial realm are referred to as savage beasts, primarily residing below the second layer of turbulent winds. This vast group of savage beasts, however, does not exclude the possibility of star beasts emerging from the meteorite currents, lurking within the first and second layers of the gale-stricken zones. Hao Chen nodded thoughtfully, calming himself in the process. Chapter 594, Journey Through the Starry Sky, Part 1. Indeed, as Feng Qi had indicated, the outer celestial expanse is fraught with peril. Caution is the only recourse. Should one encounter the elusive star beasts or the chaotic meteorite currents, one can only resign to misfortune. How many savage beasts reside in the second layer of gale winds? Hao Chen inquired. How would I know? Feng Qi retorted, for with his strength, he had only meandered through the first and second layers. This location was relatively safe, yet safety was not the paramount concern. After resting for a while, I must recuperate and then wander about. Wander? Hao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't there savage beasts and star beasts lurking nearby? Wouldn't it be better to stay put? Stay put, my foot. Feng Qi cursed vehemently. After making the arduous journey to the outer celestial expanse, do you intend to squander your time here idly? Evidently. Feng Qi was not a frequent visitor to this realm. By chance, he had traversed the Qian Yuan Great Array. Had I not been present at that moment to inspect the array, Feng Qi might have remained oblivious to when he could return. Should we venture out and engage in battle with a savage beast to procure resources for cultivation? Hao Chen queried curiously. You young fool, the well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. Entering the outer celestial expanse to avoid hunting savage and star beasts, what purpose does that serve? Are you merely here for leisure? Although the outer celestial expanse is a land of danger, it is equally rife with opportunities, especially for someone like you. An infant in the nascent soul stage, it is a treasure trove. Do you realize that single nascent soul cultivators often lack the courage to enter the outer celestial expanse? Most of the resources here have been plundered by those at the transformation stage and above. What they deem worthless is, without a doubt, a treasure for nascent soul cultivators. With this revelation, Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with understanding. Just as Feng Qi had asserted, the outer celestial expanse is abundant in cultivation resources, such as mineral wealth and the remnants of profound insights into the heavenly path left by mighty beings in the desolate realm. While these may not be of immediate use to me, they are invaluable treasures for those within the Jade Pendant Space and the Demon Suppression Tower. I had been troubled by the inability to fabricate high-level puppets, and now I saw a glimmer of hope. The countless desolate stars in the outer celestial realm are indeed a treasure trove. While others may dismiss them, I find them invaluable. With this thought, Hao Chen became increasingly animated. How familiar are you with this space? Where can we find desolate beasts, star beasts, and mineral deposits? he inquired. It had been over 3 years since his last visit, and the low-level Gale zones, teeming with cultivators, had undergone significant changes, making it difficult to recall specific details. Allow me to rest for a while, and then I will notify you when we depart. We shall observe as we proceed, Feng Qi replied with a hint of impatience. Hao Chun chuckled to himself, ignoring Feng Qi, and took the opportunity to cultivate and replenish his energy. Meanwhile, far away in the Qianyuan realm, Yi Xiaoyu waited anxiously. With no word from Hao Chun for over a month, she sought the assistance of her ancestor, Yi Linrong. Is it merely a matter of examining the operational patterns of the Qianyuan Great Formation? Could it be that this boy has vanished without a trace? Yi Linrong pondered, equally perplexed. What could have transpired? We shall find out soon enough. With that thought, he took Yi Xiaoyu along, and soon they arrived at the Ascension Valley, the site of ascension. This time, Yi Linrong brought Yi Xiaoyu along to ascend into the void together. As they approached the atmosphere, he produced a flying vessel, heading straight for the boundary node of the Qianyuan Great Formation. The formation continued its operation as usual. When Yi Linrong located the space arranged by Hao Chun, a smile of delight crossed his face. By a stroke of fortune, Hao Chun had already broken through the formation and entered the outer celestial realm. It seemed that the Qianyuan realm was on the path to salvation. Waiting for Hao Chun to uncover the manipulations that had taken place beyond the formation's boundary. Once the seal was broken, the Qianyuan realm could reclaim control over the Great Formation. That troublesome Hao Chun, making me wait for so many days. Just wait until you return. I shall see how I deal with you. Yi Xiaoyu scolded him vehemently in front of Yi Linrong. Child, Hao Chun crossing the boundary of the Qianyuan Great Formation is indeed a fortuitous event. With his wisdom and strength, I believe it won't be long before the Qianyuan realm and our plane undergo monumental changes. Yi Linrong replied with a sense of joy. That's your concern. I only wish for his safety. Yi Xiaoyu pouted, expressing her frustration. Is there something more to this? Have you taken a liking to him? Yi Linrong teased, observing her demeanor. Ancestor. Yi Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she shot him an indignant glare. I shall ignore you. In the dark night city of Yihanxing and the Qiannan city of Yuwuya. Ah, what a fine young man. Yi Linrong mused upon receiving a message from his consciousness. Ancestor, what are you saying? Yihanxing is a descendant of third uncle, and Yuwuya is just my uncle. What's the matter? Yi Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed. Nothing much, just wanted to inform you that your mother, Yu Xiaolan, has found a lead. Also, inform third uncle, Yi Xiaohan, that he has a destination as well, Yi Linrong conveyed. At this moment, Hao Chun and Feng Qi were speeding through the outer celestial realm. However, their pace was exceedingly slow as they constantly evaded the omnipresent gales and turbulent flows. Each time they encountered a desolate realm or star, they would penetrate its atmosphere, seeking heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to standardize the terminology for the barren realms and barren stars, the two individuals in the outer cosmic expanse referred to all barren realms collectively as barren stars. Traveling at such a pace within the second-level gale winds, it is evident that they are merely low-tier practitioners, proceeding with utmost caution and measured steps. After 15 days, they had only encountered 3 barren stars. Hao Chun smiled wryly, realizing that even on the barren star they had just landed upon, there were still no discoveries to speak of. The meteors remained undisturbed, yet should they inadvertently fall into the chaotic currents of the gale winds, peril would ensue. Feng Qi shook his head and remarked slowly, it is prudent to exercise caution. Our low cultivation level constrains us in every regard. There is little that can be done about it. Hao Chun secretly thought, you, a peak practitioner of the late Yuan-ing stage, still dare to claim low cultivation? Although Feng Qi appeared to be at the pinnacle of the late Yuan-ing stage, Hao Chun could not discern the true extent of his hidden prowess. He kept this inner musings to himself. Meanwhile, he had already ascended to the peak of the late He-Ti stage during his enlightenment of the heavenly path. Concealing one's cultivation, masquerading as a mere pig to devour a tiger, was a strategy that could be employed by anyone. A year prior, after departing from the barren star with the teleportation array, the two left behind a trace of their divine consciousness and moved on. Concurrently, Hao Chun produced a set of demonic tracking devices, inputting a strand of their divine consciousness into each, ensuring that they could each utilize a tracker. This was a precautionary measure for ease of communication should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, despite Hao Chun having reached the pinnacle of the late He-Ti stage, Feng Qi remained unaware of any changes or differences in Hao Chun. It appeared that the forbidden Yuan technique and the celestial art of deception imparted by his second senior brother could indeed obscure a practitioner's judgment. Over the span of a year, the two had navigated the cosmos with extreme caution, yet they had only set foot on 3 barren stars. At their velocity, they could have traversed to the Lost Lands within that time. The Lost Lands, remnants of the ancient celestial demonic war, were where mighty beings had torn a fragment from the celestial realm, leading to the fall of the vast world. Yet, they had only covered a small distance, which attests to their meticulousness. Chapter 595, Journey Through the Stars, Part 2. This barren star was equally desolate. Throughout the journey, Feng Qi remained vigilant for any signs of peculiar structures, reluctant to recklessly intrude upon another's territory. While a stroke of fortune might yield heavenly treasures, the dangers were equally formidable. This marked the 3rd barren star they had discovered devoid of life. Given their previous experiences, Hao Chun was not overly surprised. He held little expectation regarding the opportunities Feng Qi mentioned. Survival in this vast cosmic expanse was paramount, and any breakthroughs would be a welcome bonus. "Let us rest for half a day and then explore further," Feng Qi asserted decisively, taking a seat first. After their brief respite, the two resumed their journey. The second-level gale wind zone, after all, lay on the periphery of the vast world. They continued to fly for another year, landing on no fewer than 20 barren stars, yet yielding nothing of value. The closer they approached the 3rd-level gale wind zone, the denser the meteor showers became, and the intensity of the gale winds escalated. Feng Qi began to exhibit signs of fatigue and impatience, his mood visibly soured. "Absolutely nothing to show for our efforts." Feng Qi sighed as he sat atop a desolate star, his expression reflecting a hint of helplessness. It had been 2 years since they ventured into the outer starry skies, and it seemed that their journey through the secondary gale winds was nearing its end, yet they had not reaped any substantial rewards. Contrary to this notion of futility, Hao Chun appeared to be in high spirits. Although their entanglement with the gale winds seemed perilous, it had not been without its benefits. Their understanding of the chaotic currents of the gale winds had indeed ascended to a new level. After exchanging a few words, the two took a brief respite before resuming their flight forward. The vastness of the secondary gale winds was something Feng Qi could not disclose to Hao Chun, for he himself was unaware of its true extent. Despite having traversed these realms for several decades longer than Hao Chun, Feng Qi had not conducted a comprehensive exploration, largely due to his solitary existence as a loose cultivator with limited capabilities. In essence, the two were navigating the second layer of the chaotic gale winds like blind men grasping at an elephant. Should they leave the secondary gale winds and venture into the tertiary zone, their circumstances would become even more precarious. Presently, this area remained relatively safe for them to explore. As they journeyed, Hao Chun combined his understanding of the chaotic currents with a deeper contemplation of the heavenly Tao. The chaotic winds were a melange of various gale energies, each adhering to its own patterns of formation. Unraveling the laws governing these chaotic winds would enhance his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. After traversing a tumultuous gale, the pair set foot upon a barren star. At last, after a year and a half of flying, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Although it was but a small celestial body, life thrived here. Strange rocks jutted out, and the lush forests were vibrant. "What a splendid place!" they exclaimed in unison. "Rest here briefly. I shall scout ahead," Feng Qi suggested, feigning concern for Hao Chun's safety. However, having finally arrived at this location, he was eager to seek out spiritual herbs and medicines for a taste of their wonders. Watching Feng Qi depart, Hao Chun did not dwell on it too much. Instead, he chose a secluded spot to sit and continue his reflections on the heavenly Tao. Within the expanse of the outer starry skies, his yearning to break through to the tribulation period grew increasingly fervent. Achieving this stage sooner would afford him greater means of self-preservation. Strength, indeed, was of utmost importance. Several hours later, Feng Qi returned, and after a brief pause, they resumed their exploration. "Let us go," Feng Qi called, and the two had developed a certain rapport after their time spent together. Following Feng Qi's lead, Hao Chun gathered spiritual herbs and medicines along their journey. Although these herbs had grown for a short time, they reached their age limits quickly and withered just as fast. While the spiritual energy of the herbs was abundant, the harsh environment hindered their longevity, often resulting in solitary specimens in any given area. Fortuitously, Hao Chun stumbled upon numerous spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits that were either unknown in the Qianyuan realm or had already become extinct there. He understood that these treasures had remained because they were overlooked by Feng Qi, who deemed them unworthy or unable to be preserved. However, for Haotzen, the issue of preservation is non-existent, nor does he consider the size of storage space. In the subsequent period, Haotzen reaped tremendous rewards. After all, Feng Qi's capabilities alone are limited. Within the past 3 days, it was impossible for him to traverse the entirety of the Desolate Star, including all those who had previously visited this place. He managed to gather several legendary materials and treasures, elusive within the Qianyuan realm. The value of these treasures far surpasses that of any spiritual herbs or elixirs he had previously acquired. However, these treasures do not include rare fruits like the heavenly spirit fruit, nor do they encompass materials akin to the millennia-old spiritual liquids. Such treasures are regarded as insignificant by cultivators who have surpassed the tribulation stage. Yet for Haotzen, they hold immense importance, as he possesses a jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower. What they disdain, he ardently desires. While Haotzen was fervently collecting, he sensed an unusual presence. The frequency of valuable discoveries had begun to rise, suggesting that perhaps the end of this desolate star at level 2 coincides with the termination of the second-layer gale zone. "Let us rest and organize," Feng Qi said, appearing beside him like a specter. Haotzen nodded in agreement. Just as they settled down to rest, a beastly roar reverberated through the desolate star. It is said that tigers emerge from the wind and dragons descend from the clouds. Thus, the source of the tremor. Was it a savage beast or a stellar creature? A formidable pressure surged towards them, nearly pinning the two to the ground. "Let us go." Although both possessed vast combat experience, encountering an enemy in the expanse of outer space was a first. Feng Qi bellowed, and despite their swift reflexes, before they could leap to safety, a torrent of cascading water surged forth from their front. Accompanied by a myriad of flying debris, it obstructed their escape route. Poisonous. Haotzen discerned the toxicity of the approaching water and shouted, immediately channeling his magical powers to block the assault. Feng Qi also recognized the poison in the water, forming hand seals, unleashing his formidable tribulation stage cultivation. The combined might of their powers countered much of the waterfall's attack. Drawing upon his nascent soul realm strength, Haotzen, alongside Feng Qi, managed to disperse the sudden torrent of water. Though they appeared to handle the situation with ease, a few droplets of the corrosive water splashed onto them, instantly creating several holes in their garments and causing blisters upon their skin. Fortunately, the robe Haotzen wore, a treasure obtained from the Cave of the Thousand Machines in the Xianshang Valley, proved resilient. Moreover, he possessed the power of dark absorption. Even if the poison were potent, he remained unperturbed, for he also wielded lightning power, capable of swiftly refining the toxins. For Haotzen, such minor poison was bearable. However, Feng Qi found himself in a more precarious position. Before even encountering the enemy, his chest had already suffered corrosion. Chapter 596. The first encounter with a savage beast. What sort of poison is this, with such formidable power? Feng Qi, a master of the Calamity Realm, though not particularly significant in the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, nonetheless possessed considerable strength and had surprisingly sustained light injuries. "This is venom from a toxic wild beast, and it shall not be easily dealt with," he remarked while tending to his wounds. With a resounding roar, a creature the size of a small hut emerged into view before Haotzen and Feng Qi. It was a translucent white rhinoceros toad, its back riddled with numerous pockmarks. Its bulging eyes shimmered with a menacing light, coldly fixated on the two. The toad bore a white horn atop its head, reminiscent of a blade, exuding an aura of danger. "Rhinoceros toad," Feng Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Most wild beasts beyond the stars were extraordinarily powerful, and the rhinoceros toad was indeed fearsome, though it classified as a mid-tier wild beast. "You have traversed from the Qianyuan realm into the outer cosmos and have yet to encounter a wild beast. Consider it your trial," Feng Qi suggested. Despite sensing the toad's formidable presence, Haotzen did not feel overwhelmed. Encouraged by Feng Qi's words, he felt a stirring within himself. The essence and skin of ordinary toads were rare medicinal materials in the mundane world, and the wholly translucent rhinoceros toad surely possessed even greater potential. "It's merely a toad," Haotzen exclaimed, channeling his energy to alleviate the burning pain from the venom, now noticing the rhinoceros toad's presence. "Leave this to me. If I falter, my elder brother shall assist," he declared, taking a deep breath. Hao Chen did not complete his thought. Although the rhinoceros toad was not a high-tier wild beast, they were still in the outer realm. Without prior combat experience against wild beasts, no one could guarantee victory. Inwardly, Feng Qi mused, "You engage with the rhinoceros toad while I seek its lair. Any wild beast inhabiting the desolate star must either be nesting or guarding celestial treasures. Exercise caution, my friend. I shall return shortly. Perhaps I can uncover something valuable in the rhinoceros toad's den," Feng Qi said, leaping away in pursuit of opportunity, leaving the formidable wild beast for Hao Chen to confront alone. Ribbit, ribbit. Although the rhinoceros toad's call resembled that of an ordinary toad, it resonated with the might of a beastly roar. Infuriated that Feng Qi and Hao Chen spoke as if it were invisible, the toad let out a furious croak. With a powerful leap, it charged directly at Hao Chen. This was not merely a simple charge. The white horn atop the toad erupted with a torrent of potent venom, launching several streams of poison towards him. "Bring it on." Hao Chen laughed heartily. Despite his light-hearted words, his expression remained serene. Swiftly, he summoned a common sword, which hummed as its blade shimmered, transforming into dozens of radiant flying swords that surged towards the rhinoceros toad. True to its reputation as a wild beast of the outer cosmos, the rhinoceros toad withstood Hao Chen's attack, its tough hide absorbing the onslaught of all the flying swords. In this encounter, Hao Chen did not target the vital points of the rhinoceros toad, firstly due to his ignorance of their location, and secondly because he was caught off guard. At that moment, the rhinoceros toad, realizing its attack had failed, refrained from countering and instead lay low, gathering its energy. Hao Chen, too, abstained from further assault. He withdrew his flying sword and quietly retreated a few steps to conserve his strength. However, the rhinoceros toad now regarded him with a hint of apprehension, seemingly reluctant to advance recklessly. Kill. Hao Chen was unwilling to grant the rhinoceros toad a moment's respite. He once again activated his flying sword, directing it toward the toad's prominent horn. The rhinoceros toad, indignant at the audacity of this human, unleashed a stream of venom to intercept the blade. Indeed, the creature possessed a measure of cunning. As the sword formation proved ineffective against the rhinoceros toad, Hao Chen decided against pressing the attack and summoned his sword back. He then retrieved the long-neglected bloodthirsty divine crossbow. Generally speaking, when confronting water attribute beasts, one must employ opposing attributes for a decisive victory. The bloodthirsty divine crossbow, a treasure Hao Chen had acquired from the demonic envoy Zhou Ming, now glimmered with a flash of crimson light, hurtling toward the rhinoceros toad. Although the crossbow was classified as a low-tier artifact, Hao Chen had attained the pinnacle of the fusion realm, augmented by the amalgamation of his wind, thunder, and dark lightning energies. Thus, its power was truly formidable. Even though it was his first battle with a savage beast, Hao Chen remained vigilant, sparing no effort in his assault. The bloodthirsty divine crossbow, imbued with a flicker of alchemical flame, swiftly enveloped the rhinoceros toad. The searing heat caused the creature immense suffering. It attempted to leap away multiple times, but was restrained by an invisible force, for the crossbow bore a hint of celestial restriction. The rhinoceros toad exerted all its might to withstand the pressure from the crossbow. Any momentary lapse could result in being pierced through, leading to its demise. After successfully restraining the rhinoceros toad, Hao Chen felt a surge of strength coursing through him, far beyond mere increments. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to test his true prowess, yet he had so easily subdued the creature. Was it a testament to the toad's weakness or his own formidable strength? The realization struck him as somewhat surreal. With a sudden flourish, he channeled his magical energy and formed the blood shadow palm. Should this strike land, the rhinoceros toad would be rendered a mere specimen, a wretched creature that could hardly hope to resist. Just as Hao Chen prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the toad, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the desolate star. The sound crescendoed, resembling a thunderclap rolling across the land. Initially faint, it grew increasingly pronounced until the final word resonated as though it were right beside him. "Who dares to harm my master's pet?" The voice arrived before its owner. Startled, Hao Chen turned his gaze toward the sky above the desolate star. Two figures were soaring towards him, swiftly descending upon the barren terrain, clad in identical long robes. These were no ordinary garments, for they shimmered with flickering runes. It was evident that the runes inscribed upon their attire were not trivial spells, at least. Hao Chen was not yet capable of such feats. A glance revealed that these two individuals possessed an extraordinary lineage, their visages indicative of middle-aged maturity. However, judging by the aura they exude, it is evident that they are ancient beings who have existed for a considerable duration, capable of emanating such formidable presence. Houchen's gaze sharpened. These two practitioners displayed no intention of concealing their cultivation levels. Both were at the nascent soul stage. The slightly younger middle-aged cultivator was in the late stage of nascent soul, while the older one seemed to be at the peak of the late stage. Sensing their aggressive approach, it could be inferred from the direction they flew in that these two practitioners had traversed from the third layer of the gale winds. Within the fourth tier of the nascent soul realm, they represented a force of moderate strength.